Chapter 1. The first battle of the apprentice squire on the borders of the Kingdom of Arthur, within the territory of Baron Lyon. A fiery bonfire illuminated the grand entrance of the baronial castle as a fierce battle raged below. One side consisted of humans clad in leather armor, wielding long spears, forming a tight formation to confront enemies that vastly outnumbered them. Scattered among the militia were several elite warriors, donned in chainmail, wielding square shields in one hand and long swords in the other, serving as pivotal support points within the ranks. Whenever an enemy breached their formation, these elite fighters would spring forth with ferocity, dispatching foes with brutal efficiency, causing the adversaries to momentarily retreat, leaving behind a handful of corpses. The attackers were primarily goblins, brandishing crude wooden clubs and stones, their frail bodies even more diminutive than those of human youths, clad in tattered garments that exuded a foul stench. Despite their overwhelming numbers, these goblins struggled to contend with the humans. However, as the battle dragged on, some of the goblins began to contemplate their escape. Baron von Ryan stood atop the castle walls, observing the battlefield below with a detached gaze. The walls he occupied were truly magnificent, rising 4 meters high and measuring 1.5 meters thick. Constructed from stone and timber, while not aesthetically pleasing, their sturdiness was beyond doubt. Flanking the walls were guard towers, manned by sentinels armed with crossbows. Though Baron Ryan's vantage point offered him safety, his thoughts drifted back to the onset of the magical calamity. For 6 months now, this region had been shrouded in a dense fog, with signs of demonic activity surfacing in the surrounding areas. When he dispatched knights to eradicate the demon threat, they were instead besieged and annihilated. It was then that he realized the once-in-a-century calamity had arrived prematurely. As a nobleman, Baron Ryan bore the responsibility of defending his territory. He could not abandon his lands and subjects, especially since fleeing the heavily fortified castle offered little chance of success. The onslaught of demons was not particularly fierce. Repeated attacks had been repelled by the castle's imposing walls, leaving only a few scattered bodies in their wake. This led Baron Ryan to entertain a sense of hope, believing that any noble who could withstand the demonic onslaught within their own realm would be duly rewarded by the kingdom. Perhaps, with time, he could even elevate his status. Yet, as the territory remained besieged for 6 long months, the reduction in arable land had led to a gradual depletion of the food supplies for his subjects. Even within the Baron's castle, rations had been restricted, yet the situation remained dire. A series of anguished cries interrupted his reverie, jolting his focus back to the battlefield, where the situation had shifted dramatically. The horde of bear goblins, robust and fierce, charged forth, brandishing large wooden clubs. These towering creatures, adorned with tusks and shaggy fur, emitted shrill howls as they swung their heavy clubs, shattering the spears that thrust toward them. Seizing the opportunity, they surged forward, causing several militia members to cry out in pain as blood streamed from their wounds, collapsing to the ground. Some, gripped by fear, retreated, completely shattering the formation. Although the elite warriors rallied just in time to block the bear goblins' advance, they had already lost the protective density of their ranks, resulting in the deaths of 2 elite fighters amidst their efforts to slay several bear goblins. Observing the unfavorable tide of battle at the castle gates, Baron Ryan's expression flickered with concern. While it was not yet the optimal moment for cavalry to charge, the militia, forming a spear wall, were invaluable subjects that he could not afford to lose. Raising his hand, he signaled decisively. Behind the castle gates, a squadron of fully armored cavalry awaited their charge, the front line composed of seasoned knights, who soothed their restless steeds while awaiting the command to engage. Apprentice Squire Levi, clad in leather armor, followed closely behind his sworn knight, gripping a short sword tightly in his hand, his fingers pale from anxiety, as it was his first battle. Levi, when we charge, do not look to the sides. Simply follow my lead. Regardless of what transpires around you, do not falter. Your task is to guard my flank. Think of nothing else. The elder knight reassured him in a gentle tone. Yes, my Lord Stutton, Levi replied, his voice trembling slightly as he tightened his grip on the reins of his restless steed. Charge. The red flag atop the watchtower fluttered vigorously, signaling the order. By the castle gates, several brawny giants exerted their strength upon the winch, the heavy doors creaking as they swung open. As soon as the passage allowed 3 knights to ride abreast, the leading knight let out a thunderous battle cry. His entire form enveloped in a faint white glow. The steed beneath him, unable to contain its excitement, bolted forward the moment the reins were loosened, charging like an arrow into the fray. Following closely behind him were 5 other knights, similarly aglow, forming a wedge as they burst forth from the castle. As the cavalry surged forward, the fully armored knights and their less equipped squires shouted encouragement, spurring their steeds onward. Levi found himself swept along in the tide of equine momentum. Helplessly thrust into the battlefield, the acrid scent of blood and dust assailing his senses. Before him, knights valiantly engaged the enemy, their armored horses trampling the diminutive goblins beneath them, eliciting piercing wails from the creatures. The bear goblins, though not particularly astute, sensed the danger posed by the charging knights and abandoned their pursuit of the militia, raising their clubs to meet the oncoming cavalry. Long spears, the leading knight bellowed once more. Leveling his lance, its sharp tip aimed directly at a bear goblin. The resistance he encountered was minimal. The goblin's bulk offered no defense against the lethal metal point. Releasing his grip on the lance, he allowed it to remain lodged in the wobbling goblin as he drew his sword from the saddle. As their paths crossed, the flash of the blade severed the goblin's head, sending it soaring into the air. More knights plunged into the fray, the scent of blood thickening in the air. Such a charge was second nature to those deemed knights. However, for the armored cavalry, it required keen judgment and exceptional reflexes. One unfortunate knight miscalculated the timing of his release, his lance piercing a bear goblin, yet failing to disengage promptly. The rear end of the lance swung back, colliding with the knight's chest. The leather armor he wore lacked the protective quality of a knight's plate, and he let out a cry of anguish, spewing blood before tumbling from his mount. In that fleeting moment, as the knight fell, Levi instinctively reached out to assist him, but before he could lean down, Sir Stutton whirled around with a fierce admonition. Maintain formation, do not court death. Countless hooves trampled over the fallen knight, who uttered only a few pitiful groans before falling silent. Levi's mind buzzed with confusion. He could not discern whether his steed had contributed to the trampling, yet he understood that a vibrant life had just been extinguished. If I were in his place, would I meet the same fate? Levi's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to himself. The knights ahead erupted in victorious cheers, realizing that the cavalry had successfully penetrated the goblin ranks, leaving behind a trail of dismembered goblins and bear goblins. This breakthrough severely demoralized the remaining goblins, causing some near the edge of the battlefield to flee, while those closer to the cavalry displayed signs of cowardice. Knights, reform the ranks, prepare for a second charge. The commanding voice of the knight leader resonated with authority as the cavalry began to regroup behind him. Just then, an eerie sound echoed from the darkness ahead, causing the leader's countenance to pale. It was the distinctive tongue of the abyss, a language unique to the demonic horde. Trouble, it's the demons. Scatter. The knight leader's command was undoubtedly prudent, yet the cavalrymen, facing demons for the first time, faltered in their execution amid the chaos. As the ranks began to disperse, a dark red fireball, the size of a human head, hurtled forth from the shadows. Crashing into their midst, an earth-shattering explosion ensued, the acrid stench of sulfur permeating the air. Several unfortunate knights were upended, and the remaining cavalry fell into disarray. The untrained steeds, startled by the sudden blast, reared in panic, tossing many riders to the ground, while others collided in their frantic attempts to escape. Although Levi was not directly struck by the fireball, his young steed was scorched by the flying embers. Leaping in distress, Levi struggled to maintain his balance, managing to stay mounted until a panicked horse collided with him from the side. With a resounding crunch, one of Levi's legs was trapped between the startled horse and his own steed, the excruciating pain contorting his face. Just then, a sudden force propelled him violently to the ground, leaving him gasping for breath as darkness encroached upon his vision. The cacophony of abyssal shouts intensified, and more fireballs rained down into the cavalry ranks, causing even greater chaos. Now, aside from a few leading knights, the entire cavalry unit was engulfed in uncontrollable turmoil. The red flag atop the castle's watchtower waved furiously, signaling a retreat. However, in the midst of such confusion, discerning and responding to the command proved far more challenging than Baron Lyon had anticipated. The cacophony of flapping wings echoed through the air as the knight commander forcefully lowered his helmet's visor, his voice muffled yet resolute as it emerged from behind the mask. Cavalry, target the demon horde. Charge. Accompanying him were no more than 5 knights and a handful of cavalry, yet the indomitable spirit among them remained undiminished. Confronted by a demon army vastly superior in numbers, these brave souls exhibited neither fear nor hesitation, gallantly riding towards their impending doom. My lord Stutton. Levi, struggling to keep himself upright, called out weakly toward the unwavering figure ahead. only to be met with darkness as his consciousness plummeted into an abyss. Chapter 2. Struggling on the edge of death, the morning sun dispelled the remnants of night, casting a warm glow upon the Viscount's castle. The lifeless bodies strewn across the gates bore witness to the ferocity and brutality of the previous night's battle. Thanks to the knight's desperate charge, the demon spellcasters had suffered significant losses, and as dawn broke in the east, the demon forces retreated once more, allowing those within the castle to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with sorrow for their fallen comrades. Viscount Lyon stood atop the battlements, motionless for a long while, flanked by several servants who stood with downcast eyes, awaiting their master's command. "What a pity," he muttered through gritted teeth, then turned to his trusted servant, instructing, "Notify Butler Tryon to send men to clear the battlefield. The fallen shall be cremated as before, and their ashes collected to be sent to the priest." "What shall we do about the injured, my lord? The priest's quarters are already at full capacity with the wounded," the servant inquired softly. Lyon pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "If any of the knights still draw breath, send them to the priest, imploring him to do his utmost to heal them. Those with minor wounds should be given rest and bandaging. But for the gravely injured," he hesitated, as if the words were difficult to utter, "tend to their wounds, and then leave them to their fate in the infirmary." As the Viscount's figure vanished from the battlements, a group of servants pushing wheelbarrows appeared at the open gates, followed by a throng of noblewomen and children, all rushing forth to seek their missing loved ones amidst the battlefield. Wails of grief filled the air, occasionally mingled with cries of unexpected joy. Numerous corpses and a few injured were identified, swiftly lifted onto wheelbarrows to be transported back to the castle for treatment, while the deceased were gathered in a vacant area. Dry branches piled nearby, ready to be cremated after their identities were recorded. The cavalry, having penetrated deep into enemy lines, suffered devastating losses, aside from a fortunate few who escaped back to the castle. None of the 6 knights and their 18 attendants returned. Additionally, 40 elite cavalrymen lay lifeless upon that blood-soaked field. The demon forces took with them the bodies of their fallen, leaving behind a grim tableau of human and equine remains. A stark testament to the horrors that had transpired. A man clad in a crimson robe, adorned with an ornate golden necklace, emerged from the castle and bent down before the knights' corpses, meticulously examining their grievous wounds. The knight's armor was rendered utterly unusable, and the elder's brow furrowed in concern as he extended 2 fingers to probe a fatal wound on one knight's chest, even slipping his fingers inside to feel the damage. After a long scrutiny, he straightened and gestured to a servant, who promptly retrieved a pen and notebook, hurrying to attentively listen to the elder's words. This was the work of a great demon. "And not just one," he murmured. "The fireballs that assaulted the cavalry were also their doing. I have discerned signs of profane injuries upon the bodies. The power of divine magic is waning, and the priests within the castle are utterly incapable of combating such formidable demons. Have the gods truly abandoned us? My lord, this." The servant recording the elder's words appeared suddenly pained, aware that uttering such blasphemous sentiments could lead to dire consequences for himself. "You need not record this. Consider it the ramblings of an old fool," the elder waved dismissively, signaling the servant to depart. "Here lies one still alive," a voice called from the crowd, clearing away the bodies of knights and horses, prompting a servant with a wheelbarrow to rush over. "It appears to be Sir Stuton's attendant. My heavens, he is gravely injured and burning with fever." Murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd. A man dressed in the livery of a high-ranking servant approached, waving his arms as he called out, "Everyone, step back, and continue your work. You there, first carry this injured man back and see if he can be saved." As the sun sank lower in the sky, a fire ignited in the open space where the bodies were piled. The mournful wails intertwined with the crackling of the flames, which consumed the branches doused in oil, fiercely burning. Watching the bodies gradually vanish into the inferno from atop the battlements, Viscount Lyon's expression was heavy with sorrow. The price of 6 knights and half the castle's cavalry had bought a temporary reprieve from the demonic onslaught. But what would be the cost when the next wave of demons arrived? "O heavenly deities, grant the Lyon family the strength to endure this trial." The Viscount closed his eyes and whispered a prayer, his fur-lined cloak billowing gently in the morning breeze, as if imbued with life. "Lord Lyon, dinner is prepared, and the lady and several young miss are awaiting your presence," a sweet voice chimed from behind him. The Viscount opened his eyes and turned to the elderly man standing respectfully behind him. "Butler Tryon, have the families of the deceased and injured received their compensations?" "According to your command, All silver coins and provisions have been distributed. However, the elder's voice faltered. Tryon, you have been my steward for 30 years. Speak your mind freely. For there is no need for such pretense. Ryan furrowed his brow, sensing that what followed would be unwelcome news. Indeed, my lord, the compensation dispensed for this round far exceeds that of the previous 2 battles combined. While there is still ample food in the castle's storeroom, our funds have dwindled significantly. The gravity of Tryon's words caused Ryan to frown. How much gold and silver remain? There are still 1,500 gold coins and fewer than 10,000 silver coins. Should another battle of this magnitude occur, I fear, Tryon lowered his voice ominously. Blast it, those accursed demons. The Viscount struck his fist against the battlements, a sharp pain radiating through his hand, forcing him to stifle his rising frustration. My lord, I have a method to acquire some funds, though I wonder if you wish to hear it. Tryon approached Ryan, using a handkerchief to dab at the swelling on the Viscount's knuckles. Tryon, what scheme have you concocted this time? Speak. Ryan replied with a hint of jest, for his 30 years of experience told him that whenever Tryon opened his mouth, it often heralded a solution, albeit one that might also fill Tryon's own coffers. My lord, several knights perished in this engagement, and they possessed considerable estates. Fool, are you suggesting I strip the fallen knights of their estates? Have you considered the consequences if the Knights' Order were to discover this? Ryan's expression darkened at the suggestion. And no, my lord, I would never dare propose such a thing. However, Sir Stewton has no heirs. His estate could be. Tryon quickly added with a smile. That is still unacceptable. According to the Knight's Code, the attendants may inherit a knight's estate if there are no heirs. Sir Stewton had a squire named Levi. Ryan remained resolute against Tryon's proposal. That lad is gravely injured. Whether he survives is uncertain, and besides, Sir Stewton's demise might bear some relation to him. After all, why did the far more powerful Sir Stewton not survive? My lord, I have a son named Pommy, a fine young man with the strength of a level 2 warrior. If he were to serve as Sir Stewton's squire, he could inherit the knight's armor and weapons, and Sir Stewton's estate could be entirely offered to you. I could also contribute 10,000 silver coins from my own resources to replenish the military funds. Tryon's words dripped with honeyed persuasion, each syllable seeping into Ryan's heart. The Viscount was visibly swayed, pacing thoughtfully atop the wall for a moment before waving his hand. You may go for now, Tryon. Let me ponder this further. Tryon's smile widened as he retreated, fully aware that at this moment, the scales of Ryan's judgment had begun to tilt in his favor. The estate of Sir Stewton, comprising 10,000 silver coins, and that child is grievously injured, murmured Viscount Ryan, his gaze revealing a mixture of coldness and a hint of guilt as he observed a noble girl diligently attending to several wounded soldiers at the foot of the city wall. Lisa, my niece, would my actions cause you sorrow? The Viscount's final whisper dissipated into the air, unheard by anyone, and no one could fathom the dire consequences of the Viscount's impending decision. The apprentice squire, Levi, was indeed severely injured. During a startled horse's rearing, his left foot had been struck, resulting in a fracture, and he was subsequently grazed by a demon's steel fork on his arm, while the wound was shallow. The unique toxins of the demons and the defilement inflicted upon him subjected the young man to excruciating torment. If these injuries were not fatal, the accompanying high fever posed a grave threat. In this era of medical knowledge, a high fever was a clear sign of being on the brink of death, unless the castle's sole high-ranking priest could deign to administer divine healing to Levi. Otherwise, the chances of survival for the young man, relying solely on his physical resilience, were almost non-existent. Naturally, the divine arts of a high-ranking priest were not within the reach of an apprentice squire. Had the knight to whom he had pledged his loyalty still been alive, it might have been possible to procure a healing through considerable sacrifice. Alas, the brave and valiant Sir Stewton had perished on the battlefield fighting against the demon horde, leaving the apprentice squire bereft of any source of compassion. As the full moon ascended into the night sky, Levi's groans gradually subsided, the moonlight illuminating his fever-flushed cheeks with a pallor characteristic of those teetering on the edge of death. Levi's parched lips parted slightly, his vacant gaze fixed upon the skylight above, with no one knowing what captivated the attention of this ailing youth. The maids tending to the infirmary had fallen into slumber, and no one heard the boy's indistinct murmurs. Go away, leave me. This body is mine. Go, Levi dreamt, and in his dream, he found himself in another realm, a world devoid of demons and mists, filled only with an array of bizarre alchemical creations. Even giant iron beetles. Of course, such beetles were astonishingly expensive, and he had yearned to possess one since childhood, yet that dream had remained unfulfilled. In the dream, he could not recall who his parents were. Only that his body was frail, reliant on a life support apparatus, confined to a white, sterile abode with scarcely anyone to keep him company, as they were all preoccupied with their own affairs. The only friend he cherished was an old alchemical device, which he referred to in his dream as a computer. This computer held a plethora of fascinating items, but what intrigued Levi most was a game called Heroes, where he could construct towering castles, assemble well-equipped legions, and eliminate countless demons from the world. If only the wonders within that computer could manifest in reality, his parents would not have perished at the hands of the demon scourge, and the knight he served would not have fallen into perilous circumstances. Levi pondered in a daze as his body gradually tilted to one side, and many alchemists clad in white hurried around him. Surely they were alchemists, he mused, recalling that he ought to refer to them as doctors. The cold sensation enveloped his head, and Levi abruptly opened his eyes. "Ah, I am awake." A middle-aged maid was placing a cloth soaked in cold water upon his forehead. Upon seeing the boy's eyes flutter open, she let out a small cheer, straightened her back, and exclaimed loudly, "Levi is awake. He has pulled through." A subdued cheer rippled through the infirmary, every maid and wounded soldier rejoicing in Levi's awakening. At least for this brief moment, their joy was sincere. The loquacious maid even relayed the news to the Viscount's personal servant, who in turn informed Viscount Lyon of the development. Upon receiving the news, the Viscount exhibited no signs of elation. He remained silent for a long while before forcefully plunging his quill into the inkwell. Why was it not Sir Stutton who survived? The Viscount's voice was not loud, yet his words swiftly spread, leading to discontent regarding Levi pervading every corner of the castle. Many regarded the innocent boy with pity, while others speculated with malicious intent on what actions had displeased the Viscount. Regardless of their sentiments, they all exhibited the same behavior, keeping their distance from Levi, as if fearing to be implicated by association. Even the maid delivering meals hurriedly set down the meager fare and rushed away, reluctant to utter a single word. This, however, was precisely what Levi welcomed. Awakening from that vividly real dream, he discovered, with trepidation, that his mind had been invaded by unfamiliar memories, peculiar recollections that led him to believe he was deserving of being bound to the church's pyre. The images of those metallic beetles crawled incessantly in his mind, emitting shrill, frantic cries. Unimaginable knowledge and frenzied thoughts stirred within him. The game called Heroes seemed to have been transcribed from the computer into his consciousness, conjuring visions of a forest of steel formed by countless spears and glinting swords. Who am I, an unnamed boy languishing on a sickbed, or the apprentice squire Levi of Viscount Lyon's domain? Yes, I am Levi. I have absorbed a memory. Transmigration? Yes, that is the term. I've absorbed the memories of a transmigrator. Clarity returned to Levi's gaze as he resolutely repeated his name. I am Levi. Chapter 3. The Squire without a Knight having reaffirmed his identity. Levi cast aside the chaotic memories. Only then did he become aware of the grumbling protests emanating from his stomach that it felt as though he had spent a full 15 years in his dream, while in reality, he had merely been unconscious for a little over 2 days. If the fever persisted, it could very well damage the boy's mind. After 2 days without sustenance, Levi was understandably ravenous. He rose to find a wooden plate beside him, adorned with some meager fare, dark bread, a small portion of vegetables, half a somewhat overcooked pickled tomato, and a bowl of hot water with a few sprigs of grass floating atop. For Levi, this was a culinary delight he had not enjoyed in ages. He eagerly grasped the plate and devoured the food with fervor. Once the plate was cleared, he felt the flames of hunger within him somewhat quelled. Though he was still far from satiated, he stood up from his cot, intending to take a stroll outside. A twinge of pain shot through his left foot, causing him to stumble momentarily before regaining his balance. At that moment he froze, the vivid memory of being struck by the horse resurfacing in his mind. Astonished, he rolled up the pant leg on his left leg, discovering that the area where a fracture should have been had left no trace. Not even the faintest bruise that typically lingers after such injuries. How strange, I distinctly remember being hurt here. Levi mused, scratching his head in confusion before dismissing the matter, for the injury had vanished. Did he really need to seek it out again? Perhaps a priest administered divine healing during my unconsciousness. Levi pondered the most plausible explanation. Yet deep within, He recognized that this seemingly reasonable rationale was, in fact, the least plausible. Priests do not casually offer healing without sufficient recompense. Many lay wounded in the infirmary, yet he had seen no priest attend to them. If only Sir Stutton were still alive. Levi thought, his spirits visibly sinking. Sir Stutton was an elder low-ranking knight, affectionately known as the kind-hearted old man within the castle. It was this benevolent elder who had taken in the orphan Levi and made him his apprentice squire. Had it not been for the demonic incursion, perhaps Sir Stutton would have equipped Levi with a simple set of knightly armor upon his 16th birthday, allowing him to undergo formal knightly training. This old Good Samaritan had already contributed 3 knights to Viscount Ryan's domain in such a manner. Levi's mind conjured the image of that starless knight, Sir Stutton galloping valiantly toward the demon ranks. And he felt tears welling in his eyes, hastily retreating to a corner and covering his face with trembling hands. Levi, you are the squire of a knight, and you may one day become a valiant knight yourself. Do you understand? A knight may bleed but must not shed tears. A knight must feel no pity for the death of his enemies, but rather rejoice at the demise of his comrades. To die on the battlefield is the ultimate honor for a knight. Sir Stutton's weathered voice seemed to echo in Levi's ears as hot tears streamed down his fingers. Sir Stutton, allow me this final indulgence. From this day forth, I shall never shed tears again. I will surely inherit your legacy and become a great knight capable of halting the demon invasion. In the depths of his heart, the youth silently vowed a promise that only he could hear. Yet from that moment forth, he resolutely adhered to the path dictated by his inner oath. The deities above cannot oversee the vows of every individual, only the divine entity known as faith, residing deep within one's soul, can vigilantly observe the youth and urge him to cast aside any thoughts of weakness, compelling him to forge ahead with unwavering determination. Leeway. A somewhat frivolous voice called out to the youth who was on the verge of exiting the infirmary. The voice was unfamiliar, and as Li Wei turned to look, he saw a well-dressed young man approaching from outside. Though his appearance was relatively handsome, the perpetual slant of his mouth detracted from his image, imparting an air of acerbity. This man was not acquainted with Li Wei. In the youth's memory, he could only vaguely associate him as the son of Mr. Tryon, the butler of the Viscount's residence. Oh, you seem to have recovered quite well. Pamir assessed Li Wei from head to toe, his gaze engendering an indescribable aversion, akin to small insects crawling over Li Wei's skin. Li Wei furrowed his brow slightly and replied, I suppose so. My body is generally fine now. Recovery is good news. The Viscount has sent me to find you. Come with me, Pamir stated, turning on his heel and departing. Li Wei followed behind, feeling a perplexing undertone of schadenfreude in Pamir's voice when he uttered the words recovery is good, leaving the youth in a state of confusion. Due to the wartime circumstances, manpower was strained, and the guards at the Viscount's residence had been reduced from 8 to 2. As Pamir walked ahead, he deliberately brushed his hand over the badge pinned to his chest, proclaiming, I am Pamir, the personal servant of Viscount Ryan. The Viscount has instructed me to escort this lad to see him. The 2 guards nodded expressionlessly, and Pamir strutted through the grand entrance, beckoning Li Wei to follow. Come along, Li Wei. This opulent residence is a sight you must be seeing for the first time. Isn't it? Had it not been for the amalgamation of souls he had experienced, Li Wei might have been awestruck by the grandeur of the Viscount's residence. However, with countless images of far more magnificent and resplendent edifices in his mind, the Viscount's abode now appeared rather gaudy. While many might consider the gilded walls to be a mark of luxury, Li Wei felt that a few understated patterns would better highlight the building's dignified elegance. Noticing Li Wei's indifferent expression, Pamir huffed in discontent and led him further into the residence. There was no need for the Viscount to meet a subject of Li Wei's standing in such a formal setting. So in a modestly sized garden, Li Wei encountered Viscount Ryan seated in a large armchair, perhaps due to the invasion of the demon race, despite the chair being surrounded by a profusion of blooming flowers. The Viscount's countenance appeared rather somber. Upon noticing Li Wei's entrance and his bow, the Viscount raised his hand slightly, indicating for Li Wei to sit and converse. Scattered throughout the garden were several stone-carved seats, which were far from comfortable. Li Wei casually chose one close to the Viscount and prepared to heed his instructions. Li Wei, after your fever has subsided, your injuries have healed rather swiftly, the Viscount began, expressing concern for Li Wei's health, though his tone struck an odd note, leaving the youth with an uncanny sense of foreboding, as if the Viscount were about to disclose some unfavorable decision regarding him. This premonition was entirely new to Li Wei. likely stemming from the unknown soul within him. He hesitantly decided to address the matter directly. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am fully recovered. Please feel free to issue your orders." The Viscount chuckled softly, seemingly caught off guard by Li Wei's forthrightness. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned forward slightly in his chair, prompting Pamir to intuitively present him with a cushion, allowing the Viscount to recline comfortably once more. "Very well. I shall speak plainly, Li Wei. I wonder if you are aware of a grave matter. As a squire, losing the knight to whom you owe your loyalty is a significant transgression. Even though you participated valiantly in the battle outside the city, it cannot entirely absolve your guilt." "What?" Li Wei's body stiffened, nearly causing him to rise from his seat. Each word uttered by the Viscount struck him like a hammer, inflicting a tearing pain that compelled the youth to clench his jaw tightly. "Do not be so agitated, young man. I share your sorrow regarding the death of Sir Stouton. He was not only your elder but also my dear friend. Since the Ryan family was granted this territory, Stouton has served as its guardian knight. You were designated as his squire, and if circumstances permitted, I would certainly not wish to trouble you." The Viscount's tone softened as he spoke, his gaze filled with memories of the past. However, he continued, his voice taking on a grave tone. "We are at a critical juncture with the demon invasion. I cannot allow my judgment to become muddled for the sake of protecting you alone. According to the law, a squire whose knight has been injured without sustaining harm himself is demoted to a servant. A squire whose knight has perished under similar circumstances faces immediate execution." Li Wei's expression hardened, his body involuntarily straightening. The Viscount narrowed his eyes, observing the youth's reaction with keen interest, and after a pause, he resumed in a gentler tone. "Li Wei, you displayed remarkable bravery during the battle a few days ago, and sustained injuries as well. Although your knight, Sir Stouton, has fallen, it is not your fault. In this time of demon invasion, every human must be prepared for the possibility of dying in battle. However, you should not linger within the castle without your knight to whom you owe your loyalty. Here is what I propose. You are a cavalry squire. You may take your steed and equipment and depart from here. There is a watchtower near the Black River in the north. Report to the captain of the sentinels there and take up a position guarding the watchtower." "The Black River watchtower? You mean the northern border?" Li Wei could no longer contain himself and sprang from his seat. "Indeed, that is the place. Of course, the Black River watchtower is fraught with danger, but it also presents numerous opportunities for merit. In the face of the demon invasion, no one should shrink away. If you manage to slay 20 minor demons at the watchtower, I shall permit you to return to the castle and grant you the right to inherit Sir Stouton's armor and sword." "What do you say?" Though the Viscount's words seemed to pose a question, Li Wei detected an unmistakable undercurrent of finality within them. Understanding this, the youth bowed his head deeply, adopting a respectful demeanor as he addressed Viscount Ryan. "Your command. I shall obey." As Li Wei strode out of the garden, the Viscount's expression darkened. He cast a cold glance at Pamir, who stood beside him with a bowed posture, and spoke in a tone tinged with irritation. "Very well, my assistance to you concludes here. Whether or not you can inherit the name of Sir Stouton is a matter for you and your father to resolve. Of course, Pamir replied, bowing even lower, a sly and venomous smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 4. Exile and change. As the sun rose to the treetops the following day, Li Wei rode alone on his small horse along the cobblestone path leading away from the castle. A simple bundle of belongings was secured on his steed's back. When bidding farewell to the Viscount's castle, which he had never left since birth, Li Wei had anticipated feelings of sorrow. However, even as he approached a point where the castle was nearly out of sight, not a single tear fell from his eyes. During his time as a squire under Sir Stouton, Li Wei had a few peers with whom he had forged amicable relationships. Yet, ever since the news of the Viscount's dissatisfaction with him had spread, those friends had vanished as if evaporated. The news of his expulsion from the castle must have circulated long before he stepped out the castle gates, yet at that moment, not a single familiar face appeared to bid him farewell. "It seems I have truly failed as a person," Li Wei lamented with a sigh, diverting his attention to a large tree by the roadside. Moments later, a faint green light materialized upon the tree, gradually expanding to form a translucent small luminescent screen displaying several lines of text. This peculiar script was entirely unfamiliar to Li Wei's original memory, yet in the world he had glimpsed while unconscious, he had already recognized it for 15 years. Name: ordinary tree race, plant life, 10 danger level. None. This extraordinary ability first manifested on the afternoon following Li Wei's awakening, when he directed his gaze toward the Viscount. A small green light began to appear around the nobleman, gradually unfolding before Leeway into a translucent screen that displayed various details about the Viscount. Name: Fong Ryan race, human life, 5 danger level, extremely dangerous relationship. Cold, 35, when he turned to regard Pamir, who stood behind the Viscount. A yellow light emerged, and the unfolding translucent screen bore a yellow border. Name: Pamir race, human life, 20 danger level, average, relation, hatred, 10. The life of the Viscount is quite low. Yet the level of danger is exceedingly high, whereas the life of Pommy is considerable, but the danger level is rather ordinary. This seems to indicate that the Viscount's power far surpasses that of Pommy. Hence the corresponding increase in danger level. As for the final point, which is even more thought-provoking, Viscount Ryan appears to maintain a fairly amiable demeanor towards himself. If one were to be deceived by his words, they might even mistake him for a benevolent elder who genuinely cares for their well-being. Meanwhile, Pommy has not exhibited any overt hostility towards him, yet their relationship is marked by a level of hatred. What could he have done to evoke such animosity? Perched upon his steed, Levi pondered deeply. Although he is merely 15 years of age, the memories accumulating in his mind far exceed this number. In that dream, he spent most of his time confined to bed, the only way to pass the time being to study the comings and goings of those in white robes. By the time he reached his 15th year, even without words, the slightest change in their gestures or expressions could provide him with ample information. Alas, the references available to him remain woefully insufficient. Levi furrowed his brow, lost in thought atop his pony, allowing the creature to leisurely trot along the road ahead. His intense focus on contemplation dulled his alertness, and it was only when a row of small red dots began to appear before him that he snapped back to reality. As a trainee squire, his training compelled him to instinctively draw his sword to defend himself. 1, 2, 3. Levi counted the number of red dots while silently lamenting. These red dots were not particularly large, and when spread out, they formed merely a small light screen. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, as a squire equipped with a mount and sword, clad in leather armor, he would have had a reasonable chance of escape. Now, however, he had unwittingly ridden into their encirclement, and it seemed unlikely he could extricate himself without a fierce battle. Seizing the moment while the red dots remained beyond his immediate sight, Levi scrutinized one of the light screens, and its contents made him gasp. Name: weak wild dog species, animal life, 5 danger level, minor, danger. It was evident that the content in the final parentheses was due to the increase in the number of wild dogs. Levi gently nudged the pony's belly with his feet, and the well-trained creature understood at once. Taking a few cautious steps backward, the red dots coalesced into a mass before him. A larger light screen replaced all the smaller ones. Troop name: weak wild dog, pack number, several danger level, ordinary. Although the light screen was larger, the information recorded was considerably less. Most importantly, the wild dogs, originally classified as dangerous, had devolved into ordinary once sufficient distance was established. The danger level had decreased upon becoming a collective. What could account for this? Just as Levi pondered this perplexity, the hungry pack of wild dogs detected his retreat and erupted into a frenzy. Several of the wild dogs emitted low, threatening growls, edging closer to him under the cover of the forest. A single wild dog's combat prowess could not compare to that of even a slightly trained militia. Yet this pack comprised 12 wild dogs. While that number might seem insignificant against a fully armed squad of soldiers, it posed a significant threat to just 1 or 2 individuals, as the wild dogs excelled at flanking tactics, causing even elite warriors considerable distress. For Levi, these wild dogs presented a potentially fatal complication. He felt his grip on the sword becoming slick with sweat, the cold perspiration saturating the cloth wrapped around the hilt. "I'm going all in. Sir Stutton, please bless me." At the moment of crisis, Levi found himself oddly composed. After acquiring the memories of another soul, the will of the trainee squire had advanced considerably, even in the face of death. His hands remained steady. Holding the sword horizontally across his chest, Levi slid down from the horse, resolved to fight to the death here. The odds of victory and immediate demise were equally slim. Yet Levi harbored a greater concern, that a wild dog might inflict a wound that would become infected with a fatal disease. In truth, most individuals injured in combat with wild dogs perish from such horrific ailments if not treated by a priest's divine magic. I refuse to cower in the woods, dying pathetically like a coward. Come on, you wretched beasts. The boy's defiant voice echoed through the forest. The wild dog pack grew increasingly cautious. These cunning creatures knew very well that the human before them Brandishing a gleaming weapon was not an easy meal to acquire. Oh dear, how unbecoming that a knightly squire. My dear boy, your performance is quite dismal. An elderly voice suddenly interjected, startling Levi nearly into a cry. What astonished him was not the content of the voice but the fact that it resonated directly within his mind. Who are you? And how are you speaking inside my head? Levi's voice trembled, grappling with the incredulity of the situation, one that neither he nor the memories of the unknown soul had ever encountered. Who am I? That is an excellent question, young one. That you may call me the great alchemical master. Dish Friedrich, as for why my voice resonates within your mind, that is a long story. Are you sure you wish to hear it? The elderly voice carried a hint of mockery. The wild dog pack had closed into a disturbingly close distance. The unique odor of the wild dogs wafting on the breeze, a nauseating mixture of foulness and blood that made Levi's stomach churn. Let us hold off on that for now, Mr. Dish. Do you have any means to help me drive these wild dogs away? It would be quite troublesome if they were to pounce on me. Levi spoke nervously, swinging his sword from side to side, preparing to deliver a fierce blow to the first wild dog that lunged at him. You should refer to me as the great alchemical master. Dish Friedrich, the elderly voice retorted, displeased, followed by a stream of strange text flowing through Levi's consciousness. He then heard the voice command, "Concentrate, and repeat after me. Fireball. Fireball." Levi shouted in accordance with the voice in his mind. Feeling a sudden warmth in his palm, instinctively, he extended his hand forward, where the underbrush rustled as the multitude of wild dogs advanced swiftly. The torrent of scarlet energy erupted from Levi's palm. Coalescing in midair into a pulsating fireball, roughly the size of a human head, the flickering red light signified that this fireball was anything but stable. Even merely holding it before him instilled a profound sense of danger. Without conscious thought, Levi thrust his hand forward, and the fireball hurtled into the underbrush ahead. What transpired next left Levi utterly astounded. He had envisioned the fireball wielding formidable power, yet he had not anticipated its sheer magnitude. Upon impacting the underbrush, there was a brief moment of silence before a deafening explosion erupted, and a fiery mushroom cloud ascended high into the air, the shockwave from the blast sending violent gusts of wind in all directions. Despite standing several dozen meters away, Levi struggled to maintain his footing against the sudden onslaught of wind, grasping his pony for support to avoid tumbling to the ground. 4 legs were indeed steadier than 2. As the fiery mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, what remained was a forest engulfed in fierce flames. The lush greenery had seemingly transformed into dry tinder, crackling ominously as countless tongues of flame flickered hungrily. Not a single wild dog emerged alive from the blazing inferno, and those few that had not been directly incinerated by the fireball were grievously injured, howling in agony as they struggled amidst the flames. Their cries were soon silenced by the roaring fire, leaving Levi standing in stunned silence before the burning forest. Well, young one, what do you think? Such a magnificent display of fireworks. I'm certain you have never witnessed anything quite like it. The elderly voice jolted Levi back to reality. Shaking off his previous stupor, although Levi had not been fortunate enough to directly encounter magic, there had been instances of mages engaging in the 6-month siege of the castle. The fireball spells that mages struggled to cast were typically no larger than a fist, capable of toppling 3 to 5 goblins in a tight formation. Even for the small demons with some resistance to fire, a fireball might not even inflict serious harm. Fortunately, the long-haired bear goblins were particularly susceptible to flames, allowing the mages to have some effect on the battlefield. After several grueling battles, the mages had learned to counter the bear goblins' forces while abandoning attacks on the regular demon troops. Given that goblins possessed abilities comparable to wild dogs, it suggested that this fireball, even outside the forest, could easily incapacitate a dozen goblins, and during moments of dense formations, it could potentially topple 20 or 30. What did this imply? It meant that Levi had surpassed even those intermediate mages who had devoted decades to honing their spellcraft and had turned gray in the process when it came to the application of the fireball spell. At any time, mages were a valuable resource, and should Viscount Ryan discover that Levi had effectively driven away a mage capable of casting fireball spells, it would be no surprise if he were to suffer a fit of rage. Why am I able to use magic now? Levi leaned against the body of the little horse. Deeply contemplating the issue at hand, he was 100% certain that he had never perused any tomes concerning the use of magic. It wasn't until a clever idea struck him that he ceased his futile musings. Indeed, why not employ the skill of biological detection to ascertain the truth about myself? Levi slapped his forehead, chagrined by his own sluggishness. A golden point of light swiftly materialized before him, unfurling into a vast luminous screen. The moment Levi cast a glance at the screen, his mouth fell agape, unable to close. Chapter 5. The castle within the chest. A translucent data frame adorned with golden edges appeared before Levi, displaying a wealth of information. Name: Levi. Occupation: Master of the castle's heart. Level 1 Hero. Level 2 Warrior. Strategic attributes: Attack 1, Defense 1, Magic 1, Knowledge 1. Combat attributes: Strength 14, Agility 12, Constitution 14, Intelligence 10, Faith 10, Charisma 10. Current health: 24. Current mana: 0. Skill 1. Permanent solidification detection. Skill 2. Strategic spellcasting. Skill 3. Unit manifestation. There was an abundance of additional information, which Levi glanced over. Noting it consisted mostly of personal belongings. It appeared that this detection skill was most thorough when applied to oneself. The solidification detection is clear. It is the skill that provides information when focused on a living being. The strategic spellcasting is also understood. It is the skill that allows the release of explosive fireballs. And with my current mana at 0, it seems that the fireball spell has precisely consumed all my magical energy. But what, I wonder, is this unit manifestation ability? Levi muttered to himself, then exclaimed, "Activate unit manifestation. Ah, little one, your impatience is quite palpable. To use this skill, you must first enter the castle's heart for recruitment." The ancient voice in his mind intoned once more. The castle's heart. Where is it? Can I enter? Ah, dear me, I had yet to mention this to you. My age is clearly affecting my memory. Little one, the castle's heart resides within your chest. Simply murmur, "Enter the castle's heart," and you shall be granted access. Levi felt a peculiar excitement stir within him as he took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Enter the castle's heart." The scenery before him distorted momentarily before blurring. And then the entire world plunged into darkness. This darkness was profoundly deep, accompanied by a dizzying sensation of descent. Levi screamed, his voice echoing with a level of embarrassment he could hardly bear. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated his surroundings, restoring his vision to normal. In an instant, Levi held his breath. Before him unfurled a breathtaking vista, akin to a paradise. It was a wondrous realm, although no sign of the sun was visible in the sky. Radiant sunlight cascaded down. A few white clouds congregated into fluffy formations, leisurely drifting through the air. Beneath his feet lay a lush, soft meadow, where fine alfalfa and unknown wild grasses thrived together, exuding vibrant life. In the distance, rolling hills and mountains stretched out, their highest peaks capped with pristine white snow, emanating tranquility and purity. Levi was utterly captivated by this scenery. Just 6 months prior, such sights could still be encountered occasionally. But now they seemed utterly unattainable. Since the onset of the demon invasion, a dense and peculiar fog had enveloped the territory of Count Ryan, completely severing the Count's domain from the outside world. Even the sun above was obscured by this fog, casting only a dim and feeble light. Within the fog, even those with considerable skill found themselves no match for the demons, who could see through the haze. Adventurers who had stubbornly resisted being trapped in Count Ryan's domain had paid for their defiance with their lives and blood. Among those who disappeared into the mist were even some with combat prowess exceeding that of seasoned knights. With tears brimming in his eyes, Levi knelt in the radiant sunlight, the fragrance of grass wafting around him. In that moment, it felt as if the calamity wrought by the demons had vanished from this land. And the warmth enveloping him made it difficult to open his eyes. "Little one, do you not find the scenery here delightful?" The old voice behind him jolted Levi from his reverie, and he quickly turned around. Lifting his tear-blurred gaze, before him stood a venerable elder with a long white beard. His hair and beard were snow-white, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes shone with the sharpness of a hawk. The elder donned a deep red robe and wore a peculiar pointed hat, the surfaces of both the robe and hat shimmering with ever-changing magical runes in the sunlight. A thrill of inexplicable excitement coursed through Levi, for he sensed that this elder was indeed a powerful magician. "Sir, are you a magician?" Levi inquired. The elder's white eyebrows twitched slightly as he answered, somewhat reluctantly, "Magician? Ah, yes, I can indeed be referred to as a magician. Though I would prefer you to call me the great alchemical master. Are you Mr. Dish Friedrich?" Levi's voice trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from a surge of excitement overwhelming him. A magician of such high caliber stood before him. An exhilarating prospect for a young apprentice. Levi had seen magicians within the Count's castle, yet each was a figure of great stature, far removed from his own standing. Even Sir Stouton was not deemed worthy to converse with them as equals. More importantly, This magician before him surpassed the magical advisor of Count Ryan in both appearance and demeanor, perhaps indicating he was a grand magician. A grand magician? Can I take that as a slight against me? Little one, it seems you are unaware of how exalted the rank of alchemical master truly is. Allow me to clarify. This realm is a creation of my alchemical mastery. Do you comprehend now? The old magician seemed to read Levi's thoughts. Gesturing expansively to the environment with pride, Levi nodded, though he did not fully grasp the implications of his words. Nevertheless, he found himself believing the old magician's claims. When he had been expelled from the castle, he felt certain that without the experiences of his dreams, he would have succumbed to despair, bereft of the protection of Count Ryan's castle, and possessing only the abilities of a level 2 warrior. Levi would struggle to survive even a single night in the wilderness. The beasts of the wild and the roaming demons were foes far beyond his capabilities. As for the northern border outpost at Hay River, where Count Ryan had summoned him, it had severed contact with the Count's castle 6 months ago, coinciding with the demon's emergence. Levi held no hope that the sentinels there could have endured until now, if even the Count's castle, fortified with knights and numerous soldiers, was precarious. How long could a mere handful of ordinary sentinels hold out? From the very beginning, Levi had not considered the Hay River outpost. Rather than venture into a place undoubtedly overrun by demons, he would prefer to delve into the foggy regions, hoping for a stroke of luck. The experiences from his dreams had transformed Levi's mindset, making him think like a seasoned noble rather than an uneducated apprentice. Little one, if you wish to daydream, you shall have ample time after leaving this place. Based on your current physical condition, you can maintain the castle's heart in its expanded mode for another 520 seconds. Each second we converse is precious, the old magician interrupted, clearing his throat to refocus Levi's wandering thoughts. What? I cannot remain here indefinitely. Levi's expression shifted slightly, for although only a few minutes had passed in this serene realm, he had already developed a sense of attachment to it. Perhaps in the future, but for now, your physical condition cannot sustain the castle's heart in its expanded mode indefinitely, in approximately 500 seconds. The expanded mode will forcibly deactivate, and you will be teleported back to the location where you first entered the castle's heart. The old magician's face bore a hint of amusement as he spoke. The glow of excitement faded from Levi's countenance. Having entered this beautiful space, he had become enamored with the air and greenery surrounding him. Living here would be quite pleasant, that thought lingered in his mind. Before being taken in by Sir Stuton, Levi had been a child from an ordinary farming family, well acquainted with the toil of the fields, given that this land could nurture such lush grass. It must be fertile enough to cultivate crops and vegetables. In the midst of the demon invasion, the prospect of farming in peace had become an unattainable dream for many. Yet, just as that dream began to blossom in his mind, the old magician's words ruthlessly dashed it. What then can I do? Levi asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. Despite possessing the memories of 2 worlds, the old magician extended his left hand and gestured to the side. A few tiny silver points of light cascaded from his fingertips. Upon touching the ground, the points rapidly expanded, and moments later, before Levi's astonished eyes, 2 identical silver high-backed chairs materialized. Observing the mixed gaze of admiration and disbelief in Li Wei's eyes, the old magician chuckled with satisfaction. He then settled into one of the chairs, gesturing to another. Little one, please take a seat. It is rather improper for an elderly man to stand while conversing with you. Li Wei, somewhat bewildered, sat down in the other chair, feeling the sensation beneath him, a blend of softness and firmness akin to the finest calfskin leather, imbuing him with a surreal sense, as if he were lost in a dream. My dear child, it appears you possess little understanding of the world of magicians. We have some time. Allow me to provide you with a brief elucidation. The old magician stroked his long white beard, speaking with a tone laced with a pride that was not at all off-putting. Li Wei nodded eagerly, sitting attentively in his chair, captivated by the formidable and enigmatic nature of the magician's profession. The mere fact that a seemingly extraordinary old magician was imparting knowledge to him filled Li Wei with an indescribable exhilaration. Many perceive a magician as merely a profession. However, such a notion is rather simplistic. Within the realm of magicians exist various schools, such as elementalists, diviners, necromancers, and summoners, each with disparities that rival the chasm between a knight and a rogue. Among all the schools of magic, the most powerful, without a doubt, are the alchemists, for within their ranks, I stand as the most formidable alchemical master in history, surpassing all other disciplines. The old magician's voice crescendoed with fervor, a faint flush rising upon his wrinkled visage. Noticing the admiration emanating from Li Wei's gaze, the old magician felt a profound sense of joy, although a tinge of skepticism lingered within Li Wei regarding the claim of being the greatest alchemical master. The mere reality of this elderly gentleman being a magician was enough to fill the apprentice attendant with immense happiness. This realm is the crystallization of my utmost achievements in alchemy. A tangible semi-plane that I have named the heart of the castle, and you, little one, are now the new lord of this heart of the castle. The subsequent declaration from the old magician left Li Wei breathless. His eyes widening in astonishment, hands pressing against his chest. At that moment, he felt his blood surge as if boiling. Without such a reaction, he might have doubted whether he could survive the ecstasy overwhelming him. Chapter 6. The lordship is no easy task. A full half-minute passed before Li Wei gradually regained his breath under the old magician's teasing gaze. He offered a somewhat embarrassed smile and resumed his respectful posture. Your mental fortitude is commendable, young one. Quite rare for a 15-year-old. The old magician remarked with the approving smile, a flicker of something mysterious glimmering in his eyes, his voice adopting a gentler tone imbued with a trustworthy power. Little one, the heart of the castle, as the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, possesses exceptionally comprehensive functions. Do you require resources? The heart of the castle can ceaselessly produce anything you can conceive: alchemy, potions, weaponry, even large siege machinery. Do you need troops? The heart can cultivate an unwaveringly loyal elite army, from the most rudimentary pikemen to the most esteemed champion knights, all prepared to fight valiantly under your command. As the Lord, you will wield the utmost authority over the heart of the castle. Everything within it is yours. Li Wei was so overwhelmed with excitement that he felt he might leap from his chair. Initially, upon first witnessing this realm, his thoughts had been limited to establishing a peaceful village, cultivating crops, and raising a few pigs. However, the old magician's words ruthlessly shattered that dream, unfurling before him a vision far exceeding his imagination. Is this truly real? Li Wei slapped his cheeks with both hands, the sharp sound reverberating, the pain a vivid reminder of reality, devoid of any dreamlike quality, finally emerging from the throes of ecstatic emotion. A question suddenly struck him. This realm felt undeniably real. The air and grass exuded an unparalleled freshness, the distant snow-capped mountains stretching beyond view, rivers threading through verdant forests like silver threads. All of this was vividly apparent, yet one aspect seemed to be absent. Curiosity piqued, he inquired. Then, Mr. Dish, where exactly is the perfectly functional heart of the castle you mentioned? Oh, the heart of the castle? It is right before your eyes, the old magician replied with a smile. Rising from his chair, arms outstretched, countless specks of light cascaded from his palms, coalescing into a vibrant tapestry of colors before Li Wei. Through this radiant veil, Li Wei beheld a sight that ignited a fervor within him. A magnificent castle loomed before him, a structure so immense that even in dreams, he had never envisioned such grandeur. The walls, constructed from colossal white stones, towered at least 20 meters high, wide enough to accommodate 10 fully armed warriors marching side by side. The ramparts shimmered with a metallic gleam, a reflection from the spears and swords wielded by the unseen soldiers, their numbers beyond reckoning. Within the castle, towers and guard posts soared, their sharp peaks resembling countless lances thrusting toward the heavens, their tips piercing the clouds. Standing at the foot of this colossal fortress, Li Wei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The castle's sheer presence was overwhelmingly oppressive, causing his chest to constrict. Truly a magnificent edifice. Mr. Dish, may I touch the walls of this castle with my own hands? Li Wei's request, though simple, elicited an awkward expression from the old magician. After a brief silence, he cleared his throat and replied somewhat sheepishly, well, at present, the castle is merely a phantom image. It cannot transform into a tangible entity at this moment. What, is it merely an illusion meant to deceive children? Li Wei exclaimed, only to realize that the castle remained grand and imposing. Yet the feeling of oppression had dissipated from his chest. The old magician's face flushed slightly, and he spoke with a voice of utmost gravity. Little one, you must understand that even the greatest alchemy cannot conjure a semi-plane from thin air. The ability to create this realm is an extraordinary manifestation of intellect beyond your comprehension. This space indeed possesses infinite possibilities. Even this castle could be instantaneously materialized. However, the genesis of all things adheres to a principle we alchemists refer to as the law of equivalent exchange. And this castle is no exception. The excitement faded from Li Wei's expression. With 2 lifetimes of memories, he could discern the underlying implications of the old magician's grandiloquent teachings. With a lingering reluctance, he cast one last glance at the magnificent phantom of the castle before returning to his seat. Mr. Dish, What must I do to transform the castle from an illusion into a reality? Oh, an excellent question, the old magician replied. Stroking his beard, he gestured in the air, and the majestic castle on the colorful veil fragmented into pieces, leaving behind 6 flickering points of light. Little one, pay close attention to what I am about to say. As the heart of the castle currently lacks resources, you may only choose one of the following 6 buildings. The others will require a corresponding quantity of resources before they can be constructed. The additional structures comprising the castle will only become available once these 6 are completed. Only one choice. Li Wei inquired cautiously, carefully examining the 6 distinct points of light. They arranged themselves in 3 rows before him. The top 3 marked as wooden walls and a moat. The middle row consisted of guard towers and archer towers, while the bottom row featured a tavern and a blacksmith shop. Each clearly served a different purpose. Li Wei opened his mouth to ask the old magician about the functions of these buildings, yet his mind suddenly flooded with information reminiscent of a computer game from his dreams. The 6 buildings corresponded perfectly, and he was astonished to find that the appearance of the human stronghold in that game resembled the breathtaking scenery of this realm. Heavens, this is the human stronghold from Heroes of Might and Magic. A torrent of information surged into Li Wei's mind. His eyes alight with fervor, fists clenched, blood roaring through his veins. Connecting the old magician's words, he realized that he, Li Wei, was destined to become the master of this castle, and the troops he recruited could be transported to the real world. Little one, you have only 120 seconds to decide. Once the 2 minutes elapse, regardless of your choice, you will be transported away, the old magician reminded him, yanking Li Wei back from the throes of exhilaration. Dreaming of the future was undoubtedly alluring, yet if one could not walk forward with grounded steps, even the most splendid future would remain but a fleeting mirage. The wooden city walls and the moat, once formidable defenses, now serve no purpose. The blacksmith's forge can produce instruments of war and armaments, while taverns can enlist heroes. These are certainly essential elements, yet to test whether one's dreams can materialize. The most crucial structure is, Levi's finger resolutely pointed to the first building at the center of the luminous screen. I choose this building. Oh, the guard tower, a structure for recruiting pikemen, an astute choice indeed. The old sorcerer nodded in approval, then raised his hand and grasped forward. The specks of light coalesced into a diminutive tower, which then detached from the screen and soared into the sky. Levi lifted his gaze to behold a glowing point rapidly expanding against the azure sky, ultimately transforming into a straight beam of light that illuminated the grass not far in front of him. But a majestic tower gradually materialized within the beam. Moments later, as the light faded, a guard tower constructed from bluish-gray stone stood before Levi. Simultaneously, the old sorcerer's voice resonated once more. Behold, this is the first building of the heart of the castle, the guard tower. The old sorcerer retracted the luminous screen and approached the tower, with Levi closely trailing him until they reached the base of the guard tower. Is this truly real? Levi asked, disbelief etched on his face. After all, this tower now occupied a space that had just been a verdant expanse of grass, making its sudden appearance feel surreal. Indeed, it is real. You may touch it. The old sorcerer gestured towards the tower's walls. Levi extended his hand to feel the exterior, encountering a texture that was rough, solid, and cold, sensations he recognized well, as this robust bluish-gray rock was the very material used by Baron Lyon to construct his castle. Well, now that you've confirmed its existence, let me share some good news. The guard tower belongs to the category of military recruitment structures, capable of summoning the first type of alchemical warrior from the heart of the castle, the pikeman. As the first completed building, you are entitled to a complimentary recruitment of a small squad of pikemen as a reward. Free recruitment. That's magnificent. Right now, this very moment. Levi could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, as he envisioned the potential predicament of having 0 resources stored within the heart of the castle, the challenge of acquiring the gold necessary for recruiting pikemen loomed large. In Levi's life experience, silver coins were exceedingly rare, only appearing when his father sold the entirety of their annual harvest for gold. The alluring yellow coins had graced his sight but once, when Sir Stutton had used a few to procure his pony. With a resounding thud, the heavy doors of the guard tower swung open, and the sound of polished boots striking the ground echoed from within. Levi's eyes widened in anticipation of his first subordinates, yet just as he caught a glimmer of metal, a disapproving elderly voice interrupted. The heart of the castle's deployment mode has reached its limit. Immediate teleportation is required. No, wait, old sir, Levi exclaimed in disappointment. But as his vision dimmed, he found himself standing before a raging inferno in the jungle. Chapter 7. The outpost occupied by demons. Ah, cursed fate. So close. Levi lamented, striking his long sword in frustration as he gazed at the still blazing jungle. Rising to his feet, he opened his character panel. Activate military manifestation, he proclaimed, only to be met with the disheartening echo of the elderly voice in his mind. Little one, the skill of military manifestation requires the construction of a teleportation portal within the heart of the castle. You currently lack the means to bring your recruited pikemen into your world. Indeed. Some things are not so easily accomplished, Levi thought with a wry smile. He silently posed a question to the old sorcerer. Mr. Dish, when might I construct the teleportation portal? It seems there was no option for such a building among those you previously demonstrated. Oh, the teleportation portal is considered a high-level structure, and its prerequisites are not so simple. Let me see. Ah, yes, you must first unlock the second level of permissions within the heart of the castle, and only then can you construct the magic tower, after which the option to build a teleportation portal will become available. The old sorcerer's response chilled Levi's heart. The young squire trembled as he asked, Mr. Dish, what can the heart of the castle provide for me at this moment? Well, little one, although you are now the master of the heart of the castle, it remains in its initial state. Neither production nor resource buildings have been unlocked, so what it can offer you is, I will silently cheer you on from here. The old sorcerer chuckled. Levi remained speechless for a long moment before finally releasing a long sigh. As dusk approached, he prepared his meager belongings before the burning jungle, seeking a flat expanse to set down his simple possessions. Upon leaving the castle, the Baron had only permitted him to take his personal items, meaning none of Sir Stutton's possessions belonged to him, as a squire. Levi did not receive any wages. The only valuables that were truly his were the pony and equipment purchased by Sir Stutton. After tethering the pony to a nearby tree, Levi bid goodnight to his four-legged companion and wrapped himself tightly in the tattered cotton bedding. Though it was still autumn, the thick fog obscured much of the sunlight, making the temperature quite chilly. Without this bedding, succumbing to the cold would mean losing the chance for survival in the wilderness on the first night away from the castle. Levi slept fitfully. The ground was hard, and many small stones remained uncleared, making every turn a reminder of their presence. Faint howls of beasts echoed from unknown sources, igniting fears of potential dangers. Levi attempted to close his eyes and clear his mind. Yet whenever he shut them, countless faces flickered before him. The warm smile of Sir Stutton, the enigmatic silence of Baron Lyon, the aged visage of Mr. Dish, and even the faces of those alchemists in white robes he had glimpsed in his dreams. Gradually, Levi felt his body rising, enveloped in a warm embrace, as if submerged in soothing warm water. The burning jungle gradually extinguished under the cover of night, leaving behind only ashes and wisps of rising smoke by morning. Levi opened his eyes to find the pony restlessly pawing at the ground beside him. Due to the gray mist that enveloped the sky, the morning sunlight appeared dim as it filtered through, casting an uninviting aura. Levi rummaged through his belongings to retrieve some provisions, casually eating a few bites with water from his flask, which served as his breakfast as he journeyed forth, lost in thought and oblivious to his surroundings. Levi nevertheless retained a vague impression of the once thriving villages now reduced to ruins by war. Only charred remnants whispered of the calamities that had transpired. Besides the Baroness castle, was there truly no other human settlement still standing in the territory? Shaking his head, he discarded the ominous thought. Yesterday's excitement over unlocking the heart of the castle had faded considerably after a night's reflection, leaving Levi to contemplate his future path. Perhaps I should visit the Black River outpost. This thought emerged in his mind. Without the heart of the castle, he might have merely taken a gamble, daring to breach the fog-enshrouded road. However, after defeating the pack of wild dogs yesterday, a small ambition began to burgeon within him. If I can achieve merit during this demon invasion, not only could I return to the Baroness castle, but I would also be hailed as a hero. At that point, even Baron Lyon could not overlook my accomplishments. Retrieving Sir Stutton's armor and sword would then seem only fitting. Levi pondered this, his expression shifting from confusion to determination as he raised his gaze to the dim, yellow sun overhead. Solidifying his resolve to head northward, the Black River outpost, situated near the northern border, lacked nearby villages. Even without the demon invasion, It was a desolate area that the Baron did not regard highly. It was merely established on a small hill by the riverside to signify the territory's claim. With 12 soldiers stationed there, since the demon incursion into the northern border, no news had emerged from the Black River outpost. Everyone, including Baron Lyon, believed it had been overrun, with soldiers either perishing in battle or fleeing their positions, only to meet their demise in the fog-laden unknown. Levi rode his pony along the trade route, the thickening mist on either side foreshadowing escalating danger. Since the demon invasion began, humanity had suffered tremendous losses, and the beasts dwelling within the territory had also faced devastation. Herbivorous animals had been extensively hunted by the demon army and their goblin cannon fodder, leading to a drastic increase in the ferocity of carnivorous beasts. Deprived of their food sources, these beasts generally dare not attack the vast armies of the demon race. Instead, they target solitary human adventurers as a new source of sustenance. Before the invasion of the demons, the packs of wild dogs would never recklessly assault fully armed humans. Now, however, they unhesitatingly launch their attacks against an armed knight, a clear indication of changed eye in the distance. The sound of flowing water can be heard, suggesting a significant body of water nearby. The Black River is not far off. Levi pulls on the reins, striving to straighten his posture atop his steed as he peers ahead. The fog is thick, and he sees no signs of life in his field of vision. Drawing upon the descriptions he heard from Sir Stun regarding the Black River outpost, Levi dismounts his pony and leads it down a branching path. As the terrain rises, he knows he is on the right track. The ground beneath his feet has transformed from hard-packed earth to a narrow mountain path interspersed with grass and stones. Winding its way towards the hills ahead, several stone structures faintly emerge atop the hills, forming a small encampment. This must be the Black River outpost, he muses, gently unsheathing his sword from its scabbard at his waist. He does not believe this outpost remains under human control. Upon arrival, he may not receive a warm welcome, but rather face the sharp fangs and claws of the demon race. I hope there aren't too many enemies here. A couple of minor demons would be manageable. But if a greater demon appears, it would pose significant trouble. With this thought, Levi pats the head of his beloved steed, signaling it to remain in place. The well-trained mount shakes its head, displaying disapproval of its master's reckless endeavor. Levi soothes the pony, then crouches low, attempting to approach the outpost as quietly as possible. The air carries a faint stench of sulfur, tightening his heart that he recalls from Sir Stun that this distinctive odor emanates from demons. While some fire-wielding mages may also carry a similar scent, Levi does not believe that such a desolate outpost could attract the favor of a mage. Mages are proud beings who relish in comfort, apart from noble towns that can sustain a few mages. The vast majority prefer to work and reside within the magical guilds of large cities that a peculiar creature emerges from the dense fog, glancing about before emitting a series of unintelligible murmurs and settling upon a rock. Levi's heart races. He holds his breath, quietly observing the resting creature nearby. It is evident that this being possesses humanoid traits, standing approximately 1 meter tall, resembling a human child. Yet its dark red skin and 2 fleshy wings on its back distinctly set it apart. The creature lacks thick fur on its head and body, and its features are not particularly menacing, resembling an ordinary human child. Only the 2 curved horns atop its head and the protruding tusks from its lips lend an air of the uncanny. This creature is known as a minor demon, the lowest rank of soldier within the demonic military. Though it may appear somewhat adorable, it is, in truth, a vicious entity, delighting in the torture of weaker sentient beings, especially human children. Despite being the weakest in combat among the demon ranks, even trained militias would find themselves outmatched by these diminutive foes. Their seemingly frail bodies harbor immense strength. A wielded pitchfork can easily pierce a human's flesh, and while their wings may not support flight, they significantly enhance their jumping ability. Many inexperienced militia members and adventurers do not fall in direct confrontation but rather succumb to surprise attacks from minor demons who exploit their superior leaping skills. In Levi's eyes, a crimson hue envelopes the minor demon. Name, minor demon. Race, abyssal demon. Life, 16. Danger level, average. Surely not. Levi exclaims upon reading the last line indicating the minor demon's danger level, feeling utterly despondent. His sole experience in combat against the demon race occurred on that tragic night when his cavalry unit fell victim to a barrage of fireballs, plunging into chaos. Several knights bravely charged into the demon ranks, attempting to turn the tide, and though Levi soon lost consciousness, He witnessed the minor demons fleeing in terror before the knight's charge. Sir Stun had felled at least a dozen minor demons upon engagement. And that display of valor remains etched in Levi's memory to this day. I never imagined that the minor demons, who seemed utterly powerless before the knights, could pose a challenge to me. Levi quietly retreats, now acutely aware of the potential consequences of his reckless venture. Regrettably, his movements are slightly too pronounced, and a dry twig snaps beneath his feet, echoing across the silent hills. The minor demon instantly rises, its eyes glowing faintly red, scanning in Levi's direction. Chapter 8. The Pike Squad mobilizes. The minor demon appears capable of piercing through the fog, its dimly glowing red eyes sweeping toward the source of the sound. Levi crouches low, feeling a chill course through his body as his teeth involuntarily chatter. He bites down on his sleeve, intently watching the minor demon's movements. Perhaps this minor demon is taken aback by the audacity of a human venturing into this abandoned outpost. After a brief inspection, it returns to its perch on the rock, yawning while covering its mouth with a hand. Levi wipes the cold sweat from his brow, cautiously retreating to a spot where the Black River outpost is no longer visible. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the minor demon's combat prowess has exceeded his expectations. His initial plan to gradually whittle down the demon race now seems overly ambitious. Even a single minor demon is a formidable opponent for Levi, while a surprise attack may yield the upper hand in battle. He cannot assume that the demons occupying the Black River outpost are so dull-witted as to remain oblivious to the skirmish of sentinels that it would not take many foes, with just 2 or more minor demons appearing simultaneously. Levi would be relying solely on luck for victory. If 3 minor demons were to show up at once, he would likely have no chance of escape. Must he truly depart in such a disheartened manner? Levi feels an unwillingness to concede, but his internal struggle is cut short as an elderly voice resonates in his ear. "Ah, little one, have you encountered a dilemma so soon? It seems your situation is rather dire. How about this? I have a reward I can bestow upon you in advance, as a gift for your new position as the Lord of Castle Heart." This feels like a stroke of fortune, and young Squire Levi is instantly filled with gratitude towards the old wizard, Mr. Dish. He promptly nods and inquires, "Thank you very much, Mr. Dish. May I ask what this reward entails? Did you not successfully recruit a small squad of pikemen yesterday? This gift I present to you is the ability to summon them to your side, command them well in battle." As soon as the old wizard's words fall, a large, bluish-white orb of light materializes before Levi. Accompanied by the sound of clanging steel, a squad of robust men clad in blue and white coats emerges from the orb, lining up in perfect formation before him. Since discovering Castle Heart, Levi had envisioned numerous possibilities regarding the warriors he could summon. Based on his dreams, pikemen represent the most basic unit of the human army, possessing relatively average combat abilities. Levi had hoped that their strength would at least rival that of the militia under the Viscount's command. But now he realizes that such a notion grossly underestimates these elite warriors. As the inaugural unit summoned within Castle Heart, the pikemen boast formidable physiques and superior equipment. Each pikeman wields a meticulously crafted pike, its sharp steel tip glinting ominously in the dim sunlight, emanating an air of lethal intent. The thick blue and white outer garments serve as their uniform, reinforced with metal plates at critical points, adorned with a majestic griffin emblem upon their chests, making them appear far more impressive than Levi's own tattered leather armor. Additionally, these pikemen don helmets. The steel helmets not only safeguard their heads but also obscure a portion of their faces, revealing only their chiseled noses and chins beneath the lowered visors. Are these truly humans? Levi murmurs in disbelief, and the old wizard's aged voice confirms his thoughts. True humans? Certainly not. The beings created within Castle Heart are of a singular nature, known as alchemical life. You may regard them as utterly loyal subordinates. When faced with the peril of death, they will not waver in the slightest. Now, your gift has been delivered. The upcoming battles will depend on your performance. Little one. Best of luck. With that, the old wizard's voice fades into silence, and Levi calls out several times in his mind, receiving no response. It seems this is a test set forth by Mr. Dish. Levi contemplates, redirecting his focus towards the pikemen standing resolutely before him. During his time at the Viscount's castle, Levi had encountered numerous formidable warriors. However, he discerned that, in comparison to these spear-wielding soldiers, even the most elite fighters under the command of Viscount Lyon lacked a certain imposing presence. Only those knights imbued with fighting spirit could truly hold the upper hand. They appear quite formidable. I wonder what their true combat capabilities are. Levi mused, casting a spell of detection on one of the spear soldiers. Name: Spear Soldier Race. Human health, 40 danger level, moderately dangerous relationship. Loyal Li Wei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, the section denoting the combat prowess of the spear soldier displayed the words moderately dangerous, and judging by the soldier's health, their strength undoubtedly surpassed Li Wei's initial expectations. These are my soldiers, my strength. Li Wei felt courage swell within him as he gazed toward the direction of the Black River outpost. His chest puffing up with visions of leading these elite troops into battle, crushing the lesser demons underfoot. Yet he soon regained his composure. The memory of Sir Stutton's demise in battle served as a sobering reminder. Should he recklessly charge forward, particularly if the Black River outpost harbored greater demons or a significant number of fiendish troops, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. To survive in this world plagued by demonic forces, a handful of elite soldiers would not suffice as a solid bulwark. Calm down. The combat strength of the spear soldiers exceeds that of the lesser demons. If I can effectively utilize their capabilities, we can achieve remarkable results. My first objective is to eliminate that lesser demon sentry without alerting the outpost. Li Wei resolved, cautiously advancing until the silhouette of the lesser demon sentry came into view. The demon, bored, had begun to lean against a stone to rest, its round, beady eyes squinting in apparent enjoyment. A steel fork lay within arm's reach beside it, indicating a lapse in vigilance. 15 meters away. Sufficient for the demon to react, stand up, and raise the alarm or grab its fork. Li Wei frowned slightly. In his calculations, the best outcome would be if the demon did not raise the alarm immediately but instead attempted to resist. Although Li Wei was confident that his spear soldiers could swiftly eliminate the lesser demon, the noise of battle would likely attract attention from the outpost. It seems I must take a risk. Recalling the descriptions in books of lesser demons being cowardly yet aggressive, he gritted his teeth, gently placed his sword on the ground, disheveled his hair, and smeared dirt on his face to feign a state of panic as he stumbled out into the open. To the lesser demon sentry's eyes, a human suddenly materialized from the fog, appearing to be a disheveled adventurer. Although the human wore leather armor, he bore no weapon. Upon noticing the demon's presence, he emitted a stifled cry of alarm and turned to flee. Just a lost human adventurer, I suppose, the lesser demon concluded, hesitating briefly. According to his superior's orders, he was to raise the alarm promptly and monitor for any other unusual occurrences. This human would have to wait for others at the outpost to handle. Yet in his heart, the human disappearing into the mist appeared to be a delectable meal, a full human, a delicacy he had not savored since leaving the inferno filled with flames and smoke. This human is unarmed and evidently weary and panicked. His combat ability must be lacking. Capturing him and consuming the prime portions would be quite reasonable. Ultimately, greed compelled the lesser demon to abandon its post. It grasped the steel fork and, flapping its small wings, charged into the fog. The demon race possessed keen eyesight, allowing them to see farther in the mist than ordinary humans, a reason the lesser demon regarded it as a winning condition. However, this time, the lesser demon miscalculated. Barely entering the fog, it spotted the fleeing figure and grinned maliciously, quickening its pace. Suddenly, a row of steel spears appeared before the lesser demon. It emitted a short, shrill scream, its wings flapping frantically in an attempt to slow its forward momentum. Yet it was too late. The spear soldiers shouted in unison, taking a great stride forward, their spears thrusting forth with ferocity. The lesser demon's fork only managed to deflect one spear before it was lifted high, while the others plunged firmly into its body. The red glow in the demon's eyes dimmed, its body convulsed a few times, and it breathed its last. The spear soldiers withdrew their spears from the lifeless form of the lesser demon. Dark purple blood oozing forth, emitting a faint scent of sulfur. Li Wei retrieved his sword and approached the demon's corpse, scrutinizing the fiendish creature. After losing its life, the demon's dark red skin transformed into a grayish-white akin to stone. Resembling a broken puppet. Li Wei swung his sword down with force upon the corpse, feeling its remarkable resilience. Though his sword was not a renowned weapon, it had been meticulously crafted by the blacksmith of the Viscount's castle for knights. Superior in quality to the weapons of common militia and soldiers, capable of cleaving through wooden posts as thick as a wrist during training. Yet this time, despite exerting all his strength, the blade only penetrated halfway into the demon's arm before becoming lodged against bone. What extraordinary physical fortitude for a mere lesser demon, Li Wei couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, although this lesser demon's reflexes and strength were inferior to his own, its physical resilience was significantly greater. This indicated that the danger level displayed by his detection skill was indeed credible. His combat capability was truly on par with that of a lesser demon. The demon's steel fork lay abandoned nearby, and Li Wei picked it up, feeling its considerable weight. This seemingly crude weapon was at least twice as heavy as his sword. What caught Li Wei's attention further was the faint black glow flickering on the three prongs of the fork. This fork was, in fact, a blasphemous weapon. It could inflict various random negative effects such as decay, poisoning, and paralysis upon piercing a creature's skin. Before the invasion of the demon horde, such a fork could fetch a price exceeding 10 gold coins. How many of these lesser demons lurked within the Black River outpost, and would there be even more troublesome demons beyond them? This question would remain unanswered unless he ventured to witness it firsthand. What chilled Li Wei's heart further was the thought of how many demons could be found within the territory of Viscount Ryan. Would the humans here truly endure this trial? Li Wei crouched down and forcefully pried off the lesser demon's left horn. A tangible piece of evidence for having slain the creature. In the eyes of the apprentice squire, the Viscount's demand for 20 lesser demons in exchange for the inheritance of Sir Stutton carried significant weight. The cluster of buildings at the Black River outpost appeared as a vague silhouette through the mist, the dark stone structures resembling a gathering of monstrous fiends. Li Wei glanced at the 5 spear soldiers standing resolutely beside him, drawing strength from their presence. Finally, he made his decision and slowly led the spear squad toward the Black River outpost. Chapter 9. Annihilation of the Lesser Demons. Li Wei guided the spear squad through the dense underbrush, approaching the Black River outpost from another direction. The mist flowed like a grayish-white liquid, swirling around him as he moved. The ground was damp, concealing hidden roots and stones, making it easy to slip. Li Wei stumbled forward, the faint sound of metal clinking behind him as the spear soldiers struggled to maintain their footing. As they neared the Black River outpost, Li Wei felt his undergarments soaked through with cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Even more unsettling was the chilling aura emanating from the cluster of buildings, as if something terrifying lay in wait just ahead, triggering heightened instincts that warned him of danger. Li Wei gestured for the spear soldiers to halt, and without question, they obeyed. Silence enveloped them as he strained to listen for sounds emanating from the outpost, since the mist had shrouded Viscount Ryan's territory. Both flora and fauna had suffered devastating blows. The ever-present chirping of birds had transformed into tremulous gurgles, while the rustling of leaves in the breeze had been replaced by eerie, low chuckles. From within the Black River outpost, Li Wei's ears detected heavy, labored breathing, the clinking of metal, and what seemed to be the anguished cries of humans. These sounds were faint, yet Li Wei felt a chill creeping into his palms, as fear quietly clawed at his heart. Perhaps the Black River outpost is not the best choice. The thought of retreat flickered once more in the apprentice squire's mind, grasping the hilt of his short sword. The coarse texture of the grip steadied his nerves. This weapon, personally entrusted to him by Sir Stutton, imbued Li Wei with tremendous courage as he murmured the knightly creed that was ever etched in his heart. Eradicate darkness. Show mercy to the weak, and fear nothing. Li Wei rose from the ground and strode purposefully towards the side entrance of the Black River outpost's wall. The side door was firmly shut, and as Li Wei pushed against it with considerable force, the solid wooden barrier emitted faint cracking sounds as if it were succumbing to some corrosive force, eventually leaning inward. A chilling gust of air wafted from the entrance, causing Li Wei to shiver involuntarily. Though the sunlight was obscured by thick fog, it still managed to illuminate the interior of the wall, revealing that what appeared to be an intact structure from the outside was, in fact, marred by dark red stains and numerous gashes from blades and axes. Scattered across the ground were several broken longswords. Judging by the insignia, which had succumbed to corrosion, they likely belonged to the guards of the Black River outpost. Now reduced to mere remnants. As a sentinel on the northern frontier, the outpost, although manned by a small garrison, housed elite soldiers forged in battles against barbaric tribes and beasts, relying on the defensive walls and arrow towers. They were capable of repelling foes numbering 3 times their own. The mere fact that these elite warriors had been encircled and eliminated within the outpost, without even a whisper of news escaping, spoke volumes of the demon army's overwhelming numbers. Li Wei gazed at the largest building within the outpost, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. This structure was intended as a gathering place for the station's soldiers, constructed from a mix of stone and mortar, standing resolute even amidst the demon onslaught. Only 2 ironclad doors lay shattered beside it, revealing a charred breach in the center. This was the unmistakable mark of the demon army's unique spell, corrosive fireballs. This corroborated the notion that, at the very least during the siege of the outpost, the demon army had deployed a greater demon as their leader. Suddenly, Li Wei unsheathed his short sword, its gleaming edge slicing through not only the darkness ahead but also the flicker of uncertainty within his heart. Pike squad, follow me into this building and exterminate the demons. As you command, my lord. The response of the pikemen was a unified chorus, their deep voices imbued with a palpable thirst for blood. The the gathering hall was shrouded in darkness. With the torches that once illuminated the walls now reduced to cold embers, devoid of warmth and reassurance. Since awakening his detection skill, ordinary darkness posed no obstacle to Li Wei, and the Pike squad seemed to share his vision. Moving forward without a hint of hesitation, an acrid stench of sulfur hung in the air, and a thin layer of dust coated the floor, upon which Li Wei left a distinct footprint. Other tracks, chaotic and disordered, marred the dust as well. Aside from the narrow prints typical of lesser demons, there were sporadic larger footprints, resembling those of a being far larger than an average human. Complete with only 4 toes. Li Wei's scant knowledge of demons was gleaned from the sporadic teachings of Sir Stun, a learned knight who had not anticipated the swiftness of the demon invasion, thus imparting knowledge in a gradual manner. The intricacies of discerning the species of demon from mere footprints were beyond Li Wei's current understanding. He could only make a rough estimation based on their size. If this creature's footprints were proportionate to those of a human, it could very well belong to a towering monstrosity nearing 2.5 meters in height. The peculiar linear markings trailing behind suggested that this being also possessed a lengthy tail. In his mind's eye, Li Wei envisioned a terrifying humanoid creature, entirely crimson, sporting horns akin to those of a bison and a thick tail, belching flames from its toothy maw, which reeked of sulfur. It must be a greater demon. The image of such a horrifying creature was absent from Li Wei's memory. Hence, the clarity with which it appeared must have originated from the memories of that otherworldly traveler. Strangely, while he was shocked by this grotesque visage, he also sensed an inexplicable notion that this immense demon was not as formidable as it appeared, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. The hall of the gathering place served as a dining and meeting area for the station's soldiers. Heavy wooden tables were littered with wooden plates and cutlery, while some chairs lay overturned, splattered with a few droplets of purplish red stains. Upon closer inspection, the marks of blade wounds were evident, indicating that a fierce struggle had transpired here. Li Wei could not ascertain the casualties on either side, as all bodies had vanished. The lesser demon tracks split into 2, leading towards the left and right corridors of the hall. After some contemplation, Li Wei chose the left corridor, reasoning that if the lesser demons had truly scattered, this encounter would be considerably simpler. The soldiers' quarters, devoid of any ornate decoration, were constructed from stone, revealing only sporadic bloodstains and a few scattered pale bones. Li Wei furrowed his brow, a wave of nausea washing over him. The bones bore unmistakable marks of sharp teeth gnawing upon them. Whether it was anger or fear, Li Wei felt his mind clouding, a surge of warmth dispelling the increasingly oppressive cold around him. His hand trembled around the hilt of his short sword, its blade yearning to partake in the demon's blood. His movements became less cautious, and the echo of his footsteps reverberated through the empty corridor. A potent demonic aura emanated from the door at the end of the corridor, where the sharp laughter of lesser demons and their guttural roars in the demon tongue could be distinctly heard. As Li Wei's fingers brushed against the door, a cold, detached voice from the alchemical consciousness of the castle echoed in his ear. "My lord, demon forces detected, intensity average. Shall we initiate a surprise attack?" "I command it." "Launch the assault." Li Wei replied without hesitation. The pikemen behind him erupted in a unified battle cry before lunging towards the door. The internal doors of the outpost were not designed for defense, and the fragile wooden barrier shattered under the charge of the pikemen, revealing the terrified faces of over a dozen lesser demons caught off guard as they dined, unaware that their sanctuary was no longer safe. In the first wave of thrusts, the sharp pikes pierced the bodies of the 3 closest lesser demons, while the one in the center, overwhelmed by the concentrated assault of 3 pikes, fell lifelessly to the ground with 3 bloody holes in its chest and neck. Without a sound, the other 2, though also impaled, were still clinging to their tenacious lives, shrieking as they lunged forward. While the pikemen excelled in mid-range combat, their nearly 3-meter-long pikes rendered them ill-suited for close quarters. Once the lesser demons closed the distance, the pikemen's combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. Li Wei, recognizing this, unsheathed his short sword and broke free from the formation of the pikemen to confront the 2 lesser demons head-on. With swift flashes of his blade, the already wounded lesser demons clutched their necks, collapsing in a struggle upon the ground. Although Li Wei could not sever their heads, his short sword had sufficiently sliced through their windpipes, a wound lethal enough for creatures of the infernal realm. More lesser demons, realizing the threat, abandoned their meals, some hurling malicious curses as they charged, while others retreated towards the back of the room, presumably to retrieve steel forks as weapons. Should they all converge at once, the 5 pikemen would be unable to withstand the onslaught of over a dozen lesser demons, and Li Wei would find himself in a precarious battle. However, the demons' choices led to their own undoing. Those charging forward were forced to retreat, impaled by a barrage of pikes that left several of their comrades lifeless on the ground. Eventually, the demons wielding steel forks returned. Joining their ranks. To Li Wei's bemusement, the lesser demons brandished their cursed forks, their lethality undoubtedly enhanced. Yet, with the forks measuring only 1.5 meters, they proved utterly ineffective against the 3-meter pikes. Inadvertently slowing the demons' advance, the once gleaming tips of the pikes gradually stained a deep purple as the stench of sulfurous blood from the fallen demons permeated the room. The cacophony of demonic voices dwindled, ultimately giving way to silence, save for the sound of Li Wei's heavy breathing echoing through the chamber. Chapter 10. Blood Battle with the Demon Overseer. The room, evidently serving as a collective dormitory for the soldiers, marked the end of the left corridor. Perhaps subjected to meticulous plundering by the demon army, Li Wei found nothing of value within. The soldiers' beds lay in disarray, shredded by sharp blades, while all cabinets and boxes had been violently breached, their contents either destroyed or vanished. Li Wei straightened his posture, shaking his head in mild disappointment as he scrutinized his sword. His blade was no legendary weapon, after dispatching several lesser demons. Its edge now bore numerous chips the size of soybeans, likely beyond simple sharpening. What surprised Li Wei was that the pikemen's finely crafted pikes emerged from the bloody fray without a single blemish, merely requiring a wipe to regain their pristine luster. The warriors recruited from the heart of the castle exhibit an unwavering resolve. Despite bearing a few minor wounds from the recent battle, their stances remained steadfast and unyielding. Pike Squad, are you capable of continuing the fight? Levi inquired, his concern that these warriors might be fatigued and reluctant to engage in another battle evident in his tone. The Pike soldiers, however, dispelled his worries with a resounding and vigorous affirmation. My lord, please command us. We are ready to engage at any moment. In that case, let us proceed. Levi steadied his racing heart and led the Pike Squad back along their previous path, choosing the corridor to the right in the Hall of Assembly. After only a few steps, the unmistakable footprints of the greater demon appeared repeatedly on the ground, prompting Levi to heighten his vigilance. The grip on his sword tightened, his palm dampening with perspiration, making it uncomfortably cold and slick. As they ventured deeper, the acrid scent of sulfur intensified, eventually making it feel as though breathing had become a laborious task. The Pike soldiers behind him maintained their resolute strides, though their labored breaths were distinctly audible. The footprints of the lesser demons were fewer than those in the left corridor, and after confirming this, Levi mentally calculated approximately half the number of those in the left corridor. This suggests there are at most 7 or 8 lesser demons, along with one greater demon of unknown strength. This force is not excessively formidable. With some luck, we might navigate this as smoothly as before. At the end of the right corridor, as in the left, stood a tightly shut door. The sulfurous odor here had reached an overwhelming intensity, irritating the eyes and nose, and making breathing difficult, with tears occasionally escaping. After a moment of contemplation, Levi hesitated, uncertain if his current strength was sufficient to challenge the greater demon. However, perhaps he lingered too long in thought, or perhaps the greater demon within sensed the presence of humanity. Before Levi could finalize his decision, a furious roar erupted from the room, and the door was suddenly thrust open by a crimson claw, revealing a towering figure he had never encountered before. This formidable demon boasted a pair of long, fiery horns resembling sharp daggers protruding from its head, its robust body nearly 3 meters tall, its head almost grazing the ceiling when upright. Its powerful muscles were covered in a layer of scarlet scales. Its mouth, which could easily accommodate an adult's head, was lined with sharp, barbed teeth, only lacking the ability to spew forth flames, perfectly aligning with Levi's mental image of a demon. Aha! What do we have here? A group of humans, sweet and delectable humans. Commander, it seems we shall have a feast tonight. The gravelly voice of the greater demon echoed from behind, as a rather peculiar lesser demon head peered out, evidently smaller than its kin, with skin appearing even redder. While these traits might have been easily overlooked, the faint sheen on the lesser demon's curved horns, occasionally emitting small, twisted runes, were unmistakable characteristics. Among the demonology knowledge imparted to Levi by Sir Stutton, there were indeed references to such a unique lesser demon, dubbed the Spell Thief. This type of lesser demon is a high-priority asset within demon armies. Although their offensive and defensive capabilities may be slightly weaker than those of typical lesser demons, they possess a distinctive talent that allows them to siphon supernatural powers from hostile spellcasters and transfer them to their own allies. This insidious talent renders armies with spell thieves formidable foes to mages. When numerous, they can hinder even mid-tier mages from casting complete spells, and a mage stripped of their magical abilities is no stronger than a mere peasant. Clearly, Levi bore no resemblance to a mage, and the Pike soldiers surrounding him were purely warriors. Unaffected by the spell thief's peculiar skill, the spell thief seemed to recognize this, retreating slightly as other lesser demons rushed in to fill the void left behind. Kill. Die feast. The greater demon, referred to as the commander, roared in a garbled voice, its crimson eyes fixated on Levi, radiating a hunger more akin to a ravenous appetite than a sinister malice. Anyone, under the gaze of such a ferocious demon, would find little joy, and Levi was no exception. Pike squad charge. Levi commanded, and the Pike soldiers responded with a unified battle cry, charging towards the horned behemoth, their gleaming pikes aimed forward, though merely 5 in number. They conveyed an impression akin to a forest of pikes bearing down. The corridor, designed for human stature, felt rather constricted for the hulking greater demon. With no avenue for escape, the greater demon roared and swung its arms, forcefully batting aside the first 2 pikes, yet the remaining 3 found their mark. The demon's muscles were incredibly resilient, covered by a tough layer of scales. One pike, struck at an awkward angle, merely grazed the scales, leaving a shallow mark before retreating ineffectively. The other 2 pikes, angled correctly, plunged beneath the demon's ribs, their finely forged tips laboriously piercing through the demon's skin but only embedding themselves less than 3 centimeters deep. As if caught, that a pained shriek erupted from the greater demon's maw, and Levi's expression shifted abruptly as he shouted, "Fall back! Be cautious!" His warning came too late. The 2 victorious Pike soldiers, just as they attempted to withdraw, found their pike shafts seized by the greater demon's powerful hands. The soldiers struggled to reclaim their weapons, their muscles taut with effort. Under normal circumstances, 2 Pike soldiers would easily overpower any adversary. Yet the greater demon possessed over 300 pounds of solid muscle and bone, a force beyond that of an ordinary human. The soldiers felt as though their weapons had been welded to the demon's grasp. Immovable no matter how they strained, their faces betraying their alarm, the remaining 3 Pike soldiers hastened to provide support, and under Levi's direction, their pikes lunged toward the greater demon's vulnerable abdomen. The greater demon let out a sinister laugh, forcefully swinging its arms, sending the 2 struggling soldiers sprawling and inadvertently blocking the path of their 3 comrades. The greater demon then relinquished one pike, gripping the other and thrusting it upwards, sending one Pike soldier tumbling through the air, his head colliding violently with the corridor ceiling. The sound of bones fracturing echoed painfully, and Levi felt a sharp pang in his chest, accompanied by the cold, dispassionate voice of the alchemical consciousness. "My lord, one of your Pike soldiers has perished. Please exercise caution in battle." Caution? How could he be cautious? Levi's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the Pike soldier, whose neck lay at a grotesque angle. His mind went blank. Never in his dreams or during his time as an apprentice squire had he witnessed a living human perish at such close range. Moreover, this soldier had recently been his loyal subordinate, now reduced to a silent corpse, an overwhelming shock for Levi. In the chaos of battle, such moments of daze signal death. Had it not been for the 4 fearless Pike soldiers remaining at his side, he would have likely been torn to shreds by the greater demon. Moments later, the scream jolted Levi from his stupor. A Pike soldier, desperate to save his lord, drove his pike into the demon's shoulder, only to be seized by the demon's grasp and hurled violently to the ground, followed by a heavy foot descending upon him. Blood erupted from the soldier's mouth like a fountain, with several droplets splattering onto Levi's face, igniting a crimson fury within his eyes, rage surging from his chest until it scorched away the last remnants of his cowardice. "Release him." In a frenzy, Levi charged at the greater demon, who responded with a cruel smile, arms wide open, ready to seize the seemingly inexperienced young human and tear him apart once he drew near. What the demon received was a fireball hurtling toward it. Boom! The explosive flames engulfed the demon's upper body. Had it not been for the demon's considerable fire resistance, it would have surely been obliterated. Despite the fireball's diminished impact due to the demon's innate resistance, the greater demon still suffered significant damage. Its sturdy scales charred and peeling away, and the pair of sharp horns atop its head shattered. Witnessing this, the spell thief let out a shriek, clutching its head as it retreated into the room. The lesser demons behind the greater demon also bore the brunt of the blast, while most only experienced the residual force of the explosion. They were no match for the greater demon in terms of vitality or fire resistance. A total of 6 little demons were present, of which 2 fell in battle, while the remaining 4 sustained varying degrees of injury. The injured major demon erupted into a frenzied roar, prompting the 4 little demons behind him to exchange hesitant glances before brandishing their pitchforks and charging forward. 3 uninjured spearmen bravely advanced, first skewering the 4 little demons on their spear tips and tossing them aside. They then pursued the major demon, who was attempting to retreat into the chamber. With a coordinated thrust, the spears pierced the major demon, whose once impenetrable scales offered no protection against the onslaught. The demon's arms, which had faced the fireballs, were severely scorched, and after a few feeble attempts to defend itself, one spear plunged deeply into its chest. The chest of a hellish creature is indeed a vital target. The major demon let out a muffled groan, its wildly thrashing hands stilled for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, two more spears struck, one piercing its thick neck and protruding from the back, while the other thrust straight into its eye socket. With a final roar, the demon's blood-red eyes dimmed, and its massive form staggered back a few steps before crashing to the ground. Chapter 11. The joy of victory and spoils. As the major demon collapsed with a thunderous crash, the remaining little demons emitted piercing shrieks of terror and fled back into the room. Levi bravely pursued them, his sword gleaming with a flash of light as he cleaved one little demon in half from behind. The three spearmen followed suit, raising their spears against the now demoralized little demons and thrusting fiercely. After several sharp cries, all the little demons fell silent. Only then did Levi feel a wave of exhaustion wash over him, urging him to lie down on the ground for a much-needed rest. However, a small yellow light persisted in the room ahead. Upon touching it, the yellow light unfurled into a shimmering screen. Name: Little Demon, Mana Siphoner. Race: Infernal Demon. Life: 16. Danger level: Relatively weak. Special ability: Arcane Drain. When an enemy spellcaster casts a spell, siphon 2 points of mana and transfer it to an allied spellcaster. Relationship: this was indeed the variant Little Demon, the Mana Siphoner, which had remained hidden in the room, refraining from combat. Unlike ordinary little demons, this Siphoner possessed an additional special ability, and there was also a note regarding its relationship. Was there a distinction? Levi cautiously stepped forward, and the Siphoner clutched its head with its claws, trembling as it gazed at Levi and his gleaming sword. As Levi took another step closer, the Siphoner suddenly leaped forward, prostrating itself on the ground and fervently bowing its head. SSS, spare me, great hero. Scott is willing to submit to you and become your loyal servant. The Siphoner's use of the common tongue was far from fluent. Heavily accented with a demonic lilt and punctuated by a hissing sound reminiscent of a serpent. Nevertheless, Levi understood the little demon's intent and was taken aback. He regarded the bowing demon with incredulity. From the teachings of Night Stun and Tales from Wandering Bards, demons were creatures that existed in an irreconcilable state with humanity. Humans captured by demons were often devoured, and demons captured by humans rarely survived for long, while a mage's charm could temporarily control a demon's will. Once the spell expired, the demon would invariably choose to flee or die in battle. There had never been a record of demons surrendering to humans. If I were to take in this little demon, it would likely lead to great trouble, Levi pondered. Bringing the Siphoner back to the Viscount's castle would surely incite panic among the residents, leading either to his immediate expulsion from the town, this time permanently, or to him being slain by the Viscount's knights. As a fierce glint entered Levi's gaze, the voice of the old mage unexpectedly resonated. Little one, your fortune is quite remarkable. These infernal beings are largely of dull intellect. Instances of surrendering such a profound choice are rare. Accept its submission and bring it into the heart of the castle. Levi instinctively replied, Yes, Mr. Dish. The Siphoner, still prostrate, was suddenly enveloped in a radiant crimson light, which, in a flash, darted toward Levi's chest. He barely had time to utter a surprised exclamation before the red light struck him directly. When Levi regained his composure and touched his chest, he found that the light had inflicted no harm. Instead, it melded into the fortress within him, vanishing without a trace. What a splendid specimen, a variant little demon. The Mana Siphoner. I have long sought to acquire one of these for experimentation. The old mage's voice conveyed palpable excitement, tinged with a hint of madness. Levi shivered involuntarily, his mind conjuring a vivid image of the red-robed, pointed-hatted old Dish stirring a cauldron filled with little demons. Despite knowing he should harbor no sympathy for demons, Levi could not help but let out a soft sigh, silently mourning the fate of the little demon that had submitted to him. However, the moment the aged voice echoed once more, Levi cast aside thoughts of the pitiful little demon. Well done, young one. You have proven your courage and conviction. From this moment forth, I can acknowledge you as the true lord of the castle heart. Mr. Dish, was that a test you just administered? Levi asked, momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the answer. Indeed, I would not wish for my greatest creation to fall into the hands of a coward in such a case. It would be better for the castle heart to remain dormant. The old mage replied with certainty that a flicker of dread coursed through Levi. During the recent battle, thoughts of fleeing had crossed his mind. The sheer terror of the major demon had been all too real, and the death of the spearman had starkly illustrated the threat of mortality. Had he fled like a coward, the castle heart would have remained forever silent. Indeed, young one, the path to becoming strong is fraught with thorns. Any retreat will prevent you from ever ascending to your peak. This holds true for both knights and mages alike. The old mage chuckled meaningfully before clearing his throat. Now, young one, you may relish in the joy of victory and the bountiful spoils. When I initially forged the castle heart, I infused it with sacred rules. Simply put, for every demon creature you eliminate, energy is imbued into the castle heart. The energy collection has now reached approximately 90% of the threshold for the castle heart's first upgrade, with just a few more little demons dispatched. The initial resource buildings of the castle heart can be activated. At that point, every 24 hours, you will receive a supply of resources from the castle heart. Of course, the initial supplies will be quite basic, comprising food, iron weaponry, and rudimentary alchemical items. Oh, splendid! Levi could not suppress a small cheer. If there was anything currently troubling him, it was the issue of food. Since the calamity of magic descended, the fog-shrouded land had become nearly unworkable, with crops only able to grow under the limited midday sunlight, resulting in negligible yields. Even the food supplies within the Viscount's castle had plummeted, illustrating the dire straits of the scattered villages within the territory. With food, amidst the magical disaster, one would have everything. Young one, do not become overly excited. There is more good news to come. As the master of the castle heart, you have also gained some power upgrades from the recent battle against the demons. Your hero level and warrior level should have successfully increased. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound powers. The battles ahead will be far more arduous than this one. This was truly monumental news. Levi's hands trembled with excitement. He vaguely remembered the envious gazes of ordinary soldiers when he had advanced to level 2 as a warrior 6 months prior. In this world, a level 2 warrior was already the standard for elite soldiers or knight apprentices. Now, with his advancement to level 3, had Sir Stun still been around, he could have discarded the apprentice title and become a fully qualified knight squire. Excitedly spinning in circles, Levi then remembered to apply the detection skill to himself. The semi-transparent character panel reappeared before his eyes, and Levi sensed that the golden edges of the panel seemed slightly more vibrant, though upon closer inspection, it might merely have been an illusion. Name, Leeway. Occupation, Master of the Castle Heart. Level 1 Hero, Level 3 Warrior. Strategic attributes, Attack 1, Defense 1, Magic 1, Knowledge 1. Combat attributes, Strength 15, Agility 12, Constitution 14, Intelligence 10, Faith 10, Charisma 10. Current life, 36. Current mana, 10. Skill 1, Permanent Solidification Probe. Skill 2, Strategic Casting. Skill 3. Troop Manifestation. The elevation of Leeway's warrior rank has granted him a slight increase in strength. To put it in more tangible terms, before his upgrade, his strength was approximately 40 greater than that of an ordinary person, which is the standard level most warriors aspire to achieve. Now, he stands at about 50 stronger than the average individual. While his overall prowess cannot yet be deemed exceptional, he is certainly considered a remarkable warrior among the youth. Suppressing his excitement, Leeway cast his gaze upon the 4 spear-wielding soldiers under his command. In his memory, one of them had been severely injured by the onslaught of a great demon, yet now he stood as if nothing had happened. Had it not been for the damaged griffin emblem on his chest, Leeway would have struggled to identify him as the one who had once been wounded. Mr. Dish, just now, one of the spear soldiers sustained very serious injuries. You have a way to heal him. The young man's request elicited a somewhat surprised response from the old wizard. Oh, little one, did I not mention that these spear soldiers are alchemical beings and not mere humans? You actually think to treat them? Ah, yes, Mr. Dish. Leeway's face flushed slightly. I just feel that since they were injured for my sake, I should find a way to heal them. Ha ha. What an amusing little fellow. The old wizard's laughter carried a hint of fondness. Do not worry, alchemical beings differ from ordinary humans, although their bodies can sustain injuries and bleed. As long as they remain within the control range of the castle heart, they will gradually recover on their own. Regardless of how severe the wounds may be, a night's rest is sufficient for complete recovery. That is a relief. Thank you, Mr. Dish. Leeway sighed in relief, his earlier excitement gradually waning, fatigue washing over him once more. The demonic presence began to fade, the thick fog slowly dissipating, and the formidable walls of the Black River outpost loomed in the distance like a silent giant, imparting a sense of reassurance to Lee. At his feet lay a pile of small demon-sharp horns, numbering no fewer than 30, along with the grotesque head of a horned demon overseer. The achievement Leeway had attained this time would surely move even a proper knight. Perhaps, with this merit, he could return to the Viscount's castle and inherit Lord Stun's longsword and armor? Li Wei mused secretly, only to be interrupted by the old wizard's sardonic voice. Little one, you do not truly believe that Viscount Ryan will honor his promise, do you? Chapter 12. The short-sighted bandits. The old wizard's words struck Li Wei's spirit like a heavy hammer, causing the young squire's expression to stiffen. In that moment, a wave of emotion akin to hatred ignited within him, directed at Mr. Dish, the very man who had shattered his hopeful aspirations. Fortunately, this feeling lasted but an instant before dissipating entirely, replaced by a heavy weight upon the young man's shoulders, darkening his expression and extinguishing the thrill of victory over the demons. Mr. Dish, are you saying that everything I have accomplished here is in vain? Sensing the young man's inner turmoil, the old wizard's voice grew slightly somber. How could it be in vain, little one? Extend your hands and behold what you have achieved. A 15-year-old level 3 warrior. To become a lower-tier knight with a fief is already a commendable future in the eyes of most. However, for you, little one, it is a limitation. The benefit of possessing the castle heart far exceeds what you can imagine. Indeed, Mr. Dish, you are correct. The young man's spirits were easily rekindled, and without much persuasion, the old wizard had reignited the fire of determination within Li Wei. As night enveloped the Black River outpost, a bonfire was kindled, casting a warm, reddish glow that illuminated the surrounding walls, perhaps due to the demon's inherent night vision. They could easily conjure vast amounts of flame, yet seldom utilized it for daily life. The tables and chairs within the outpost remained in their original state, perfectly suited for use as fuel for the bonfire. A spear soldier stood silently in front of the outpost door, still as a statue. Were it not for the occasional glint of sharp light flashing from beneath his helmet, one might even mistake him for asleep. Mr. Dish, do these spear soldiers not require food or rest? By the lively bonfire, Li Wei had just settled his small horse and now leaned against a makeshift bed of straw and blankets, the earlier gloom of the day lifting, revealing a sense of relaxation and contentment in his demeanor. They do not require such things, the old wizard replied gently. Alchemical beings need no sustenance, require no rest, are unfailingly loyal, and will gradually recover from injuries. They are among the finest magical creations in this world. The only drawback is their high cost. Typically, without the castle heart, an alchemical being with combat capabilities equivalent to a spear soldier would cost around 1,500 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins. The poor Li Wei shot upright from his bed, astonished by such an unexpected an orphan born of the demon disaster. He had never even encountered a quantity of gold that approached 1,500 coins, even in Viscount Ryan's treasury. There likely would not be that many gleaming gold coins to be found. Li Wei, of course, was unaware of the actual wealth of Viscount Ryan, but his estimation was not far from the truth, as a lord of a viscountcy. Ryan indeed possessed few gold coins amounting to 1,500. The thought of the fallen spear soldier crossed Li Wei's mind. As this notion surfaced, he vigorously shook his head, striving to dismiss it. He feared that if he continued along this line of thought, he might succumb to heartbreak. That night, Li Wei struggled to shake off the vivid, glimmering fantasies that danced before him, eventually slipping into a deep, dreamless sleep. The bonfire crackled and popped, dispelling the damp chill, casting light and warmth into every corner of the outpost. From a distance, the Black River outpost, once shrouded in thick mist, now glimmered with an orange glow, resembling a guiding beacon in the profound night. The sensation of being shaken awake startled Li Wei, and upon opening his eyes, he found the surroundings still enveloped in darkness. The bonfire had been extinguished, leaving only smoldering embers that flickered with occasional flames. A spear soldier shook Li Wei once more, lowering his voice to say, "My lord, someone is approaching here. Their intentions unclear." "Is it demons approaching?" Li Wei repeated half a phrase, fully awakening and feeling grateful for the presence of these tireless, sleepless warriors. "It should not be. I do not detect the foul stench of sulfur that accompanies the demons." The spear soldier responded calmly. "It appears to be nearby vagrants, or perhaps bandits." Li Wei nodded, rising from his bed and grasping his sword. As he held the rough sword hilt in his palm, a wave of reassurance coursed through him. The young squire pondered briefly before quietly instructing the spear soldiers, "You should hide first. Do not scare them away." The soldiers nodded, blending into the darkness. It was unclear what means of communication they possessed, but within a minute, a profound silence enveloped the Black River outpost, leaving only Li Wei gripping his sword, standing beside his small horse, his eyes gleaming brightly in the dark. A group of ragged strangers crept into the outpost like phantoms, their movements cautious as they pressed against the shadows of the walls. Had Li Wei not been prepared, he might have found it difficult to spot them immediately. "Boss, someone's here." A hoarse voice called out, and although the sound was low, it echoed eerily in the stillness of the night, causing even the vigilant Wei to flinch. Nearly drawing his sword from its sheath. "What are you panicking for? Just a little brat." The leading figure, gaunt and haggard with a stubbly jaw, first scolded his subordinate before flashing Wei a disingenuous smile. "Little one. Are you all alone here? Have you lost your way in the fog?" "I have not lost my way. My guards are nearby," Wei replied deliberately with a quavering voice, feigning a lack of confidence. The vagrants assessed him with eyes both greedy and sinister, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. "Your guards? How presumptuous. It seems we have a young master among us, yet I see no sign of them around. Would you like us to protect you? We are far more reliable than your negligent guards." The voice of the towering leader was laced with a sinister undertone. "We only require a modest reward." "Such as your sword and leather armor," the raspy voice interjected again, "and that horse as well." This time, it was a female voice, yet the individuals surrounding her appeared utterly oblivious to which among them was the woman. All bearing the gaunt and weathered visage of hardship, their garments tattered and filthy, a patchwork of rags upon rags. "Are you bandits?" In the domain of Baron Lyon, captured bandits faced the gallows. Levi's tone turned frigid, his thumb pressing against the hilt of his sword, silently drawing forth a fraction of its length. "Ha ha ha. Bandits, you say? Indeed, that is what we are." The burly leader erupted into laughter, joined by the rest of the vagabonds in a cacophony of grotesque mirth. Until a fearful voice broke through. "Boss, heed the bonfire. It stands tall and straight, a hallmark of a regular army's encampment." The man who spoke was as tall and thin as his companions, donning a rusted iron helmet. Wielding a straight staff with a sharpened stone affixed to its end like a spearhead, the Levi's gaze lingered on this man briefly, rage igniting within his chest. "Deserter." The youth's sharp voice caused the man to flinch. Struggling to reply, "I am not a deserter. It was the noble commander who fled first. Our ranks were shattered by the demon horde." "Warren, silence." The burly leader interrupted the man's feeble defense, then cast a menacing glare at Levi. "Young master, you are correct. We are indeed bandits, ruthless and merciless. Now, relinquish your sword, followed by your leather armor and little horse. We shall be grateful for your generosity and allow you to depart." Levi pressed his lips tightly together and fully unsheathed his sword. Forged in the Baron's castle blacksmith shop, the weapon was not exceptional in quality, yet it had been meticulously maintained, and the expertly honed blade shimmered with a cold glint. The burly leader's gaze ignited with fervor, greed almost palpable within his eyes. "A fine piece indeed. But, young master, do you truly believe you can contend with us using this sword alone? There are 6 of us. Only 5 now," Levi retorted coldly. Just as a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, the darkness was deep, and silence enveloped the area, the scream echoing far and wide, sending chills down the spine of every listener. "Old Peter, what are you screaming for? Do you dare to challenge me?" The burly leader trembled in fright, yet quickly regained composure, shouting fiercely towards the back of the group. The man referred to as Old Peter offered no response. Only the sound of croaking akin to that of a toad echoed in the inky blackness. The burly leader spat in irritation, ready to unleash further curses, when suddenly his expression shifted. Generally, those of considerable size lack sharp wits. Yet a leader is not one who can be chosen at random. The burly leader swiftly realized something crucial. This was the Black River outpost, a place once occupied by the demon horde. Not even frogs, let alone mosquitoes, dared to tread here, for it was a desolate land. 2 figures at the rear of the group trembled as they took tentative steps back, their faces etched with sheer terror. One pointed into the darkness, voice quaking. Boss, it's bad. Old Peter has already." A ragged figure emerged from the shadows. It was Old Peter, yet he could no longer answer the burly leader's inquiries. A sharp spear was embedded deeply in his back, piercing through to reveal its gleaming tip at his chest. That a fully armed soldier held the spear steady, and though Old Peter was gaunt, weighing nearly 100 pounds, the soldier's wrist showed no sign of faltering. As if forged from iron, more steel-tipped spears appeared, and at Levi's side stood 2 similarly equipped soldiers, one of whom, carrying Old Peter's lifeless body, was joined by a companion. Now it is 5 against 5. Quite fair. Observing the expressions of growing panic on the faces of the bandits, Levi frowned with disdain, raising his sword high and delivering a brilliant arc downward. Kill. Chapter 13, Levi's Choice. 5 against 5. A ragtag band of vagabonds facing an elite force that even regular troops could not rival. The battle was nearly concluded the moment it commenced, though the burly leader appeared fierce. He was no match for even a minor demon, charging recklessly at Levi, hoping to overwhelm the seemingly youthful boy with sheer ferocity. Having recently slain a formidable demon, Levi felt no fear of this blustering fool. Before the burly leader could raise his axe to strike, a flash of steel revealed Levi's sword buried deep into his face. A repulsive sound echoed as blood splattered. The burly leader howled, clutching his face with both hands, collapsing to the ground in agony. Simultaneously, two more vagabonds fell, their bodies pierced by spears. Only the deserter remained agile, wielding his crude spear with the ferocity of a venomous snake. Parrying the rapid thrust of the soldiers, the woman among the vagabonds was fortunate. Under Levi's implicit command, the soldier she faced showed mercy, the spear trembling in the air as the sounds of her wrist and knee cracking resonated painfully, causing her to crumple to the ground. Now, only the deserter stood against them. Perhaps driven to desperation, his defenses became frenzied, successfully fending off another thrust. Yet this was the limit of his makeshift spear, with a sharp crack. The wooden shaft splintered under the force of the collision. Wait, Levi spoke suddenly, and the soldier thrusting forward swiftly adjusted, the spearhead grazing the deserter's shoulder, drawing a line of blood before halting in midair. Gasping for breath, the deserter did not dare to wipe the sweat trickling down his forehead, meeting Levi's icy gaze. "My lord, noble knight, please spare us. We pledge our loyalty to you." The desperate plea rang out, and Levi turned to find the woman he thought defeated struggling to rise. "Loyalty? What use have I for a deserter and a bandit?" Levi's voice remained devoid of warmth, yet the woman clutched at a glimmering silver badge from her bosom, saying, "Noble knight, we are not deserters. We are adventurers." Levi's gaze flickered. Whether the silver trinket truly represented adventurer status was unknown to him, yet he was unwilling to betray his uncertainty. Nodding, he replied, "Do not call me noble knight. I have yet to earn that title. If you are not deserters, then you shall not face death. Come inside. I have questions for you." The woman exhaled a long sigh, disregarding the pain in her wrist and knee as she limped alongside the deserter. "Warren, toward the room in the Black River outpost. My lord, both Warren and I hail from the same adventurer team. When the demon disaster began, we were summoned by Sir Lucia to join the army against the demon horde. After a drink of water in the room, the woman began to stabilize her emotions, allowing Warren to bandage her wounds as she recounted her tale in a subdued tone. "Initially, Sir Lucia did not inform us of the enemies we would face, so we were unprepared. When the enemy finally appeared, it was a band of goblins and half-orcs, not many in number. We charged forward, and the enemy fled, leaving debris strewn across the ground. Sir Lucia was a knight of considerable prowess, leading the cavalry at the forefront." The woman paused here, shivering violently, her teeth chattering as the horrific memories seemed to haunt her very soul. "Allow me to continue," Warren said with a bitter smile. "The demon's regular army emerged, and the first wave of fireball spells shattered Sir Lucia's cavalry, leaving him wounded. But it seemed the psychological scars he bore were far more grievous than the physical ones." Turning his horse around, Sir Lucia fled the battlefield, taking with him the remaining cavalry. What followed was a complete massacre. Martha and our adventurer team were relatively strong, with a captain who had reached level 5, though he had yet to comprehend the seed of fighting spirit to become a true knight. We held out the longest against the demon onslaught, yet ultimately, we too crumbled. The captain was torn to shreds by a towering horn demon, and Martha and I only escaped thanks to the desperate protection of our teammates. Wallen's account is not particularly detailed, yet Li Wei is already able to glean the brutal scene from his words. The strategy employed by the demon army mirrors that of the battle beneath the Baroness castle, utilizing expendable forces to divert attention, followed by a charge from the regular troops amidst a barrage of magical bombardments, swiftly securing victory. Humanity has faltered once more in the same location, differing only in that beneath the Baroness castle, the knights did not flee in disarray but rather chose to launch a desperate assault against the demon army, whereas in the battle that Wallen participated in, Sir Lucia, the knight commander, fled prematurely, entirely neglecting his responsibilities as a knight. The outcome is abundantly clear. The Baroness castle stands resolutely, while Sir Lucia and his forces have been reduced to ashes. A peculiar gleam flickers in Li Wei's eyes as a yellow aura manifests around Wallen and Marcia. The former displays a moderate level of danger, while the latter shows a weaker one, aligning perfectly with their claims of being a level 3 ranger and a level 2 thief, respectively. Considering the average strength of adventurers, this is commendable capability, at least in this regard. Neither of them has uttered falsehoods. "Very well, I shall tentatively believe your words." Li Wei nods. "Now, how did you come to be reduced to banditry?" Wallen's cheeks quiver slightly. "We had no choice. There are scarcely any villages left standing in the territory. Most have been overrun by the demon army, plundered, and laid to waste. The survivors have congregated, forming a sizable refugee camp, barely fending off minor incursions from demons. However, a new dilemma has arisen. Many who escaped brought little sustenance. Enveloped in thick fog, wildlife has vanished, and plant life has undergone severe mutations, rendering many edible plants toxic. Most can only huddle in the camp, awaiting death, while those of us with some strength choose to venture out as bandits, robbing unfortunate souls of whatever may fill our bellies. Wallen's voice grows increasingly subdued, his scarred face betraying a look of shame, his hands clasped tightly together, the veins on the backs of his hands standing out starkly. The thief Marcia comforts him by wrapping her arms around his shoulder, casting a pleading gaze towards Li Wei as she implores, "Sir Knight, this is our experience. Please forgive us." Li Wei ponders for a moment. These two former adventurers do not seem to bear grave sins. When disaster struck, they too fought valiantly, and the blame for their failure should not rest upon their shoulders but rather upon the foolish and cowardly nobles. On the other hand, while the Black River outpost boasts sturdy walls and buildings, it is hardly a safe haven amid the devastation wrought by the demon scourge. Situated near the border of the territory, the tumultuous Black River winds nearby, with scant human presence. This proximity is why, once the calamity struck, it was swiftly breached. The need to leave this place promptly is evident to Li Wei. The robustness of the Black River outpost had momentarily led him to believe he could withstand the siege. As the issue of provisions could be managed, the heart of the castle could supply limited resources daily. This limited supply, relatively speaking, would suffice not just for Li Wei alone but for dozens. The crux of the matter lies in the strength of the demon army. Although Li Wei has cleared the demonic forces stationed at the outpost, this location is evidently of strategic military importance. Should new demons come to investigate, their presence would spell disaster. With the strength of Li Wei and his pike squad, they could contend with a dozen lesser demons. But the appearance of even two greater demons would undoubtedly lead to grim consequences. Li Wei does not wish for his secrets to be uncovered, and traveling with two former adventurers would inevitably invite complications. Conversely, allowing them to leave unscathed seems equally troublesome. These vagabonds are likely in league with nearby bandit groups, possibly even part of one. Li Wei is unwilling to extend his goodwill only to find himself ambushed from behind. Perhaps eradicating the threat entirely is the best course of action. After all, they have committed the crime of robbery. This thought crosses his mind. A killing intent flickers in the eyes of the apprentice squire as he gazes at the two former adventurers. Marcia, the thief, keenly senses this shift, gasping in alarm. She kneels on the ground, enduring the pain. "Sir Knight, do not kill us. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." This marks the second time Marcia has uttered such words, leaving Li Wei in a state of hesitation. To be fair, he does not wish to acquire followers with a history of robbery, yet compared to executing two who have not sinned gravely, perhaps this is the better choice. The murderous intent in the youth's eyes gradually dissipates as he regards the two with a sense of relief and solemnly declares, "So be it. You may accompany me for now. If time proves your words to be true, I shall formally accept your allegiance." Chapter 14. Arrival at the refugee camp at midday. The thick fog enveloping the territory of Baron Lyon seems to wane slightly. Unable to fully obstruct the sun's rays, sunlight, a rare occurrence during the day, pierces through the canopy, casting bizarre shadows within the dense woods. The humid air clings to the bare trunks, and though the trees appear somewhat wilted from lack of sunlight, the moss upon their bark flourishes abundantly. A large bobcat treads lightly, gliding through the forest like a silent specter, its abdomen hollow, the outlines of its ribs visible through its fur. The bobcat twitches its keen ears, desperately seeking something to satiate its hunger. In the distance, the faint sound of hooves can be discerned, accompanied by the murmur of conversation, growing closer, along with the sound of hurried footsteps. It seems there are quite a few. The bobcat's emerald eyes narrow. As a predator of the woodland, it has survived 12 summers and knows that if it wishes to see another, it must quickly locate sustenance. The difficulty of ambushing human prey varies greatly. A lost female or juvenile may provide a delectable feast, while a male wielding a biting weapon could pose a formidable challenge. After a moment's reflection, the bobcat silently ascends to the treetops, concealing itself amid the fog and foliage. My Lord Li Wei. Approximately 10 minutes further in that direction lies a rather sizable refugee camp. A middle-aged man's voice calls from the serpentine path ahead. The fog stirs with the breeze, revealing several figures approaching. The foremost individual is tall and thin, empty-handed, and clad in tattered garb, resembling a mere vagabond. Behind him, a young man leads a small horse, donned in worn leather armor, a long sword at his side, as they converse. Their attention largely diverted from their surroundings that a woman is draped across the small horse's back, her wrist and knee bound in cloth and secured with branches, clearly injured and struggling to move. The bobcat's green gaze narrows, a glint of predatory intent flickering within. What a fine quarry! The ravenous beast muses, its body tensing as it prepares to leap from its perch, just as it is poised to pounce. Several heavily armed hulking men come into view. Under the protection of 4 pike-wielding soldiers, Lyon converses with Wallen as he strides past the tree where the bobcat hides. Throughout this encounter, the hungry creature stifles its breath, instinctively aware that these individuals are not prey it can hope to capture. Lyon, of course, remains oblivious to this minor interlude within the forest, even if he were to notice. It would hardly matter. The beast, should it remain perched in the tree, would be safe, but should it leap down, it would stand no chance against the coordinated strike of 4 vigilant pikemen. The young man's thoughts are entirely focused on the impending human gathering. Indeed, humanity is a social species. After being expelled from the Baroness castle, had it not been for the presence of the old wizard Mr. Dish accompanying him along the way, Lyon might have succumbed to loneliness and fear, ultimately becoming a bandit like Wallen and Marcia. Despair and cruelty often breed similar behaviors as they advance. The trees become sparser, and the fog thins considerably. Lyon glances at the path widening beneath his feet, a subtle anxiety creeping into his heart. Wallen, how far is the refugee camp? My lord Lyon, it is just ahead. You should be able to see it from here, the leading middle-aged man replies. Turning to gesture forward, Lyon follows the direction indicated, and through the fog, a hazy outline of structures begins to emerge. These buildings are hastily constructed of mud and straw, rudimentary in nature, with only a few of the largest appearing somewhat sturdy. Built from timber felled in the nearby woods, wisps of smoke curl from the chimneys, mingling with the fog, rendering the scene indistinct. Unlike typical villages, though this gathering structures are simple, the outer wooden walls are remarkably robust. Constructed from thick logs with sharpened tips, resembling a veritable thicket of spears pointing skyward. The massive door set into the wooden wall appeared exceedingly heavy, fastened securely by no less than 5 thick ropes. To pry it open would likely require the combined strength of 5 or 6 of the strongest men. So this is a refugee camp. I had no idea it was so vast, mused one. Indeed. Although the demons have ravaged many villages, a considerable number of people have managed to survive tenaciously within the territory. Among them are deserters from battle and survivors from the destroyed villages, who have congregated to form this refugee camp. After traversing such a long distance, Warren was slightly out of breath. His performance, under normal circumstances, would not have been so lacking, but the prolonged state of semi-starvation had evidently taken a toll on his stamina. Levi halted in his tracks as the voice of the old mage resonated once more in his ear. Young one, after such a long journey, I would recommend that you take a moment to rest. The pikemen are tireless alchemical beings, but you and your 2 new companions are not. But Mr. Dish, shouldn't we rest only after we reach the refugee camp? Levi inquired, puzzled. Have you considered what sort of reception you might receive from the people within the camp upon your arrival? They should be quite pleased to see us. Right? After all, every ounce of strength is invaluable in the face of a magical catastrophe. Levi's voice rang out with conviction, prompting a soft sigh from the old mage. Young one, it seems your understanding of human nature requires further depth. The old mage's voice carried a hint of implication. And shortly thereafter, Levi felt a warmth wash over him as 2 sets of wondrous magical runes flowed through his mind, deeply inscribing themselves alongside the runes for the fireball spell in his memory. These are the spells for healing and protective arrows. The former can restore 10 points of life to a creature, while also possessing some detoxification and disease-cleansing effects. The latter can create a circular area around you that lasts for 10 minutes, within which allies are shielded from the strikes of ordinary arrows. The old mage's voice sounded somewhat weary. Young one, I bestow these 2 spells upon you as a final free gift. I must now bid you farewell for a time. I shall enter a deep slumber until I can once again ascend within the heart of the castle. Mr. Dish, have I done something wrong to upset you? Levi couldn't help but ponder internally. To him, the old mage was like a sturdy pillar of psychological support, and the sudden announcement of a temporary farewell filled the apprentice squire with trepidation. No, it is not as you imagine, the old mage replied gently. The current heart of the castle is not yet sufficient to sustain my soul. so I must slumber for a while to conserve my alchemical energy. Young one, you possess the heart of a true knight. I trust that you shall not stray from the path ahead. Yes, Mr. Dish, rest assured, I shall strive to elevate the heart of the castle to the next stage as swiftly as possible. And then I shall once more seek your guidance. Levi fervently assured in his heart, his face reflecting a solemn expression. I look forward to our reunion. Perhaps then you shall witness the true essence of who I am. The old mage's voice faded to a whisper, gradually dissipating. Levi opened his eyes to find Warren gazing at him with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Two of the pikemen remained by his side, while the other two positioned themselves several meters ahead and behind the group, their vigilant gazes not only observing the surroundings, but also including the newly joined ranger and rogue in their watchful scrutiny. Noticing the ranger's somewhat awkward demeanor, Levi decided to offer him a measure of compensation, prompting him to inquire, Warren, how is your companion Marcia faring with her injuries? The question left the ranger slightly bewildered, and he cautiously replied, Lord Levi, Marcia's condition remains unchanged. Though I have bandaged her fractured limb and applied the herbs I found in the jungle, it will likely take her another 10 days to move about even with difficulty. 10 more days. That simply won't do. We may soon encounter trouble. Levi's words caused Warren's expression to change dramatically. Just as he was about to plead, he witnessed a pearly orb of light suddenly manifest in Levi's hand. Radiating a warm and sacred glow. As Warren basked in the light emitted by the orb, much of his weariness dissipated, and his expression shifted to one of profound reverence as he looked at Levi. As a seasoned adventurer, Warren was acutely aware of what this orb signified. In his eyes, Levi might have merely seemed like a noble youth protected by a few formidable warriors, perhaps lacking in personal strength. Referring to him as Lord Levi was simply a gesture of submission and respect, not an indication that Warren believed such a young man had attained a grasp of the essence of martial energy. However, when the sacred orb began to shimmer in Levi's hand, Warren realized his judgment had been entirely misguided. Levi not only possessed the strength worthy of a knight, but might very well be a paladin favored by some divine being. Though Warren had never truly encountered a paladin, he had heard from the captain of his adventuring team that paladins were the most exceptional knights blessed by the gods, each capable of wielding divine magic to heal wounds swiftly. Of course, priests could also use similar divine magic, sometimes even more potent than that of paladins, but Warren could not possibly believe that Levi was a pampered priest. He had never heard of any priest willing to leave the safety of their castle, let alone donning leather armor to venture into the dangerous mists of the wilds. The pearly orb merged with the rogue Marcia's body, and the woman, who had remained mounted on her horse, let out a gentle moan. Almost instantly, the furrow in her brow, which had been etched in pain, smoothed out, and her expression became one of utter relief. Warren, my wound no longer hurts, and it seems I can move the fractured area. The ranger's astonishment grew even more profound. Such a powerful divine magic was hardly something even a bishop could easily manifest. Warren recalled a fellow comrade who had suffered a joint fracture. After donating a substantial sum of money to a temple, the bishop had personally utilized divine magic for healing, and it had taken nearly 3 days for his comrade to recover substantially. If Levi's divine magic could achieve such results, how high must the rank of a paladin with divine abilities surpassing those of a temple bishop be? Overwhelmed by immense joy, the ranger felt dizzy. Stammering his thanks to Levi, with nearly every word devolving into an unintelligible jumble of sounds. Though I have yet to receive your fealty, since you have chosen to follow me, I feel obligated to assist you. Levi interrupted the ranger's gratitude and then led his pony over to a nearby thicket. Now, let us rest here for a spell. We shall continue our journey in the afternoon. Marcia seemed somewhat puzzled by Levi's command, but just as she was about to speak, Warren gently covered the rogue's mouth and pulled her aside to converse in hushed tones beneath a nearby tree. Levi paid no heed to what Warren might be saying to Marcia. Indeed, he could roughly guess, for had it not been for the extraordinary calm derived from another soul within him, Levi himself would have nearly displayed his own surprise after healing Marcia. While he now sat on the ground, gazing up at the sky, his eyes were unfocused, having already succumbed to his own reverie. The heart of the castle. The pinnacle of alchemical achievement, Mr. Dish, you are truly magnificent. Chapter 15. The suppressed nature of humanity. After resting for approximately an hour, Levi awoke from his thoughts, feeling as though his fatigue had vanished without a trace. Aside from a slight hunger in his belly, he felt remarkably well. Warren and Marcia had long since concluded their conversation, nestled together beneath the tree with closed eyes. The sound of Levi rising immediately startled them. and both sprang to their feet. Upon seeing the rogue mimic Warren's respectful demeanor, Levi was assured that the ranger had conveyed his thoughts clearly to her. "How did you rest?" Levi inquired nonchalantly. "We are fully refreshed and ready to heed your commands." "Lord Levi," they both replied, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "Very well, let us proceed together," Levi said, casting a glance at the refugee camp still shrouded in thick fog, suppressing the excitement swelling in his chest. The two former adventurers quickly agreed, with Warren leading the way while Marcia stepped forward, eager to take the reins from Levi's hands. The pony snorted restlessly, and Levi extended his hand to soothe its neck while shaking his head to decline Marcia's offer. A knight should not entrust his steed to anyone outside of his retainers. "Marcia, I apologize, but I cannot accept your kindness." Marcia sheepishly withdrew her hand and walked alongside Levi. The pikemen, without needing instruction, had automatically formed a defensive formation, encircling Levi in the center, their sharp pikes poised forward, ever ready to confront any threats. "Hey, you there, stand still and don't move." As they approached the entrance of the refugee camp, a somewhat brusque voice rang out from above. Levi looked up to see a figure wearing a battered helmet leaning halfway out of a rudimentary watchtower behind the wooden wall, peering down at them. "Indeed, we have archers aimed at you," declared the second head that emerged from behind the man in the tattered helmet, brandishing what appeared to be a hunting bow. It seemed that the so-called archer targeting Levi and his companions was none other than he himself. The demeanor of these two guards at the refugee camp was anything but cordial, leaving Levi somewhat disheartened. However, this also indicated a heightened sense of vigilance among the camp's inhabitants. Consequently, Levi raised his voice, calling out to the sentinels atop the watchtower. "My name is Levi, hailing from the castle of Baron Lyon, serving as the squire to Sir Stun, the castle's guardian knight, that I wish to speak with your leader." The two individuals atop the watchtower did not heed Levi's request to inform their leader, but rather exchanged hushed words with one another. Then, the guard wearing the helmet broke into a sardonic grin and said, "Levi, never heard of you. Take your people and leave. You are not welcome here." This response was somewhat unexpected for the young man. Levi furrowed his brow, preparing to retort, when the archer suddenly pointed behind him, shouting in alarm, "Look beside him, isn't that Warren? Quickly notify the village chief. That damn bandit Warren has returned with his crew." The ranger's face flushed crimson as he clenched his teeth and shouted back at the wooden walls in indignation, "Nonsense. I have never been a bandit. That is a slander against me and Marcia." The guard with the bow paid no heed to Warren's defense, waving his arms and shouting into the camp, "Look, a group of heavily armed men. These must be Warren's accomplices, intent on infiltrating the camp to slaughter us all." A flurry of guards scrambled up the watchtower, brandishing an array of weapons, their attire a haphazard mix. The first few wore leather armor or rusty chainmail, while the others were clad in the garb of ordinary farmers. "Hurry, prepare to shoot." At the rear of the group stood a rotund, elaborately dressed middle-aged man, his plump face glistening with sweat as he hurriedly issued commands upon reaching the watchtower. Perhaps this man was the leader of the refugee camp, Levi mused, continuing to call out towards the wooden walls, "Listen, we do not seek trouble. If you are the leader here, please hear me out." A barrage of errant arrows, accompanied by stones, rained down around Levi, scattering at his feet, gritting his teeth. He was about to make one final effort when a fierce arrow whistled through the air. Narrowly missing his shoulder, the tall man wielding a longbow appeared behind the middle-aged man, his piercing gaze fixated coldly on Levi's throat, as if to signal that his next arrow would find its mark there. Damn it! How could this be happening? Levi felt a shiver run down his spine, the cold sensation creeping along his back. He was acutely aware that the tall man had shown him mercy, had that arrow been aimed with intent. He might have been mortally wounded. Stepping back, Levi concentrated his mental energy on the protective rune in his mind. The rune flickered, and a faint glow radiated from above his head, descending to form an oval shield of light that enveloped those around him. "That man is the demon slayer archer, Grace. My lord Levi, retreat quickly. Grace can shoot the eye of a lynx from 200 meters. The ranger Warren, recovering from the perilous scene, shouted in alarm, placing himself protectively in front of Levi. Unmoved, Levi stood his ground, his eyes locked onto the watchtower. The tall man drew his bow, but when his gaze swept over the oval shield that had appeared beside Levi, he hesitated momentarily, then leaned down to whisper something into the ear of the middle-aged man. The already perspiring visage of the portly fellow grew even more damp as his small eyes darted about, before he raised a hand and commanded, "Cease fire. Everyone stop." The rain of harmless arrows finally came to a halt. Levi glanced down at the crude projectiles made from bent branches and rough stones scattered at his feet, suddenly gaining an appreciation for the guard's struggles. It was evident that, even if they were seasoned archers, they would be hard-pressed to aim accurately with such makeshift arrows. The defense of this refugee camp, indeed, seemed rather feeble. Levi thought to himself, raising his voice once more to reiterate, "My name is Levi. From the castle of Baron Lyon, serving as the squire to Sir Stun. Are you the leader of this refugee camp?" The title of leader evidently displeased the middle-aged man, who feigned silence for a moment before wiping the sweat from his face with his hand and saying, "Mr. Levi, your statement is inaccurate. This is not a refugee camp, but rather a village I have established. I am the village chief. You may call me Chief Hark or Lord Hark." A village? Levi's gaze flickered. Establishing a new village within the Baron's territory was no trivial matter. As the lowest tier of governance, a village chief held a modicum of respect. Under ordinary circumstances, without the Baron's consent and authorization, this Lord Hark would have been dealt with by the Baron's guards long ago. However, given the current calamity wrought by the magical disaster, such action seemed inconsequential now. Levi's thoughts flickered momentarily before he addressed the wooden walls once more. Then, "Chief Hark, please open the gates of your village. We wish to rest inside, and will not impose upon you for long." "That is out of the question. My village is a peaceful place, and we do not welcome heavily armed warriors such as yourselves, especially when among you are these two former bandits." Chief Hark pointed rudely at Warren and Marcia, dismissing the request outright. "Hark, your words are entirely false. Marcia and I have never engaged in thievery or robbery." Warren cried out, "Is that so? After you were expelled from the village, what did we witness but you trailing behind the scoundrel Polbo, robbing a few unfortunate wanderers? The villagers collecting firewood can attest to this, can they not?" Chief Hark's mouth curled downward as the guards behind him erupted in a cacophony of jeers and insults, causing Warren and Marcia's faces to pale. Though Levi had never heard of the scoundrel Polbo before, the image of that hulking leader from the Black River outpost flashed in his mind, confirming that Chief Hark was indeed not lying. Warren and Marcia had engaged in acts of robbery and theft, yet the reality before him felt shrouded in a thin veil of mist, leaving Levi momentarily hesitant. "Mr. Levi, you are a respectable individual from the Baron's castle. You wouldn't want to be accompanied by two former bandits, would you? Here's a proposition. If you are willing to expel these two from your company, I might consider allowing you to rest in my village for one night." Chief Hark, sensing Levi's hesitation, quivered his plump chin in an attempt to sway the young man's decision. Unbeknownst to Chief Hark, his words had the opposite effect. Levi's expression shifted slightly as he silently cast a detection spell upon the corpulent man. A deep yellow glow illuminated, and after a mere glance, Levi scoffed and turned away. "It seems we are truly unwelcome here. We shall take our leave." Chief Hark's true attitude was laid bare under the scrutiny of the detection spell, revealing a relationship status of animosity. This was far from the indifference he had initially displayed. Levi had presumed it to be merely cold. The sentiments of the other villagers largely reflected wariness or disdain. While Grace, the demon slayer archer, standing protectively behind Chief Hark, emitted a neutral green glow, with data that surpassed expectations. Name, Grace, race, human, life, 42. Danger level, dangerous, relationship, concerned, 50. As Levi and his companions gradually faded into the thick fog, Grace, with a hint of amusement, lowered his longbow and descended from the watchtower. Behind him, the rotund Chief Hark muttered a few curses before calling out loudly to Grace, "Why did you spare them just now? Why not shoot them dead?" Grace paused momentarily, then replied coolly, "I am not about to risk my life for a paltry sum, Hark. Think with that fat head of yours. A person capable of wielding magic, be it through scrolls or inherent ability, is not someone we can afford to provoke lightly." Chapter 16, The Burning Midnight, Part 1. Levi and his party resumed their journey through the dense forest. The atmosphere starkly different from when they approached the refugee camp. The young squire walked at the forefront, his expression stern. The long gunner, being an alchemical creation, possessed only limited intelligence beyond combat skills, and thus remained silent. Warren and Marcia, trailing behind him, attempted to speak several times but were deterred by Levi's grim demeanor, falling silent once more. The silent march persisted for nearly half an hour, the terrain beneath their feet gradually ascending. Levi seemed to have finally extricated himself from his dismal mood, halting his steps to survey the encroaching shadows of the trees surrounding him. What time might it be now? There are still 2 hours until sunset. My Lord Liyue, Warren replied, lifting his gaze to the position of the sun in the sky, mentally calculating the time before arriving at a conclusion. We should prepare to camp. Warren, are you aware of any suitable spots for resting in this area? Liyue, unfamiliar with the surroundings, inquired directly. Warren pondered for a moment. As a ranger, he had roamed these dense woods for quite some time, able to identify several clearings suitable for camping even with his eyes closed. However, these locations were far from ideal, either too expansive, making defense cumbersome for a small group like theirs, or exceedingly cramped, accommodating only 1 or 2 individuals as a hiding place. The ranger crouched down, gently stirring the soil beneath him, plucking a small handful to examine. The earth appeared somewhat dry, intermixed with small stones that a flicker of delight crossed Warren's face as he stood and whispered, My Lord Liyue, the elevation here is steadily increasing. We must be nearing the Skull Crusher Peak. There lies a temporary lair of the rotting ghost polebo, which should be unoccupied now, making it an excellent place for us to rest tonight. A bandit's lair, you say? Liyue chuckled bitterly, never having considered taking refuge in a place once inhabited by thieves. Yet, it was evidently the safest option in the vicinity. To refuse would be an act of folly. The young knight squire inhaled deeply and said to Warren, Very well, you shall lead the way. How long do you estimate it will take? Warren contemplated before responding. If we can maintain this pace, it will take approximately 20 more minutes to reach there. However, the ascent to Skull Crusher Peak may prove a bit taxing for the pony. Liyue nodded. Let us hasten our departure. We should settle in before sunset. Under the guidance of the ranger Warren, the group pressed on, turning around several bends as the trees ahead began to thin. The mist thickened with the encroaching twilight, enveloping them in a damp, cold atmosphere that caused Liyue to shiver uncontrollably. We are almost there. My Lord Liyue, Warren's voice came, slightly breathless. Since the previous night, the ranger had scarcely eaten, his strength waning. Martha, still recovering from her injuries, leaned heavily against Warren, moving forward step by step. Liyue's stomach began to growl. For within the luggage carried by the pony were 2 black loaves of bread, the last remnants of his provisions. Upon departing from the Viscount's castle, he had been permitted to take only his mount and personal gear, along with a meager handful of silver and copper coins, tokens bestowed by Viscount Ryan as a reward prior to his participation in the battle that claimed the life of Sir Stun. Initially, upon learning of the refugee camp, Liyue had contemplated using these coins to procure food and supplies, intending to seek out and eliminate stray demon forces nearby, if he could gather the remaining 10th of the energy required for the first upgrade of the heart of the castle. It might herald a change in his fortunes, whether it be the awakening of Mr. Dish from his slumber or the activation of the heart of the castle's resource facilities. However, the corpulent village chief Hack had ruthlessly denied Liyue's request, and he refrained from attempting to alter the middle-aged man's mindset, for an instinctive sense warned him that any endeavor to sway the chief's will would be futile. The rotund village chief harbored a palpable trepidation towards Liyue and his companions, as if fearing their presence might herald unforeseen calamities. Recalling the experiences of Warren and Martha, Liyue felt an unsettling intuition that the truth lay just within reach, obscured merely by a veil of mist that prevented him from seeing clearly. Suddenly, his foot struck a hard rock, prompting him to look up and behold the abrupt disappearance of the forest ahead, revealing a vast rocky expanse stretching several hundred meters around. A colossal stone pillar rose from the center of the barren land, its upper half shrouded in dense fog, obscuring its true height. Astonishingly, the surface of this pillar appeared remarkably smooth and even, reminiscent of a staff wielded by ancient giants and legends. It is said that long ago, a fierce dragon ravaged this land, and an ancient giant battled the beast, ultimately shattering its skull with a mighty club. The dragon's carcass, along with the club, transformed into a fireball that fell into the forest, giving rise to this miraculous rocky expanse, which is how Skull Crusher Peak received its name. The ranger Warren recounted, a hint of nostalgia in his voice, as he pointed towards an inconspicuous crevice at the base of the pillar. My Lord Liyue, that is the temporary lair of the rotting ghost. If we clear it properly, it could serve as an excellent natural campsite. More than 30 minutes later, the night gradually enveloped the earth, and the jungle near Skull Crusher Peak stirred to life, the haunting howls of beasts echoing ominously, adding an air of danger to the surroundings. The temporary lair of the rotting ghost had been meticulously cleaned, and what initially seemed a narrow rocky crevice revealed itself to be a surprisingly spacious and tidy cave. Even more fortuitously, the cave floor appeared remarkably level, devoid of the dampness typically associated with such subterranean dwellings. The pikemen gathered firewood from the nearby woods, constructing a campfire in the center of the cave. Li Wei unfastened the luggage strapped to the pony's back, extracting the 2 black loaves of bread, spearing them with twigs to roast near the flames. The toasty aroma of the rye bread began to waft through the cave, eliciting a swallow from Martha, who turned her head away in hunger. The 2 adventurers had rummaged through a spot that once harbored supplies, only to discover it had already been plundered, leaving behind nothing but 2 tattered sacks. This disappointment was expected, albeit disheartening, for although the cave was concealed, a few members of the rotting ghost gang were still aware of its existence. With the demise of the ghost Polbo, the remaining members would undoubtedly raid any stash of supplies. As the black bread became warm, Li Wei divided 1 loaf among the pikemen, acutely aware that the alchemical beings did not require sustenance, yet felt it necessary to extend this gesture to avoid appearing peculiar. He then broke the second loaf into 3 roughly equal pieces and beckoned Warren and Martha over. Upon receiving the golden brown bread, the 2 adventurers were initially taken aback, their faces quickly transforming into expressions of gratitude. Martha's lips trembled as if she wished to speak, but Warren gently restrained her, shaking his head, and deeply bowed to Li Wei. Some sentiments require no words for expression, nor can they be measured by mere value. A piece of black bread may hold little monetary worth. Yet Li Wei could sense the loyalty of these 2 individuals surging profoundly. The bread was substantial, albeit of poor quality, lacking any nuts and instead containing a significant amount of bran, prior to the onset of the magical disaster. Such black bread had served merely as a staple for the impoverished, yet it had now ascended to the tables of respectable households. These 2 loaves were remnants Li Wei had obtained during his time with Sir Stun's forces. The nocturnal wilderness could transform into a perilous domain, teeming with ferocious beasts that thrived under the cover of darkness. The indefatigable pikemen could serve as the most vigilant sentinels. After careful consideration, Li Wei resolved to divide the 4 pikemen into 2 shifts for night watch, instructing the off-duty pair to feign rest to prevent Warren and Martha from detecting anything amiss. Li Wei silently vowed to keep the existence of the heart of the castle and the alchemical warriors a closely guarded secret, even from his most trusted companions, for the value of such entities was immeasurable. Following the tumultuous events at the refugee camp, Li Wei had grown somewhat disillusioned with human nature. When interests reach a certain threshold, even the closest relationships may undergo severe trials. The most prudent course of action is to avoid creating scenarios that test one's humanity from the outset. The black bread was consumed in mere moments, alleviating some of their hunger, though 1 loaf was hardly sufficient to satiate the appetites of 3 ravenous individuals. Nevertheless, contentment appeared on Warren and Martha's faces as they curled up beside the campfire to sleep. Li Wei sighed softly, wrapping himself in a blanket and lying down on the opposite side of the fire, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering flames, the warm light casting an earnest shadow upon his youthful face, which bore an expression of deep gravity. Chapter 17. The Burning Midnight, Part 2. As the night deepened, the chill and damp mist wafted into the cave, accompanied by the distant howls of beasts from the surrounding jungle. After a day of exertion, Li Wei had anticipated a restful slumber. However, as he lay upon the blanket, tossing and turning for nearly an hour, he could only begrudgingly concede that he was afflicted with insomnia. The scene from earlier in the day, when they were rejected at the refugee camp, continually replayed in Li Wei's mind. The cold expression of the portly village chief, the piercing gaze of the demon archer Grace, the cacophony of villagers clamoring, and the silent fury etched on the faces of the 2 former wanderers flashed before him like a haunting specter. The young knight squire sighed, resolving to step outside the cave for a brief respite. Hoping to alter his mood, he rose quietly, carefully navigating past the 2 adventurers. Warren and Marcia were soundly asleep, perhaps experiencing their most peaceful slumber since departing the refugee camp. The 2 spear-wielding sentinels, resting against the stone wall, opened their eyes and cast a questioning glance at Li Wei. He subtly shook his head, signaling them to remain still, and then sidled out of the cave that served as their encampment. The air outside was damp and cold, causing Li Wei to shiver as the chaotic images in his mind began to dissipate, invigorating his spirit. The 2 sentinels stationed by the rocky crevice acknowledged his presence with a gentle tap of their left hands to their chests. Bowing their heads in respect, Li Wei gestured for them to stay put, softly instructing, "Remain here and continue your vigil. My lord, please do not venture deeply into the forest. It is not safe here." one of the sentinels warned in a low voice. Li Wei nodded in agreement, standing at the cave entrance, stretching his arms before scanning the surroundings. The forest, shrouded in thick fog, appeared particularly sinister, the cold wind rustling through the treetops casting eerie shadows that resembled countless menacing creatures. Within the gray mist, numerous pale apparitions seemed to flicker, occasionally peering out from between the trees. The muddy ground reflected a faint, ethereal glow, an uninviting hue that offered no warmth, instead instilling a deep chill within. Li Wei shrugged his shoulders, contemplating a return to the warmth of the cave, but just as he turned his gaze, a sudden, hazy red light ignited behind him. This red glow was startlingly abrupt, initially. Li Wei thought something had gone awry with the campfire inside the cave. However, the realization that followed froze his expression. The direction of the red light emanated from the path they had traversed earlier that day, and through the thick mist, he could still discern the flickering tongues of flame rising, illuminating half the night sky as if it were ablaze. It seems to be towards the refugee camp. There may be a fire, Li Wei murmured to himself. Fully aware that this could not be an ordinary fire, it was likely that even the camp's outer walls had begun to burn, visible even through such dense fog. With this thought in mind, Li Wei returned to the cave and crouched down to gently nudge Warren's shoulder. However, before his hand could reach the ranger, Warren had already rolled over, alert, and upon recognizing Li Wei, he exhaled in relief. "Oh, it's you, Lordly W. Is there something you need?" Li Wei's gaze held a hint of turmoil. "Warren, it seems the refugee camp is in trouble." Trouble? Warren's mind, still groggy from sleep, took a moment to register. But he quickly shook off the fog and sprang to his feet, rushing towards the cave entrance. The red glow continued to dance in the distance. Worry etched across the ranger's face as he muttered, "From this distance. It's clearly visible that is at a fire? No, a regular fire couldn't cause this. It's demons. Demons are attacking there." "Demons attacking? Warren, what leads you to this conclusion?" Li Wei's heart sank, realizing that the ranger's judgment aligned closely with his own suspicions. "I have no proof, my lord, but prior to our departure, there were reports of demon attacks on the camp. The camp's leaders, aside from the rotund Hark, included 2 others of similar stature and reputation, all of whom perished in battles against the demons." The ranger's voice was strained, fists clenched tightly, fixated on the direction of the red light. "Warren, what has occurred?" A feminine voice emerged from the cave, and Marcia appeared, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Lord Li Wei has identified a small issue." "Marcia, the refugee camp is likely under demon assault." Warren spoke softly as he approached her. "My goodness, the camp is under attack. Warren, we must devise a plan." Marcia exclaimed, startled, prompting her companion to act swiftly. Yet, Warren seemed unperturbed, directing his gaze toward Li Wei. Marcia was no fool. As a seasoned adventurer, she had survived thus far with keen insight. Though Warren remained silent, his actions made it clear who was in command. Without Li Wei's guards, even if the 2 of them reached the refugee camp, they would likely become mere corpses at the hands of the demons. "Should we not go to their rescue?" Li Wei's voice was subdued, clearly still haunted by the day's rejection from the camp. "My lord, we must go. Based on past experience, the number of demons attacking the camp is unlikely to be substantial. It is the refugees' lack of defensive capabilities that renders them vulnerable. With your strength and that of these guards, a surprise assault would easily eliminate them. In that case, we would emerge as heroes, and Hark would be compelled to respectfully open the gates for us." The ranger articulated his reasoning with clarity. Li Wei nodded slightly, acknowledging, "You are correct. Moreover, since those refugees are human, we have a moral obligation to assist them." The 2 sentinels were the last to emerge from the cave, extinguishing the campfire as they departed. Clearly, Li Wei had already resolved to aid the refugee camp even before the ranger's persuasion. Marcia let out a small cheer, while Warren, deep in thought, felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He was astonished that if his previous arguments had faltered, Li Wei's attitude toward him could have shifted dramatically. Yet, he was elated that this way, Li Wei would undoubtedly place greater trust in him, and the refugee camp might yet be saved. The flames were growing ever more intense, and there was no time to delay the rescue. Under Li Wei's command, the 2 sentinels shielded the ranger Warren as they hastened ahead. Li Wei led the way with a small pony in tow. Closely followed by Marcia, the remaining 2 sentinels brought up the rear, their spears held menacingly aloft, periodically sweeping towards the bushes and undergrowth along the path. Whether startled by the uproar brought on by the flames or intimidated by the gleaming spearheads, The journey towards the refugee camp was surprisingly smooth. As they drew nearer, the sounds of chaos began to fill the air, the shouts of men, the screams of women, the discordant clamor of hurried footsteps, the eerie laughter of minor demons, and the frantic barking of frightened dogs all melded into a symphony of disaster, igniting the young knight squire's blood with fervor. Cavalry, target the demon horde. Charge. The commanding voice of the knight leader from the bloody battle beneath the Viscount's castle echoed in his ears. The image of Sir Stutton galloping towards the formidable demon ranks fresh in his mind. Lyon felt a warmth welling in his eyes, his neck throbbing with anticipation. Lord Stutton, watch over me from the heavens and witness my valor, the young knight squire silently prayed, drawing his sword. The demons are just ahead. All units, attack. Chapter 18. The Burning Midnight, Part 2. The refugee camp was engulfed in fierce flames. The number of demons assaulting at midnight was not overwhelming, only about a dozen minor demons. But among them was a formidable demon serving as their leader. This particular demon was not particularly large, appearing somewhat gaunt, with a long tail adorned with small, sharp spines trailing behind it. Intricate patterns of red and black intertwined across its body, forming a complex array of demonic runes. Particularly on its hands, where the runes were astonishingly numerous. A sphere of fiery red light was tossed from hand to hand, reminiscent of a child playing with a toy ball. This type of demon was an exceptionally fearsome spellcaster, wielding a single spell akin to the fireball conjured by a mid-level human mage. The explosion radius of this fireball was approximately 10 meters, sufficient to incinerate any ordinary individual caught within its range and ignite anything flammable. In the face of this demon, known as the Incinerator, even the most seasoned warriors found it difficult to survive the searing heat and explosive force. Only knights who had mastered the essence of combat could mitigate the damage inflicted by the fireball. During the previous bloodbath beneath the Viscount's castle, the cavalry had suffered devastating losses as more than 10 incinerators unleashed their fireballs simultaneously. However, this demon also had its weaknesses. Its melee combat abilities were relatively poor, only marginally superior to those of lesser demons. The intervals between its fireball casts were not excessively long, and as long as one could withstand the initial barrage, even ordinary soldiers could inflict significant damage upon an incinerator. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to approach this powerful demon, for before it lay the charred remains of several reckless camp guards, who had learned firsthand the reality of what it meant to be engulfed in flames. The wooden walls safeguarding the refugee camp were ablaze, crackling ominously. Although fireproof measures had been applied with soil during the construction of the wooden walls, the fireballs emitted by the burner were of magical flames, rendering the soil utterly incapable of withstanding their might. The demon hunter, Grace, stood beneath the blazing wooden wall, his countenance remarkably grim. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that his right hand was trembling slightly. When the demon horde appeared, Grace was the first to react, hastening to the watchtower where he unleashed a series of remote shots from his elevated position. His specially crafted longbow, fashioned from cedarwood, proved formidable, toppling 3 or 4 lesser demons in quick succession, thereby attracting the attention of the commanding greater demon. That a fireball, shrouded in black smoke, hurtled towards him. Grace leapt from the watchtower just in time. However, the camp guards who had only just joined him lacked his decisive reflexes. After a moment's hesitation, a deafening explosion ensued as the fireball struck the watchtower with pinpoint accuracy, transforming it into a blazing torch that illuminated half of the night sky above the camp. The burning watchtower echoed with chilling, hoarse cries, as the guards directly hit by the fireball were reduced to lifeless charred remains. Only one guard, whether by sheer fortune or misfortune, was shielded by his towering companion and did not perish instantly. Enveloped in searing flames, he became a living torch, with his tattered leather armor and hunting bow ablaze. The villagers in the camp watched in terror as this fiery figure staggered atop the watchtower, ultimately losing his footing and plummeting from a height of over 10 meters, trailing a long, agonized scream. With a resounding thud, the fire-wreathed guard landed atop one of the camp's structures, motionless. This fireball marked the tragic beginning of calamity for the refugee camp. Although the camp's expanse was considerable, the number of able-bodied young men willing to fight was woefully scarce. With the burner present, the watchtower behind the wooden walls had become a death zone. And after the second watchtower was similarly ignited, the remaining guards hastily abandoned their posts, many discarding their bows and arrows in their frantic bid for survival. Grace was left speechless with indignation. These individuals were utterly foolish. Why would the burner expend magical energy to assault the watchtower? It was, of course, because the archers atop the tower posed the only real threat to him. Now, with the camp guards voluntarily relinquishing control of the watchtower, it appeared as though safety had been attained, with the demons halted beyond the towering wooden barrier. However, the inhabitants of the camp found themselves equally impotent to strike back. Had others diverted the attention of the greater demon burner, Grace might have summoned the courage to ascend the watchtower once more, perhaps delivering a fatal shot to the now exposed foe. Yet, at present, all the watchtowers stood vacant. Regardless of which one Grace chose to climb, he would immediately expose himself to the demons. The burner would undoubtedly not overlook the presence of this sharpshooter, and upon discovering him, would swiftly launch a searing fireball in his direction. Grace was not lacking in combat courage, yet he possessed the wisdom to assess the situation. Without several guards to distract the demons, he would never willingly walk into certain death. The rotund village chief, Hark, was drenched in sweat, scurrying through the crowd like a large rat whose tail had caught fire, desperately urging the men who could act as guards to seize weapons. However, his efforts yielded little success. Those rustic folk who had recently wielded hoes and sickles were far from competent warriors, while they might intimidate a band of robbers with sheer numbers. Facing the merciless demon horde, their reluctance to flee stemmed from a belief that the sturdy wooden walls offered greater safety than the wilderness beyond. That a thunderous crash echoed, followed by another, as if the entire refugee camp were trembling. A panicked voice cried out, "Not good. The wooden walls and gate have been struck by fireballs and are ablaze." A sharp glint flashed in Grace's eyes as his tall, lean figure ghosted toward the rear of the camp. It was becoming increasingly untenable to hold this position. Neither the hefty door latch nor the thick wooden gate was easily breached by flames. Yet now, the front of the camp had succumbed to a conflagration. With scorching tongues of fire occasionally licking through the gaps in the door, the heat wave compelling everyone to retreat. Some villagers fetched buckets of water from the central well, but the oppressive heat deterred them from rushing to extinguish the flames. They could only hurl water at the wooden door from a distance, producing little more than rising clouds of steam. Another resounding crash followed as a fireball struck the outer gate with devastating force. The already charred wooden door could no longer withstand the assault, splintering and collapsing into the inferno. Most demons possessed considerable fire resistance. Although the wooden walls remained ablaze, several small, crimson demons could no longer contain their impatience, shrieking as they charged through the flames. Brandishing steel forks towards the throng of villagers, the screams erupted as the villagers in the front, already filled with trepidation, upon sighting the lesser demons, could think of nothing but fleeing. However, the rear was equally crowded, and turning around would only expose their backs to the demons' deadly thrusts. As the first casualties fell, chaos inevitably ensued. Some camp guards shouted defiantly, eager to engage in combat, while many more discarded their weapons, fleeing like headless chickens, further disrupting the scant formation of defenders. A raspy, maniacal laughter resounded as the greater demon, the burner, strode through the searing refugee camp, treading upon the unextinguished embers. The flames licking at his body inflicted no harm. Rather, they were absorbed by the red-black, demonic runes adorning his skin. Foolish humans, surrender to the great demon clan at once. Dare to resist. And the burner surveyed his surroundings, a cruel smile curling upon his face marked by dark crimson patterns. No mercy shall be shown. Chapter 19. The weakness of the burner. The burner's threat had the opposite effect. Several camp guards suddenly erupted into frenzied shouts. Perhaps despair ignited the latent courage within them, or perhaps the scene of destruction stirred the anger buried in their memories. Regardless, their outburst caught the lesser demons off guard. One small demon had just plunged its steel fork into a victim's body and had yet to withdraw it when darkness descended before its eyes as a towering camp guard swung his shield, striking the demon's head with a resounding thwack. The demon fell to the ground, dazed and unable to rise. The guard's heavy foot trampled over it, followed by another, and by the time a third guard stepped over, the demon's cries had become mere whispers. The cold glimmer flashed in the burner's eyes. Human resistance was within his expectations, akin to a final struggle. Once these individuals were utterly crushed, the will to resist within the camp would inevitably wane. 3 camp guards surged past the line of lesser demons, while many others mounted a counterattack, brandishing pitchforks, sickles, and hoes, whatever makeshift weapons they could find, against the demons. The lesser demons, outnumbered by humans, soon found themselves in disarray. "Demon, perish!" bellowed a tall camp guard as he hefted a heavy shield, charging towards the burner. This shield appeared to be a makeshift iron door salvaged from a nearby structure, providing complete coverage for his imposing frame. The other two guards flanked him, armed with axes and leather armor, displaying considerable agility and regarded as a lead among the camp's defenders. The burner's lips twisted into a cruel smirk as he hurled a fireball at the shield-bearing guard. A thunderous explosion ensued as the fireball collided with the shield, which shattered as if made of paper. The searing flames engulfed the tall guard, causing fire to spew from his mouth and nostrils. Like a rampaging bull, his massive form staggered before collapsing, his body reduced to a charred, indistinguishable mass, meeting a gruesome end. The shockwave from the explosion momentarily hindered the advance of the other two guards. And by the time they steadied themselves, the tall guard had already been rendered a lifeless husk. Clearly, the tall guard held considerable prestige in the camp, for upon witnessing his demise, the remaining two guards faltered, hesitating in their steps. This moment of hesitation proved fatal. Mere seconds later, as they gathered their courage to charge once more, the burner conjured yet another fiery orb in his hand. Grace, having distanced himself from the battlefield, concealed himself in the shadow of a building. Before the guards fell into that fateful hesitation, he had aimed his longbow at the burner, yet the chaos of writhing figures, lesser demons and villagers entangled, prevented him from finding the opportune moment to release his arrow. His arrows could dispatch the lesser demons in an instant, but striking a greater demon, even one as comparatively frail as the burner, would not guarantee a fatal shot. Grace understood all too well that should he launch a reckless assault, he might inflict severe damage upon the burner, yet the only outcome for him would be to be incinerated by the burner's fireball. Apologies, but I cannot afford to die just yet, Grace silently vowed to himself. Then sheathed his bow. A dazzling fireball erupted on the battlefield, claiming yet another guard who followed in the footsteps of the towering sentinel. His strength paled in comparison to that of the formidable guardian, and his entire body was reduced to mere fragments. The last remaining guard, unable to endure the horrific scene, let out a wretched scream and turned to flee. Two diminutive demons advanced, their steel forks plunging mercilessly into the body of this half-mad sentinel. The profane force swiftly dulled his cries, and the villagers still resisting bore witness to this grim tableau, unleashing their own terrified wails. The front lines crumbled. Those who had been entangled with the tiny demons moments ago suddenly lost their courage to continue the fight. Discarding their weapons and retreating in horror, the small demons erupted into excited shrieks, their forks stabbing wildly into the fleeing crowd, instantly doubling the casualties. The villagers, who had previously hidden in their homes and corners, now dashed from their hiding places, desperate to escape the confines of the camp. However, this camp had only a single grand entrance to protect against potential demon assaults. The surrounding wooden walls soared to a height of 5 or 6 meters. With the logs sharpened to a lethal point, it was a daunting task for even the frail elderly villagers, let alone trained adventurers, to scale such heights. Grace, however, was the exception. This demon-hunting archer possessed a professional rank that rivaled that of a lowly knight. With a lean, tall frame, he leaped effortlessly onto a roof towering over 3 meters high. He then retrieved a grappling hook from his waist and hurled it toward the wooden wall. With the aid of this rope, Grace could easily escape the refugee camp. Yet, just as he cast one last glance downward, his actions faltered. The hook grazed the edge of the wall and slipped away. The cause of Grace's significant misstep lay in the sudden appearance of a small human detachment behind the demons who were slaughtering the villagers. Concurrently, the archdemon, the burner, hurled a fireball at a house that had yet to ignite, relishing the explosion that ensued. A twisted pleasure filled its darkened psyche. Burn, wail, and then perish. Pitiful humans, writhe beneath my flames. The rapid thundering of hooves approached, and the red glow in the burner's eyes flared as it sharply turned its head. The section of the wooden wall that had been blasted open still burned fiercely when a seemingly unremarkable pony galloped in, its rider leaning forward, arm raised, glinting steel flashing at the end. A human knight? How can this be? The burner's eyes widened in terror as it raised its hands. However, after just casting the fireball, it lacked the strength to unleash another deadly spell. The galloping horse brushed past the archdemon, and a blade of light arced through the night. In an instant, the sword's gleam severed the burner's neck halfway, a pungent, sulphurous black blood spraying high into the air. Such grievous injury proved fatal for the archdemon, yet the resilience of infernal beings prevented an immediate demise. Its body trembled violently, the red-black demonic runes flickering with points of crimson light. Let us perish. Together, the burner muttered indistinctly in demonic tongue, suddenly leaping towards the knight who had just plunged into the fray against the small demons. Agonizing pain coursed through its chest. causing the burner's body to stiffen momentarily before erupting in a rain of blood midair. The black blood, mixed with hellfire, sizzled upon contact with the ground, emitting a sound akin to that of acid corroding metal. The knight had felled 2 tiny demons and urged his steed forward. However, his apparent strength was somewhat exaggerated, and after such a fierce charge, he found his chest heaving heavily, his combat ability diminished. The few small demons, shaken, exchanged wary glances, sensing an opportunity, and abandoned their pursuit of the villagers to surround the knight. Brandishing their steel forks and shrieking, with the speed of his mount, the knight could have easily escaped before the demons encircled him, yet he regarded the crimson-skinned fiends with cold determination, showing no inclination to retreat. The small demons surged forth, their terrified shrieks echoing as several gleaming spears formed a tight formation around him at that moment. For heavily armed, burly men charged from the smoke, creating a spear wall that bore down upon the small demons. The absence of their leader, the burner, had left the demons' morale shattered. Upon witnessing the formidable reinforcements, the frontmost demons let out frantic cries and scattered in all directions, the 5 to 6 meter high walls. A daunting obstacle for humans, proved less so for the demons, who possessed short, fleshy wings. While they could not truly fly, these wings granted them the ability to leap atop the walls. The fleeing small demons posed little threat now, and the knight who had slain the burner commanded his subordinates to disperse and drive away the remaining foes. He tightened his grip on the reins, directing his gaze towards a shadow beside a nearby house. The arrows that had thwarted the burner's self-detonation had originated from this very shadow. Despite being 100 meters away, they had struck true at the heart of the burner, indicating that the archer was no ordinary individual. The knight's eyes sparkled with a hint of recognition as he discerned the identity of the figure concealed in the shadows. Gently stroking his steed's mane, he spoke in a youthful, clear voice, "Mr. Grace, the demon-hunting archer. I am Levi, the knight's squire. Thank you for your assistance." Chapter 20. Repaying kindness with kindness, and grudges with grudges. Grace, hidden within the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. He had no knowledge of Levi's remarkable ability to perceive, and he re-evaluated the squire's strength as a competent demon-hunting archer. Grace had confidence in his stealth skills. Even a knight stronger than him might struggle to detect his presence, although his arrow had revealed his target. The ability to remain calm and perceptive in such a critical moment was exceedingly rare. Levi's future as a squire appeared boundless. "Young squire, your senses are quite sharp. How did you deduce it was me?" Grace mused. Stepping out from the shadows, his silver fur bow slung back over his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with interest as he regarded Levi. Levi smiled slightly, not divulging the secret of his abilities, simply stating, "Within this camp, there are no other archers capable of accurately striking the heart of an archdemon from 100 meters away. Only you could achieve such a feat, Mr. Grace." Grace nodded in acknowledgement of Levi's assessment, then surveyed his surroundings, expressing a hint of envy. "Levi, your companions possess commendable strength. Are they subordinates of the knight you serve, or perhaps bodyguards from your family?" What Grace left unsaid was, "If they are bodyguards trained by your family, I shall have to reassess your status." Levi blinked, uncertain how to respond to this implication. Fortunately, Grace did not press further, instead smiling with an expression of understanding. What had he understood? Levi remained completely oblivious. In that moment, a wave of cheers swept through the refugee camp. "We did it. We truly drove off those demons." The young man who shouted appeared to have been hiding behind a haystack, strands of withered grass still clinging to his head. "Thank the heavens. Look at how disheveled those demons are." The rotund village chief, Hark, emerged from some unseen corner, his body coated in dirt, having traded his opulent velvet cloak for a thick, coarse garment. Had it not been for his remarkable girth, one might have struggled to recognize him. Hark laughed boisterously at the demons, strutting confidently among the villagers, as though he were the hero who had repelled the demonic assault. However, Hark's act was short-lived. He soon caught sight of the young knight on horseback. His chubby face froze momentarily, his small gray eyes darting about, and he cleared his throat, forcing a smile as he approached. "Mr. Levi, it is a pleasure to see you both. We can continue our conversation from yesterday. You have aided my village in fending off the demon's attack, and as the village chief, I am immensely grateful. However, I shall not alter my stance regarding that request, to allow you entry into my village." "What did you say?" Levi's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Hark, intimidated by the young man's piercing stare, took a step back, and the smile on his face gradually morphed into a sinister grin. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, before your arrival, this place was peaceful, devoid of any demons. Would you not agree? Yes, never before. It was you who brought the demons. Several villagers immediately echoed in agreement, their attire indicating they held significant status in the community. Under the incitement of the trusted villagers of Mayor Hack, many cast suspicious glances at Li Wei. Several men, armed with rudimentary weapons, took a few steps forward, their expressions menacing and poised for violence. Is this how you repay your savior? Li Wei's voice trembled, dry and quavering, as the young knight's squire suppressed the fiery turmoil within his chest, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. As a subject of the Viscount's territory, after witnessing your suffering at the hands of demons, I risked traversing the perilous night forest to come to your aid. Is this your form of gratitude? Have you considered what might happen if the demons return? No. They have fled, leaving not a trace behind. They have suffered too great a loss to ever return, Mayor Hack coldly retorted, extending his hand to point at the crumbling gate, the flames now dwindling. Now, Li Wei, it is time for you to depart. Do not disturb our peaceful lives any longer. My village is a sanctuary of peace, and we do not welcome armed warriors like you. With a creaking sound, Warren's teeth shattered, blood trickling from his lips, his gaze towards Mayor Hack now brimming with malice. Hack, if it weren't for Lord Li Wei and his armed companions, this camp would have long since become a slaughterhouse for demons. Not a single soul would survive here, though perhaps you might escape. Is that tunnel not a bit narrow for a man of your girth? Warren, what nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel who once roamed with bandits? What tunnel? What escape? This village was built by my own hands, and I shall never abandon it. Mayor Hack erupted, his face contorted with rage, resembling a giant rodent whose tail had been stepped on. I did not wish to say this, Hack, but you have changed. You once promised us a refuge where all could survive the demon plague, where everyone would have a chance to live. What a cheerful and kind person you were back then. What has transformed you into this? Was the Hack we saw when establishing this refugee camp merely an illusion? Do not lecture me. You are a scoundrel, a bandit. Not a word of yours can be trusted. This village belongs to me alone, not anyone else's, not even. Mayor Hack's voice abruptly cut off as the villagers, who had previously clustered around him, began to disperse, leaving him and a few loyalists isolated before Li Wei and his companions. There really is a tunnel. Right behind Mayor Hack's house, a villager shouted as he rushed back, anger etched on his face, followed by more villagers whose gazes towards Mayor Hack were filled with disappointment. Rebellion? Are you plotting a revolt? Grace, teach these beggars a lesson. Hack turned his head, commanding the tall, gaunt demon-hunting archer, yet this time he was met with Grace's icy glare. The slender man's lips pressed tightly together, arms crossed over his chest. I refuse. Grace, do you not wish to pursue that matter any longer? Only I can assist you on the lands of the Viscount Ryan. Mayor Hack's voice shifted, his eyes glinting with a blood-red hue. No, I think there is a better candidate, Grace replied, briefly glancing in Li Wei's direction before bowing slightly to Mayor Hack. I apologize, Hack, but I must consider our agreement null and void regarding the tunnel. I believe you owe us an explanation, and I hope it is a reasonable one. You ungrateful wretch, you've taken so much of my gold without recompense. I will not let you off easily. Mayor Hack seethed, baring his teeth as he cast a venomous glare at the surrounding villagers. The mayor's imposing presence lingered. As his gaze swept over them, the villagers recoiled in fear, the circle of intimidation widening significantly. Humph. All traitors, bandits, scoundrels, now you may choose. Remain in this village or leave with these harbingers of misfortune. Hack's voice dripped with venom, each word laden with profound bitterness. Chapter 21. Grace's misunderstanding. The mayor's threats cast doubt on the faces of many villagers, most of whom had fled from villages ravaged by demons and possessed a keen awareness of the dangers lurking in the wilderness. To leave the safety of the refugee camp, protected by high wooden walls? Such a thought was beyond their imagination. As the anger enveloping the villagers began to wane, a triumphant smile spread across Hack's plump face, and he arrogantly turned to the young knight squire mounted on his horse. Mr. Li Wei, I express my gratitude for your assistance to this village. Ordinarily, such noble actions would warrant a reward. However, as you can see, the village has just suffered from a demon onslaught, and the need for resources is dire. I believe a young man of your knightly virtue would not wish to see the elderly, women, and children here go hungry. Thus, let us defer the matter of compensation for later, if there is nothing else. I kindly ask you and your companions to leave now. Hack's words cast a shadow over Li Wei's countenance, a flicker of disappointment crossing the young man's face as he absent-mindedly stroked his steed's mane. His gaze lowered, revealing a mixture of anger and disillusionment. Upon discovering the attack on the refugee camp, Li Wei had acted without hesitation, bringing all his strength to their aid. He had not even considered the dangers of traversing the night forest. Yet this was the cold reception he received. Had it not been for the long-standing teachings of Sir Stan, which forbade him from striking down the unarmed, he might have succumbed to his rage and charged forth to sever the head of that detestable fat man. Mayor Hack perceived Li Wei's hesitation, secretly relieved. His greatest fear had been an order from Li Wei to attack him. With Grace's position now uncertain, even if Grace stood by his side, the saying that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands would still hold true. Having managed to manipulate Li Wei with words, Mayor Hack was now cautious, turning once more to the unyielding Grace. Mr. Grace, if you have any regrets, it is not too late that I can overlook your earlier offense. Please escort him, or Li Wei and his party out. Wait, what are you doing? Before Hack, a silver fir bow was drawn taut, the arrow poised and glimmering with deadly intent. Grace's voice was frigid. Hack, I have told you. You owe me a reasonable explanation. Sweat beaded on Mayor Hack's oily forehead as his small eyes narrowed. Explanation? There is nothing to explain. As the mayor here, my importance surpasses all of you. Therefore, I arranged a tunnel as an escape route beside the house. As long as I am here, this village, even if destroyed by demons, shall be rebuilt. Is that so? Then if I were to release my grip, would that not signify the village's demise? Grace's hand holding the bow remained steady, while Hack's plump face twitched, and he instinctively shifted back. We are in chaotic times of demon plagues, Hack. You are well aware of this, which is why you sought to turn this camp into your personal possession, Grace said coldly. His arrow trained on Hack's moving form, causing those sheltering behind him to scatter, fully exposing the mayor's corpulent figure. Hack's situation was now even more precarious than before. His loyalists had dispersed under Grace's threat, each regarding him with fear and confusion at such a close distance. Grace's arrows were undeniably lethal, a truth proven by the lives of many demons. Even more ominous was Grace's reputation as a demon-hunting archer, a title far removed from notions of kindness and discipline. Before the demon plague, this skilled archer had garnered a fearsome reputation among adventurers, often referred to as the Grim Reaper. Perhaps these villagers did not fear Li Wei, bound by the constraints of knightly virtue, but for Grace, enemies were simply those who dared to stand before him, regardless of whether they bore arms. Mr. Grace, please, remain calm. Li Wei's voice shattered the tense standoff. The young knight squire furrowing his brow, disapprovingly stating, regardless of Mayor Hack's actions, you have no right to take his life without a fair judgment. Is this the ancient noble law you uphold? Grace's response left Li Wei somewhat bewildered. However, to everyone's surprise, the tall archer lowered his bow, a collective sigh of relief washing over Li Wei and the others. Li Wei had not anticipated that his words could wield such influence. It was clear that Grace was a headstrong individual, epitomizing the confidence and pride characteristic of adventurers. So easily did he relinquish his bow and arrows that the lengthy persuasion prepared by Li Wei lost its purpose. The shadow of death lifted from the head of the village chief, Hake, a rotund middle-aged man, who momentarily recovered from his stupor and collapsed onto the ground, just as he was about to speak. He found his throat had spasmed from overwhelming tension, rendering him momentarily speechless. Grace passed by the perspiring Hake and approached Li Wei's horse, placing his left hand on his chest and bowing slightly. Li Wei's gaze shifted. Grace's movement was remarkably elegant, yet tinged with a subtle stiffness, indicating that this gesture had once been a part of his life but had long since fallen into disuse. Although Li Wei had never truly witnessed this action, he had heard from Sir Stan that it was a courtesy observed by lower nobility towards their superiors before their respective statuses had been explicitly declared. Is Grace a noble? Does he perceive me as one as well? This thought flashed through Li Wei's mind, evoking a bemused smile. For just days prior, he had been a mere squire to a knight, and had been expelled from the castle by Count Ryan following his knight's death. If he were a noble, how could he find himself in such a predicament? Nonetheless, Grace did not elaborate on this point. The gesture itself conveyed his stance. After a brief hesitation, Li Wei gracefully dismounted from his horse. As a warrior of the third tier, this was a simple feat for him, yet Grace's gaze grew more fervent. In Grace's mind, a mage capable of casting spells like Li Wei must surely possess a formal status. If even a mage could dismount so lightly and charge through demons, It would be difficult for Grace to fathom any explanation other than an ancient noble lineage, a scion of an ancient and illustrious family seeking to hone their skills. If that is the case, he may very well be my only chance to fulfill my desires, Grace mused, retrieving a somewhat worn parchment from within his cloak. Liyue, puzzled, accepted the parchment, which bore an eloquent script, albeit with peculiar grammar and spelling. The knowledge he had gleaned from Sir Stun allowed him to discern that this was a variant script popular among the nobility, yet reading it fluently would prove impossible. Grace stood silently opposite Liyue, his expression calm, but Liyue keenly detected a hint of concealed madness lurking beneath his composed facade. At that moment, Grace resembled a glacier on the verge of collapse, seemingly steadfast and serene, yet poised to shatter under the slightest provocation. The parchment in Liyue's hands felt suddenly heavy. He understood that if he could not decipher the text, the flicker of hope that had just ignited would be extinguished, and Grace would likely succumb to despair. Should this skilled archer descend into madness, the camp would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Observing Liyue's contemplative demeanor as he held the parchment, Grace's expression shifted from anticipation to doubt. The script he employed was quite common among the nobility, and given that Liyue was a mage from an ancient family, it was implausible that he could not decipher the text. Did it mean, Mr. Grace, is everything inscribed on this parchment true? Has Hake, the village chief, indeed committed such abhorrent crimes? Liyue suddenly exclaimed. The confusion in Grace's eyes vanished as he bowed once more, producing a small emblem to rest in his palm. Indeed. Liyue, I assure you, on the honor of my family, the great steppe hunter, that every word inscribed on this parchment is both authentic and credible. Chapter 22. Judgment and Expulsion. The emblem cradled in Grace's palm appeared to be quite aged, yet its craftsmanship remained exquisite. The primary material was silver, intermingled with a hint of an unknown precious metal. Its shape resembled a shield, adorned in the center with a dark crimson design depicting a great steppe hunter. Although Liyue did not recognize this emblem, he nonetheless received it with both hands, feigning scrutiny. The tension within him was palpable, as he fervently hoped that the sounds surrounding him were not those of awkward laughter. Just moments ago, as he grappled with the parchment, the voice of the old mage unexpectedly surged within him, aiding his interpretation of the text. This nobility's script was, in fact, a rudimentary form of alchemical language, easily deciphered by the master alchemist, Mr. Dish. The parchment contained relatively few words but was meticulously organized, clearly detailing the time and place of events, revealing how Hake had gradually transformed from one of the leaders of the refugee camp into the sole dictator wielding absolute power. The bloodshed concealed within each phrase stirred Liyue's emotions. Young one, I do not recognize this emblem either. The old mage's voice finally resonated, causing Liyue's heart to sink, but he soon heard the mage continue. There are so many nobles. Who could possibly remember which emblem belongs to which family? However, judging by the emblem's composition, the shield signifies that this family bears the responsibility and honor of guarding their land, likely belonging to the ranks of barons or higher. Possessing actual territory, the great steppe hunter must be the founder of this lineage. That I vaguely recall encountering similar emblems before I delved into the profound world of alchemy. Young one, ask him if he hails from the Mo Mountain family. The Mo Mountain family, Liyue echoed. Having never heard the name before, his voice barely above a whisper, yet sufficient for the keenly perceptive Grace that a fleeting expression of elation crossed Grace's face, for he had internally confirmed Liyue's noble heritage. An ancient family. He indeed comes from an illustrious lineage. Recognizing the emblem of the great steppe hunter is not particularly remarkable. Anyone well-versed in heraldry could ascertain this family with a long history. However, knowing that the great steppe hunter is actually a branch of the Mo Mountain family is knowledge reserved for a select few, even among the nobility. Grace struggled to contain his excitement, casting a knowing glance at Liyue before turning to Hake and the others, speaking in a cold tone. Hake, do you not confess your crimes before Lord Liyue? Since the moment Grace unveiled the emblem, Hake's countenance had turned bitter. He could scarcely believe that the adventurer he had hired at great expense was, in fact, a noble lord. That it was known that regardless of territorial holdings, noble lords could receive a pension from the treasury, while modest. It far outweighed the meager wages of an adventurer. Despite sensing the gravity of his situation, Hake was unwilling to concede defeat. That he reached out to his trusted allies, struggling to rise. Grace, you scoundrel, what are you saying? Lord Liyue is merely a lowly squire. I, Hake, am the village chief, far superior in status. What authority does he possess to judge me? Pathetic, Hake. How did you come to self-designate yourself as village chief? And now you wish to use that as a shield? Grace scoffed derisively, raising the emblem of the great steppe hunter. The identity of Lord Li Wei is beyond reproach, but as Sir Grace, the second heir of the Tuli family, who guards the southern frontier, do you truly believe I cannot adjudicate your so-called village chief? Hake's corpulent body trembled uncontrollably, his lips turning a sickly shade of blue from terror. Yet he fully understood the magnitude of his transgressions, unleashing a hoarse shout. Fake. Your emblem is a forgery. Who has ever heard of the Tuli family? Absurd. Grace, you are merely a rogue among adventurers, attempting to masquerade as a noble. As Hake spoke, he darted his small eyes around, seeking support from his loyalists. However, as he surveyed the scene, each ally paled and retreated, eager to merge their bodies with the villagers. No one dared to question Grace's assertions. The exquisite emblem had dispelled most doubts. The villagers, largely simple folk, viewed every noble lord as sacred and untouchable, their authority rivaling that of the celestial father god. Leaving no room for skepticism, a few villagers with adventurer backgrounds pondered the matter more deeply. They were well aware of Grace's reputation as a demon-hunting archer, and thus held reservations regarding his noble claims. However, they also understood that the crime of impersonating a noble was severe, with even execution appearing a relatively merciful punishment. Given that Grace had produced an emblem asserting his noble lineage, those wishing to challenge him faced only one path: to seek survival beneath his lethal arrows. Receiving no response, a greasy sweat began to cascade down Hark's face. His gaze towards Grace filled with palpable fear. His thick lips quivered, yet he could not utter a single word, observing the once cunningly smirking figure of the plump village chief. Hark, reduced to such a state of disarray, the Ranger Warren felt a long-held breath of pent-up frustration finally escape him, recalling the harrowing experience of being driven out of the camp by Hark's incitement of the villagers. He clenched his fists, striving to suppress a genuine sense of joy that a sudden twinge of pain shot through his arm, prompting Warren to glance sideways, discovering the eyes of the female rogue, Martha, brimming with uncontrollable delight. Although Hark appeared utterly terrified, he stubbornly refused to confess. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Grace's eyes. With a swift motion, he loosened his grip, allowing the silver fur longbow resting on his shoulder to slide into his palm. In a seamless, fluid motion that took less than 2 seconds, he drew the bowstring taut, forming a perfect crescent, and knocked a straight arrow upon it. Such astonishing speed would surely catch even the closest of foes off guard. And the reputation of the demon-hunting archer Grace was indeed well-deserved. Levi marveled inwardly, yet he was acutely aware of the misunderstanding surrounding his so-called noble identity. While killing the corpulent Hark was hardly a monumental task, Levi felt a disquieting sense of illegitimacy. Thus, he softly interjected, "Sir Grace, we lack the authority to judge Hark's crimes, let alone to execute him." Lord Levi. Grace hesitated, but soon lowered his bow towards the ground. In his mind, Levi, a scion of an ancient family, clearly preferred to keep his identity concealed, hence sparing a wretch like Hark seemed inconsequential. "Hark, this parchment has clearly delineated your transgressions, and based on its contents, executing you would be hardly excessive." As Levi approached from behind Grace, his youthful visage bore an air of stern authority. Hark trembled, lifting his gaze as if to contest, yet upon meeting Levi's cold, indifferent eyes, he wisely sealed his lips. Those were the eyes of one who regarded his life as trivial, exuding the aura of an absolute superior in control of the situation. "I now represent Viscount Ryan, and I hereby sentence you and your confidants to exile. Before the sun rises to the treetops, I expect not to see any of you again." Levi enunciated each word deliberately, a manifestation of his effort to rein in his own anxiety. To the ears of others, however, it resonated with an imposing, aristocratic cadence, prompting renewed speculation regarding the identity of this invaluable young man. A mere expulsion from the refugee camp seemed a remarkably lenient treatment, given the gravity of Hark and his associates' offenses. Yet, during a time of calamity, being cast out often heralded a tragic fate. Hark's loyalists shrieked in terror, collapsing to the ground in desperate pleas for Levi's mercy. The young knight's squire surveyed the grotesque display with icy detachment, handing the parchment to the Ranger Warren, then addressing those who crawled before him with outstretched hands. "Consider what actions you have undertaken during this period. Should I now disclose your crimes to the villagers, you may find it impossible to escape this place." The cries abruptly ceased, and Hark's followers exchanged fearful glances, scrambling to their homes. now intent on absconding with as much wealth as they could salvage from the villagers. This, of course, was no easy feat. Levi had given them until the sun crested the treetops, and already, a faint glimmer of light began to pierce through the eastern mist. Chapter 23. A misunderstanding deepens watching as his erstwhile loyalists scattered in disarray. The rotund Hark seethed with venomous curses, casting malevolent glances at Levi's retreating figure. In his mind, this youth had become an irreconcilable foe. Hark mentally unleashed a torrent of vile epithets. A tall, slender figure abruptly interrupted his line of sight. Grace, the demon-hunting archer. Grace narrowed his eyes, raising his left hand to point directly at Hark's forehead. Hark's corpulent body quivered in response, as if a frigid finger had brushed against him. An icy sensation radiating from his brow. Grace did not disguise his murderous intent in the least. Hark trembled, attempting to rise, but his limbs betrayed him, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. Instead, he could only crawl away like a cornered beast. His mind racing with the urgent realization that if he did not flee at this very moment, Grace would assuredly not let him escape. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Do not let me see you again. Hark, Grace spat at the fat figure before hastily pursuing Levi's departing form. In Grace's mind, Hark was a mere nuisance, easily disposed of, while the enigmatic scion of an ancient family represented his true hope. As the demon-hunting archer approached, Levi inwardly lamented his predicament. The squire to Sir Stutton, he had resolved to adhere unwaveringly to the chivalric virtues. Deceit was an absolute affront to the knightly code. And while Levi had not explicitly lied, he knew that the deepening misunderstanding with Grace would eventually compel him to make a choice. The lie would shatter the divine ideal he held within. The truth would forge a formidable adversary. Luckily, Levi was not yet forced to make that decision. After catching up with Levi, Grace deliberately lagged half a step behind, his pale lips twisting in discomfort as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Noticing Grace's distress through the corner of his eye, Levi halted, turning to face the renowned archer. This marked the first time Levi had the opportunity to scrutinize Grace up close. The tall, lean man bore a stubbled chin that made him appear older than his years. However, his eyes still sparkled with youthful fervor and the audacity of an adventurer. Grace wore no armor, opting instead for lightweight garments conducive to stealthy maneuvering, apart from the silver fur longbow slung over his shoulder and a few arrows. He bore no additional weaponry. Yet, should anyone presume to approach Grace with the intent of close combat, they would quickly learn the true meaning of martial archery, as his bow could weave a dance of lethal precision. In terms of sheer strength, although Levi had attained the status of a third-tier warrior, and his 4 spear-wielding subordinates boasted the equivalent of 4th-tier capabilities, even they would find it exceedingly difficult to capture the renowned speed and stealth of the demon-hunting archer. If the distance between them widened, Levi's spear-wielders would merely serve as slightly sturdier targets. Grace alone possessed the capacity to obliterate Levi's small contingent. Yet, this formidable, audacious adventurer now stood awkwardly before Levi. Seemingly wanting to lower himself and speak, but unable to find the words, Levi sighed softly, yearning for solitude to contemplate the state of the heart of the castle following the defeat of the great demon. The incinerator, the awakening of the ancient wizard, Mr. Dish, clearly indicated that the alchemical miracle had reached the threshold for its first evolution, and the prospect of new buildings and resources filled the young man's spirit with subtle excitement. However, it was evident that Grace had something of great importance to convey. Not wishing to prolong Grace's discomfort, Levi gestured for Warren and Martha to leave, then quietly addressed Grace. "My lord, what may I assist you with?" Given that most of Levi's focus was consumed by thoughts of the heart of the castle, his seemingly courteous remark lacked the weight of reverence to Grace's ears. It only solidified his perception of the young knight's status. To maintain such composure in the presence of a nobleman signified that this youth was anything but ordinary. Even among ancient families, achieving the rank of a formal magician at such a young age was a notable accomplishment. As Grace pondered this, his sense of awkwardness diminished considerably. The demon-hunting archer's demeanor was merely defiant, not arrogant. It was easy to maintain a modicum of respect for a young man with a magician's credentials and a boundless future ahead. "Mr. Levi, if you do not mind, might we converse privately?" Grace inquired cautiously. Levi, as anticipated, nonchalantly nodded in agreement, replying, "Of course, my lord. Squire Levi is at your service. Please, instruct me. The matter I wish to discuss is of utmost confidentiality. Mr. Levi, can I trust your subordinates?" Grace cast a hesitant glance at the spear-wielders flanking Levi. The reliability of his subordinates was a certain affirmation. Without a moment's hesitation, Levi replied, "I can assure you, their loyalty is beyond question." As Li Wei uttered those words, he was oblivious to Grace's piercing gaze sweeping across his face and those of the four halberd-wielding soldiers. Capturing their expressions in their entirety, without the slightest hesitation, this young Master Li Wei displayed an extraordinary level of trust in his subordinates. Strangely, upon hearing such unreserved praise for their loyalty, not a single muscle on their faces quivered. This phenomenon transcended mere loyalty. These were death warriors, elite fighters that could only be nurtured by the most ancient of families. It was said that while their inherent strength might not be terrifying, their unwavering courage in the face of death, executing even their master's most inconceivable commands without faltering, bestowed upon them an almost unimaginable power. Li Wei remained unaware that his recent actions had elevated his standing in Grace's eyes. He simply perceived the man before him, who straddled the roles of adventurer and noble, as being engulfed in inexplicable excitement, sending a chill down his spine. "Sir, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to command," Li Wei urged. His mind focused on swiftly appeasing Grace, so he could retreat to a secluded spot and delve into the heart of the castle. Li Wei, I trust that your purpose for this endeavor will not conflict with the matter I am about to discuss. Since you are aware of the relationship between the Great Hunter and the Mo Shan family, you must have heard of the incident 5 years ago that tarnished the Great Hunter's emblem. Grace articulated with meticulous care, each word laden with gravity. Li Wei's mind was a blank slate. The mere mention of the Great Hunter's disgrace was utterly foreign to him, and even the name Mo Shan had reached his ears solely through the lips of the old wizard. Mr. Dish. Grace's disappointment was palpable as he observed Li Wei's hesitation, leading him to sigh softly and murmur, "Mr. Li Wei, perhaps the Mo Shan family holds little significance in your eyes and those of your family. Yet to me, they are an insurmountable behemoth. When my family was obliterated, I realized that my meager strength was utterly insufficient to effect any change." Meager strength? Li Wei mused bitterly. "Sir Grace, your so-called meager strength could indeed annihilate me entirely. While the Mo Shan family represents a dread power that is beyond my imagination, I shall never forget the sight of Count Mo Shan leading his knightly order through the flames of my ancestral estate, impaling my family members upon his lance." Grace's voice cracked, reminiscent of grinding something hard between his teeth. Li Wei, I acknowledge that this request may seem presumptuous, but should your family assist me in exacting vengeance upon the Mo Shan family, I would gladly pledge my loyalty to you. With that, Grace bowed slightly before turning to depart, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate as it gradually merged with the rising sun. Chapter 24. The changes in the heart of the castle. Grace's words plunged Li Wei into contemplation. The final lord of the Tuli family had just articulated a revenge pact, a concept whispered among the nobility. "You shall bear my grudge, and in return, I shall offer my life and loyalty." This contract bore a unique stipulation. From the moment the agreement was forged, the party proposing the target would become the servant of the other, who must exert every effort within their capabilities to fulfill the contract. The time frame for completion was not immediate, rather it extended over a decade. And to prevent the contracting party from imposing excessive demands, if the accepting party determined they had done their utmost yet the contract remained unfulfilled, the deadline would automatically extend by another 10 years. However, Grace was unaware that Li Wei, whom he mistakenly believed to be a scion of an ancient family, was merely an orphan whose parents had perished at the hands of demons. If the revenge pact were to be established, Li Wei would unwittingly gain the allegiance of a formidable archer like Grace before he possessed the strength to challenge the Mo Shan family. Li Wei had no understanding of the Mo Shan family's might, but Grace's lack of courage to pursue his vengeance, opting instead to conceal himself among adventurers, hinted at the terrifying power they wielded. The most potent noble Li Wei could conceive was merely Viscount Ryan. It was evident that if Grace's adversary were indeed Viscount Ryan, with the prowess of this demon-hunting archer, he could likely drive an arrow through the Viscount's throat by nightfall. The prospect of acquiring the unyielding loyalty of an archer of Grace's caliber without any repercussions was indeed a tantalizing temptation. After taking several deep breaths, Li Wei finally subdued the avarice churning within his chest and led the 4 halberd soldiers toward the tallest structure in the encampment. The tallest edifice within the camp was a standalone wooden 2-story cottage. Perhaps due to its notable height, it had inevitably suffered a direct hit from a fireball during the assailant's assault, resulting in a substantial gash in the roof. Fortunately, The structure had not been built long ago, and the timber still bore the scent of freshness and moisture. The fireball extinguished itself once it had exhausted the magical heat it contained. Liyue had no intention of making this cottage his residence. His immediate desire was to find a quiet and secure place to enter the heart of the castle. This cottage conveniently met his requirements. Upon stepping inside, a hall spacious enough to accommodate 20 people unfolded before him, prompting a genuine exclamation of admiration from Liyue. The hall's decor could not be deemed lavish. Yet for a refugee camp, it appeared excessively opulent. In the center stood a pine dining table surrounded by high-backed chairs, a silver candelabrum gracing the table, adorned with 3 half-burned candles. The thick bobcat pelt carpeted the floor, its plushness so deep that it nearly enveloped one's feet. However, this carpet had been thrown aside, revealing a gaping, dark abyss beneath it. Liyue estimated that even the most rotund individual could pass through this opening with ease. It seemed to be the escape tunnel that Warren had mentioned leading beyond the village. You 4. Guard this place. No one is to enter without my permission, including Warren and Marcia, Liyue commanded. The 4 halberd soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." 2 stood behind the securely closed door, while the others positioned themselves beside the yawning chasm, their sharp halberds held at the ready. The soldiers were unwaveringly obedient to Liyue's orders. Even Grace would have to tread over their corpses to gain entry into the hall. Seeing that the soldiers were prepared, Liyue seated himself at the table, comfortably closing his eyes as he began to call upon the old wizard. "Mr. Dish, may I enter the heart of the castle now?" The aged voice responded promptly, "Of course. Little one, come in." The sensation of vertiginous descent engulfed him once more, and Liyue clenched his teeth, stifling an embarrassing scream within his throat. Regardless of how many times he experienced it, he could never acclimatize to the sensation akin to slipping off a cliff. Warm sunlight cascaded from the heavens as Liyue opened his eyes, discovering he had once again materialized upon a verdant plain, the gentle breeze carrying the invigorating scent of grass, instantly rejuvenating his spirit. A solitary watchtower stood at the foot of the distant mountain, appearing somewhat incongruous. However, not far from it lay a sizable plot of cultivated land, dotted with small thatched cottages, bestowing a sense of tranquil pastoral beauty. The sunlight in the heart of the castle seemed to possess a characteristic of temporal variation. It was likely approaching midday, as numerous individuals were busily tending to the fields, clad in simple burlap garments and wielding various farming implements. Liyue's heart raced with unexpected urgency. This was an unanticipated transformation. When had the heart of the castle become populated with so many people, though they appeared to be mere rustic laborers? Each one was robust and sturdy, wielding heavy tools that could inflict considerable harm if wielded with force. Without a mount, Liyue's combat effectiveness would be halved, leaving him uncertain of his ability to defeat these farmers single-handedly. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to call out mentally, "Mr. Dish, where are you? I need your assistance." "Ha ha ha, little one, am I not right here?" The old voice unexpectedly emanated from behind him, startling Liyue that he spun around to see the old wizard, Mr. Dish, stroking his long beard and smiling at him. "Mr. Dish, you startled me." Liyue exhaled in relief, comforted by the wizard's presence. After all, even with the pride of an alchemical master, Mr. Dish would not allow his creation to falter, would he? "Little one, you have done well." Mr. Dish appeared to be in remarkably high spirits as he approached with a smile, praising, "Before I succumbed to slumber, I never anticipated that you would so swiftly fulfill the requirements for the heart of the castle's advancement. Moreover, judging by the purity of the demonic energy you've absorbed, it seems you must have vanquished yet another formidable demon. Am I correct?" "Indeed, Mr. Dish, it was a burner. However, it seems this type of demon is somewhat easier to deal with than the horned demon commander," Levi admitted, scratching his flaxen hair with a hint of embarrassment. "Easier to handle, you say? Young one, do not underestimate the burner. This demon serves as the long-range spellcaster for the demonic forces. While their offensive capabilities may be simplistic and their close combat skills lacking, once they amass in sufficient numbers, a deluge of fireballs can overwhelm even the most formidable champion knight order," he cautioned. "The champion knight order?" Levi echoed in surprise. In his recollection, Sir Stun had once mentioned that the kingdom of Arthur boasted 2 equally powerful knight orders, one being the royal guard directly under the monarchy, and the other the sacred knight order of the Father God's Church. Even the most ordinary knight within these orders possessed a staggering strength exceeding level 11, while the mightiest knight within Count Ryan's entire castle Sir Wilpus had only just begun to touch upon this threshold. That is the most powerful troop of humans that the heart of the castle can forge a degree of strength that you, my young friend, cannot yet fathom. However, such considerations are far off into the future. For now, come with me, and allow me to elucidate the new functionalities bestowed by the heart of the castle's recent advancement, Mr. Dish said, his demeanor radiating enthusiasm. As he spoke, he retrieved a shimmering powder from the pocket of his robe and cast it into the air, executing a simple magical gesture. Soar through the skies. Levi felt a buoyancy beneath his feet, and he found himself soaring upwards alongside the venerable sorcerer. This experience of flying was unprecedented for the young boy. His expression transformed in an instant, a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration, rendering him nearly speechless. Chapter 25. The Transformation of the Heart of the Castle, Part 2. The notion that a wizard could challenge foes of higher levels is a familiar one to many. However, due to the relatively scarce number of wizards compared to other professions, most who have heard this phrase possess only a superficial understanding of the rationale behind it. Those fortunate enough to witness a wizard unleash powerful spells often naively conclude that this is the source of the wizard's terror. Levi, too, had once entertained such fantasies. Yet, upon ascending into the heavens under the influence of the old wizard spell, he recognized his folly. When a wizard possesses the ability to cast fireball, they are designated as a mid-level wizard, comparable in status to a knight aspirant who has comprehended the essence of combat energy. Conversely, when a wizard is capable of invoking flight, they are deemed a high-level wizard, their standing akin to that of a great knight who has mastered the dispersion of combat energy. If not slightly superior, the might of wizards does not merely stem from the potency of their spells. More crucially, a wizard flying at altitudes of dozens or even hundreds of meters is virtually immune to conventional ranged assaults. In this world, ranged attacks come in myriad forms. Archers can launch arrows beyond 200 meters. Heavy crossbows can accurately strike targets within 300 meters. And exceptional archers like Grace can threaten adversaries from 400 to 500 meters, given favorable terrain. However, these measurements pertain to horizontal distances. Launching attacks from a height is far more complex. Even a formidable archer like Grace cannot pose a threat to a wizard flying above 300 meters. Yet, a wizard can simultaneously cast spells like Fireball and Ice Storm while airborne, delivering devastating area of effect damage to armies composed predominantly of ordinary folk, inflicting not only substantial casualties but also a crippling blow to morale. Levi had never envisioned that one day he could soar through the air like a high-level wizard. The old wizard spell evidently surpassed the limits of most flying spells. As Levi gazed down at the earth from the heights, he was overcome with dizziness. The once boundless grasslands swiftly shrank beneath him. His gaze swept over the plains, traversed the endless snow-covered forests blanketing the mountains, and crossed the tumultuous rivers that gradually transformed into crystalline white glaciers, ultimately reaching the distant, towering snow-capped peaks. In an instant, Levi could not suppress a gasp. Beyond the snow-capped mountains lay a desolate expanse of ice devoid of any signs of life, an unbounded realm that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions until it vanished into the world's edge. The vast grasslands beneath him appeared but a mere grain of sand on a silver platter in comparison. Levi found himself gasping for breath, a sudden warmth flooding his cheeks, traces of scalding tears. Young one, do you see? This is the true visage revealed by the heart of the castle's advancement. Now, look to the east. Mr. Dish's aged voice broke through Levi's trance, rousing him from his dreamlike state. The young knight attendant peered eastward, where the icy expanse sprawled boundlessly, dotted with clusters of blue and white ice formations, sharp and dense like a forest of blades. The frigid air seeped into Levi's core, and he turned his head, his voice barely audible against the howling wind. Mr. Dish, I see nothing. Do not rely on your eyes. Let your heart guide your vision. You are the master of the heart of the castle. You should be able to perceive everything here, the old wizard replied, offering Levi a measure of comfort. Yes, he was the master of the heart of the castle. He must not see with his eyes, but with his heart. Levi closed his eyes, yet darkness enveloped him, rendering him sightless. He strained to glimpse something, feeling his heart racing wildly, yet only an abyss of profound darkness greeted him. Calm yourself, young one. Your heart races so, yet you see nothing. Mr. Dish's voice resonated in his ears. Levi inhaled deeply several times, striving to quell the tumultuous beating of his heart. As his heartbeat gradually steadied, a faint glimmer of light seemed to materialize within the inky blackness. Initially, Levi doubted whether this was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon capturing that flicker of light, his vision suddenly unfurled into a sea of crimson flames. Levi's eyes flew open, and he found himself amidst a searing inferno that it was a terrifying realm of extreme heat. With a nearby volcano erupting violently, spewing forth plumes of black smoke and volcanic ash, a river of fire flowed from the volcano's maw, winding beneath Levi's feet, the bubbling magma crashing against the obsidian surface. The air was thick with suffocating smoke and dust. In an instant, the searing heat could obliterate any creature lacking flame resistance. A faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air, and Levi furrowed his brow. Recognizing that this scent had recently crossed his path, demons, the thought sent a shiver coursing through Levi's body that he squinted, striving to discern the volcano's silhouette. The volcano belched scalding smoke and steam into the sky, with piercing red light flickering through the black smoke, causing Levi's eyes to water from the brightness. He had expected to see nothing, yet his vision was surprisingly sharp, revealing countless black shadows writhing along the banks of the flowing river of flames. "Mr. Dish, what are those?" Levi inquired, prompting a low, rumbling laugh from the old wizard. "Young one, let us approach and discover the truth," he replied. With a gentle gesture, the silver magical powder enveloped them, guiding them toward the river of flames. Levi's expression shifted momentarily, yet he soon realized that everything within this fiery realm posed no threat to him. As the roaring river flowed beneath him, it suddenly became remarkably tame, and the billowing smoke did not scorch his lungs. The ground felt solid beneath his feet. Levi stamped down, savoring the smoothness and hardness of the obsidian, finally releasing the tension that had been held in his heart. The writhing shadows lay just ahead. And as Levi approached for a closer look, he was instantly filled with dread. The shadows were revealed to be plump, wriggling worms, squirming across the searing obsidian ground. Their semi-transparent bodies exuded a viscous fluid that emitted a sulfurous odor. Seemingly, this liquid shielded them from the extreme temperatures, allowing these fleshy creatures to struggle for survival. What turned Levi's stomach was the fact that each of these worms bore a distorted human face. Both male and female, their expressions twisted in agony, eyes rolled back, mouths opening and closing as they emitted indistinct wails, while black, foul blood dripped down from their lips. These are the so-called abyssal larvae, the juvenile forms of the demon race. These creatures devour one another to grow, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they undergo metamorphosis, transforming into the small demons you have encountered before. The old sorcerer gestured towards the terrifying worms with a calm demeanor, as though imparting a commonplace piece of knowledge. "Abyssal larvae. Mr. Dish, are we not in the heart of the castle? How could such dreadful entities arise here?" Levi managed to suppress the urge to vomit and stepped back a few paces. "Oh, I owe much gratitude to you, young one. Had it not been for your previous acquisition of a pact from a soul harvester, constructing this abyssal projection would not have been so straightforward." The old sorcerer waved his hand forward, and a crystalline light shot out, swiftly returning with a small demon in tow. "Scott is diligently toiling away. Mr. Dish, is there something you require of him?" The small demon spoke the common tongue quite well, albeit with a slightly crude demonic accent, yet it flowed rather fluently. Its claws clutched its head tightly, evidently terrified after being thoroughly subdued by the old sorcerer. "Scott, this is the one to whom you must pledge your allegiance. The lord of the heart of the castle, Lord Levi," the old sorcerer stated solemnly. The small demon, with cunning eyes glimmering, glanced at Levi and suddenly fell to the ground, fervently bowing its head. "Great lord of the castle, Scott is at your service." Scott has been working diligently and has nearly completed the demon cauldron. Soon it will be able to produce a plethora of small demons. A plethora of small demons. Levi swallowed hard. Feeling an intense dryness in his throat, he cast a pained glance at the old sorcerer, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Mr. Dish, what exactly have you made this creature do?" Chapter 26. Changes in the Heart of the Castle, Part 2. The old sorcerer chuckled softly, not immediately addressing Levi's inquiry. Instead, he waved at the small demon Scott, saying, "Very well, Scott, you have not been idle, and I am pleased. Now, return to the demon cauldron and prepare for the first batch of abyssal larvae to undergo metamorphosis." The small demon's eyes darted around, eager to speak, but the old sorcerer raised his right hand, encircling it with crystalline light, and sent the small demon back deep into the river of flames. "Young one, I know you have many questions, but this environment is not conducive for discussion. Let us return and speak further." After dispatching the small demon, The old sorcerer turned to Levi. Levi nodded, eager to leave this unsettling place. The old sorcerer then thrust his hands forward, parting the void to reveal a grand, multicolored door. Behind it lay the familiar scenery of meadows and snow-capped mountains. Tentatively, Levi stepped through the door, and the landscape before him blurred, followed by a dizzying whirl. When his vision steadied, he found himself standing on a lush green meadow. Levi inhaled deeply, the fresh, crisp air filling his lungs, revitalizing his spirit. The old sorcerer followed him through the multicolored door, which then closed, dissipating into specks of light. As the portal vanished, Levi impatiently inquired of the old sorcerer, "Mr. Dish, how did these individuals and buildings come to be? What was that burning volcano we just encountered? And what exactly is the demon cauldron that Scott mentioned?" "Oh dear, young one, you have an abundance of questions," the old sorcerer replied with a smile, flicking a few silver sparks into the air. A table of strange, shimmering silver materialized upon the empty grass, adorned with various fruits and a covered wooden bowl, flanked by 2 chairs of the same exquisite material. "Let us sit and partake of some nourishment. These are splendid delicacies produced from the heart of the castle's advancement," the old sorcerer said, taking the initiative by biting into a fruit. The fruit bore a resemblance to an apple, but exuded a far more potent aroma. Upon catching a whiff, Levi's stomach rumbled audibly. Truth be told, the last time he had eaten was the previous evening, and a third of a piece of dark bread was hardly sufficient sustenance for a growing boy, having long been digested. Eagerly, Levi seized a fruit and bit into it. The initial crunch was firm, but soon the sweet juice flooded his mouth, and he savored the delightful and unique flavor, swallowing it down before continuing to devour the fruit with gusto. The territory of Viscount Ryan did not produce delectable fruits. The common folk had to make do with sour wild strawberries, wild apples, and raspberries. Only the Viscount and a few noble lords within the castle would splurge on fruits sourced from beyond the territory, serving them only during feasts for fellow nobles, even as an apprentice attendant. Levi could only gaze longingly at those fruits from afar. However, he vowed that the fruit in his hand now was far superior to anything presented at the tables of the noble lords. The exquisite juice of flavor he had never even dreamed of. The old sorcerer took a few bites and placed the remainder of the fruit on the table's edge, gesturing toward the covered wooden bowl. "Young one, fruit alone cannot sate your hunger. Try this instead." Levi quickly swallowed the morsels of fruit he had just consumed, the entire fruit having found its way into his belly, even the tiny seeds chewed and swallowed. The old sorcerer chuckled softly, tapping the table, causing the lid of the wooden bowl to slide aside, releasing a fragrant aroma reminiscent of eggs, oats, and milk. Inside the bowl were 4 or 5 golden, spherical delicacies from which the enticing scent emanated. Levi hesitated briefly before reaching out to grasp one, feeling its soft, warm texture beneath his fingertips. "Mr. Dish, is this cake?" Upon seeing the old sorcerer nod with a smile, Levi could not help but swallow hard. Cake was not something one could casually come by, and in Levi's 15 years of memory, he had only tasted its delightful flavor no more than 3 times. Even within the Viscount's estate, the scent of cake was not a daily occurrence. "Mr. Dish, would you care for one?" Stifling the saliva pooling in his mouth, Levi offered the first cake to the old sorcerer, whose expression radiated gratitude as he gently shook his head. "Young one, thank you for your kind offer, but the elderly must refrain from indulging in too many sweet treats. These are all for you." With the old sorcerer's insistence, Levi felt no further need for politeness. He seized a cake and devoured it in a few bites, quickly reaching for a second. While Levi indulged in the cakes, the old sorcerer waved his hand across the table once more, this time revealing an exquisite silver tea set. The silver teapot was half filled with a bright orange tea, steam rising with a refreshing aroma. The old sorcerer poured himself a cup of tea and then filled another for Levi. Levi eagerly wished to express his gratitude, but only a muffled sound escaped his lips. The sweet cake had temporarily robbed him of his ability to articulate. After downing the cup of tea, Levi finally managed to swallow the cake, offering a sheepish smile, though his face soon turned slightly pale. "Mr. Dish, this tea is rather bitter. Did you not add any milk?" "Milk? No, young one, the customs of wizards differ from those of nobles. We do not add anything to our tea. The bitterness, coupled with its sweet aftertaste, is precisely what a wizard requires, sharpening the mind and benefiting one's mental prowess." The old sorcerer shook his head, took a sip from the silver cup, and after setting it down, his demeanor grew serious. Young one, the heart of the castle, as the pinnacle achievement of alchemy, is far more magnificent than you may imagine. If you merely perceive it as a private demiplane. You are mistaken. While a demiplane is indeed a remarkable alchemical artifact, it pales in comparison to the heart of the castle. The greatest feature of the heart of the castle is its near-infinite potential for advancement. Capable of simulating a space suitable for any life form, the fiery landscape you witnessed earlier is a projection of the abyssal plane, interpreted from the small demon Scott, in simpler terms. It is a demiplane that embodies all the characteristics of the abyss. Mr. Dish, are you suggesting that our current location is the most suitable space for human habitation, hence the lush meadow, while the place we just saw is the ideal environment for demons? Hence the infernal sea of flames. Levi pondered for a moment before articulating his understanding. Your intellect is quite sharp, young one, the old sorcerer remarked, a hint of unreserved surprise flickering in his eyes. He stroked his long white beard and continued. The heart of the castle has now completed its first advancement, as I mentioned before. The initial resource structures have been activated, and fields and cottages have been automatically established. From this moment forth, every 24 hours, it will provide you with a modest yield of resources. Among the bounty harvested from the cultivated fields are the vibrant emerald fruits and oats, as well as the milk and eggs produced within the cozy confines of the farmstead. Should you require alchemical items, although the alchemical laboratory has yet to be established, I can conjure some rudimentary items from energy here, which should suffice for your needs at this stage. That is splendid news. Mr. Dish, Levi responded, clenching his fist with excitement illuminating his countenance. In truth, since the expulsion of village chief Hack and his cronies, an inexplicable tension had settled within Levi. After surveying the refugee camp, he grasped the source of his unease. Astonishingly, the camp, which housed over 400 souls, had neither cultivated land nor crops. Those 400 mouths were sustained solely by a scant amount of tilled earth and stored provisions behind wooden walls. It was no wonder that many able-bodied men appeared weak and feeble during the demon attacks, with some even choosing to hide and await their demise. The supplies that Castleheart could provide were undoubtedly limited. Yet they were of remarkably high quality. Both eggs and milk, in this time of demonic calamity, were indeed worthy of a noble's banquet. Moreover, the number of demons you have vanquished far exceeds the threshold required for Castleheart's advancement. The residual energy has been stored as wealth necessary for constructing buildings and recruiting alchemical warriors. Wealth? Mr. Dish, are you implying that the resources needed for building and recruiting soldiers in Castleheart are not actual gold and silver coins? Levi pondered, having initially believed he would need to devise a means to procure a stash of gold to expedite the construction of the buildings available at Castleheart. He had not anticipated that the wealth referred to by the old wizard was actually the energy generated from slaying demons. Young one, where did your thoughts wander off to? Castleheart, a creation of alchemy, has no need for gold, a precious metal of little practical use. As for silver, there is some demand, but it is not immediately required. The old wizard chuckled as he explained, gesturing towards the farmers diligently working the fields in the distance. These individuals are the alchemical souls produced by Castleheart, serving as the most basic alchemical warriors. However, their combat prowess is akin to that of a robust common farmer. The alchemical warriors you intend to recruit will all be crafted from these alchemical souls, integrated into combat templates and generated using energy wealth. Currently, Castleheart can produce 10 such alchemical souls each week, meaning you can recruit up to 10 alchemical warriors from the various recruitment structures at Castleheart weekly. Should you require more, you must either wait for the next week or find a way to facilitate another advancement for Castleheart. Chapter 27. The Crisis of Food Shortage. Levi nodded. I understand. Mr. Dish, may I now recruit some spearmen and request your assistance in transporting them outside? That is indeed possible, but until the portal is constructed, each alchemical warrior's transport will incur double their recruitment cost. Young one, even with that, do you still wish for me to proceed with the transport? Double the cost. Levi could not suppress a gasp, yet after a brief consideration, he gritted his teeth and replied, Yes. Mr. Dish, I would appreciate your assistance with the transport. It seems you are quite aware that your situation is not particularly secure, the old wizard remarked with a smile, shaking his finger. Since you have completed the advancement task for Castleheart, how could I not grant you a modicum of reward? The transport fees cannot be reduced, but this small squad of archers and 2 swordsmen shall be my gift to you. Levi felt a surge of joy. though he endeavored to appear composed before the old wizard, suppressing the urge to leap with excitement. He rose solemnly and bowed to the old wizard. "Thank you very much for your generosity. Mr. Dish, young one, this is the reward you rightfully deserve. Now, your time to remain at Castle Heart is limited. If there are no other matters, Castle Heart will temporarily close its expanded mode. You require the alchemical warriors to be transported immediately." Levi immediately shook his head. "Not just yet. I shall find an excuse to venture into the forest later. At that time, please transport the alchemical warriors to my side. Mr. Dish, I leave everything to you." The old wizard nodded, and then Levi felt a sudden darkness envelop him as the scenery shifted in an instant. The once refreshing air of the grassland turned murky, now tinged with a bothersome burnt aroma. He found himself back in the refugee camp, seated beside the dining table, with 4 spearmen divided into 2 groups, guarding the ground entrance and the hall's portal. While faint sounds of commotion echoed from outside, Levi sighed deeply, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Nevertheless, he summoned his energy and stood up from the chair. Noticing Levi's movement, one of the spearmen guarding the entrance turned and saluted him by striking his chest armor. "My lord, Sir Grace, accompanied by Warren and Marcia, sought an audience with you but was impeded by us. Sir Grace mentioned that if you have time today, it is imperative that you meet with them." "Sir Grace, what matter could he possibly have?" Levi mused aloud, then adjusted his leather armor and sword before striding towards the door. The 4 spearmen followed closely behind him, their vigilant gazes scanning their surroundings. Although the refugee camp appeared safe at present, these alchemical beings exhibited no signs of relaxation. The camp was abuzz with activity. The initial exhilaration from vanquishing demons had subsided after a morning, giving way to sorrow over lost loved ones and friends. The charred ruins of homes still emitted wisps of smoke, with blackened timber protruding like despairing arms reaching for the sky. Some villagers staggered amid the debris, calling out for their kin. Several burly camp guards struggled to overturn a collapsed barn in hopes of salvaging its contents. However, as fresh air rushed in, the barn, still flickering with embers, ignited brightly. Crackling into flames, sunlight pierced through the heavy mist, casting a bleak shadow on the ground, where the lean figure of Sir Grace, his ever-present silver fur longbow slung across his back, stood solemnly nearby, conversing with the ranger Warren. The rogue Marcia was the first to notice Levi emerging from the building and hurried forward, addressing him with utmost respect. "My lord Levi, Sir Grace has urgent matters to discuss with you." Levi nodded. "I understand. Marcia, you and Warren should first assess the damages within the camp, then organize the men to reinforce the wooden walls and gates. Though we have thwarted the demon's assault, we must remain vigilant." The rogue and ranger bowed in acknowledgement before making their way towards the charred entrance of the camp, issuing commands along the way, promptly followed by several robust men. Watching the 2 retreating figures, Levi's expression grew grave. "Sir Grace, your urgency in seeking me. Has trouble arisen?" "Mr. Levi, I fear we may have to abandon this place." Sir Grace's countenance mirrored his distress. His brows tightly knitted, and his sharp eyes appeared weary. "Why, have we discovered traces of demons once again?" Levi inquired, astonished, although he had just advised Marcia to remain cautious of a renewed demon onslaught. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. If demons frequently attacked this area, it would be impossible to amass such a substantial number of refugees, let alone establish a camp of this scale. "No, Mr. Levi, the situation is far more troubling than the discovery of demons." Sir Grace paused, surveying their surroundings. The area where he and Levi stood was already quite desolate, and with the 4 spearmen on guard, it seemed unlikely anyone could overhear their conversation. Nonetheless, Sir Grace remained cautious, lowering his voice to a whisper. "This camp contains 4 warehouses for storing food. 3 were struck by fireballs unleashed during last night's battle, incinerating both the warehouses and their contents. Currently, only the smallest warehouse retains a portion of its supplies, which will last at most 3 days." How could this happen? Levi felt a sharp pang in his jaw, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He had long suspected that food shortages would arise within the refugee camp, but he had not anticipated the issue would manifest so swiftly. Without sustenance, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among the refugees, a scenario Levi wished to avoid. As a squire to Sir Stun, he had embraced the quintessential knightly creed, to dispel darkness, to show mercy to the weak, and to fear nothing. Undoubtedly, turning a sword against unarmed refugees was an action Levi could never undertake. Yet the dilemma of food scarcity was indeed a thorny issue. The young knight squire furrowed his brow in contemplation before saying, "Sir Grace, is it truly the case that we only have enough food for 3 days? What if we slightly reduce the rations for everyone?" Grace responded with a wry smile. "Mr. Levi, you may not yet be aware that the rations distributed here have long been at the lowest level. Aside from barely managing to fill their stomachs while serving as camp guards, the ordinary villagers' food supply can only be described as sufficient to stave off starvation if it were to be further reduced. I fear they would not even be able to maintain that. In that case, Sir Grace, please organize a few individuals to establish a watch near the last granary, ensuring that the news of our dwindling supplies is tightly sealed. As for the rationing issue, do not reduce it. Rather, increase the supply so that both the ordinary villagers and the camp guards can manage to eat sufficiently." Grace was taken aback by Levi's words and hastily replied, "Mr. Levi, if we do that, I fear the remaining food will only last a day and a half. What shall we do when it is all consumed?" "I will find a solution," Levi replied with unwavering assurance. Then took a few steps outside and turned back to Grace, saying, "I need to step out for a moment. Sir Grace, I would like to trouble you to find a few villagers to clean out a relatively tidy house to serve as a new warehouse." "A new warehouse? For what purpose?" A flicker of confusion crossed Grace's eyes as he watched Levi's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of strange confidence rising within him, as if this young man could indeed resolve the pressing troubles at hand. How peculiar. Where could one possibly find food at a time like this? Even the offspring of ancient families would be at a loss. Could it be that he intends to use this as an excuse to slip away? Grace muttered to himself, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. What does it matter? Let us proceed as this lad suggests. Even if he does not return, it is no great loss. At worst, I shall leave with the remaining rations. Yet, if he truly manages to procure food, then the influence of the family behind him would be. Chapter 28. Aid from the Heart of the Castle, Part 1. The mist gradually thinned, and sunlight poured from the heavens, casting bizarre patterns upon the dense forest that a small squad of fully armed warriors, wielding sharp spears, trudged through the underbrush, their iron boots crushing the brittle twigs and fallen leaves beneath them. 4 spearmen formed a 2 in front, 2 in behind formation, escorting Levi deeper into the forest. Looking back from this vantage point, the camp's tall watchtower had transformed into a vague silhouette, although the midday sun had rendered the thick fog somewhat more translucent. At such a distance, even the keenest eye struggled to penetrate the mist and discern Levi's figure deep within the woods. The young knight squire surveyed the surroundings with a discerning gaze, nodding in satisfaction before approaching a large tree, closing his eyes, and softly calling out, "Mr. Dish, are you there?" It was not long before the elderly mage's voice echoed within Levi's mind. "I am here, young one. What do you require?" "You see, Mr. Dish, the food reserves in the refugee camp are quite meager, and several granaries were set ablaze by demons last night. Now, the food can barely sustain us for 2 days. Did you not mention that I could obtain some rations from the heart of the castle? I wonder if that is still possible?" "Of course, young one," the old mage readily replied. Levi felt a flash of light before his eyes, as several pale blue orbs of light converged in his mind, coalescing into a new set of magical runes. This set of runes was etched into the young knight squire's memory, alongside 3 other sets. Naturally, Levi was elated to learn a new magic, though he found himself perplexed by the purpose of this newly formed rune. Upon slight examination, he noted that this new rune radiated a brighter glow, exuding a faint blue-white luminescence. Levi was acutely aware that he did not possess particularly commendable magical aptitude. Moreover, even those with exceptional magical talent took several years of study to master intermediate spells such as fireball and arrow protection. Furthermore, this rune seemed to deviate from conventional magic, resembling rather the healing spells employed by priests. The old mage had undoubtedly utilized some means to grant Levi the ability to wield this magic directly. If the Mage Guild were to discover such a method, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. However, Levi was not preoccupied with such thoughts at present, nor did the old mage regard it as a matter of concern. The rune for fireball appeared a deep crimson, emanating tendrils of scorching heat. The rune for arrow protection glimmered a pale green, surrounded by a breeze-like aura, while the rune for healing radiated a soft, gentle white light that instilled a sense of tranquility. The new rune, however, emitted no discernible aura, merely floating quietly. If one were to focus on it for too long, a disorienting sensation might ensue. "Mr. Dish, what kind of magic is this?" Levi inquired, simultaneously curious as he probed the rune with his mental energy. The rune immediately flickered with a brilliant blue-white light, and Levi felt as if something had been drawn from his very being, as though a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, rendering him momentarily breathless. Oh dear. Young one, your curiosity knows no bounds. This magic is not something you can wield so casually at this moment. The old mage seemed taken aback, then a gentle force flowed into Levi's body. Alleviating the discomfort in his chest, the sound of clashing steel echoed, and Levi opened his eyes to behold a blue-white glowing sphere before him, from which emerged two formidable warriors clad in full metal armor. They wore full-face helmets, adorned with a blue and white ribbon that billowed in the wind, exuding an air of valor. In their hands, they gripped gleaming steel swords and round shields emblazoned with the griffin insignia. A faint azure glow enveloped their forms, subtly rising and falling with their breath. Could this light be? Levi's heart raced, disbelief flooding his senses. Indeed, young one, this is precisely what you envision. Martial aura manifestation. The old mage proclaimed with a hint of pride in his voice. These two alchemical warriors are no ordinary beings. The structure from which they were recruited is called the Sword Soldier Camp, which can only be constructed after the heart of the castle undergoes further development. These warriors are a superior variant of the ordinary sword soldiers, known as crusaders. The regular sword soldiers recruited from the heart of the castle must be at least level 6 and possess an understanding of the martial seed. The crusaders, though their levels remain unchanged, have elevated their martial seeds to a higher tier, thus achieving martial aura manifestation. As Levi listened to the old mage's explanation, a singular thought consumed him. This was a golden opportunity. The martial aura, much like magic, held extraordinary potential, greatly enhancing the physical prowess of its wielder, something many physical practitioners yearned for. Generally, one might trigger the opportunity to comprehend the martial aura upon reaching level 5, thereby gaining the chance to ascend to higher ranks. Yet, this was merely theoretical. In reality, numerous individuals at levels 7 or 8 still found themselves barred from the realm of martial aura. The opportunity to comprehend the martial aura varies for each individual, and the manifestations are distinct, though they can broadly be categorized into 3 stages. The first stage is the martial seed, where the aura is still in a nascent state, providing negligible enhancement to combat capability, only about 1/10 of its potential. The second stage is martial aura manifestation, where the aura begins to radiate outward, spontaneously forming an uncontrollable protective layer that significantly mitigates magical effects. Moreover, martial aura manifestation is a requisite for various physical enhancement professions to progress to advanced stages. Simply fortifying the body will eventually hit a plateau, typically surfacing when one reaches level 10. Only by comprehending the martial aura and cultivating it to the stage of martial aura manifestation can one further enhance their physicality and continue to advance. The third stage of the martial aura can only be grasped by advanced practitioners, characterized by the ability to project the aura outward, forming a protective barrier while also harnessing its unique properties to produce astonishing effects. This stage is known as martial aura celestial manifestation, and those capable of achieving it rank among the elite, often on par with great mages. Legends speak of a stage beyond martial aura celestial manifestation, where every individual who attains such heights is deemed a legend, a prodigy. They, like the great mages who have grasped the essence of magical power, may prefix their names with saint, their status rivaling that of any king upon the continent. That, of course, these aspirations were still a distant dream for the young knight squire. Even Sir Stan, whom Levi served, had only comprehended the martial seed, failing to elevate it to martial aura manifestation, thus remaining a lowly knight. Within the confines of the Viscount's castle, the number of knights capable of comprehending the seed of fighting spirit does not exceed 20. And those who have reached the pinnacle of fighting spirit, known as the scattering of martial essence, number no more than 5, including the esteemed Sir Wilpus, the Grand Knight of the 11th rank. At this moment, 2 alchemical warriors, both possessing the level of martial essence scattering, stand before Levi, who finds himself momentarily breathless. The sound of armored boots resonates as 2 crusaders swordsmen approach Levi, each brandishing their sword and shield. Kneeling on one knee as they declare, "My lord, we pledge our loyalty to you and shall fight to the very end." Levi, feeling somewhat flustered, rubs his hands together, wanting to assist the 2 swordsmen to their feet. However, just as he reaches out, he hears the amused voice of the old mage. "Really, young one, have you never witnessed the ceremony of accepting a knight's fealty? Simply tap their shoulder guards gently with your sword, and then proclaim, 'Ah, I remember now. Thank you very much for your reminder, Mr. Dish. Levi exclaims, awakening from his reverie. He draws his sword and lightly taps the shoulder guards of each Crusader swordsman before raising his voice as loudly as possible, declaring, "In the name of the Lord of the castle, I accept your fealty. We swear to become the sword in our Lord's hand, to remove all obstacles, to confront all formidable foes, to brave fire and water, and to never retreat." The two Crusader swordsmen respond in resounding voices, causing Levi's ears to ring. Chapter 29. Support from the heart of the castle, Part 2. After accepting the loyalty of the two Crusader swordsmen. Footsteps once again echo from within the azure-white light sphere, as a small squad of pikemen forms an orderly line and emerges. Following them is a contingent of archers, clad in blue and white short coats, carrying longbows and quivers. To Levi's recollection, the Viscount's castle had only a handful of archers, most of whom were frail individuals unable to be trained as warriors. During battles, these archers would always remain safely behind the castle walls or in watchtowers, shooting arrows at distant enemies. Overall, they left a rather unfavorable impression on Levi, seeming to embody a cowardly profession, far from the valor of knights. The impressive Sir Grace, the demon-slaying archer, had left a lasting impression on Levi, being the most formidable archer he had ever encountered. However, his overall perception did not change until the archers recruited by the heart of the castle stood before him, revealing that archers could indeed exude such a dignified presence. This squad of archers consists of tall men, holding their own against the fully armed pikemen. Their short coats may lack the excellent defensive capabilities of the pikemen's armor, yet they excel in agility. The longbows slung across their shoulders are more than half their height, seemingly crafted from cherry wood, though they surpass cherry wood in elasticity and strength. As the pikemen emerge from the azure-white sphere, they carry what appears to be a rather heavy bag. Levi cannot help but glance over, and one of the pikemen swiftly approaches, opening the bulging bag towards him. A fresh aroma of oats wafts through the air, revealing a bag brimming with shelled oats. Levi, filled with delight, scoops a handful from the bag. The plump oat grains feel cool and smooth in his palm, each one appearing particularly enticing. The pikemen demonstrate commendable endurance, though they still seem somewhat strained while carrying the bag. Levi estimates that each bag holds approximately 40 to 50 pounds, totaling around 400 pounds across 8 bags that, if rationed carefully, it should suffice as sustenance for several hundred refugees for about 2 days. With this thought, the young knight's attendant finally breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he need not worry about food for the time being. Although the quantity of oats is not excessive, the old mage Mr. Dish had clearly stated that this is merely a day's yield from the heart of the castle. With 400 pounds of oats daily, not only will all the refugees receive ample food, but there will also be a slight surplus. Thus, the most pressing food issue is resolved. When Levi returns to the refugee camp in the afternoon, his small group has transformed into a force composed of 12 pikemen, 8 archers, and 2 fully armored Crusader swordsmen. This well-equipped contingent catches the attention of the sentinels stationed in the watchtower, causing the already skittish guards to sound the alarm. Grace, overseeing several villagers cleaning the new storehouse, immediately seizes his silver fir longbow and dashes up the watchtower upon hearing the alarm. In the nearby forest, shadows flit about, and the glint of metal blades flashes intermittently. Grace quickly assesses the situation, concluding that a force of more than 20 individuals is approaching. Ranger Warren wields his spear adeptly, and though his archery skills surpass those with the spear, his lower level compared to Grace's means he remains the undisputed top defender among the camp's guardians. Upon hearing the alarm, he reacts only slightly slower than Grace, grabbing a hunting bow and hastily climbing up another watchtower. Prepare to shoot, Grace commands coldly, raising his longbow to aim at the forest, with 4 camp guards, including Warren, following suit. However, aside from Warren's steady grip, the other 3 guards' arms tremble uncontrollably. If they were to shoot, who knows where the arrows would land? Grace is on the verge of cursing. There are no competent blacksmiths in the refugee camp, making it nearly impossible to craft iron arrowheads. These guards are merely wasting precious resources. Yet, if he were to send them all down, only Warren and Grace would remain in the watchtower, an insurmountable challenge to suppress over 20 well-armed foes. Distance, 150 meters. 3 simultaneous shots. Prepare. Wait. Just as Grace is about to issue the shooting command, Warren's voice suddenly cuts in. Urgently point one of the guards, in a panic, trembles, and nearly releases his arrow, Fortunately, Grace is right beside him, nudging the guard with his shoulder to let go of the bowstring. "Warren, what is the matter?" Grace's tone is stern. Warren shudders slightly before replying in a low voice. "My lord, the approaching force feels familiar. It may be Sir Levi returning." "Levi? He left with only 4 guards. Can't you see that the force down there has more than 20 people?" Grace's initial thought is disbelief. However, as the squad in the forest draws nearer, the blue and white uniforms of the pikemen become discernible, prompting Grace to shake his head in incredulity and lower his silver fur bow. All right. There's no need for alarm. Disperse, open the gates, and welcome Sir Levi back." Warren, having already set down his hunting bow, races down from the watchtower, shouting as he heads for the camp entrance. The camp's wooden gate, having been completely destroyed by the great demon, the burner, is temporarily replaced by 2 freshly felled trees from the forest. Still bearing untrimmed branches, Warren directs several of the camp's strongest men to push with all their might, and after considerable effort, they manage to move the trees halfway aside, just as Levi leads his significantly bolstered squad to the forest's edge. "Sir Levi, you have returned." Warren bows respectfully to Levi, with the burly men beside him bending even lower. Though these men are strong and robust, they are farmers by trade, lacking any formal martial training. Their reverence and offer a knight such as Levi far exceed that of Warren. "I have returned." "Warren, what has transpired in the camp?" Levi inquires as he steps into the encampment. The pikemen file in orderly behind him, followed by the squad of archers as 2 fully armored crusader swordsmen march in with heavy steps. Warren's jaw drops, momentarily forgetting his intended response. "Sir Levi, are these 2? Are they knights?" "Knights." Levi pauses, then realizes that possessing the ability of martial essence scattering indeed qualifies the 2 crusader swordsmen as knights. He nods in affirmation, saying, "Yes, they are knights in my service, just recently arrived here." At Levi's words, Grace, who has just descended from the watchtower, slips slightly and nearly falls. Ever since the 2 crusader swordsmen appeared within his line of sight, he has maintained a vigilant demeanor, with his own strength nearing the 6th level. Although he has not successfully comprehended the seed of fighting spirit, he possesses some understanding of this extraordinary power. If Levi can discern the martial essence of the crusader swordsman, Grace, of course, can as well. Initially, Grace assumed these 2 knights were guardians of Levi's family. After all, possessing the ability of martial essence scattering signifies that the door to becoming a high knight is now open. Even an ancient and noble family would not have many knights of such caliber. However, Levi's assertion indicated that these 2 knights were directly under his command, which left Grace utterly astonished. He had elevated his assessment of Levi several times, yet this instance made him acutely aware that he had gravely underestimated Levi's background. To possess 2 grand knights as subordinates. What noble lineage does this young master Levi hail from? Could he be the first heir of some ancient family? Grace pondered as he descended from the watchtower. "Sir Grace, I have devised a solution to the food issue," Levi declared. Gesturing towards the rear, the pikemen, burdened with sacks, promptly unloaded their heavy cargo, creating small heaps on the ground. Grace crouched down and opened one of the bags, instantly captivated by the plump, golden grains of oats within. He pinched a few grains between his fingers, gently rubbing them before placing them in his mouth, savoring the taste with a satisfied smile. Excellent oats, simply exquisite in flavor. Chapter 30. The fate of the exiled. Just as the food crisis in the refugee camp was alleviated and Sir Grace once again elevated his opinion of Levi, a fierce scuffle was unfolding deep within the dense forest, roughly 3 hours away from the camp. The combatants were well acquainted with one another. In fact, not long ago, one party had been subordinates to the other. However, the hierarchical bond between them had evidently shattered, leading to a cacophony of insults as they clashed. The middle-aged rotund man, surrounded by 3 attackers, was remarkably strong, resisting fiercely while hurling curses like a madman. Yet, outnumbered by 3, and despite the absence of weapons, the repeated blows from their fists inflicted severe injuries upon him, blood streaming from the gash on his forehead and the thick fingers of his hands. A particularly savage punch struck the rotund man in the abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, curling up as his corpulence trembled uncontrollably. "You treacherous dogs that bite the hand that feeds, you shall meet a grim fate," he bellowed hoarsely. Yet this only spurred the 3 men to rummage through his belongings, stuffing everything of value into their pockets, which earned him a brutal kick to the ribs. "Hark, you are no longer the village chief. Cease your posturing before me." The man who kicked him wore a battered helmet, his teeth yellowed and decayed, exuding an air of repugnance. Had Levi been present, he would certainly recognize this man as the guard who had denied entry to him and his companions upon their first arrival at the refugee camp. Nearby, another man was carelessly tossing the last remnants of Fat Hark's belongings into disarray, his shoulders burdened with a hunting bow, the only weapon among the trio. Annoyed by Fat Hark's cries, he turned his head and said, "Boss, why waste words on this fat pig? Just kill him." "Enough. Fat Hark has at least provided us some benefits before. Let us not slay him, but rather leave him to fend for himself in the forest," the third man interjected. Glancing up at the sky, "I must remind you, it is past noon. If we do not find a safer haven soon, we may have to sleep outdoors." "Curse you, fat pig, consider yourself lucky," the man with the hunting bow spat as he bundled up all the items they had scavenged from the luggage, hoisting the bundle onto his shoulder. "Boss, what shall we do now?" The man in the battered helmet gritted his teeth, stating firmly, "We cannot risk sleeping in the forest. It is far too perilous. We must depart immediately and aim to leave this forest before sunset." "But what if we encounter wandering demons beyond the forest?" The third man hesitated. "Which is more terrifying, the roaming demons or the beasts that hunt in the night forest?" The man in the battered helmet retorted coldly. The third man nodded in agreement, and the trio no longer cast a glance at the prostrate Hark, instead plunging into the underbrush. You wretched wolves that cannot be tamed, you shall not have a good end," Fat Hark shouted. Having lain on the ground for a considerable time before feeling slightly better, as he continued to curse, he struggled to rise and assess his belongings. Before him, what had once been neatly bundled was now utterly scattered. The blankets for warmth and the scant food had obviously vanished, and the few gold coins sewn into the inner layers of his luggage had also been taken. All that remained for Fat Hark was a tattered sack, a few torn letters, and 2 cracked wooden bowls. "Damn robbers. Despicable scoundrels. Woe is me," Fat Hark lamented, gazing at the pitiful remnants, unable to suppress his rage and fear, and he fell to the ground weeping. Before the establishment of the refugee camp, Hark had been a leader among the refugees, having once guided them through the perilous blockade of demon troops, braving dangers in the forest. But that was a distant memory. Months of indulgence had reduced him to a state resembling that of a fat pig. Even without the belongings stolen from him, Fat Hark lacked the confidence to navigate his way out of the forest. After being expelled from the camp by Levi, most had abandoned him, each choosing a different path, with only these 3 remaining dutifully at his side, vowing to continue following him. Fat Hark, being a shrewd individual, could have discerned their hypocrisy with careful observation. However, he was too engrossed in contemplating how to shift the blame for the loss at the refugee camp onto others upon encountering his master. Fat Hark was so absorbed in his thoughts that he remained oblivious to the peculiarities of being led deep into the woods by these 3 men. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. The 3 confidants turned against Fat Hark over the meager wealth he had brought from the camp, and despite his desperate resistance, he was ultimately beaten down by insults and fists, his possessions stripped away. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Although Fat Hark was greedy, he was not foolish when leaving the camp. He had not taken all of his amassed wealth. The majority remained buried in a location known only to him. The gold coins he carried were merely intended for potential use on the journey to the castle of Baron Lyon, a gift to these 3 ruffians that he could have accepted. However, now Fat Hark's heart was filled with bitterness and dread. His body, though corpulent and sturdy, had sustained no serious injuries from the earlier beatings. Aside from a gash on his forehead that bled profusely, rendering him quite disheveled, he bore only a few bruises. The most terrifying aspect was the complete loss of his food. Among the trio, one was an adventurer with a level 1 ranger profession, adept at navigating the forest and evading beastly attacks. Without this confidant, Fat Hark found himself utterly disoriented. It was futile to continue ruminating in this manner. Regaining his composure, Fat Hark tore a small piece from the tattered sack and bandaged the wound on his forehead. He then gathered the scattered letters, wrapping them haphazardly in the remaining piece of sack, clutching them tightly to his chest. These letters were now his lifeline. As long as he could reach the castle of Baron Lyon and see his master, he would have a chance for redemption. "Levi, Grace, Warren, Martha, and you treacherous dogs, just wait. Lord Hark shall return, and when he does..." Fat Hark ground his teeth as he uttered each name, his voice dripping with venom. In the distance, a sound seemed to echo, resembling a piercing scream. Fat Hark, like a frightened fat field mouse, crouched behind a large tree, revealing only his eyes as he peered toward the source of the anguished cries. although the afternoon sun was beginning to lose its potency. The mist had yet to fully envelop the forest, allowing for a reasonable line of sight. Without the obstruction of trees, he should have been able to see up to 200 meters. Crouched behind the tree, Fat Hark widened his beady little eyes, beads of anxious sweat rolling down his round face and dripping onto the earth below. His pricked ears caught a few more anguished cries. The sounds excruciatingly sorrowful, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered alive. Then came a rustling, as if something was hastily approaching. Fat Hark shivered, fervently praying to the Father God that whatever it was, it would not come this way. Clearly, Fat Hark could hardly be deemed a devout follower of the Father God, who showed no inclination to offer him protection. Before his prayer could conclude, from the dense underbrush emerged a panicked figure. Running without direction, fear had contorted the person's features beyond recognition, yet Fat Hark managed to identify him. To be precise, this was the individual he had parted ways with less than half an hour ago. However, his two companions, the leader in the battered helmet and the one carrying the hunting bow, had not followed, clearly the ones who had emitted those earlier cries, upon emerging from the underbrush. The individual immediately spotted the grand tree where the corpulent Hark had concealed himself. Indeed, there was no better hiding place in the vicinity. However, before he could take another step, a soft whoosh pierced the air as a massive arrowhead, nearly the width of a palm, impaled his chest. Stained with vivid crimson blood, the man staggered forward, bending his knee, and with a thud, collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. A pitch-black arrow shaft, exceeding a meter in length, protruded from his back, its twisted feathers resembling those of a raven. Although witnessing the demise of his betrayer should have brought Hark a sense of vengeance, he felt none of that satisfaction. Instead, he stuffed his sleeve into his mouth, biting down hard, fearful that the uncontrollable chattering of his teeth would attract unwanted attention. A faint stench of sulfur permeated the air, nearly causing Hark to lose control of his bladder, for he understood the implications. The pursuers were not the brutal half-beasts of the forest, nor were they mere humans. They were demons of unfathomable ferocity, incapable of coexisting with humanity, wielding bows as their weapons. The region of Baron Lyon had been under the threat of demonic calamity for 6 months, and Hark was not entirely unfamiliar with demons. Yet, whether it was the fiends that had razed his former village or those that had attacked refugee camps, he had never encountered any that employed bows. Among the demon ranks, there were some earth goblins skilled with bows. But the finely crafted black arrow before him was clearly beyond the capabilities of the inferior goblins. The sulfuric scent intensified, and several figures clad in red and black emerged from the thicket, dragging away the corpse slain by the black arrow. Hark held his breath, desperately trying to make himself smaller behind the tree. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and once the eerie murmurs laced with demonic intonations finally faded from his ears, Hark felt as if an hour had passed. May the Father God protect me. Hark sighed in relief, just as he was about to cautiously peek around again when a cold and merciless voice echoed from behind him. That rat was quite swift, but not swift enough. Look, is this pig not a better catch? Chapter 31. The demonic night Roxa Hark felt his blood run cold, fear rendering his face pale and rigid, resembling that of a corpse. A chilling, lifeless presence loomed behind him as he slowly turned his head, his neck creaking ominously. A shadow draped in a hooded cloak stood silently behind him, the hood obscuring its features, lending it an air of enigma. Trembling, Hark sensed the fog around him thickening, yet upon closer inspection, it was not fog at all, but the icy aura seeping from the shadow's robe. But the shadow's visage remained hidden and its intentions unclear. Hark felt a slight sense of relief. The figure did not appear to be a demon, but rather resembled a bandit or an evildoer of the wild, and Hark was not particularly afraid, for he had confidence in his ability to persuade any intelligent being capable of communication. Only demons, who regarded humans as mere food, were beyond negotiation, and Hark knew that no matter how eloquent his words, he would ultimately end up as a meal. "My lord, my name is Hark, and I am at your service." Hark rolled to the ground, his rotund form easily positioning itself at the shadow's feet, and he repeatedly bowed his head against the earth. "I am a village chief from the territory of Baron Lyon. That fellow and his companions robbed me, and I was at a loss for what to do. I am grateful to you for avenging me. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to command." He spoke in the most humble tone, kissing the shadow's boot. The area his lips touched was hard and cold, exuding a biting chill. The shadow wore boots crafted from black iron, their tips adorned with sharp spikes that cruelly pierced Hark's lips. "You are a knight, my lord." The only individuals Hark could recall wearing such iron boots were the exalted knights, which explained the shadow's audacity to traverse the dense forest alone. After all, each knight was a master of martial skill. A formidable warrior capable of defending themselves against ferocious beasts or small bands of demons. The shadow remained silent, offering no reply. Intrigued, Hark could not help but glance upward, from his vantage point at the shadow's feet. He could vaguely discern the lower part of its face. Seemingly aware of Hark's gaze, the shadow's dark lips twisted into a subtle smile. Yet it was a smile so frigid, a shiver ran down Hark's spine. And for the first time, he felt his tongue falter. The shadow's coldness seemed to freeze his sweet words in his throat, rendering him unable to speak. You claim to be a village chief. I am well aware of the villages in this area, and I find no record of you. Just as Hark felt his resolve crumbling, the shadow abruptly broke the silence. Its voice was like the howling north wind, dry, cold, and devoid of any emotion. My lord, I speak no falsehood. I am indeed a village chief. My village lies not far from here, less than 3 hours' journey. But Hark's voice faltered before he gritted his teeth and continued. But now a band of thugs has seized my village, driving me out and leaving me to fend for myself in this forest. Is that so? The shadow's voice remained devoid of warmth, and the ensuing silence coiled around Hark's neck like a noose. As he lay on the ground, his breathing grew rapid, the warmth of his breath condensing into wisps of white mist before him. In which direction is your village? After an indeterminate span of time, Hark finally heard the shadow's voice resume, and a wave of relief washed over him, causing perspiration to soak through his clothing. That he composed himself, glanced around, and with a pained expression said, My lord, those ruffians brought me here, and I have lost my way. However, it should be roughly in the northeastern direction. Yes, indeed, to the northeast. A village to the northeast, the shadow echoed, skepticism lacing its tone, before raising a hand to summon deeper into the forest. Pusk, is there a village 3 hours' journey to the northeast? Pa, Roxa, you are but a demon slave, yet you dare summon Lord Pusk so impolitely? A sharp voice responded from the depths of the forest. And to Hark's horror, a figure much larger than an ordinary imp emerged. This demon boasted crimson skin, with black magical patterns covering its hands and feet. 2 bat-like membranous wings trailed behind it, frequently entangling with the branches, eliciting a string of curses with each entanglement. Pusk, you should understand that since the Lord has appointed me as the commander of this sweep, I have the authority to command you and your subordinates. The shadow dismissed the demon's threats, its voice remaining cold. Should you persist in defying my orders, I shall enforce battlefield discipline with my blade. You dare? Pusk is a great demon, a lord of the winged demons, not one to be trifled with. The winged demon Pusk stepped back, its bluster faltering, before its tone softened slightly. However, Pusk must obey the Lord's commands. Roxa, the place you mentioned should have been reduced to ashes. Reduced to ashes? Why? The shadow's voice displayed no fluctuation in emotion, regardless of the winged demon's loud threats or softened tone, neither eliciting any response from the shadow. Of course, a burner has already led his team there. That is a burner. A mere village cannot withstand a few fireball attacks. The demon. That burner has been vanquished by us. Hark, summoning courage from an unknown source, propped himself up with his hands and shouted at the winged demon. Although his voice trembled, it was the utmost he could muster. Do not jest, pig. The power of the burner is beyond your feeble comprehension, and no amount of armed militia can withstand a barrage of fireballs. Only knights who have mastered their fighting spirit can defeat him. The shadow mocked Hark, its first display of emotional change. I do not know whether you are human or demon, but I must tell you that while demons are indeed formidable, victory will never belong to you denizens of the abyss. Return to your magma. Hark shouted hoarsely, then closed his eyes, silently praying to the Father God. The shadow was evidently incensed. It extended a hand clad in a black iron gauntlet, gripping Hark's throat, its dark fingers sinking deep into the flesh of his stout neck. Fat Hack's eyes bulged out as he struggled to pry apart the enormous hand of the shadowy figure. Yet, that hand was as immovable as if forged from steel, no matter how fiercely he fought. It remained unyielding. The hood of the shadow was sliding down, revealing a visage of terrifying countenance that if one were to glance at just the lower half of his face, one might perceive a man who had recently stepped into middle age. His strong jaw adorned with a meticulously groomed beard, exuding an air of nobility. However, the upper half of his face was marred by proliferating crimson growths, festooned with writhing tendrils that moved as if they possessed a life of their own. The man's left eye was completely engulfed by a monstrous growth, while his right eye was wide open, burning with an infernal, malevolent flame that it would be no exaggeration to deem him a creature born of nightmares. This was the final thought that flickered through Fat Hack's mind. A faint cracking sound emanated from his neck. White foam trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his hands fell limply at his sides. In his rapidly narrowing field of vision, that ghastly face loomed larger, and then a grotesquely writhing worm was expelled from its maw, inching toward his lips. Chapter 32. The Construction of a New Village, Part 1. The Ranger Warren awoke from his cold bed. The room was enveloped in darkness, the fire in the hearth seemingly extinguished, with only a few embers emanating a dim red glow. Chilly, damp mist seeped through the cracks of the door, causing Warren a degree of discomfort. He sat up, pulling off the ragged covering that had been draped over him, a tattered woolen blanket, its edges frayed from age, now thoroughly dampened by the moisture in the air. The allure of the bed diminished rapidly for the ranger. Not far from him, a gentle, rhythmic breathing could be heard. The female thief, Marcia, was wrapped in a blanket made from an entire bobcat's pelt, sleeping soundly, though the blanket bore a somewhat pungent odor. It was undeniably warmer than the woolen cover. Warren quietly rose and approached the hearth, adding a few split logs into the fire and prodding the embers with a poker. The kindling ignited, and bright flames flickered, casting a warm glow on Warren's face. The dancing light dispelled the chill, warming his body as he sat silently by the hearth, lost in thought, until the first rays of dawn pierced through the cracks in the wooden walls. Outside, faint sounds of commotion reached his ears that he stood and walked to the door, peering through the slits in the wooden planks in the brisk morning light. The wooden houses opened their doors, and many villagers emerged, stretching and yawning. After a night of rest, these individuals appeared invigorated. Lord Levi had returned not only with a seemingly elite band of warriors, but also with a substantial supply of food. The villagers were unaware of the exact quantity of provisions, but it was certainly considerable, for the rationing that had begun months prior had been lifted the previous night, although it consisted merely of dense black bread and hot water. The rare sensation of satiety filled the villagers with gratitude toward their new leader, especially as, in the open area behind the camp, steaming bowls of oatmeal bubbled in large pots, wafting their rich aroma in all directions, invigorating everyone present. How long had it been since they had savored the scent of fresh oats? At least 6 months. When the shadow of the demonic calamity descended upon the land, farmers were compelled to abandon their immature crops. Seeking refuge within the walled village, they watched helplessly as their hard work over the past half-year was engulfed by the thick fog that accompanied the demons. This fog not only obscured the sunlight, creating an environment more conducive to the demons' movements, but also caused changes in flora and fauna, rendering many crops mildly toxic. Though not lethal, consuming such corrupted food resulted in symptoms of diarrhea and low-grade fevers, rendering it an inadequate source of sustenance. The oatmeal was sweet and fragrant, devoid of the faint sulfurous odor of decayed provisions. Each villager cradled a steaming wooden bowl, their faces lighting up with satisfied smiles. For those enduring the demonic calamity, the desire for happiness was simple: to be full and to have a safe place to call home. These were enough. Breakfast consisted of a hearty bowl of thick oatmeal alongside an ample supply of black bread. This was not merely an act of kindness from Levi, the camp's leader, but rather a necessity, as the villagers faced a day of demanding labor ahead. Without adequate nutrition, they could not possibly shoulder the burdens of the tasks before them. The supplies produced by the heart of the castle could alleviate the food crisis. However, the next challenge facing the refugee camp was one of safety. The previous breach of the wooden walls by the demons was not only due to the guards' momentary weakness, but also stemmed from the inadequately designed defenses of the camp. Despite having constructed watchtowers and wooden walls, the layout was far from optimal, rendering it vulnerable to the demons' assaults. Levi had not received any education from Sir Stan regarding the design of village defenses. On one hand, Sir Stan had no territory of his own, and thus had not delved into such matters. On the other, Levi's time under Sir Stan had been brief, and while the knight aimed to mold him into a knight himself, he had not yet considered the issue of village defense. However, after a night illuminated by the flickering lights of the wooden house, Levi, his eyes bloodshot, produced a meticulously detailed village construction plan that astonished everyone, including Sir Grace's. This blueprint outlined the purpose of every building within the refugee camp, with all residences for ordinary villagers strategically positioned at the center, while the houses nearest the wooden walls were designated for the camp guards. Each of these structures would feature a tower with wooden battlements atop the roofs, serving as lookout points. The guards residing in the lower houses could swiftly ascend the tower via an internal staircase upon receiving an alarm, ready to unleash arrows upon any approaching foes. In addition, the plan included a square for community gatherings, a cellar for grain storage, a water reservoir for fire safety, along with a blacksmith shop, kitchen, pigsty, vegetable garden, and even a small open-air market, all systematically organized on the blueprint. Sir Graces marveled at the intricacy of the design, exclaiming that he might have mistaken it for a knight's castle plan. Moreover, the wooden walls, the primary defensive structure of the camp, were to be the focus of significant renovations. The sharp-tipped logs that once reached skyward were truncated, replaced by small platforms every few meters, affixed atop the walls with wooden shields rising over half a meter high. These platforms would be stocked with stones the size of fists, with ladders positioned beneath them, allowing guards to ascend swiftly and rain down stones upon their adversaries. This defensive measure was evidently superior to the original wooden walls. While the small demons were agile and resilient, they would still suffer grievously if struck by stones hurled from such heights. The wooden shields would also afford the guards the confidence to attack without constant concern for their safety. However, such a significant undertaking would demand that the villagers labor diligently for an extended period to bring the plans to fruition. Though the camp was not lacking in manpower, skilled artisans such as carpenters and blacksmiths were in short supply. The only individual who could be deemed a blacksmith was the aging, one-eyed old man, DUI, who could scarcely lift a hammer anymore. There were slightly more individuals acquainted with carpentry, yet the three who held that title were merely fledgling apprentices. Levi's blueprint required a substantial number of blacksmiths and carpenters to be realized. When Sir Graces pointed this out, the young squire smiled mysteriously and gestured toward the nearby pikemen, saying, "Sir Graces, these individuals are qualified blacksmiths and carpenters. They can produce everything depicted in this plan. What we need to do is organize the villagers for other tasks, as there are numerous labor requirements for such a grand construction project." Mr. Levi, are you suggesting that they are both competent blacksmiths and carpenters, as well as exceptional warriors? How can this be possible? Sir Graces shook his head in disbelief. However, at Levi's command, one of the pikemen removed his equipment and picked up old man DUI's hammer, causing Sir Grace's astonishment to shift into sheer incredulity. The pikeman swiftly repaired a long sword at the forge, his dexterity surpassing even that of old DUI. DUI scrutinized the sword with a professional eye and declared that the pikeman was undoubtedly a skilled blacksmith. As for the carpentry aspect, it was unnecessary to rely on the three apprentices to assess it. Two pikemen skillfully operated a two-man saw, reducing a whole log to a pile of planks within 3 minutes, the smooth surfaces requiring no further processing or sanding. Mr. Levi, could you enlighten me as to how your family came to possess such rare talents? Sir Graces could not suppress a long sigh. Not genuinely expecting Levi to answer this perplexing question, merely feeling a sense of disbelief, Levi gently cleared his throat, offering an apologetic smile towards Sir Grace, before drawing a circle on the blueprint and proclaiming, "All right, everyone, let us now allocate our tasks. Sir Grace, being a renowned demon-hunting archer with exceptional long-range capabilities, I hereby entrust you with the command of the archers team, and the responsibility of the camp's early warning system is now in your capable hands." "No problem. Leave it to me," Sir Grace replied, still somewhat astonished. "Warren, Martha, you are both seasoned members of the camp and thus familiar with the people here. I assign the logging team to the ranger Warren, who knows the forest well, while you, Martha, shall handle the other miscellaneous tasks within the camp. Once the construction of the new village is complete, I will formally take you both in as my followers." "Yes, my Lord Levi." Warren and Martha exchanged a glance, both feeling a surge of excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, this shall be our new village. We must exert every effort to construct it to perfection, making it a sanctuary amidst the calamity of magic. Please assist me," Levi declared loudly, raising his fist, his eyes shining with fervor. "We will do our utmost." The crowd responded in unison, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm. Chapter 33, The Construction of the New Village, Part 2, A group of burly men, bare-chested, shouted in unison as they hoisted a log upon their shoulders. Not far off, in the woods, marked trees were being felled one by one, while villagers wielding saws promptly approached to cut off the branches and stack them together. Ranger Warren lifted his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Ever since he was unjustly labeled a thief by the rotund Hark, he had never anticipated the day he could reclaim his honor and return to the refugee camp with pride. Levi's arrival had opened a new path for him, filling Warren's heart with gratitude for the enigmatic young man. Although the logging work was indeed arduous, his spirits remained high, for each moment he spent working was for the sake of his homeland, making even the fatigue feel fulfilling. "Warren, we've brought lunch. Take a break." A melodious female voice called from a distance that a smile spread across Warren's face as he straightened his aching back and called out to the surrounding villagers, "Lunchtime. We'll rest for an hour and then resume work. We must fell 500 logs today." The villagers responded with a spirited, "Oh," in unison, setting down their tools to stretch their sore limbs and gather together. "Today's work is truly exhausting. My arms can barely lift," complained a young villager, rubbing his shoulder. "Hans, be grateful you have work to do," replied an older man, tucking his logging axe into his belt and pulling out a pipe to fill. "Don't forget, during the time Hark was village chief, you could barely get a full meal, having to sneak out at night to gnaw on my leather belt." The villagers erupted in laughter at the older man's words, while the young Hans flushed with embarrassment. Stammering, "Uncle Donner, that was because I was always hungry. Hark's cronies were more vicious than starving wolf cubs, severely rationing our provisions." Donner struck a spark with flint, took a deep puff from his pipe, and said seriously, "Hans, since you remember the hardships of that time, cherish the life you have now. Being able to eat well and stay warm, even if it requires hard labor, is nothing to lament. Moreover, our toil is not for others, but for our own homeland, right?" Young Hans nodded vigorously, and the surrounding villagers echoed their agreement. Among them, a stout man resembling a barrel wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered conspiratorially, "Donner, I've heard that our new village chief, Lord Levi, is actually a powerful wizard." Just as Donner was about to respond, a voice came from outside the crowd, "Why are you all gathered here? Hurry and get your food. You need to rest well for the afternoon's work, which one be easy." It was Ranger Warren, holding 2 slices of toasted black bread in his right hand and a wooden bowl in his left, from which a rich aroma wafted, enticing every villager's senses. "Wow, that smells delicious," Hans exclaimed first. "What is that heavenly scent? Brother Warren, what's for lunch today?" "Always thinking about food," Warren chided lightly, though his face was alight with mirth. Clearly not genuinely upset, he lifted the wooden bowl, announcing, "Today, Lord Levi arranged for a pig to be slaughtered, providing us lumberjacks with a hearty meal. Everyone, hurry and serve yourselves while it's hot. There's sumptuous braised pork for everyone." Braised pork. Donner nearly dropped his pipe in shock, for this was something he had never imagined. Even before the calamity of magic, pork was a considerable luxury, unaffordable for ordinary peasant families. Only during major festivals would the village chief distribute small scraps of meat. Dubbed the benevolent lord's gift, as the villagers exchanged incredulous glances, Hans had already dashed back with a large wooden bowl, beaming as he said, "There really is braised pork, Uncle Donner. If you don't hurry, the big chunks will be gone." No villager hesitated any longer. They all stood up and hurried towards the food distribution area. Only Donner remained in shock, knocking the ashes from his pipe against a stone. Slowly straightening up to address Warren, "Brother Warren, do you know why Lord Levi is doing this?" "What do you mean by doing this?" "Oh, you mean that," Warren replied, momentarily taken aback. He then smiled and raised his wooden bowl, saying, "Lord Levi is unlike any noble you've encountered. Brother Donner, you are an experienced adventurer, far more knowledgeable than I. Have you ever seen a paladin?" "A paladin? You mean the kind that undertakes the tasks of retribution and protection within the Church of the Father?" Donner inquired cautiously, furrowing his brow. "No, a true paladin, one who can genuinely wield healing divine magic and possesses martial prowess," Warren asserted with certainty. "A genuine paladin, you say?" Donner smirked coldly. "True paladins have long since vanished. Even the priests of the Father have fallen from grace, their divine powers dwindling. Genuine healing magic? I fear it can only be found in the hands of a regional bishop. Lord Levi can wield genuine healing magic." Warren's statement struck Donner like a thunderclap, his eyes narrowing with intensity as his expression turned grave. "Lord Levi can use healing magic. You've seen it with your own eyes." "Absolutely," Warren confirmed, nodding earnestly. "Martha was severely injured a few days ago. with fractures in her wrist and knee. Lord Levi personally healed her with healing magic, completely mending her injuries, allowing her to move freely. Donner scrutinized Warren's expression, noting the genuine reverence that shimmered across the ranger's face when speaking of Lord Levi. With a soft sigh, he patted his left thigh. Alas, I wonder if Lord Levi can heal the old wounds from years ago. Warren placed a comforting hand on Donner's shoulder, preparing to offer some words of solace when a gentle feminine voice chimed in from behind. He will surely do so. Uncle Donner, Lord Levi's healing magic is remarkable. I have experienced it myself. Upon hearing this voice, a tender smile illuminated Warren's face. He turned to see the thief Martha standing behind him, donned in a clean, elegant gown, with a kitchen apron tied around her waist. Martha held a steaming bowl of meat soup and a large piece of black bread, the aroma of the braised pork wafting through the air, making Donner's mouth water involuntarily. Uncle Donner, you're the only one who hasn't fetched lunch. If I hadn't saved this bowl for you, it would have been snatched up by that bunch of insatiable wolf pups, Martha said with a cheerful smile as she walked past Warren. Placing the soup and bread before Donner, Donner lifted the wooden bowl, eyeing the rich broth with suspicion. Oats, onions, carrots. Martha, where did you get these ingredients? They were all provided by Lord Levi, she replied with a smile. Now I believe we have not been forsaken by the Father. The angels sent by the Father have descended among us. Can even food be conjured from thin air? I might just have to believe that Lord Levi is indeed an angel sent by the Father to save us, Donner muttered, burying his face in the steam rising from the wooden bowl. Just as he savored a hearty sip of the delicious broth, he suddenly heard the faint sound of hooves, a sound that seemed somewhat elusive. Donner's expression changed abruptly as he raised his head sharply. Warren and Martha were engaged in a hushed conversation, sharing a bowl of soup as a piece of dark bread was passed between them, their faces radiating a sense of bliss. Not far away, villagers, momentarily freed from their labors, gathered in small groups, exchanging boisterous laughter and curses, occasionally erupting into loud shouts or hearty guffaws. Donald inhaled deeply, reluctant to disrupt this rare atmosphere. However, an increasingly urgent sense of foreboding sent his heart racing. Everyone, be cautious. Cavalry is charging through the forest. Retreat immediately. Donald's piercing shout echoed through the woods, shattering the warmth of the midday respite. Chapter 34. The onslaught of the demon slave knights. There was an unprecedented urgency and fear in Donald's voice, causing Warren's expression to shift instantly. He seized the spear resting beside him and stood up. Donald, what have you heard? Warren, don't mind Donald's nonsense. He does this every night. At first, it terrified me to the point where I couldn't even step outside. Fearing demons lurked just beyond the door. Hans's mocking tone elicited a round of laughter from several villagers, the mirth quickly spreading. Even Martha succumbed to giggles. Only Donald and Warren remained somber. Martha, take the girls and return at once. Warren's voice was unusually stern. Martha raised an eyebrow, about to retort, but caught a glimpse of the barely perceptible plea hidden beneath the ranger's grim expression. Warren, could what Donald said be true? But how could cavalry possibly charge through such dense woods? Martha whispered. I believe Donald would not make a mistake. Before he was injured, he was the finest ranger and scout, Warren replied, his demeanor tense, his lips barely moving as he spoke in a low, hurried tone. We must leave at once, seek Lord Levi in the camp and prepare for what is to come. Warren, what about you all? Martha finally began to grasp the gravity of the situation. We cannot outrun cavalry on foot. It is better to stand our ground here. After all, the forest is not the cavalry's domain. Warren's voice was taut like a drawn bowstring. After uttering these words, he gripped his spear firmly, stepping forward to issue commands. Brothers, we have a situation. Retreat and fortify the barricade. Warren, Martha called out with concern, but Warren's body jolted as he steeled himself against the urge to look back. He feared that seeing the tears in Martha's eyes might weaken his resolve to fight to the death. Warren's command had far more impact than Donald's warning, although the villagers remained skeptical. They immediately began to prepare, strong arms lifting logs from the ground, constructing makeshift barricades. Within minutes, the open ground transformed into a haphazard array of wooden piles, their sharpened ends pointing ominously into the depths of the forest. The sound of thundering hooves grew nearer, clear enough for even the untrained ear to discern. Indeed, it was cavalry, and a considerable number at that. The cacophony of hooves striking the earth resonated like a tempest, reverberating in the villagers' hearts. causing their faces to pale. Donald's lips moved rapidly. Half a minute later, he seemed to exhale in relief, murmuring, 50 cavalrymen. This figure elicited a groan from Warren. Over 60 villagers were tasked with logging. Yet these untrained individuals, possessing little more than brute strength, stood no chance against an equal number of cavalry. Stay alert. The enemy is approaching. Donald suddenly warned sharply, raising his hand to hurl a stone deep into the woods. Immediately, a small, dark creature emerged like a specter, struck squarely on the head by the stone. It let out an ear-piercing shriek, toppling the rider off its back. This grotesque creature bore no traits of natural life. Resembling a poor sculptor's mishmash of a wolf and a donkey, forming a nightmarish entity, the stone struck its mouth, shattering two of its yellowed, sharp fangs, a foul blood oozing forth, mingling with a faint hint of sulfur in the air. Is that the scent of demons? Warren exclaimed in surprise. Donald slowly shook his head, his tone grave. Not true demons, but creatures twisted by demonic power. These beings are mere puppets, controlled against their will by a true demon amongst them. Only by slaying that genuine demon can we rid ourselves of these walking corpses. As if to validate Donald's words, the figure that had been thrown from its mount struggled to rise, its left leg grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle, yet it seemed oblivious to its injury, using the twisted limb to push itself upright. A wave of fear rippled through the villagers. Do not fear. We have barricades formed from the trees. These monsters cannot breach them. Besides, Martha and the others have returned to inform Lord Levi. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Warren's commanding voice rallied the frightened villagers. Seeing the figure stand without making further movements, merely staring blankly, their anxiety gradually subsided. Gripping their axes and saws tightly, the villagers felt a surge of courage, scanning their surroundings anxiously, every shadow seeming to harbor malevolent spirits longing to devour flesh and rend throats. More riders materialized nearby, ghost-like, flitting between trees and shadows, appearing and disappearing. Their mounts emitted a ghastly, hyena-like cackle, drool spilling from their gaping maws, corrosive sounds echoing as it hit the ground. The creature struck by the stone growled lowly. Its eyes, red and ferocious like a wolf's, fixed menacingly on Donald, as if threatening but hesitant to charge. Donald smirked coldly, picking up another stone from the ground, poised to throw, when the creature let out a strangled yelp and fled into the forest, tail tucked between its legs. Ha-ha! The creature's retreat prompted laughter among the villagers, their forced mirth dispelling the dread of the shadows. Since it is a cowardly beast, there is no need to be afraid. With this thought, the villagers tightened their grips on their axes and saws. Donald chuckled as well, but his laughter was abruptly cut short and a mournful wail echoed from the depths of the thicket, followed by the violent tossing of a grotesque corpse. Splattering blood in the clearing, the creature that had fled into the forest now lay headless, a clean cut marking the wound, indicating that the one who had slain it had merely made a swift strike. The heavy sound of hooves echoed ominously, followed by a billowing cloud as dark as the deepest night. The villagers gasped in astonishment, while Warren and Donald remained silent, their expressions grim. As the cloud thickened, it became clear that it was not merely darkness but a knight cloaked in a hooded cape, obscuring half of his form. Both man and steed were clad in heavy black armor, sharp iron spikes protruding from every part, encrusted with rust, resembling a fearsome weapon. Is that a true knight? Warren's lips moved slightly, his voice barely a whisper. Donald managed a bitter smile before replying softly, indeed, and one who has touched the threshold of higher ranks, having grasped the essence of battle energy. Look, what obstructs the path of the demon slave knights? A bunch of country bumpkins, still smelling of earth. A strange, raspy voice rang out, thick with the accent of demons. Then, a creature with massive bat-like wings sprouting from its back appeared atop the treetops, its face a grotesque amalgamation of monkey and dog, twisted into an exceedingly wicked grin. Sir Loxia, your demon slave knights are nothing but a pack of useless fools, aren't they? Useless? Pusk, open your eyes and see. My minions will crush any who dare to stand in their way. The pitch-black knight replied coldly, then retrieved a black longbow taller than himself from the saddle, knocking a dark, sharp arrow. Demon slave knights, attack. Following the icy command, the knight released the bowstring, the arrow slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Aimed straight at the defensively arranged villagers. Chapter 35. retreat, and desperation. The arrow shot by the black-armored knight did not target any specific individual, yet its sheer might exceeded the villagers' wildest imaginations. The twisted black arrow first pierced through the center of the tallest barricade, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered several logs, which required the combined strength of multiple individuals to barely lift. The entire barricade collapsed with a thunderous crash, crushing several villagers who were unable to escape in time beneath its weight, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries for help. However, those villagers who were not trapped under the fallen timber were already too preoccupied with their own peril. At the moment the dark-armored knight loosed his terrifying arrow, the riders flitting about the periphery drew short, throwing spears from their backs, and with a slight gathering of strength, they hurled them simultaneously. The sheer force of these assailants was astonishing. The piercing sound of the throwing spears provoked an instinctive urge to cover one's ears. Most villagers found themselves engulfed in darkness, unable to process their thoughts before feeling a searing pain in some part of their bodies, involuntarily propelled backward to crash upon the cold earth. The strength of the riders' thrown spears was far beyond what the human body could withstand. Any villager struck, whether in torso or limbs, was impaled, collapsing to the ground, bereft of all combat capability. Fortunately, the accuracy of the riders' throws was only average, and merely 3 villagers were killed outright by the spears. This round of spear assault severely wounded a third of the villagers, and with those trapped beneath the collapsed logs, Warren had already lost over half of his men. The survivors trembled, their axes and saws clattering to the ground. "We cannot hold them off," Warren cried out in agony, closing his eyes momentarily before bellowing, "Run! Everyone, make haste to the camp." His voice roused the villagers, who seemed to awaken from a daze, filling the clearing with their panicked shouts. All those capable of movement surged chaotically, resembling a swarm of headless flies, with many unable to discern the direction of the camp, mindlessly dashing into the dense forest. Amidst the frenzied crowd, Warren remained perhaps the most composed. He shouted directions for the villagers to flee toward the forest's edge while straining to drag Donner along. Stumbling backward, Donner appeared reluctant, struggling to protest. "Warren, let me go. My legs are weak. I cannot be a burden to you." "What nonsense are you speaking, Brother Donner? Your legs are injured because of me, even if it costs me my life. I will drag you back." Warren discarded his spear, grasping Donner's shoulders, bearing most of his weight as they both hurried toward the forest's periphery, just as Warren was about to break free from the underbrush. He glanced back and saw that the dark-armored knight was not hastening to pursue, but rather leisurely raising a pitch-black longsword, delivering a brutal strike upon the head of a villager who had just begun to struggle to his feet. Blood erupted forth. The villager emitted a half-hearted scream as his head rolled from his shoulders, the headless corpse swaying momentarily before collapsing into a pool of blood. The knight pointed his sword at Warren, who felt a chill run through his entire being. Despite the distance of over 100 meters, he could almost hear the unspoken words of the knight echoing in his mind. "Flee to your heart's content. I shall ensure your demise." In groups of 2 or 3, villagers fled from the forest, while simultaneously, the alarm bell of the refugee camp rang out from over 1,000 meters away. Villagers engaged in repairs beyond the wooden walls paused momentarily before rushing toward the main gate. Sir Grayson, bow in hand, emerged from his dwelling, scanning the lookout towers and noting that Levi's archers had already ascended, their longbows drawn toward the forest's direction, poised to release their arrows. Such rapid responsiveness is truly remarkable, Sir Grayson could not help but exclaim. Then nimbly ascended the wooden ladder to a lookout tower. "Sir Grayson, all 8 members of the archer squad have assembled and report ready for duty," came an echoing response from the 4 corners of the camp. Grayson nodded in satisfaction and commanded loudly, "Maintain vigilance and be prepared to shoot at a moment's notice." Subsequently, this renowned demon-slaying archer drew back his silver fir longbow, aiming at the rustling treetops. Warren, dragging Donner's heavy form, emerged from the underbrush, shadows of trees swaying behind him, intermittently pierced by the harrowing screams of villagers on the brink of death. Each scream resonated like a death knell, causing Warren's heart to race uncontrollably that he gasped for breath, gritting his teeth as he sprinted toward the refugee camp. "Hurry! Hurry! The demons are upon us! Shut the gate!" A villager, breathless, dashed inside, shouting at the guards stationed at the entrance. "We cannot. Lord Levi has commanded that as long as one villager remains outside, the gate must remain open." One guard shook his head resolutely. "What of Lord Levi's orders, if the demons breach the gate?" We shall all perish. The villager was evidently terrified, screaming as he lunged for the gate's winch, followed by 2 or 3 equally terrified comrades. The guard's resistance was half-hearted, and soon the leading villager reached the winch. Gripping it tightly, ready to turn when a heavy, icy sensation gripped his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw a towering figure clad in full metal armor standing behind him, a sharp and heavy sword resting on his shoulder, emanating an eerie blue luminescence. "Knight!" The villager gasped hoarsely, his legs trembling beneath him. The armored man held his sword with steady strength, betraying no hint of weakness. His full-face helmet obscured his features, and his voice emerged muffled from within. "Lord Levi has decreed that as long as one villager remains outside, the gate must remain open. Knight, the demons are coming. If the gate remains unshut, we shall all die." Another villager cried, his voice a desperate croak, eliciting a chorus of agreement from several nearby. "Indeed, Knight, we cannot sacrifice our safety for the sake of a few outside. The demons are about to strike. We must close the gate. Let us work together. The night would not harm us." The last villager's declaration clearly resonated with the crowd, stirring nearby villagers into a frenzy, intent on overwhelming the winch. With a sharp crack, a flash of steel cut through the air, and before the astonished onlookers, the thick rope of the winch snapped, whipping around like a living serpent before soaring into the sky. The heavy wooden gate crashed open with a resounding boom. Fully ajar, amidst the stunned villagers, the armored crusader sheathed his sword, gruffly intoning, "Lord Levi has commanded that as long as one villager remains outside, the gate must remain open." The towering wooden walls of the refugee camp loomed closer, and Warren felt as though a fire burned within his chest, lungs constricting desperately for fresh air, yet his throat was raw with pain, rendering it impossible to achieve. Donner, hindered by an old injury, could not run. Typically, he would rely on a cane, but now he found himself without aid, having managed to drag the sturdy Donner this far. Warren's stamina had reached its limits, and he was now sustained solely by sheer willpower. Unfortunately, will alone is not omnipotent. Just over 100 meters from the refugee camp, Warren stumbled and fell alongside Donner. A sharp, tearing pain shooting through his right leg. Gritting his teeth, he reached down to touch his ankle, his face paling instantly. "Damn it, my ankle is dislocated." As a ranger, he was well acquainted with such injuries. A dislocated ankle was typically manageable, requiring only a reset and some rest. However, dislocating it with enemies on his heels was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Donner struggled to rise, positioning himself before Warren. "Brother Warren, we are just over 100 meters away. The gate is still open. We can make it. You must go. Leave now." Warren's urgent voice urged from behind, but Donner turned, smiling faintly. "Warren, if not for my burden, you would have likely returned to the camp by now, would you not? How could I abandon you here to return alone?" The seasoned adventurer drew his lumberjack axe from his waist, patting it in his palm with a fierce grin. "Kill 2, break even. Kill 3. Earn a profit. Come forth, demon spawn, and see how many I can take." Chapter 36. The Defense of the New Village, Part 1. The demon riders on bizarre mounts surged forth from the forest, many of their spears and blades stained with fresh crimson, a sight that was truly shocking. These seemingly inarticulate beings emitted guttural growls akin to hyenas, circling warily before Donner and Warren, hesitant to charge recklessly. The dark-armored knight emerged at the forest's edge, exuding a chilling aura, both horse and rider cloaked in an ominous shroud that instilled a profound sense of dread. "Charge forth and slay them." The voice of the Black Knight was hoarse, its tones laced with a sibilant hiss, reminiscent of a myriad of venomous serpents flicking their tongues. This command was evidently one that the demon riders could not contravene. A diminutive rider urged his steed forward, emitting a series of garbled sounds as he brandished his lance, viciously thrusting it toward Donner's chest. Unfazed, Donner regarded the spear heading for him, his feet firmly planted apart, embodying the steadfastness of an ancient oak. Amidst the chaos, the vicious spear narrowly grazed Donner, embedding itself in the air beside him. In retaliation, the heavy lumber axe swung back with ferocity, tearing through the demon rider's hardened hide armor, slicing through tendons and bone, and sinking deeply into the malevolent puppet's flesh until it struck the spine. Splat! Donner withdrew the axe, blood with a sulphurous tang splattering across him. The demon rider's steed wailed and veered aside, unceremoniously throwing its barely conscious rider to the ground. "Two up," commanded the Black Knight. The morally bankrupt demon riders immediately complied, two riders weaving in from either side, their spears smeared with putrid toxins glowing a ghastly green as they charged at Donner. With a cold smirk, Donner swung his arm, and the heavy axe let out a howling crack as it flew from his grip. Thud. It sounded as if something putrid had burst, emitting a nauseating noise. One demon rider, caught off guard by the unexpected toss of Donner's sole means of defense, failed to assume a defensive posture and was struck squarely on the head by the lumber axe. Although the rider wore a thin leather helmet, it offered little protection against the axe's might, causing both the helmet and the skull beneath to shatter, grotesque crimson tissue splattering everywhere. The other demon rider, startled, could not suppress a bloodthirsty grin upon seeing Donner unarmed, raising his spear high and thrusting it forward with all his might. Yet Donner remained grounded, suddenly leaning back as the spear whooshed past him. The demon rider, convinced of the certainty of his strike, had committed all his strength, resulting in a loss of balance as he fell onto his steed's back. Donner let out a guttural roar. Seizing the spear in front of him and yanking it downwards, leveraging his body's backward lean, the force of the thrust sent the demon rider tumbling off his mount with a loud thud. Were he an ordinary man, this fall would have resulted in multiple fractures, rendering him incapable of rising. However, the demon rider's constitution was extraordinary, and he managed to rise despite the pain. Just as he let out a roar, a spear pierced through his brow. Thud! The spear penetrated deep, almost half its tip buried within. Ha ha ha! That's the third one. What a bargain! Donner casually discarded the spear, his laughter resounding robustly. The ranger Warren, seated behind Donner, inhaled sharply, understanding why Donner had immediately discarded the seized weapon. In those fleeting seconds, several festering blisters had already formed in Donner's palm. The spear's toxin was highly corrosive, rendering it unusable by any human. After 2 consecutive failures and 3 demon riders slain, the Black Knight appeared slightly taken aback, and his hooded cloak billowed dramatically, a chilling malice surging forth from beneath. Prepare to throw spears, kill them. It was evident the Black Knight had been incensed, his voice resembling the cracking of ice, imbued with an endless chill. Is this where it ends? Donner muttered through clenched teeth, inhaling deeply, puffing out his chest, his towering figure overshadowing the ranger Warren. The demon riders cackled as they urged their mounts, circling around the 2 men, each wielding a throwing spear, occasionally striking intimidating poses. Donner, unfazed, stood tall, bracing himself to meet his fate like a hero. Archers ready, fire at will. The voice from afar was not particularly loud. Yet the ensuing rain of arrows was sharp and precise, causing 5 demon riders to tumble from their steeds, pierced through by multiple arrows. The remaining demon riders shrieked in alarm, reining in their mounts to flee. The arrows launched from the watchtower evidently could not catch up. And despite 2 more volleys, most arrows struck the ground, with only 3 demon riders hit again. The Black Knight roared, his dark sword slicing through the air with an abyssal glow, and the fastest demon rider's head, along with that of his steed, suddenly soared into the air. The remaining riders screamed, pulling on the reins in panic, unsure of what to do. A group of burly men clad in thick blue and white coats burst forth from the refugee camp's open gates, carrying makeshift stretchers bound with wooden slats and burlap, rushing to assist Donner and Warren, lifting them onto the stretchers and retreating swiftly. The Black Knight roared once more, pointing his dark blade forward as the demon riders surged ahead. Yet from the watchtower of the refugee camp, another command rang out. Free fire. With that command, the foremost demon rider suddenly stiffened and fell silently from his mount, his 2 followers exclaiming in surprise. Realizing that an arrow had precisely pierced through the lead rider's throat, silencing his final scream, a barrage of arrows flew forth, fierce and accurate, before the demon riders could cover half the distance. Nearly 10 had fallen one after another. Such staggering losses left the Black Knight both furious and astonished. Even the mocking-winged demon perched in the treetops fell silent. Damn it, Pusk, is this what you call a refugee camp? So many fearsome archers. It's not just 1 fire starter, not even 5, but 10 that could hope to take this camp. This is impossible. Damn it, the last time Pusk scouted here, there were nowhere near this many archers. The winged demon Pusk screeched, his eyes glowing faintly red as they swept across the refugee camp as corners. 7, 8, 9 archers, last time there was at most 1. The Black Knight chuckled coldly, slowly retreating on horseback. Pusk, you can explain yourself to the Lord. The death of the fire starter and the losses of the demon rider regiment are all due to your negligence during the reconnaissance. The Lord will not let you off lightly. Sarasha. Wait, the winged demon Pusk's expression darkened, It was not just that the Lord would not forgive him, with 2 consecutive failures, and coupled with the inexplicable total loss of the troops stationed at the Black River outpost. This was the 3rd strike. The Lord's mood had soured to an extreme. If he reported his oversight now, it would be unsurprising if he were torn apart by the enraged demon lord. Husk certainly did not wish to be shredded, so he reluctantly lowered his proud head before the demon riders he had always looked down upon. Sir Rasha, if I unleash the full force of the Dark Veil, I can create a darkness zone 30 meters wide and 100 meters long in front of that camp. Oh, that sounds promising, but what good will it do? The Black Knight's voice dripped with disdain. Husk's chest swelled with indignation, yearning to hurl vile curses at the knight's face. Yet the shadow of death loomed over him, swiftly quelling his anger. Indeed, Sir Rasha, I know that the Demon Rider Regiment does not consist solely of these demon riders. You are concealing at least half your strength. How about this? I will fully unleash the Dark Veil to cover your movements, and with the full might of the Demon Rider Regiment, we can certainly take that camp. Husk, you are not wrong. The Black Knights had swayed, seemingly echoing with a hiss of laughter from within. However, what benefit would taking that refugee camp bring me? Chapter 37. The Defense Forces of the New Settlement, Part 2, under the precise long-range support from the Watchtower. Donner and Warren returned safely to the refugee camp as soon as they entered the gate. Donner struggled to leap from the stretcher, dragging his incapacitated left foot forward for a couple of steps. His gaze fell upon the gate, where the winch's rope lay severed in 2, one half trailing on the ground, the other hanging limply in the air like a dead serpent. A robust swordsman clad in full metallic armor, his face obscured by a full-coverage helmet, stood by the winch, leaning on a hefty 2-handed sword, his sharp gaze fixed on the gate. A knight, Donner mumbled, then his eyes widened as he perceived a very faint, yet undeniably present, pale green glow emanating from the swordsman. He quickly amended, a high-ranking knight. Where is Lord Levi? I need to report the ambush we encountered in the forest, Warren inquired, sitting up from the stretcher. His dislocated foot had been reset, yet it still pained him too much to touch the ground. The swordsman beside the winch responded in a deep, muffled voice, Lord Levi is at the Watchtower, commanding the battle. Warren lifted his head, spotting a figure clad in leather armor atop the lofty watchtower. Unlike his well-equipped warriors, Levi donned the unassuming leather armor he had procured from the castle of the Viscount, wielding a long sword whose blade bore the marks of wear and tear. His demeanor exuded a remarkable modesty. Sir Grace naturally presumed this to be a reflection of an ancient family custom, whilst others dared not question the sartorial choices of a nobleman. In truth, Levi's continued use of this armor stemmed from a simple reality. The heart of the castle had yet to establish a blacksmith's forge. Thus, the equipment of the alchemical warriors was intrinsically linked to their very beings. Upon their demise or disarmament, it would be reclaimed by the heart of the castle within the span of an hour. Consequently, Levi could only watch with longing as his eyes turned red from envy at the sight of the finely crafted armaments that were beyond his reach. What remarkable archers! Mr. Levi, Sir Grace remarked, his voice tinged with admiration. The recent ranged assault had demonstrated both astonishing strength and precision, with Sir Grace himself being among the most formidable. However, he privately calculated that he could barely withstand a single archer under Levi's command. And should he face 2 simultaneously, he would likely taste the bitter fruit of defeat. Any family boasting even a few dozen such skilled archers would indeed have cause for pride. This constituted a formidable force capable of defending a castle against an army of 1,000, rendering the family stronghold as impenetrable as an iron fortress. Levi's expression remained placid. Even without the ability to discern their capabilities, he could infer the archer's prowess from the combat effectiveness of the pikemen. The recently encountered magical slave riders appeared fearsome, yet the divination spell revealed them to be merely ordinary foes of levels 2 to 3. Compared to the common imps, their overall combat capabilities were not significantly elevated. However, lurking at the forest's edge, beyond the archer's range, were 2 rather potent dark forces. One emanated the distinctive dark waves of a greater demon, its strength likely on par with that of a flame bearer or a horned demon commander, posing little threat. The other presence, however, was more enigmatic. The cold aura radiating from the black-armored knight formed a faint shield, effectively nullifying most divination attempts. Sir Grace, look, that mounted figure appears rather peculiar, not like an ordinary demon. Levi gestured towards the forest's periphery. Sir Grace squinted in that direction, his brow furrowing deeply. Rather than a demon, it seems more akin to a knight corrupted by dark magic. A foreign voice emerged from below the watchtower. Levi turned to see a middle-aged man with graying hair, struggling up the narrow wooden ladder with a limp in his left leg. "My name is Donna, at your service, Lord Levi." Sensing the inquiry in Levi's gaze, the man bowed deeply, offering a brief introduction. "Donna. Ah, I am familiar with you." Sir Grace's eyes flickered. "You were once a renowned adventurer, known by the moniker Roaring Bear, but it seems you retired from the adventurer's life due to an injury." "Indeed, Lord Grace. It is this leg of mine." A trace of sorrow crossed Donna's face as he rolled up the pant leg of his impaired limb, revealing a massive, crimson scar, its surrounding muscles twisted grotesquely. Levi's gaze lingered on the scar, which bore the marks of time. It was evident that it had not received timely treatment, rendering the leg nearly immobile. Levi had encountered similar scars within the Viscount's castle and had heard whispers of the forces responsible. Such scars were the result of martial energy, requiring at least a level of martial prowess beyond mere mastery to inflict. Conventional healing methods proved ineffective against injuries wrought by martial energy. Only sufficiently powerful divine magic could mend such wounds. Earlier, "I owe my life to the timely assistance of you, Lord Levi, and you, Lord Grace Di. Donna, can never repay such a kindness." His voice was somber, lacking any trace of the valor he had displayed in dispatching 3 magical slave riders moments prior. "It is of no consequence," Levi waved dismissively. "As the leader of this camp, it is my duty to protect every villager. By the way, Mr. Donna, what can you tell me about the night you mentioned?" Donna's facial muscles twitched as he gazed at his scar. "Mr. Levi, you must be aware that the calamity of magic descends roughly every decade. This scar was bestowed upon me by a corrupted knight during the last such disaster." The last calamity. Levi's gaze grew distant, recalling that it had transpired a decade ago when he was merely a 5-year-old child, his memories fragmented. The village in ruins, homes ablaze, imps screeching in pursuit, his father turning to fend them off, never to return, and then his mother, injured. Had it not been for Sir Studon's timely arrival with his soldiers, Levi would surely have become food for the imps. Corrupted humans, often referred to as magical slaves, are those who willingly succumb to darkness, twisted by the dreadful powers of demons. These abominations have lost their humanity, gaining immense strength and devoid of pain. Should any among them possess the seed of martial energy, they become corrupted knights. Donna spoke slowly, his expression grim. Sir Grace suddenly snorted coldly, pointing towards the edge of the forest. "Mr. Levi, the enemy has reinforced their ranks." Levi steadied himself, leaning against the wooden parapet of the watchtower and peering into the forest. Indeed, the black creatures prowling at the forest's edge had nearly doubled, approaching 100 in number. The mounted magical slave riders seemed to have regained their courage, emitting hyena-like shrieks as they brandished their spears and javelins overhead in a display of bravado. Their leader, the black-armored knight, galloped forth from the forest's edge towards the refugee camp, while above him, the winged demon Pluck unfurled its massive wings, soaring into the sky, muttering indistinct malevolent incantations. "All archers, prepare to fire," Sir Grace bellowed. Drawing his silver fur longbow, the arrow aimed at the airborne figure of the winged demon. Should the foe dare to approach within 200 meters, the demon-slaying archer Grace would reveal the full extent of his prowess as the camp's foremost marksman. Chapter 38, The Defensive Forces of the New Village, Part 2. Atop the watchtower, Grace pulled back his silver fur longbow to half-drawn, his shoulder muscles taut, his gaze unwavering from the winged demon Pusk. The demon, sensing a disturbance, retreated slightly, its incantation hastening. "Damn it, what an annoying sensation." Grace cursed under his breath. His silver fur longbow could strike enemies up to around 200 meters away, yet the winged demon remained over 300 meters distant. A target well beyond his reach. Levi narrowed his eyes, the light of divination flickering within their depths. A yellow aura emerged from the winged demon, rippling briefly before revealing several lines of text information. Name: Greater Demon, Winged Demon. Race: Infernal Demon Life. 64 Danger Level. Moderately dangerous special ability. Dark Veil. Utilizing infernal powers to create a special area of 30 meters wide and 100 meters long, wherein all non-magical light is absorbed. Dark Veil. This is bad. The enemy intends to use this ability to obscure the archer's vision. As the realization struck, Levi quickly issued a warning. Yet, just as he did, the incantation of the winged demon quickened, its body trembling in unison. A black beam shot forth from the demon's claw, enveloping the area before the refugee camp in a vast, impenetrable darkness. All units, advance. The hoarse, icy voice of the black-armored knight echoed, his black cloak billowing as he charged towards the refugee camp like a dark cloud. The magical slave riders emitted shrill, sinister laughter, responding to their leader's command. And together, they spurred their dark mounts forward from the depths of the thicket. The reach of the dark veil extended directly before the refugee camp, with its edge less than 30 meters from the camp's gate, while the opposite edge lay over 130 meters away. Even with the height advantage of the watchtower, the archer's effective range was limited to around 150 meters, allowing for just a single volley before the magical slave riders breached the veil. Sir Grace felt no sense of relief. An unsettling sensation crawled along his back, yet his hands remained steady as iron. His eyes narrowed to mere pinpricks, shifting focus from the airborne winged demon to the onrushing figure of the black-armored knight. The cloak draped over the knight billowed like a dark cloud, complicating Grace's aim. Although the silver fir longbow's range exceeded that of the average archer by 50 meters, Grace understood that his chances of striking the black-armored knight were no greater than anyone else's. The speed of that knight was utterly astounding, akin to a swirling black tempest, ferociously charging towards the refugee encampment. Levi suddenly spoke. "This is your domain now, Sir Grace. I shall descend to organize our defenses. We must not allow these foes to breach the camp." "Understood," Grace replied without a flicker of his eyelids, then abruptly released the tension of his bowstring, sending an arrow whistling through the air. Racing like lightning towards the black-armored knight, without a moment's hesitation, Grace retrieved a second arrow, drawing his longbow once more. Just a fraction too late, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the fluttering cloak as the black-armored knight, along with his steed, plunged into the shrouded darkness. Nevertheless, Grace's shot was not in vain. Where the knight had charged through, an arrow lodged itself deeply into the ground, accompanied by several shattered fragments of black metal. If pieced together, they would reveal a heavy shield inscribed with some demonic sigil. Hundreds of demon thralls let out chilling howls as they surged into the range of the archers, the bowstring sang, harmonizing as if it were a single voice, and 8 arrows soared through the swirling dust, unleashing a cacophony of screams as several demon thralls fell, causing a minor disruption in their advancing ranks. However, for an enemy force of over 100, this was hardly a significant loss. By the time the last demon thrall entered the darkened area, fewer than 20 lay fallen along the path. Sir Grace and the archers had performed beyond their usual prowess, yet the casualties among the demon thralls were insufficient to inflict a decisive blow. The remaining demon riders still boasted a terrifying force of over 80. Grace listened intently. The dark shroud obscured his keen sight but could not dampen his acute hearing. Clearly, while the demon riders could see well enough in the darkness, their visibility was severely hindered, and their advance slowed significantly. Taking a deep breath, Grace lifted his longbow and aimed into the shadows, then spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, fire in concentrated volleys according to my aim." With a twang, the bowstring released, and an arrow pierced the darkness, followed shortly by a piercing wail. The rain of arrows fell incessantly as 8 archers stationed atop the watchtowers unleashed a barrage, their arrows raining down unexpectedly upon the demon riders, who had thought themselves safe to die in the darkness. Countless figures were struck, and anguished cries echoed, each one seemingly tearing at the heart of the black-armored knight. "Damn that Pusk, why can't he shroud those watchtowers in darkness as well?" the knight cursed inwardly. Yet he understood that the winged demoness' special ability had a range limitation. Unless the winged demon risked approaching within 200 meters of the camp, enveloping the watchtowers in darkness would be nothing but a jest. Regardless, retreating now would mean the senseless loss of numerous demon riders, inevitably inciting the Lord's wrath, a consequence neither he nor Pusk could bear. Gritting his teeth, the black-armored knight spurred his steed onward, suddenly catching sight of the 2 wide-open gates of the camp less than 30 meters ahead, having burst free from the shroud of darkness. "Kill! Charge in! Eliminate all resistors without mercy!" he roared like a beast. As shadows surged around him, unleashing countless demon riders, these half-human, half-demon monstrosities raised their spears and throwing javelins, emitting frenzied shrieks as they surged towards the gates, drawing on their experience. The demon riders knew that once the wooden walls were breached, humans would scatter like frightened swine, easily cut down from behind. If they could rush through the gates, they would be free to wreak havoc, drinking deeply from the blood of their foes. This thought reverberated in the minds of each demon rider as they urged their dark mounts forward, their howls sending chills down the spine. The foremost demon rider burst through the gate, rising from its steed to brandish its spear, ready to unleash a victorious roar. Yet, as the cry escaped its lips, it morphed into a scream of terror. Before it stood a phalanx of steel-tipped spears glinting ominously. Clad in leather armor, Levi stood to the left of the phalanx, flanked by 2 armored Crusader swordsmen. Advance. Thrust. Levi commanded, raising his sword for a downward strike. The 12 spear wielders immediately obeyed, stepping forward in unison, their heavy boots thudding as the steel spearheads lunged forward. The demon rider, having just entered the gates, emitted a terrified shriek, wildly thrashing its spear, only to be met with several spear thrusts that impaled it, along with its dark mount. The spears withdrew, and the demon rider's body was tossed aside like a discarded sack, never to rise again. With firm steps, the phalanx pressed on. The demon riders crashed forward like a monstrous wave, yet the steadfast pikemen stood resolute as rocks, their spears held high, forming an impenetrable front. The impact of the demon riders only stirred a spray of blood, and the surviving riders recoiled in terror, witnessing his forces retreating in disarray from the camp's gates. The black-armored knight's eyes flashed with fury as he raised his obsidian blade, issuing a cold, emotionless command: charge forward or die. Chapter 39. The collapse of the Demon Rider Regiment. The black-armored knight's order brooked no defiance. Though the demon riders feared death, they evidently feared the knight's wrath even more. After a cacophony of frenzied cries, the demon riders turned their dark mounts for another charge. However, under Levi's command, the pikemen had already divided into 2 ranks, firmly blocking the entrance to the camp. The front rank crouched down, embedding the tips of their pikes into the earth, gripping the shafts tightly, while the rear rank stood with legs apart, resting their pikes on the shoulders of the front rank. Forming a compact thicket of spears, the camp's gate was less than 3 meters wide. With 6 pikemen per rank, they created a dense formation, flanked on either side by a Crusader swordsman clad in full metal armor. Wielding a hefty greatsword, a faint green aura of battle energy shimmered around them, fluctuating gently with their breaths. As the demon riders charged close to the spear formation, they seized the momentum to hurl their throwing javelins. This was a sound tactic for light cavalry against a spear formation. If the demon riders were allowed to throw their javelins unhindered, even Levi's well-equipped pikemen would suffer casualties. However, the 2 Crusader swordsmen flanking the formation suddenly sprang into action, their massive swords tearing through the air with a sound akin to thunder. The blades glimmered like silver waterfalls, converging from the sides, shattering the throwing javelins mid-flight. Only a few managed to evade the blades' onslaught, veering off course and embedding themselves futilely into the wooden walls. The black-armored knight, observing the scene, felt a flicker of alarm as he raised his dark sword, preparing to issue another command when an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. What? Damn it! The premonition struck swift and urgent. The knight reacted instinctively, rolling off his mount. Almost immediately, an arrow whistled through the air, sinking deep into the back of his steed. The black horse's armor offered little protection against the arrow, letting out a long neigh before rearing up and crashing to the ground. The black-armored knight rolled a few times before regaining his feet. Though his armor appeared heavy, it allowed him mobility, showcasing his exceptional physique and strength. Seeing his mount dead, the black-armored knight was evidently enraged. He drew a dark longbow from his shoulder, knocking a twisted black arrow, and looked up to the watchtower near the gates. The demon hunter Grace had already knocked a second arrow to his silver fir longbow, aiming directly at the black-armored knight's head. The knight grunted as Grace's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate him, causing a faint sting in his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such a skilled archer, and a flicker of trepidation crept into his heart. If he were a true warrior facing death, he would not have fallen from a lord to become a demonized knight. The pressure from Sir Grace was enough to instill fear, despite the knight's confidence in his own archery skills. Facing off against the formidable archer atop the watchtower was not a confrontation he desired. A hoarse, icy voice rang out once more, this time issuing a command starkly different from before. Forget the gates. Target the watchtower first. The demon riders have consecutively launched 2 volleys of throwing spears, with over 40 in total, intercepted by the radiant blades of the Crusader swordsmen, shattering before the phalanx. The few that managed to slip through mostly veered off course, with only 1 spear piercing the formation, skewering the helmet of a pikeman before ricocheting away. The new command from the black-armored knight brought a collective sigh of relief from the already trembling demon riders, who immediately kicked their mounts' bellies with urgency, fleeing at the swiftest pace from the camp's entrance. As they scattered from the gates, a cheer erupted from behind the phalanx, a sound born from a portion of the camp's defenders and brave villagers. Armed with an assortment of makeshift weapons, they stood ready behind the long pikes, prepared to charge forth and face the demons should the pikemen falter. At the forefront stood Donner, dragging a lame leg, Wielding not a mere lumberjack's axe, but a formidable double-bladed battle axe, its spine cast in the likeness of a roaring bear's head. This was the true weapon of the renowned adventurer, Roaring Bear Donner. While the threat at the camp's entrance had temporarily subsided, the archers atop the watchtower faced a significant menace. Dozens of demon riders swiftly circled outside the wooden walls, drawing their throwing spears and hurling them toward the watchtower with ferocity. The power of these demon riders was formidable. Within a distance of around 30 meters, the destructive capability of their spears far surpassed that of ordinary arrows, had the watchtower not been reinforced. The defenders atop would have either been impaled by the densely packed projectiles or fled in terror from the relentless assault. Fortunately, the newly constructed watchtower stood over 15 meters tall, fortified by a wooden low wall over half a meter high. Although it trembled under the impact of the throwing spears, it showed no signs of collapse. None of the archers crouched behind the low wall for safety. They stood tall like javelins, arms steady as they held their longbows, the reverberation of the bowstrings, though muted compared to the percussion of the spears striking the wooden boards, heralded the demise of a demon rider with each twang. This exchange of fire was undoubtedly perilous. Sir Gress, confident in his courage, felt an instinctive urge to crouch and evade as the spears flew toward him. To his embarrassment, the archer stationed alongside him remained as immovable as a statue, unwavering amidst the onslaught of spears, executing the motions of knocking and releasing arrows without a hint of falter. Nearby, another demon rider fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. The black-armored knight felt a surge of anxiety. The watchtower posed an unexpectedly daunting challenge. Not only was the tower constructed from robust logs, making it exceptionally sturdy, but the archers atop were equally valiant, bravely returning fire with astonishing accuracy and speed, targeting the demon riders amidst the relentless rain of spears. The knight's own ebony longbow possessed tremendous power, capable of toppling half the watchtower with a single shot. However, atop the nearest tower was an exceptionally formidable marksman, aiming directly at him, preventing any reckless movements. The knight had once witnessed the prowess of this archer during his assault on the camp. A dark magic-enhanced shield bestowed by the demon lord had proven remarkably effective, yet it was pierced by a descending arrow, shattering into a heap of scrap metal. The knight's armor, also imbued with dark magic, offered considerable protection, but he had no desire to test whether it was more resilient than his shield. "Concentrate your fire on the watchtower closest to me." The black-armored knight's voice was a menacing growl. Despite the power bestowed upon him by his transformation, the prolonged tension of drawing the ebony bow began to ache his arms. The demon riders, unable to defy his command, let out piercing shrieks as they surged toward the watchtower where Sir Gress stood, a shadow cast by the multitude of throwing spears that fell like a torrential downpour. Gritting his teeth, Gress felt the muscles in his face twitch, yet his hands remained steady. The arrow knocked on his silver fur longbow unwaveringly, aimed at the knight's forehead. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden low wall endured an onslaught of spear strikes in rapid succession, the tower's pinnacle shuddering under the impact. Suddenly, the archer beside Gress emitted a muffled groan. A fleeting glance from Gress sent a chill through him. A spear had found its way through the gap between the tower's top and the wooden barrier, striking the archer on the head. The archer's wide-brimmed iron helmet clattered to the ground, revealing a gash on his brow that bared his white skull. Blood streamed down his temples like crimson serpents, soaking his short cloak in a matter of moments. Such an injury was far from trivial. An ordinary warrior would have succumbed to the pain, requiring immediate bandaging. Yet, the wounded archer stood resolute, as straight as a spear, refusing to yield an inch. Boom! As the bowstring twanged, another anguished cry echoed from beyond the wooden wall. The demon rider who had just thrown a spear found a sharp arrow sprouting from his neck. Tumbling from his mount, observing the watchtower withstand the barrages of spears while retaliating with precise arrows, the demon riders fell one by one, meeting their demise. The black-armored knight could no longer bear the mounting losses. With a fierce howl, he released his ebony bowstring, shooting arrows indiscriminately into the air before turning to flee into the concealing darkness. The aimless black arrows whizzed past the watchtower, gnawing at a segment of the wooden barrier. Gress's eyes glinted with determination as he released his own arrow, which flew like a meteor, shrieking toward the knight's back. The knight's cloak billowed behind him, propelling him into a sprint as he dashed into the safety of the shadows. Gress's arrow grazed his cloak, tearing a sizable piece of the dark fabric, yet it plunged futilely into the ground. "That demon is remarkably swift. He managed to escape," Gress cursed, yet a triumphant smile crept across his face. The black-armored knight had a profession level of at least 8. and to flee from Gress's arrow was a source of considerable satisfaction for the demon-hunting archer. The knight's resounding cry sent the remaining demon riders into a frenzy. Their courage to continue the assault evaporated as they scrambled back into the shadows, colliding and tumbling amidst their panic. The black beasts beneath them snarled and bit at one another, vying for the quickest escape route. In the midst of the chaos, the sound of steel clashing resounded from the direction of the camp's entrance. The pikemen, arranged in an orderly formation, held their sharp spears aloft, led by Levi alongside 2 crusader swordsmen, and followed by Donner and others. They formed a solid phalanx, charging forth to trample the panicked demon riders. Chapter 40. The Proposal of the Demonized Knight. Only about 30 demon riders managed to flee from the refugee camp, each bearing expressions of terror, while the black beasts beneath them seemed to sense their riders' fear. Howling dismally like a pack of beaten, waterlogged dogs, the leader of the demon rider cohort, the black-armored knight, bore an expression of palpable distress, his hands trembling around the hilt of his obsidian sword. A tumult of fear and fury churning within him, the winged demon Pusk, descending from above, caught sight of the knight's demeanor and opened his mouth to mock, but upon meeting the icy glare of the knight, the sharp retorts died in his throat, unable to escape his lips. Pusk, if we do not reap sufficient rewards after such a heavy cost, not only will I face the wrath of Lord Marquis, but your fate will be no better. The black-armored knight's voice turned particularly venomous. Pusk curled his lip, attempting a nonchalant smile, but the sensation of dread twisted it into a grimace. I understand. The flickering crimson glow in Pusk's eyes revealed the internal struggle of the great demon. Loxia, do you have any clever ideas? Clever ideas? Humph. If you hadn't been so cowardly earlier and had advanced another 30 paces, the darkness would have completely obscured the watchtower. In that case, we would already be inside the camp. Drinking deeply of the pig's blood, the black-armored knight retorted angrily. 30 paces. Loxia, your words sound so simple. Pusk squawked in alarm, flapping his wings as if startled. There's a terrifying marksman within that camp. You know that. Don't mention 30 paces. Even 10 paces closer would put my life at risk. Remember, I cannot defend against flying arrows while reciting incantations. The black-armored knight fell silent for a moment, then turned, his voice chillingly cold. Let us cease the mutual blame. Pusk. We are currently presented with but a singular opportunity, that is to eradicate every individual within that encampment. Only through such decisive action can we hope to quell the wrath of our esteemed lord and perhaps even earn his favor. Eradicate that encampment? Losha, have you suffered some affliction to your mind during our recent skirmish? Pusk extended his clawed hand, adorned with sharp talons, gesturing towards the refugee camp. How many magic slave riders remain at your disposal? You've already lost over 70, haven't you? Your magic knight corps has suffered a depletion exceeding 2/3. With 100 riders and my shadowy veil spell, we failed to bring down that camp. Do you truly believe you can mount another assault with this meager remnant? Certainly not a direct attack. Think, Pusk. The black-armored knight shrugged dismissively, then procured a piece of parchment from within his breastplate, dipped in the blood of a deceased black creature, and inscribed several lines upon it before handing it to a magic slave rider. You, deliver this challenge for duel to the leader of that encampment. The trembling magic slave rider, akin to a leaf in autumn, contorted in anguish, a visage on the brink of collapse. My lord, Losha, I beseech you. I do not wish to perish. Hasten, or I shall ensure you experience a fate more dreadful than death. A fierce glint flickered in the black knight's eyes. The magic slave rider wished to plead further, yet felt his body move against his will, as his steed, the black creature beneath him, chose to obey the knight's command and bolted forward. The rider emitted a desperate scream, longing to leap from his mount, but his body betrayed his will, and his hands compelled the black creature to charge towards the refugee camp in front of the camp. 12 pikemen formed a neat line, their raised spears glimmering ominously as they monitored the movements of the magic slave riders from the forest. Protected by the pikemen, several guards and bolder villagers were clearing the battlefield, dragging the bodies of fallen magic slave riders together to ignite them in flames. The already lifeless magic slave riders, upon contact with the flames, emitted strange howls, their limbs twitching involuntarily, a sight both terrifying and grotesque. These demonically transformed beings, upon death, allow the malignant essence within them to proliferate for a time. Should those with wavering resolve come into contact with their remains, they risk succumbing to the demonic influence, becoming new abominations themselves. Donald stood solemnly beside Levi, whispering the rationale behind this course of action. I understand, Mr. Donald. This insight is invaluable, a lesson you gleaned during the last demonic calamity, I presume? Levi observed the bodies of the magic slave riders writhing in the flames. A flicker of dread surfacing in his gaze. Had it not been for Donald's admonition, these corpses could have been hastily buried, witnessing the tenacity of the malignant essence under the flames. One could only speculate the dire consequences of such neglect, especially with so many weak-willed individuals among the refugees. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Donald's face as he watched the bodies struggle in the fire. Then he sighed deeply, bowing to Levi. By the grace of the Father God, my Lord Levi, I would prefer to bury that memory deep within. And beg your pardon for my unwillingness to elaborate further. Noticing a subtle pain in Donald's expression, Levi nodded. It is of no concern, Mr. Donald. My inquiry was thoughtless. It is indeed peculiar. Why do those individuals linger there, refusing to depart? Sir Gray's voice echoed from behind. Levi turned to see Gray emerging from the gates, his ever-present silver fur longbow slung over his shoulder. The camp is devoid of any unusual occurrences. We successfully repelled the demon's frontal assault, and the villagers' spirits have stabilized. Sir Gray nodded towards Donald, then addressed Levi. Mr. Levi, your archers exhibit a remarkable fighting spirit. One sustained a head injury, yet remained unwavering, that I cannot fathom how your lineage produces such iron-willed subordinates. You flatter me. Sir Gray. Levi instinctively pressed his lips together. Each mention of this so-called ancient family by Gray elicited a sense of discomfort in the young knight squire. Should Gray pursue this line of questioning? Levi found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Sir Gray's musings did not linger. As a small black figure sprinted forth from the forest with considerable speed, Gray's attention shifted to the shadow, and he let out a derisive chuckle. How amusing! A lone rider approaches. Do these demons truly wish to negotiate? Sir Gray's scornful tone incited laughter among the onlookers, save for Donald, who remained solemn. His brow furrowed as he intently observed the approaching shadow, articulating each word with caution. My Lord Levi, be wary. They may indeed come to parley. Donald's warning sparked further laughter among the others, however. Neither Levi nor Sir Gray found amusement, both instinctively fixating on the racing shadow that appeared to be an ordinary magic slave rider, clad in a dark red hardened leather armor, exuding a faint sulphurous odor. Its face largely obscured by a helmet. During the battlefield cleanup, Levi had noted that the equipment worn by these magic slave riders harbored numerous unknown toxins, unsuitable for typical humans. Yet, the magic slave rider seemed impervious to such toxins, exhibiting some degree of healing and hemostatic properties. Nevertheless, in terms of combat prowess, this rider was merely equivalent to a level 2 practitioner, apart from Donald's assertion of it being a negotiator. Levi could scarcely envision its purpose. The magic slave rider's speed was remarkable, swiftly reaching the front of the pikemen's formation, the glinting spear points prompting a scream from it, yet it showed no sign of slowing as it lunged toward the tips of the spears. Let it through, Levi commanded suddenly. In any ordinary unit composed of common folk, such an order would likely meet hesitance. However, the pikemen executed Levi's command without question, parting their ranks to grant the magic slave rider passage. The rider's complexion turned a sickly yellow, beads of sweat the size of peas dotting its brow, yet it pressed on toward Levi with unyielding speed. Clearly, this creature acted under the influence of some supernatural force, rather than its own volition. Donald grunted, taking 2 steps forward to shield Levi. Yet the young knight squire did not remain comfortably behind Donald. Instead, he drew his sword and stepped forward to stand alongside him. The magic slave rider's charge appeared formidable, but as it neared Levi, less than 10 meters away, the black creature beneath it suddenly emitted a mournful cry, then collapsed, its limbs breaking simultaneously, sending the rider crashing to the ground with a series of sickening cracks. The magic slave rider scarcely uttered a sound, lying motionless upon the ground, one hand raised at an unnatural angle, presenting a folded piece of parchment to Levi. Levi's heart stirred, just as he reached for the parchment. A large hand clad in an iron gauntlet shot out from the side, snatching the parchment away, followed by a muffled voice. My Lord Levi, be cautious, it may be poisoned. A crusader knight scrutinized the parchment, then unfolded it with both hands, presenting it to Levi. The dark red script upon the parchment, heavy with sulfuric undertones, was inscribed in flowing ornate letters, the meaning of which was ancient and obscure, compounded by the author's deliberate embellishments, rendering it difficult for Levi to decipher. It was, however, Sir Gray who first grasped the content of the parchment, snorting derisively through his nostrils, dismissively remarking, This is a tradition favored by many ancient knightly families. Knights do not lay down their arms without a fight. When one side finds itself in dire straits, they issue such a challenge. Should the opposing party accept and succeed in defeating 3 of their duelists in one-on-one combat, only then will they lay down their weapons and consent to surrender. It seems this demonically transformed knight hails from an esteemed lineage indeed, likely a scion of some ancient family. Chapter 41. Duel, Deception, Fireball, Part 1. As Sir Grey elucidated the script on the parchment, his peripheral vision remained steadfastly fixed on Levi, who exhibited no extraneous emotion. Even when Grey deliberately invoked the notion of ancient families, no sign of disturbance crossed Levi's countenance. Is he merely calculating? Or is the family that stands behind him far beyond the realm of ordinary ancient families? This thought flitted through Sir Grey's mind, yet his verbal explanation continued unabated as he pointed to the peculiar mark at the bottom of the parchment. This object must be the family crest of that cursed knight. It appears rather unfamiliar, not resembling the style of our Western nobility. This crest, the limping ranger, Warren, had just caught a glimpse of the parchment, and his expression instantly transformed. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "This crest belongs to Sir Losha." There can be no mistake. It is indeed the same Sir Losha who once issued the summons. He gathered us adventurers to join the ranks against the demon horde, only to be the first to turn and flee from the battlefield. I shall never forget the emblem of the crossed swords and the crocodile head. Could the cursed knight be the cowardly Sir Losha that Warren spoke of? Levi focused his gaze into the distance, where, nearly a kilometer away, the black-armored knight stood, his hands resting upon a pitch-black longsword at the forest's edge. A chilling aura emanated from his form, reminiscent of a merciless and desolate frozen tundra. And even at such a distance, Levi felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the knight's unique battle aura obscured his true capabilities from Levi's scrutiny, the displayed presence suggested that he was slightly superior to the Crusader swordsman. Could such a figure truly be a coward? Levi was uncertain, yet his emotions stirred with an exhilarating fervor. It was a duel, a tradition of ancient knights, the most effective means to resolve disputes once and for all. The demonic cavalry was indeed a formidable foe. Those demonic riders could surpass the swiftest of human light cavalry, possessing immense strength, with their thrown javelins capable of piercing chainmail at close range. The black-armored knight himself wielded significant power, from Warren and Donner's accounts. The arrows he loosed were terrifyingly potent, capable of toppling half the tower if they struck. The recent defeat of the demonic cavalry was not due to a lack of combat prowess, but rather because the riders, being light cavalry, were ill-suited for breaching well-fortified camps. Additionally, the black-armored knight had been intimidated by Sir Grey's archery, failing to eliminate the archers atop the watchtower in time. If the same forces were to engage in open-field combat, Levi's side would undoubtedly suffer severe losses, and the scales of victory would likely tip against them. It was imperative to keep this demonic cavalry here, Levi resolved inwardly, yet he recognized the challenge ahead. Although the demonic cavalry had sustained heavy losses, with their combat strength reduced to less than one-third, Levi lacked the means to pursue them. The infantry and archers marched at average speeds, unable to catch the fleeting light cavalry, while the Crusader swordsmen could accelerate in short bursts using their battle aura. A prolonged chase was clearly impractical. The camp guards, primarily composed of adventurers and robust villagers, were even less capable. Given their feeble combat strength, pursuing them would only add to the blood debts of the demonic cavalry. A duel might present a splendid opportunity, Levi mused, casting his gaze to those around him. As long as the demon hunter Grace maintained sufficient distance, he would have no trouble dealing with a knight who had mastered the dispersal of battle aura. The 2 Crusader swordsmen possessed formidable combat abilities, and Levi remained uncertain of the full extent of their battle aura prowess. The fierce bear, Donner, having experienced the last demonic disaster, was quite seasoned in combat. If he could heal his injured leg, he would also be a considerable asset. With such a lineup participating in the duel, they could effortlessly handle any opponent the demonic cavalry might dispatch. Thus, Levi gritted his teeth and addressed those around him. "I have decided to accept the challenge of the duel. Sir Grace, if they send forth that winged demon, I entrust its defeat to you." Grace's expression bore a hint of disapproval as he replied, "Mr. Levi, there is truly no need for you to take such a risk. Those fellows are thoroughly demoralized. If we regroup and charge, they will surely flee. It is not as simple as that. We must take this risk." Levi briefly recounted his thoughts to Sir Grace. A sharp glint flashed in Grace's eyes as he patted his silver fur longbow, saying, "I had not considered this, Mr. Levi. If they dispatch that winged demon, I shall deal with it." Levi offered a knightly salute to Sir Grace before turning to the other side. Then, Mr. Donner, I request that you accompany us. Should anything unusual arise, your vast experience will surely alert us in time. Donner nodded earnestly, responding, I am at your service, Lord Levi. If the black-armored knight himself enters the fray, one of my knights shall take his place in battle. Victory is not paramount. According to the duel rules of 3 battles, 2 victories, regardless of whether we defeat the black-armored knight, we shall emerge triumphant. Levi asserted with conviction. This indeed seems an easily deduced outcome. Lord Levi, Donner reminded. The cursed knight's transformation affects his body, not his mind. Often, they become more cunning and treacherous. This proposal for a duel undoubtedly conceals a poisoned dagger. Levi nodded in agreement, then adjusted his gear. Repositioning his sword for easier access, Martha approached with 2 village women, helping to wipe the dust and blood from his leather armor, presenting a small wooden shield before Levi. Lord Levi, may you achieve swift victory, Martha said in a somewhat awkward whisper. Surprised, Levi glanced at the young thief, sensing that this phrase seemed uncharacteristic of her. This is the ritual for knights before entering a duel. Regrettably, there are no trained maidens in the camp. So we had to enlist Martha for the occasion, Sir Grace explained, evidently having directed Martha to assist moments prior. The midday sun blazed down, the mist thinning, and a gentle breeze swept across the clearing before the refugee camp. Carrying a subtle air of desolation, hinting at the waning summer, Levi stepped forward into the clearing. Sir Grace followed closely to his left, lagging half a step behind, gripping his silver fur longbow tightly. Behind Grace marched 2 fully armed crusader swordsmen, their blue and white ribbons fluttering in the wind. Donner, with his injured left leg, brought up the rear, his hawk-like gaze scanning the surroundings. The black-armored knight approached with solemn strides, his black boots crunching on the pale grass. The tattered remnants of his cloak billowing behind him, exuding an aura of cold cruelty. Oddly, the winged demon stood motionless, its blood-red eyes fixed coldly upon them. This demon's power should rank just below that of the black-armored knight. Why was it not among the duel participants? Accompanying the black-armored knight were 2 seemingly ordinary demonic riders. To confirm this, Levi employed a divination spell, and the returned information assuaged his concerns. Indeed, there were 2 ordinary riders, each possessing a combat strength of level 3. Though they ranked higher within the demonic cavalry, in Levi's eyes, both level 2 and 3 combat strengths were equally insignificant. As the 2 sides met in the clearing, they halted 10 meters apart. Levi felt the wind that brushed against him grow colder, imbued with an ominous aura. Are you the leader of that camp? The black-armored knight inquired first, his voice akin to the shattering of an icy lake. Chilling to the bone, Levi opened his mouth to respond, but Sir Grace stepped forward, coldly interjecting. As a knight, should you not first introduce yourself before inquiring about another's identity? The black-armored knight cast a frigid glance at Sir Grace from beneath his hood, then nodded slightly, his hood bobbing in response. Very well, remember this. The one who will slay your kind is I, a vassal of Cedric, Lord of Winterwind, ruler of the northern border, the sole legitimate lord of Bune Town, Mountain Rock Town, and Little Slope Village, first commander of the demonic cavalry under the demon lord, Ilian. I am Sir Losha. As the black-armored knight recited his lengthy titles, Levi scoffed, drawing his sword and pointing it at the knight. Declaring loudly, I am Levi, servant of Sir Stun, the Viscount of Ryan. I accept your challenge to a duel on behalf of the refugee camp. Chapter 42. Duel, Deception, Fireball, continued. Levi's declaration rang out loudly. Yet the content momentarily stunned the black-armored knight, who then erupted in a series of icy chuckles. So, it is merely a knight squire? I expected some scion of an ancient family, had I known it was thus. Sizzle. A strange sound interrupted the black-armored knight's words as he suddenly turned sharply. Beside him, a demonic rider abruptly tore off his helmet, revealing a puffy, pale visage. The face was marred by blood-red tumors. Grotesque and terrifying. Yet those familiar with him could vaguely discern the identity of the rider. It was the rotund Hark, recently expelled from the camp. The expression on Fat Hack's face was one of sheer ferocity, as if he were straining to expel something lodged deep within his throat. Just as the black-armored knight had turned halfway, a jet of crimson blood erupted from Fat Hack's mouth, accompanied by a muffled roar. It's a trap. Retreat swiftly. As soon as Fat Hack's warning left his lips, the black-armored knight let out a sinister laugh and thrust his jet-black longsword with ferocity. Had this been the original Fat Hack, he would have been helpless against such a swift strike. Fortunately, after his transformation into a demonic steed, Fat Hack's agility had significantly improved. He gripped his spear tightly and raised it, astonishingly managing to block the dark sword's path. The clash of sword and spear sent shards flying like a storm of steel raindrops. The black beast beneath him emitted a mournful cry, blood streaming from its head as it violently tossed Fat Hack to the ground. "My lordly way. Look, those demonic riders are charging this way. It truly is a trap." Donald's voice rang out, a mixture of rage and fear. Sir Grace's expression stiffened. It seemed that everyone, including him, had overlooked a critical detail. Although the dueling ground was situated in the central area of the refugee camp, not far from either faction, the speed of the demonic riders far surpassed that of the spear wielders and archers. Before the reinforcements from the camp could arrive, the 5 individuals, including Li Wei, would have to contend with at least 30 demonic riders charging in unison, not to mention the terrifying black-armored knight and the winged demon. This was a dire predicament. The black-armored knight raised his long sword once more, poised to strike Fat Hack down. His actions were utterly incongruous with the chivalric code. Enraged, Li Wei raised his sword before his chest and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "You are unworthy of being called a knight." The black-armored knight turned, sneering scornfully, "Whether I am worthy or not is not for a little brat like you to decide. See this?" With his chilling voice, the knight gripped his longsword with his other hand, swiftly pivoting his body to unleash a powerful strike. A faint black glow enveloped the sword, coalescing into a small point that shot forth with the force of the knight's slash. This point of black light moved with incredible speed, resembling a shooting star. And before Li Wei could react, it was already hovering ominously close before him. A bone-chilling cold engulfed the young squire's body, and he felt as if time had slowed to a crawl. The once blinding speed of the light was now reduced to a sluggish pace, akin to that of a snail. Yet, just as Li Wei exerted every ounce of his will to evade, he sorrowfully realized that his body felt as though it had become frozen in midair. Utterly immobile. "No, it's not that I cannot move, but rather that my speed of thought has outstripped my physical motion." A fleeting thought crossed Li Wei's mind, and suddenly a massive two-handed sword appeared before him. Its wielder was a crusader, emanating a faint green glow, with the sword radiating a similar hue. The point of black light collided with the great sword, producing an eerie, piercing shriek. This shriek was high-pitched and sharp, bordering on the limits of human auditory perception, reminiscent of some animal's scream magnified many times over. Li Wei instinctively covered his ears, and when he lowered his hands, he found that the strange, rapid thought process had ceased, allowing him to regain control of his movements. The black-armored knight's sudden ranged assault had been thwarted, and a sigh of regret escaped from beneath his cowl. Another crusader approached, his heavy footsteps resonating, his two-handed sword glinting coldly in the sunlight. The shining blade sliced through the air, descending with tremendous force, while the black-armored knight raised his dark longsword to meet the blow. The clash of their weapons echoed like thunder. As the green and dark energies intertwined, the black-armored knight held his ground against one strike after another, not yielding an inch. However, the weight of the crusader's sword began to take its toll. By the third strike, the knight's wrist trembled slightly, and the fourth strike finally forced him to take a step back. A fierce wind swept down from above, and as Li Wei looked up, he saw the great demon spreading its massive bat-like wings, diving towards him like a bolt from a crossbow, its narrow eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. Thud! The sound of a bowstring vibrating resonated nearby, followed by an unsettling roar from the demon, which, as if preemptively prepared, flapped its wings and executed a series of rapid rolls in midair, dazzling to behold. Yet, when it finally ceased its evasive maneuvers, another bowstring twang rang out, and the demon, unable to dodge in time, raised its left claw in a futile attempt to block, only to be pierced by an arrow, unleashing a geyser of black-red blood. Sir Grace, unfazed, held his silver fir longbow, having drawn all his arrows, which he placed point down into the earth before him. He regarded the cursing demon in the air with a cold smile, knocking a second arrow onto the bowstring. When he had attacked the demon earlier, Sir Grace had not drawn the bow fully nor knocked an arrow, merely utilizing about 80% of his strength for a warning shot. However, the sound of the bowstring had startled the demon into a frantic series of rolls, and by the time Sir Grace truly released his arrow, it had no chance to evade. This arrow nearly shattered the courage of the winged demon Puske. In truth, the winged demon race primarily served as scouts within the demon army, their combat prowess lacking compared to their demonic counterparts. Pusk typically faced no adversaries of comparable strength. His usual role was to swoop down from high above, watching in amusement as terrified civilians fled in panic. As Sir Grace's second arrow once again aimed for Pusk's chest, the winged demon could no longer endure the sensation of being targeted by this master archer. He folded his wings and plummeted to the ground. Surrounding him were the throngs of demonic riders wielding javelins, and Pusk concealed himself among them, charging toward Li Wei and the others. Donald, gripping his battle axe tightly, limped forward a couple of steps to Li Wei's side, lowering his voice to say, "My lord Li Wei, we shall hold the line here. You and Sir Grace must make your escape. The camp's reinforcements will take some time to arrive. We cannot risk your safety." Li Wei regarded Donald intently. "And what of you?" "Mr. Donald?" "Me." Donald grimaced, gesturing to his injured leg. "With this hindrance, I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. Time is of the essence, my lord Li Wei. You must leave at once, or else." His words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of hyenas' mocking laughter, followed by the whistling of numerous javelins slicing through the air. The crusader who had been battling the black-armored knight suddenly retreated, standing shoulder to shoulder with another crusader clad in full metal armor, both wielding their massive swords in a protective formation, deflecting all the javelins aimed at Li Wei and the others. The black-armored knight exhaled in relief, feeling his wrist grow weary, and instead of pressing the attack, he retreated a few steps, merging with the ranks of the demonic riders. The earlier crusader, though formidable, could not match the black-armored knight's strength. However, the ferocity of his attack, coupled with the green energy enhancing his physical capabilities and speed, had forced the knight into a precarious position, making him retreat step by step. Yet, all of that was now in the past. The black-armored knight sneered, sheathing his dark longsword and retrieving a black longbow that towered over him. "Foolish humans. Perish," he bellowed, drawing the bowstring taut, aiming directly at Li Wei's chest. Chapter 43, Duel, Deception, Fireball, Part 2. No one understood the terrifying potential of the black-armored knight's black longbow better than Donald. This former adventurer, known as the Roaring Bear, clenched his jaw and lunged forward, positioning his formidable frame before Li Wei. In his hands, he wielded a double-bladed battle axe, its wide blade etched with the visage of a bear, serving as a makeshift shield for his chest. Yet, even with this axe shielding his vital points, Donald felt a piercing pain in his chest, as if a needle were stabbing him, making each breath a struggle. Decades of rich adventure had endowed him with a keen instinct for danger, and he sensed that the arrow shot by the black-armored knight would undoubtedly pierce through his axe, and then through his heart. A suffocating silence enveloped him, and Donald's facial muscles tensed, his teeth grinding so hard that blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, his imposing figure resembling an ancient oak. Weathered yet unyielding, the black-armored knight smiled cruelly, his right hand poised to release the arrow. "You despicable traitor to the chivalric code, repent your sins in hell." Levi's voice suddenly echoed from behind Donna, followed by a flash of crimson light that a fireball, roughly the size of a human head, spun into the air, trailing a long, fiery tail that in intense heat immediately permeated the air, dispelling the chill that had settled after the arrival of the black-armored knight. Sir Grace's eyes twitched, unable to suppress a low exclamation. "Is this fireball magic? No, could it be?" Fireball magic is a highly practical intermediate spell, typically reserved for those who have reached the level of intermediate mage. However, the fireball unleashed by Levi, both in size and astonishing heat, exuded an aura of extreme danger, far exceeding the realm of ordinary fireball spells. A piercing scream erupted from among the demon riders, and the winged demon Pusk chose to flee at once, its wings flapping violently, toppling several demon riders beside it, attempting to soar high into the sky to escape the threat of the fireball. The fireball appeared to travel slowly, lazily spinning towards the opposite side. Yet as Pusk took flight, onlookers realized that its speed was astonishingly rapid, before the winged demon could rise more than 2 meters. The fireball, seemingly drawn by its movement, arced downwards with a fiery trajectory. Demonic creatures possess a considerable degree of fire resistance. An ordinary fireball from an intermediate mage could hardly harm even lesser demons, let alone a formidable being like Pusk. Yet, as the fireball descended upon it, Pusk felt as though a sun had fallen upon it, its bodily fluids boiling violently in an instant, unable to suppress a chilling howl. This wail sent a slight tremor through Sir Grace and Donna, both of whom had experienced numerous encounters with demons throughout their adventuring careers, leaving them with a deep impression of the demon's cruelty and ruthlessness. Even in their final moments, those demons would curse all life on the ground in their vile hellish tongues, their eyes devoid of fear, filled only with profound hatred for the light. Just how terrifying was the power of this fireball that it could elicit such a heart-rending scream from a major demon? The ensuing spectacle exceeded the limits of imagination. The fireball unleashed by Levi erupted violently around the winged demon Pusk, encompassing a radius of several dozen meters. At the moment of the explosion, Husk's anguished scream was abruptly cut off, replaced by an overwhelming roar. All the demon riders were engulfed in the crashing wave of flames before they had a chance to react, whether the black beast beneath them or their fire-resistant demonic leather armor. All crackling and burning fiercely. There were no further screams. After the thunderous noise, what lay before everyone was a massive fireball, which then soared into the sky, transforming into a towering column of fire with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, sending violent shockwaves outward. Had it not been for the two Crusader swordsmen standing shoulder to shoulder at the forefront, their emerald green aura fully unleashed, Levi and his companions would surely have suffered a disastrous fall, if not worse. Yet even with the protection of their aura, the pressure borne by the Crusader swordsmen was immense. When the explosive winds finally subsided, heavy gasps emanated from beneath their full helmets, revealing the significant toll on their stamina. Sir Grace's complexion had completely changed. He had once witnessed Levi employing a unique spell that could conjure a translucent shield to defend against ranged attacks. However, in Sir Grace's memory, this spell seemed to be of relatively low level, easily cast by many individuals with formal mage qualifications using scrolls. Thus, while Sir Grace admired Levi's prowess, he had yet to regard the young man as his equal. Attributing his respect primarily to Levi's enigmatic background, Sir Grace was, in fact, more interested in the strength of Levi's family than in the young man himself. This was not due to any underestimation of Levi's potential, but rather the impatience of Sir Grace, whose heart was scorched by the flames of hatred, for he could not afford to wait for Levi to mature. Could a mere great mage conjure such a terrifying, explosive fireball? Sir Grace found himself reassessing Levi's capabilities once again. The ascending column of fire gradually diminished and then vanished, leaving behind only a smoldering expanse of dark ash flecked with crimson embers, a searing heat washing over them, provoking involuntary trepidation. Only the black-armored knight remained standing. Propped up by his pitch-black longsword, his entire form enveloped in wisps of black smoke, a thin layer of dark aura barely clinging to his body. The hood of his cloak had been reduced to ashes in the magical flames, revealing a horrific visage riddled with grotesque tumors and bizarre tissues, causing Levi's breath to quicken. It's so hot. Flames everywhere. Why is it so hot? My eyes. My eyes. What have you done? Where have the damned demon riders gone? Protect me. Protect me at once. The black-armored knight howled in a hoarse voice, raising his head, and Levi noticed that his left eye was consumed by a massive tumor, while his right eye was left vacant and bewildered. Thanks to the protective aura, the explosive fireball had not incinerated the black-armored knight outright, but his body had still suffered severe burns, and he was now blind in his only remaining eye. Behind them, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Reinforcements from the refugee camp had finally arrived, the ranks of pikemen and archers maintaining a commendable degree of formation, their breaths steady as ever. In stark contrast, the camp guards and villagers were far less disciplined, panting heavily and utterly lacking in formation. Such individuals, no matter how numerous, could never contend with demons. Levi shook his head internally, realizing the tragic reality of untrained and poorly equipped militiamen stepping onto the battlefield. Sir Rashia, do you still recognize me? Warren, supported by Marcia, hurried up from behind. His ankle, though heavily bandaged, could barely bear his weight. However, upon spotting the black-armored knight, fury ignited in his eyes. You? Who are you? The black-armored knight, now blind, questioned in a rasping voice, reacting to a seemingly unfamiliar voice uttering his name, his face twitching. I am Warren, and this is Marcia. We are survivors of the Ten Swords Mercenary Corps. Sir Rashia, do you remember the battle at Windspear Hill? Warren's voice trembled with agitation, each word requiring immense willpower to articulate clearly. Windspear Hill. I remember. How could I forget? That battle marked my transformation from a lowly human to a noble demonized being. But the Ten Swords Mercenary Corps. Is that something I need to remember? The black-armored knight, evidently regaining his composure from the initial chaos, responded while positioning his longsword defensively before him. Had you not been the first to turn and flee during the fierce battle, we would not have suffered total annihilation. Our captain would not have died. He had already attained the rank of squire, had he not stayed behind to hold off the pursuing enemies. He would never have perished there. Marcia's scream was shrill, her eyes blazing red with indignation. To have attained squire status and yet sacrifice himself for you worthless lot. It's only natural for such a fool to meet his end in battle. The black-armored knight scoffed, shaking his head as if searching for something. Your leader, that young man named Levi. Was it? Bring him forth. I have crucial information regarding the demons that can only be shared with someone of my standing. The moment Levi moved, A large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, followed by the deep voice of Sir Grace whispering in his ear, "Mr. Levi, do not approach. He is lying." Chapter 44. The Bottom Line of Humanity, Part 1. Sir Grace's tone was earnest, and Levi nodded in gratitude, replying softly, "Thank you for your warning, Sir Grace, but I must hear what this traitorous knight has to say. Be cautious. Do not forget his earlier deception." Sensing Levi's determination, Sir Grace refrained from further persuasion, offering one last admonition before releasing his grip. Levi strode boldly from the crowd, standing before the black-armored knight, and with the clarity unique to youth, proclaimed, "I am Levi, the traitor of humanity. What do you wish to convey?" "A traitor, you say? What a cruel label." The black-armored knight's lips trembled, as if savoring the bitterness of this designation. "When the calamity of demons descended upon us, I was the first to heed the church's call, summoning all capable warriors within my domain to resist the infernal invasion. Leading the cavalry charge myself, I slew demons in numbers that you, naive youth, could scarcely fathom. Yet, what reward did I reap? Where were the reinforcements promised by the church during the battle on Windspear Hill? When I was captured by demons, steadfast and unyielding, where was the salvation of the Father God?" The black-armored knight's voice surged with fervor, causing the villagers to exchange bewildered glances, a shared uncertainty echoing in their hearts. Indeed, at the onset of the demon calamity, had not the church proclaimed that the Father God would surely send forth celestial legions to vanquish the demons and save humanity? Now, 6 months have passed. Villages have fallen one after another to demonic forces. Countless loved ones and friends have perished at the hands of these fiends. Where are the church's reinforcements? Where is the salvation of the Father God? To vanquish darkness, to show mercy to the weak, and to fear nothing. This is the unwavering creed upheld by every true knight. Sir Lucia, as you lament the church and the Father God for failing to rescue you, does this creed still resonate within your heart? The resolute voice pierced through the cacophony of murmurs that had just erupted around them. The young squire, not particularly tall and barely having taken on the form of a man, stood in stark contrast to the imposing figure of Sir Lucia clad in black plate armor. In stature and presence, Levi was undeniably at a disadvantage. Yet, in the eyes of the villagers, Levi appeared as a towering giant, standing firmly before the black-armored knight, his upright form seemingly capable of supporting the very heavens. The doubts regarding the church and the Father God were swiftly suppressed, and the villagers' focus returned to the treachery of Sir Lucia, voices rising in outrage. "Traitor! Traitor! Kill him! His hands are stained with the blood of children. He is unworthy of the title knight." The muscles in the black-armored knight's face twitched, and he coldly remarked, "I never imagined, Levi, that you would be a damned sorcerer, capable of unraveling the enchantments bestowed upon me by Lord Ilion. I do not wish to perish here. This battle is yours. I regret to inform you, Sir Lucia, that as a traitor to humanity and a fallen knight, you possess no freedom to depart. In the capacity of the camp's leader, I declare you my prisoner and pledge to ensure a fair trial for your transgressions," Levi stated, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, enunciating each word with conviction. "A fair trial? How laughable! Who wields that measure of justice?" The black-armored knight rasped. "Levi, to barter for my life, I can divulge vital intelligence regarding the demons." "Which is?" The knight's voice suddenly grew faint, his aura of combat dissipating, as his left hand spasmed against his chest, seemingly struggling to breathe. Despite this, the black-armored knight continued to mouth words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Levi furrowed his brow and stepped forward, intending to listen closely, when suddenly a flash of darkness surged before him. The knight had kicked the obsidian sword he was leaning on, sending it spiraling towards Levi's neck. Success! Elation surged within the black-armored knight. If he could wound this youth and then seize him as a hostage. Surely he could. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a fierce pain in his chest, a significant portion of his strength vanishing in an instant, even the sword in his right hand feeling unbearably heavy. His left hand descended to his chest, encountering a hard object, a sharp sword, deeply embedded in his vital organs. The black-armored knight let out a harrowing scream, his fingers slackening, causing the obsidian sword to clatter to the ground. And he trembled as he knelt down. You have killed me. Why? How could you know?" The glow of the detection spell faded from Levi's eyes as he gazed upon the unrepentant traitor, sighing, "I can sense the malice within you. Sir Lucia, the gates of hell are opening wide for you." Sir Lucia attempted to utter more, yet Levi was reluctant to grant him any further opportunity. With a forceful pull, he extracted the sword from the knight's chest, severing the thread of Lu Xiao's life. The black-armored knight coughed forth a torrent of blood, his body quaking once before collapsing backward, lifeless upon the charred earth. "Long live Lord Levi!" Warren cried out, tears brimming in his eyes. And the surrounding villagers exchanged looks before joining in a chorus of fervent support. The volume of their cheers crescendoed until even Donna joined in, while Sir Grace, though refraining from shouting, bore an expression that suggested he might have joined the fray had he not been constrained by his noble demeanor. Levi's face flushed crimson, particularly when he noticed the pikemen, archers, and 2 crusader swordsmen joining the uproar, his embarrassment nearly palpable. The young squire stood helplessly among the jubilant crowd, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. A soft groan interrupted the revelry. Donna, seasoned by experience, retained a modicum of vigilance amidst the excitement, halting his shouting to discern the source of the sound. The voice belonged to a blood-soaked demon slave rider. Lying not far from the site of the fireball explosion as Donna approached, his eyelids suddenly twitched. The bloody demon slave rider was none other than Fat Hack. The knight's blade had not instantly claimed his life, but had severely wounded him. Fat Hack's injuries were indeed grave. The knight's sword had not only shattered his spear, but also broken both his wrists, fragments of the spear piercing his visage, rendering it unrecognizable and gruesome. A shard had even lodged itself deep within the thick flesh of his neck, blood gushing forth. Such devastating wounds would have felled an ordinary man, yet the demon slave rider, infused with the vitality of parasitic demon entities, clung to life against all odds, struggling to keep his eyes open. Upon seeing Donna approach, Fat Hack's lips trembled as he expelled a mouthful of blood-tinged spittle, managing to utter in a feeble voice, You are Donna. I need to see Levi. I have something to say." Donna was well aware of Fat Hack's misdeeds within the refugee camp, and initially had no intention of relaying any message from the greedy and cruel man. However, recalling the moment Fat Hack had risked his life to sound the alarm, Donna felt a heaviness in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Levi and whispered, "Lord Levi, Fat Hack still clings to life. He wishes to see you." Levi, flushed with embarrassment due to the villagers' cheers, experienced an unexpected sense of relief upon hearing Donna's words. He quickly raised his hands, signaling the crowd to quiet down. "Everyone, please be silent." Sir Grace, noticing Levi's gesture, called out, "Our hero, Mr. Levi, has something to say to all of you." The villagers' cheers gradually subsided as Levi felt the heat return to his cheeks, awkwardly clearing his throat before addressing the crowd. "It is my honor to fight alongside you all. The demon army has been vanquished, yet this is not a time for celebration. Our camp remains incomplete, and there may still be injured survivors in the attacked areas. That I urge everyone to adhere to our previous plans. To split up and act swiftly, if you will." Levi's words jolted the villagers from their euphoric state. Warren's foot injury still ached intensely. Had he not employed the explosive fireball spell earlier, Levi could have healed him instantly. For now, he would have to rest while Donna led the villagers to aid the wounded in the logging area. Meanwhile, Sir Grace swiftly returned to the camp with the archers. The demon slave rider's javelins had inflicted some damage to the camp's defenses during the recent battle, and Sir Grace, while remaining vigilant, would also oversee the villagers' efforts to repair the wooden walls and watchtowers. Once everyone had departed, leaving only the pikemen and crusader swordsmen from the castle heart by his side, Levi approached Fat Hack, crouching down to regard the greedy, corrupt, and loathsome, yet resolute man who had withstood the onslaught of the demonic entities. Fat Hack's breaths were faint and irregular, blood-tinged froth continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth. As Levi drew near, the man's eyes flickered open, revealing a pained expression of struggle, although Levi had not closely examined Fat Hack's injuries. The sheer volume of blood seeping from him signaled that this middle-aged man was on the brink of death. The young squire leaned closer and softly inquired, "Village Chief Hack, I am Levi. Do you have something to say to me?" Chapter 45, The Bottom Line of Humanity, Part 2. "Ah, you are Levi. I recognize you. That unfortunate squire." Fat Hack's voice was hoarse, and with each word, more blood-tinged foam spilled from his mouth, his swollen, pallid face quivering with the effort. Yet none of this could compare to the words he had spoken, which left Levi utterly astonished. "Village Chief Hack, what did you just say? Surprised, are you?" "Ah, Levi, I do not know how you managed to gather such elite warriors, but I have long been aware of your existence, even including your experiences within the castle of Viscount Ryan." The voice of the rotund Hack grew slightly clearer, and he appeared to be in better spirits than before, a faint flush appearing on his face. Li Wei's expression was as if he had been struck with a whip, his brows furrowed tightly, and he urgently inquired, "Village Chief Hack, how could you possibly know about me?" "Someone informed me." "My master, it is he. He has his eyes set on what you are destined to inherit, the armor of Knight Stun, the sword, the steed, and more importantly, the title of Knight." The corpulent hack grimaced, revealing a rather unpleasant smile. "Master, what is the meaning of this, Village Chief Hack? Are you not the leader of the refugee camp? How could you possibly have a master?" Li Wei questioned, incredulously. "Master? Yes, a master, Li Wei. Have you ever pondered the true purpose behind my establishment of the refugee camp? Was it genuinely to create a safe and peaceful haven for those refugees? No, perhaps others may have had such intentions, but I, Fat Hack, have never harbored them. I once served as a tax officer in the domain of Viscount Ryan. But now I am merely a subordinate to the steward Tryon. The sole purpose of my building the refugee camp was to extort enough wealth from the refugees, most of which I would contribute to my master Tryon, while keeping a small portion for myself. This was utterly outrageous." Li Wei fell silent for a moment, feeling nauseous, a burning rage nearly clouding his mind, followed by an overwhelming chill that swept through him. In the face of the demon disaster, while warriors fought valiantly, there were still those within the Viscount's castle who would engage in all manner of vile actions for the sake of profit. They even sent confidants into the territory to plunder whatever riches they could find. Such actions could only be deemed a betrayal of humanity. "What evidence do you have for these claims?" Li Wei's voice involuntarily turned harsh, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, as if only the coarse texture of the linen could provide him with a semblance of comfort. Fat Hack fumbled at his chest, but his trembling fingers could not reach inside his leather armor. Ultimately, he pointed to a bulging area. "Right here, there are several confidential letters written to me by that person. Additionally, there's a notebook that contains some details. You may take a look. When I left the camp, I buried most of the valuables nearby. The notebook has the locations." Fat Hack panted, the flush on his face gradually fading, and blood once again trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Village Chief Hack, tell me, why have you done this? Are not those refugees your kin and friends? What could possibly drive you to commit such heinous acts?" Li Wei shouted in agitation. "Heinous acts, perhaps, but ever since my pregnant wife perished in the last demon disaster, I have lost any semblance of conscience." Fat Hack's gaze began to wander, seemingly addressing Li Wei while also speaking to some unseen entity. "Money, as long as I have a great deal of it. I can employ a multitude of hired knights to slay all the demons. For the sake of exterminating all demons, I would do anything." Li Wei fell silent. When his parents died, he was still young, and the details of that time eluded him, leaving only fragmented memories that haunted his mind, a nightmare that returned in the dead of night. While Fat Hack's actions were undeniably atrocious, on some level, Li Wei could sense his despair and struggle. "Village Chief Hack, is this your reason for disregarding everything to warn us? Indeed, I shall never, ever submit beneath the feet of demons. Never. This is my bottom line as a human." Fat Hack's voice dwindled, ultimately fading into a barely audible whisper. "Mitsai, I have come." These were the last words Fat Hack uttered in this world, after which his head tilted to the side, and the rise and fall of his chest gradually ceased. Li Wei rose to his feet, raising his sword in salute to Fat Hack's lifeless body. Perhaps this man was greedy, cowardly, and vile, yet in the face of death, he upheld the last vestige of humanity. Perhaps, after atoning for his sins, there would be a place for this glutton in the heavenly realm of the Father God. With a heavy heart, Li Wei retrieved an item from beneath Fat Hack's leather armor, a bloodstained, sweat-soaked rag bundled. Li Wei frowned involuntarily, suppressing the strange odor as he unwrapped the bundle, revealing several sheets of parchment and a small notebook bound in calfskin. This was presumably the confidential correspondence that Fat Hack had mentioned regarding his master. Li Wei unfolded one of the letters and read it intently, only to be taken aback. The parchment used for the letter was of subpar quality, dark yellow with traces of moldy black streaks, and written in a crude, bold script that revealed the sender's limited literacy, with several spelling errors making it quite laborious to read. Nevertheless, Li Wei quickly spotted his name within .in fact. Aside from the opening lines discussing recent declines in income and admonishing Fat Hack, the letter went on to provide a detailed description of Li Wei's appearance, identity, and attire, concluding with a warning. Upon discovering this individual, those who kill him will be rewarded with 50 gold coins. This letter is identical to the previous one, and must be burned immediately after reading. lest it fall into others' hands. Clearly, for some reason, Fat Hack had not adhered to this directive. Li Wei's anger flared as he examined the signature at the bottom of the letter. The ornate, flowing script was evidently pinned by a different hand than that of the letter's main text. Given that Fat Hack had just mentioned the name of the master, Li Wei could easily deduce that this was the abbreviation for Steward Tryon's name. Tryon. So it is you who has been scheming behind the scenes. To secure a knight's title for your son Pommy, you would go to any lengths. Li Wei crumpled the letter in his hand. Consumed by the impulse to rally all the warriors of the castle and return to Viscount Ryan's stronghold to confront the wretched Steward Tryon and his son, denouncing their vile deeds to their faces. This would indeed be a means of addressing the issue. However, Li Wei quickly awakened from his vengeful thoughts. While he possessed a considerable force, enacting revenge with such power would not be a simple endeavor. With 2 Crusader swordsmen and a cadre of elite soldiers at his command, Li Wei could indeed exert significant pressure upon Viscount Ryan, yet that pressure would not necessarily compel the Viscount to admit his wrongs, but could rather drive him to desperate measures. Within the Viscount's castle, there were as many as 15 knights, 8 of whom had comprehended the seeds of battle aura, and over 3 who had grasped the scattering of battle aura. Should a direct confrontation arise, even with the assistance of Sir Grace and others, it was estimated that Li Wei would face considerable odds, and even if he were victorious, what would that accomplish? Regardless of the losses incurred, it would weaken the strength needed to combat the demon disaster. With this thought, Li Wei let out a deep sigh, leading the alchemical warriors back to the camp. His steps grew heavier, and just as he approached the camp, Li Wei suddenly halted, swaying slightly as pain erupted in his head, and his body felt as though it were ablaze. What is happening? Li Wei shook his head a few times, feeling slightly better. However, after forcing himself to take a few steps forward, he collapsed, losing consciousness. Chapter 46. Comprehending the seeds of battle aura. Level advancement. Upon witnessing Li Wei's collapse, the people in the camp erupted into a cacophony of startled cries, with Warren's voice standing out above the rest. My lord Li Wei, what has happened? Marcia, quickly go and check. The female thief responded and took a few steps forward, only to be halted by Sir Grace's voice from above. Do not approach. Everyone stay put in the camp. With a shout, Sir Grace nimbly descended the long ladder, then gestured to Marcia. I fear this is not a bad thing. Do not disturb him or Li Wei, for it is no jest. Sir, what has happened to my lord Li Wei? Marcia was somewhat perplexed by Sir Grace's command, but promptly ceased her advance. Humph. What a fortunate individual he is, as if the Father God is favoring him. Sir Grace gazed at the unconscious Li Wei, first expressing his admiration with a tone of envy, then turned to say, Marcia. Warren, you are both still young, with a solid foundation. If all goes well, perhaps in 10 years, Warren, you could reach the threshold of comprehending the seeds of battle aura like I have. As for Marcia, it may take you even longer, perhaps 12 years or more to achieve that. Sir, if I can reach this level before the age of 40, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Warren remarked with a bitter smile, we hail from humble beginnings. Unlike you nobles who possess an abundance of resources and wealth, every ounce of our growth and ability has been forged through life and death trials. Indeed, under equal talent, the growth of a commoner's abilities does tend to lag behind that of a noble. Sir Grace nodded in agreement. However, distinctions exist even among the nobility. Take Levi, for instance, a scion of an ancient family, who possesses unique secrets to cultivating power at such a tender age. No more than 16, I presume. He has already touched upon the threshold of comprehending the essence of fighting spirit. It is truly enviable. Sir Grace's admiration momentarily stunned Warren, who shook his head in disbelief. Sir, you must be mistaken. Lord Levi has long since become a paladin. How could he merely be grasping the essence of fighting spirit now? A paladin? Preposterous. Sir Grace's eyelids flickered as he spoke incredulously. Levi is evidently a grand mage, having also undergone training in both horsemanship and swordsmanship. He cannot possibly be a paladin. But, sir, do you truly believe Lord Levi could be a priest? Warren countered, a priest? No, that cannot be. Since Levi wields such formidable spells, he cannot be a priest of the Father God. The powers of the divine and the arcane cannot coexist. This is a well-known rule. Sir Grace disapproved. Shaking his head, Martha's arms and legs were severely injured, yet it was Lord Levi who healed her. A single healing spell restored her 2 fractured joints immediately, enabling her to walk again within mere moments. Warren's statement received Martha's affirmation, as the female rogue nodded vigorously in support of the ranger's claim. Is that so? How strange. I feel that while Levi possesses commendable skills, he has yet to reach the level of a paladin. Moreover, to instantly heal such grievous injuries as fractured joints is something even a regional bishop might not accomplish with every attempt. Sir Grace pondered deeply. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed above. And upon glancing up, Sir Grace realized that the archers stationed at the watchtower had abandoned their posts and were descending. "What are you doing down here? Return to your posts immediately," Sir Grace barked in frustration. Yet, the archers, with expressions as cold as stone in the face of the rain of magic javelins, continued to walk toward Levi, unfazed by his command. "Sir Grace speaks the truth. You should indeed return to your posts." A deep voice interjected, and at that moment, Levi rose unsteadily from the ground, his body swaying involuntarily, his face flushed as though he were intoxicated. "Yes, Lord Levi," the archers replied in unison, bowing before hastily ascending the wooden ladder back to the watchtower. A crusader stepped forward to support Levi, helping him stabilize himself. The young knight squire spoke solemnly to Sir Grace. "I apologize, Sir Grace, but I am currently unwell and require a quiet room to recuperate for a while. During this time, I entrust the defense of the camp entirely to you." Sir Grace nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. I will ensure that everyone is made aware of this matter." Levi, in a state of half-consciousness and half-daze, managed to convey his instructions to Sir Grace and the others before. With the Crusader's assistance, he made his way toward the largest wooden structure in the camp. No sooner had he closed the door behind him than he collapsed onto the floor, oblivious to everything around him. After an indeterminate time, the fresh air filled Levi's lungs, alleviating the searing sensation within him. He opened his eyes to behold a velvety black dome above, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, and a river of starlight that spanned the heavens, its radiant luminescence pulsating incessantly. The old mage, Mr. Dish, sat in a chair, a piece of sea-foam stone clutched between his teeth, exhaling tendrils of smoke, while a pile of ashes accumulated on the grass at his feet, filling Levi's nostrils with a distinctive aroma of tobacco, indicating that the old man had been seated there for quite some time. "Mr. Dish, is this the heart of the castle? How has it come to resemble this?" Levi asked, attempting to rise from the ground, but as he moved his arm, a wave of soreness coursed through him, prompting a suppressed groan. "Young lad, you are exceedingly bold," the old mage remarked, emptying the remnants of his pipe and retrieving a small, soft leather pouch from his person, delicately pinching a pinch of tobacco to refill his pipe. "That magic-infused knight has genuinely comprehended the essence of fighting spirit. His level must be above 8. You may have slain him with a single stroke, but his fighting spirit would retaliate against your body until either his power was exhausted or you succumbed. If you have touched upon the threshold of the essence of fighting spirit, such actions would only hasten your acquisition of it. However, you are still far from possessing the requisite strength. Even if you were to obtain this fighting spirit seed, it would not manifest significant power. Mr. Dish, are you suggesting that I have an opportunity to acquire a seed of fighting spirit?" Levi asked, his voice brimming with excitement. The old mage snapped his fingers, causing the tobacco to ignite spontaneously. The unique aroma intensifying several-fold, he greedily inhaled every wisp of smoke into his throat before exhaling a long sigh and replied, "That is not entirely incorrect, young lad. You indeed possess such an opportunity. However, this fighting spirit is of a magical nature, lacking in purity. I would advise against pursuing it." Upon hearing the term magical, Levi immediately shook his head. "I certainly do not wish to comprehend such a fighting spirit." "Mr. Dish, do you have any means to resolve this?" A hint of pride flickered across the old mage's face as he rose from his chair, extending his right hand before Levi, where motes of white light cascaded from his fingertips and flowed into Levi's body. Instantly, the burning sensation within him subsided significantly, followed by a surge of heated energy that erupted from his throat, leaving a trail of faint black mist in its wake. "Fiery fighting spirit. TSK. So it is of this caliber," the old mage scoffed, forming several peculiar hand gestures, causing the faint black mist to coalesce toward his right hand, ultimately forming a small black orb at his fingertip. "Mr. Dish, is this what fighting spirit looks like?" Levi inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he gazed at the small black orb. "To be precise, this is a seed of fighting spirit," Mr. Dish replied with a smile. "If a 5th-level practitioner were to acquire this seed and successfully absorb it, they would become a full-fledged knight. However, this seed of fighting spirit is of a low grade among magical varieties, capable of reaching only the essence of fighting spirit and will never ascend to the essence of celestial fighting spirit. I never imagined that you, Mr. Dish, would have such extensive knowledge of fighting spirit." Levi marveled in astonishment. Within the heart of the castle, There exist alchemical warriors who can directly produce seeds of fighting spirit. If I had not studied fighting spirit, how could I achieve such a feat? Furthermore, the standard seed of fighting spirit within the heart of the castle is fervent fighting spirit, far superior to this fiery variety, Mr. Dish explained, pocketing the fiery fighting spirit and scrutinizing Levi with a smile. Well done, young lad. You have amassed a considerable amount of demonic energy this time, sufficient for you to construct all 5 remaining buildings of the initial heart of the castle. Moreover, your personal class level and hero level have both risen by 1, which is certainly worthy of congratulations. Chapter 47. Conditions for the heart of the castle's further ascension. This elevation in warrior level has brought Levi to the status of a level 4 warrior. An extraordinary achievement for a 15-year-old. Levi felt as though he were in a dream, beset by a sense of surrealism. Advancement in any profession becomes increasingly arduous, and Levi was acutely aware that his innate talent was not particularly exceptional. Having served as a squire under Knight Stun for approximately 3 years, and having trained as a warrior for even longer, it took him over 5 years to merely reach level 2 as a warrior. Among the youth in the Viscount's castle, this was considered rapid progress, which granted him the right to inherit Knight Stun's legacy and knightly status, though the latter required him to attain level 5 as a warrior before he could approach the knightly guild for assessment. However, having been expelled from the Viscount's castle for less than half a month, Levi had already ascended to level 4 as a warrior. With just 1 more level to go, he could achieve the status of a squire. Inheriting Knight Stun's surname and knightly rights, this was nothing short of unimaginable. Levi felt his heart racing, and after a while, he managed to calm himself, speaking with a steadiness that belied the tremor in his voice. Mr. Dish, what did you mean earlier by hero level? Heh, young lad. I assumed you would have noticed this by now, the old mage said, gesturing towards Levi, causing a golden light curtain to materialize before him. Displaying his character data. Name, Leeway. Occupation, Master of the Heart of the Castle, Level 2 Hero, Level 4 Warrior. Strategic Attributes, Attack 1, Defense 1, Magic 1, Knowledge 1. Combat Attributes, Strength 16, Agility 12, Constitution 14, Intelligence 10, Faith 10, Charisma 10. Current Life, 48. Current Mana, 10. Skill 1, Permanent Fixation of Detection Skill 2, Strategic Spellcasting Skill 3, Manifestation of Troop Skill 4. Leeway's recent promotion has led to significant alterations in the data recorded on the light screen. Firstly, within the combat attributes, strength has increased by another point, further enhancing Leeway's capabilities. With a strength of 16, Leeway can engage in a contest of strength with any warrior, generally speaking. Even a knight who has not comprehended the essence of fighting spirit might not possess such formidable strength. However, what piqued Leeway's curiosity even more was the addition of 4 small plus signs following the strategic attributes. And at the bottom of the character data, an additional skill labeled with a question mark appeared. Mr. Dish, what does this plus sign represent? The old mage traced a complex gesture in the air with his finger, causing a dazzling array of changes on the light screen before Leeway. When the screen stabilized, the words representing Leeway's ability attributes had vanished, replaced by 2 rows of exquisite patterns. The first row contained 4 images. The first depicted a sharp sword exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. The second illustrated a sturdy shield adorned with a majestic griffin emblem. The third showcased an ornate magic staff, its shaft intricately carved into a dragon's claw gripping a large crystal orb at its tip. The fourth was an ancient tome, the words on which Leeway could not decipher. Yet it evoked a profound sense of antiquity and desolation within him. The second row featured only 2 images. One was a trumpet gleaming with a golden hue, faintly resonating with the sound of a charge, invigorating the spirit. The other was a complex suit of full armor, radiating a bronze sheen, with countless small magical runes etched meticulously on its thick and solid plates. Young one, these images represent the directional choices for your hero's level upgrade, the old mage stated, pointing at each in turn. Among the 4 images above, the sword symbolizes strength, the shield denotes defense, the magic staff signifies magic, and the tome represents knowledge. Ah, I understand now. These are the 4 attributes of a hero's profession. Leeway's remark prompted the old mage to regard him with an approving glance. However, Mr. Dish, what functions do these 4 attributes serve? These 4 attributes represent 4 distinct developmental paths. An increase in strength enhances the attack power of the troops you command, enabling them to inflict greater harm upon the enemy. An increase in defense, conversely, bolsters the defensive capabilities of your troops, allowing them to better withstand enemy assaults. An increase in magic enhances your spell efficacy, boosting the attack power of fireball spells and the healing effects of restorative spells. Finally, the knowledge attribute increases your mana, allowing you to cast more spells. The old mage explained patiently, his finger gliding over the images, causing the highlighted ones to glow vibrantly, while others maintained a muted tone. So, Mr. Dish, may I distribute these 4 attributes evenly? Li Wei blurted out, envisioning a possibility. The young man's suggestion momentarily left the old mage taken aback, who then smiled with a hint of playful mockery, distributing the 4 attributes evenly to craft a versatile hero leader. Is that truly your intention, young one? Yes, Mr. Dish, is there something amiss with that approach? Li Wei, sensing the old mage's disapproval, asked with a tinge of concern. The notion itself is not flawed, if you possess limitless potential for growth. And even distribution would indeed enable you to adeptly handle various situations. However, young one, the hero level constitutes only half of your professional level, and if my memory serves me correctly, the so-called legendary figures on this continent are still defined by reaching level 20 in their profession. Correct? The old mage's words caused Li Wei to feel a flush of heat on his face. Legendary figures, beings he would need to look up to, both now and in the future. In the Kingdom of Arthur. Regardless of whether they were mages or warriors, upon attaining legendary status, one could prefix their name with the title Saint, granting them a status comparable to that of a king. Yet, this was no simple matter of accumulating levels. Professions such as warriors and rangers, primarily reliant on fighting spirit, faced daunting thresholds at levels 10 and 15. Achieving level 10, commonly referred to as high-level professionals, necessitated the cultivation of fighting spirit to its second stage. The dissipation of fighting spirit, to further enhance fundamental attributes and reach level 11. Reaching level 15 required the cultivation of fighting spirit to its third stage, the celestial transformation of fighting spirit. The challenge of this alone barred the vast majority of warriors who had grasped fighting spirit from progressing further, and this was less about talent and aptitude, but rather that many simply could not attain the level of celestial transformation. For instance, the fierce fighting spirit extracted by the old mage from Li Wei was, at its initial stages, even more potent than many ancient fighting spirit legacies, yet it could only reach the dissipation stage. Forever barred from ascending to the celestial level, professions such as mages and alchemists faced even greater challenges to attain legendary status, although they lacked the 2 thresholds of levels 10 and 15. They must comprehend the fundamental essence of magical power to surpass level 20, a feat far more arduous than a warrior achieving sanctification at level 20 through celestial transformation. Having realized this, Li Wei promptly discarded the notion of even distribution from his mind. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he scratched his head and addressed the old mage. Mr. Dish, may I choose to enhance my knowledge attribute? Opting to increase your mana points. Is it a wise choice, young one? It seems the victories of late have not clouded your judgment. The old mage's eyes narrowed with approval as he gently tapped the light screen. Very well. Then it is time to choose your skill. These 2 images represent a low-level inspirational skill that boosts the morale of all troops under your command and a basic defensive skill that enhances their defense. Please tell me your choice. Mr. Dish, I choose the low-level inspirational skill, Li Wei declared loudly, and at that moment, a surge of white light erupted from his chest, swiftly enveloping his entire being before returning to his heart. After the brilliance faded, Li Wei felt invigorated. His body, previously wearied from battle, was suddenly revitalized, and bruises caused by muscle strain vanished simultaneously. Upon gazing intently, he observed that the light screen had reverted to its initial appearance, with some data on the character panel having changed. Name: Li Wei. Occupation: Master of the Heart of the Castle, Level 2 Hero, Level 4 Warrior. Strategic attributes: Attack 1, Defense 1, Magic 1, Knowledge 2. Combat attributes: Strength 16, Agility 12, Constitution 14, Intelligence 10, Faith 10, Charisma 10. Current life: 48. Current mana: 20. Skill 1, Permanent Fixation of Detection Skill 2, Strategic Spellcasting Skill 3, Manifestation of Troops Skill 4, Low-level Inspiration with 20 mana points. I shall no longer be drained of all my mana by a single fireball spell, Li Wei thought to himself with quiet delight. However, his exhilaration was short-lived, as the old mage's serious voice rang in his ears. Now, young one, what I am about to convey is of utmost importance. You may now construct all 6 buildings available in the initial state of the heart of the castle, but to continue building additional structures, the heart of the castle must reach an intermediate level. The conditions for this next promotion are not as simple as the last. Chapter 48. The first faith gem. The old mage's tone was grave, causing Li Wei, who had just felt elated from his professional level upgrade, to temper his excitement. Standing tall, he earnestly inquired of the old mage, "Mr. Dish, could you please elaborate on the conditions for the further advancement of the heart of the castle?" "Of course, young one," the old mage replied. Gratified by Li Wei's respectful demeanor, he waved his hand, conjuring a chair beside Li Wei, gesturing for him to sit. The heart of the castle is the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, requiring energies far beyond mere demonic energy. The demonic energy drawn from sacred rules sustains only the operation of the outermost buildings of the heart of the castle. The more core structures demand a more concentrated force for activation. Young one, I now wish to test your knowledge. What types of energy are you aware of? Li Wei pondered deeply, then began counting off on his fingers. "Mr. Dish, I know of the elemental energy wielded by mages, the holy energy utilized by priests, the dark energy employed by demons, and, oh, there is also the fighting spirit energy of knights." "Ah, indeed, you possess a fairly comprehensive understanding of the most conventional types of energy," the old mage remarked with a nod. "The alchemical principles we alchemists employ primarily harness these energies as a driving force. However, while these energies vary in intensity, their density is not sufficiently compact to activate the next layer of the heart of the castle. The items you now need to gather are typically challenging to obtain. But fortunately, in this chaotic era of calamity, collecting such energies has become significantly easier. Energy that's easier to collect in times of turmoil." A flicker of confusion crossed Li Wei's eyes as he tentatively inquired, "Mr. Dish, you can't possibly be referring to death energy, can you? I have no desire to wield such malevolent forces." Smack. Multicolored starlight erupted, and Li Wei crouched down, clutching his head. "Mr. Dish, did I say something wrong?" The old mage, both exasperated and amused, retracted his finger. "Little one, where did your thoughts wander? Death energy is merely a branch of dark energy, fundamentally no different from the demonic energy collected by slaying demons. What cannot be propelled by demonic energy cannot be driven by death energy either. The energy required by the heart of the castle is not one of the four conventional energies, but rather a branch of soul energy known as faith power." "Faith power?" Li Wei echoed, somewhat bewildered. "Mr. Dish, are you referring to those worshippers kneeling in prayer to the Father God? They appear frail and helpless, incapable of even self-rescue in times of trouble. Can they truly generate power?" The old mage stroked his long white beard and gestured to his pointed hat. "Little one, do not underestimate this. Soul energy is one of the primal forces, its density far surpassing that of elemental, light, and dark energies. In my research on creating the heart of the castle, I discovered that a mentally sound individual, through sincere daily prayers, can produce enough faith power to fuel a level 1 divine spell." Seeing the incredulous expression on Li Wei's face, the old mage chuckled heartily. "Little one, do you not believe me? Have you never considered where the divine spells of priests originate? Of course, they are bestowed by the benevolent Father God." Li Wei hesitated, knowing his faith stemmed from Sir Stun, while this venerable elder worshipped the war god Balder rather than the father god Medanzo. Nevertheless, Li Wei held profound respect for the supreme deity of the light faction, and a hint of reverence colored his voice as he mentioned the Father God. "The benevolent Father God, you say?" "Indeed, among the deities, he may well be considered one of the more merciful. However, we alchemists are acutely aware of a rule governing energy exchange, a supreme rule that transcends all others, the law of conservation of energy." The old mage concealed his disdain, without the keen perception brought by Li Wei's other soul. He would not have noticed it. "Mr. Dish, you seem somewhat disrespectful to the Father God." The young knight attendant concealed his surprise and continued to listen intently to the old mage's exposition. "If we eliminate the natural losses during energy transfer, you will find that the creation and transfer of energy are perpetually equal to its consumption. This presents a paradox. Where does the energy for the divine spells bestowed by the deities originate? From the deities themselves. Even an immensely powerful deity could not sustain the endless demands of countless priests and worshippers throughout the ages." Fearing Li Wei might not grasp his explanation, the old mage conjured 2 orbs of light with his hands, one shimmering with a divine platinum hue, the other a nebulous, indistinct form. "In my left hand is simulated holy energy, while in my right is simulated faith power. These 2 forces can undergo one-way transformation, that is, faith power can convert into holy energy, but not vice versa. The conversion ratio is typically close to 1:10. 1 unit of standard faith power can transform into 10 units of holy energy. Deities absorb faith power from their followers and return a small portion, around 1/3, of it, praising the benevolent Father God, thus manifesting various incredible divine spells. As the old mage spoke, the orb of holy energy in his left hand swelled dramatically, while the faith power in his right merely diminished slightly, vividly illustrating the disparity between the two. Liwei felt parched and dry, as the old mage's depiction of the deity significantly challenged his preconceived notions. The young knight attendant initially wished to refute this, but when he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to ask whether the war god Balder, like the father god, derived faith power from his followers, only to return a fraction to his priests. Yet, hesitating long, he ultimately swallowed the question. He surmised that the old mage's answer would not align with his expectations. However, Mr. Dish, if faith power belongs solely to the deities, how am I to acquire such power? The old mage smiled with satisfaction, his white beard twitching with pride. Little one, you are not a deity. Thus, you cannot absorb faith power. However, the heart of the castle can achieve this. Otherwise, how could I assert with certainty that it is the pinnacle of alchemical mastery? Is that truly possible, Mr. Dish? Are you not, in essence, creating a deity? A faint, bitter smile graced Liwei's lips, as he felt an involuntary chill at the thought of sitting upon a lofty throne while a multitude knelt below and worshipped. Mr. Dish, how can I obtain faith power? That is an excellent question. The old mage's smile vanished, and his expression turned grave. Faith arises from the depths of the human heart. It cannot be merely verbalized or feigned through ostentatious displays of devotion. True faith is provided by those who wholeheartedly and unreservedly believe in you. I trust that after all you have accomplished, some individuals have transcended ordinary loyalty and trust, reaching the level of worship towards you. Worship me. Liwei felt his face flush, pointing at his own nose as he became momentarily frozen. Why not test it and see? Little one, stand still. As he spoke, the old mage produced a slender silver wand from his sleeve and gracefully swept it over Liwei's head, scattering numerous shimmering silver specks. A dozen nearly imperceptible golden threads emerged from above Liwei's head, seeming intangible yet undeniably present. One end delved deep into his skull, while the other extended infinitely, disappearing into the void. Mr. Dish, what is this? Why has it penetrated my head? Will it cause any issues? Liwei was taken aback, rendered speechless by the strange occurrence above him. Oh, how remarkable. So many can be manifested. Little one, you truly have a considerable number of admirers. I initially thought there would only be a few. These threads have even reached the level of seasoned worshippers. The old mage feigned surprise. Yet his light-hearted tone quickly calmed Liwei. Mr. Dish, are these golden threads the faith power you mentioned? Regaining composure, Liwei gently touched the threads in the air, but his fingers felt nothing tangible, passing through them instead, leaving him wide-eyed with astonishment. Indeed, this is faith power. The old mage rubbed his hands together, then retrieved a crystalline orb from his sleeve, handing it to Liwei. Hold this, little one, and silently envision the golden threads detaching from your head and connecting to this crystal sphere. Done. The weight in Liwei's palm vanished, and as he opened his eyes, he discovered that the golden threads had indeed connected to the crystal sphere, with drops of golden liquid flowing along the threads into the orb, gradually forming an incredibly perfect golden gem at its center. This gem exhibited a hue reminiscent of gold, yet shone 1,000 times brighter and appeared a myriad of times more splendid. Liwei found himself at a loss for words to describe the gem's beauty, and as he reached out toward the crystal orb, a sudden shiver coursed through him, awakening him from his reverie. Embarrassed, he glanced at the old mage, who wore a knowing smile on his kindly face. Beautiful, is it not, little one? This is a faith gem, an utterly ordinary yet profoundly precious object. To describe it as ordinary is to acknowledge that the faith contained within this gem of belief is merely equivalent to the fervent prayers of 100 individuals, rendering it suitable only as a basic unit of currency among the deities. Conversely, to deem it precious is to recognize that, aside from the gods themselves, only the heart of the castle possesses the ability to crystallize such a thing. In any realm, this is the most resilient form of hard currency. Chapter 49. Armor and sword. As Levi departed from the heart of the castle, a lingering dizziness enveloped him, the final words of the old mage echoing incessantly in his mind. A mere 100 gems. Only 100 of these faith gems are required to meet the necessary conditions for the heart of the castle's next ascension. At which point the Griffin breeding grounds, the swordsman barracks, the magical tower, and a series of vital structures can be unlocked. The thought of fully armored crusader swordsmen emerging from the heart of the castle ignited a surge of fervor within Levi. He reminisced about the knights of yore, clad in shining armor and riding majestic steeds, figures he had long admired and aspired to emulate, with the assistance of the heart of the castle. He was about to command dozens of such knights as his subordinates. It was an overwhelming contrast that would have sent a lesser young squire into a frenzy of excitement. After a prolonged moment of exhilaration, Levi managed to regain his composure, opening his eyes to behold a pristine white ceiling. He attempted to move, realizing he was lying on a sumptuous woolen blanket. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to recall being outside the camp. Where was he now? As he steadied his thoughts and sat up from the woolen blanket, a muffled voice reached his ears. "My lord, you are awake. Would you care for some sustenance?" Levi looked up to find a crusader swordsman, clad in full armor, kneeling beside him, presenting an exquisitely crafted silver platter. The platter was steaming with freshly baked bread, oats, and several boiled eggs, along with a few slices of smoked pork. The enticing aroma of meat mingled with the scent of milk and oats wafted into Levi's nostrils, causing his stomach to rumble audibly. Famished, Levi seized the silver platter, placing it upon his lap as he voraciously devoured the bread and smoked meat, only pausing to wash it down with a cup of milk and oatmeal before feeling some relief in his stomach. The crusader swordsman remained in a kneeling position, perfectly still as if he were a statue. Levi wiped his mouth, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and quickly rose to his feet, saying, "I apologize for my earlier behavior. There is no need for concern, my lord. It is our duty to serve you," the crusader swordsman replied, striking his chest plate with his left fist. "Is that so?" Levi felt somewhat ill at ease with the situation. After a moment of silence, he deliberately changed the subject, inquiring, "What time is it now?" "According to the time you entered the heart of the castle, 12 hours have elapsed. During this time, Sir Grace, Donner, Warren, and Martha, along with several distinguished individuals from the camp, have come to inquire about your well-being, all of whom I have turned away," the crusader swordsman stated, standing upright with unwavering formality. "Wouldn't that seem somewhat impolite?" Levi's gaze shifted to the doors, which were securely closed. However, he could easily imagine the fully armed pikemen and archers stationed outside in a tight formation, standing vigilant. A glint of sharp light flickered from behind the crusader swordsman's full helmet as he replied solemnly, "My lord, for your safety, such measures are far from impolite. Those close to you will surely understand the significance of this action. Those who do not comprehend are likely." The swordsman did not finish his thought. Yet the implication of his pause left Levi astounded. It seemed that this crusader swordsman's wisdom far surpassed that of the alchemical warriors, who were mere executors of commands without much autonomy. The rewards presented by Mr. Dish truly were unexpected luxuries. Once more, muffled sounds of commotion emanated from outside, with the voices of Sir Grace and Donner clearly audible, just as Levi was about to open the door. He suddenly noticed that he was now clad in a finely crafted dark green doublet. Though slightly wrinkled from his own weight, it was undeniably a brand new garment. "What is the meaning of this attire?" Levi inquired, baffled, as he found it hard to believe that such skilled artisans existed within a refugee camp. Having spent some time in the Viscount's castle, Levi recognized that while the doublet appeared modest, its meticulous stitching and high-quality material would befit even the most esteemed of nobles. "My lord, this is a ceremonial outfit prepared for you by Grandmaster Dish, comprising 3 sets, along with an outer coat. Your armor is still under construction, as the blacksmith shop was only recently completed before your departure from the heart of the castle. However, the new sword has already been forged. Please take a look," the crusader swordsman explained. Retrieving a broad knight's longsword, presenting it with both hands before Levi, the blade radiated a chilling aura. It was indeed a magnificent sword. Every inch of the blade had been thoroughly forged and skillfully polished, reflecting like a mirror, allowing one to see their own reflection. The straight iron blue blade emanated a menacing chill, razor-sharp, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments or decorations, designed purely as a weapon for the battlefield. Levi was momentarily entranced as he accepted the longsword, feeling its weight in his hand. In the days when Sir Stun was still alive, Levi often had the opportunity to handle his ancestral sword, whose sharpness and heft had left a profound impression on him. He had often fantasized about one day possessing a weapon as formidable as that of Sir Stun. Yet, at this moment, a blade even more impressive lay before him. "This longsword is truly beautiful, is it mine?" Levi asked again, hoping for confirmation. "Indeed, my lord, this weapon was personally crafted for you by Grandmaster Dish, imbued with magic to enhance its lethality, befitting your noble stature," the crusader swordsman affirmed, producing a long object wrapped in linen cloth. With a swift motion, he unveiled a finely crafted steel scabbard. Levi accepted the scabbard, fastening it to his waist, and drew the longsword to test its feel. The sound of metal scraping against metal resonated clearly, lingering in his ears before fading away. Levi took a couple of eager steps forward, then halted, voicing his confusion softly. By the way, what happened to my original sword? My lord, that sword has sustained several nicks, and its material is rather ordinary, unworthy of your current status. The Crusader swordsman replied. With this longsword crafted by Grandmaster Dish now in your possession, the original sword is rendered obsolete, is it not? Levi immediately shook his head, declaring, No, while that sword may pale in comparison to the one crafted by Mr. Dish, it holds immense significance for me. That sword was a gift from Sir Stun, purchased from the Viscount's blacksmith to celebrate my successful passage of the warrior's vocational examination. I understand. My lord, rest assured, your original sword is here with us, the Crusader swordsman assured, walking to one side of the room and retrieving Levi's original sword from a chest. Levi fastened his original sword to his right side and smoothed out the larger wrinkles in his doublet before making his way to the door. As he pushed open the grand door, the villagers engaged in conversation with another Crusader swordsman turned their attention to him. Upon seeing Levi emerge, invigorated and full of spirit, they erupted into cheers. Lord Levi, are you unscathed? Donner squeezed through the crowd, his voice ringing out. I am well, Mr. Donner. I was not injured. I merely experienced some dizziness due to a backlash of fighting spirit when slaying that black-armored knight. Coupled with the fatigue from casting spells, I felt a bit faint, but after resting, I am now completely recovered. Levi responded cheerfully, his words holding a kernel of truth, albeit with the details regarding the heart of the castle obscured. This manner of speaking, influenced by memories from another soul, was not Levi's preferred style, yet he felt it was the only way to proceed without outright deception. Mr. Levi, if you are well, I shall breathe easy, Sir Grace said. Stepping forth from beside Donner, he nodded at Levi, adding, There are matters that Donner understands quite well. It is best for him to explain them to you in detail. I shall take a moment to rest. Mr. Levi, as the task of overseeing the camp while your archers were on strike has worn me thin. Observing the bloodshot eyes of the sharpshooter, Levi felt a pang of guilt and replied, Sir Grace, you have my gratitude for your hard work. I will promptly instruct my subordinates to resume their guard duties, so you may rest. I am well enough, Mr. Levi. Your archers, like me, have also gone without sleep for a night. However, their vigilance is merely directed at the front of your bedroom. You mustn't tire these fine young men, Sir Grace remarked at the end, unable to stifle a yawn as he covered his mouth with his hand. I understand. Sir Grace, you should really take a rest, Levi assured, nodding affirmatively before shifting his attention to the figure standing nearby. Mr. Donner. Mr. Donner, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 50. Donner's dream in stark contrast to yesterday's image of him drenched in sweat and blood. Donner appeared far more refined today. He had evidently shaved, revealing a strong jawline, and donned a pristine linen coat, brimming with vitality. Were it not for his robust and towering physique, he might easily be mistaken for a mere man rather than a formidable bear. Evoking Levi's recollection of his nickname, the Roaring Bear, within the Adventurers Guild. Master Levi, Warren's ankle has yet to reduce its swelling. He has temporarily entrusted me with supervising the logging operations, thanks to yesterday's victorious battle. Everyone is working diligently today and has already completed the felling of 500 logs ahead of schedule. Donner's news was indeed promising, and Levi felt a sense of relief. Well done, Mr. Donner, with these logs. I believe the camp's repairs will soon be completed. The new wooden walls will be significantly sturdier than the previous ones, ensuring the safety of these villagers. Indeed, they will be very secure, having spent over 20 years as an adventurer. I have witnessed many noble lords' domains. Master Levi, I assure you, your design for this camp far surpasses that of an ordinary noble estate in both defensive capability and aesthetic appeal. Donner's heartfelt admiration caused Levi's cheeks to warm slightly. One could only imagine how an ordinary orphan could conceive such a flawless camp. In reality, the blueprints he presented were derived from the plans of the wooden walls within the heart of the castle, with the living facilities inside having undergone design and improvements by the esteemed wizard. Mr. Dish, with the prowess of a grand alchemist, should sufficient materials be available, constructing not merely a wooden camp but an entire capital city would be well within reach. Mr. Donner, let us go and see Warren. I can attempt to treat his foot injury. Levi diverted the conversation, and upon hearing this, Donner's expression shifted slightly, momentarily setting aside the camp's issues. Surely it's a healing divine art. Can I witness it firsthand shortly? Donner's excitement was nearly uncontrollable. and his already unsteady left leg trembled even more violently. As the two entered the small dwelling where Warren resided, the ranger was leaning against a straw mat. His injured right foot's pant leg rolled up to reveal a notably swollen ankle. The rogue, Martha, knelt beside him, a small bowl of a green paste resting on her left. The room was filled with an overpowering and bitter herbal aroma, causing Levi to furrow his brow slightly. This was not due to any pampered upbringing, but rather the pungency of the herbal scent was indeed overwhelming and intolerable. Donner, unreservedly, exclaimed, "By the Father God, Warren, can't you concoct something more palatable? What is this?" "A remedy for banishing demon toxins." Warren also frowned, clearly not enjoying the scent himself. Upon hearing Donner's complaint, he could only smile wryly and reply, "Old Donner, while this may be unpleasant, its healing properties are quite effective. An injury as severe as mine would require at least a month of rest to walk again. But with this herbal ointment, I should be able to recover in about a week." "A week? Merciful Father God, your body will likely be permeated with this odor by then." Donner's exaggerated expression elicited a laugh from Martha. "All right, Warren, your ointment is indeed quite pungent. Let me see if there are alternative solutions." Levi sat beside Warren, taking a clean linen cloth from Martha and gently wiping away the herbal paste. The severity of the sprain was evident. As a squire, Levi had learned much about battlefield first aid from Sir Stan. In his assessment, Warren's ankle was not merely sprained but had likely sustained some damage due to the forceful attempt to realign the dislocated joint. If Warren's claim about the herbal ointment's efficacy were not an exaggeration, it would indeed be a commendable treatment method. However, as a vital assistant, Levi certainly did not wish for Warren to waste a week incapacitated. Thus, he closed his eyes slightly and summoned the small runes of the healing magic within his mind. A gentle white light emanated from Levi's palm, gradually coalescing into a small orb of radiance, filling the dimly lit wooden cabin with a soft and sacred glow. Martha instinctively knelt on the ground, silently invoking the names of all the deities she knew, while Warren's expression mirrored hers, feeling the previously searing pain in his ankle begin to cool under the orb's light, compared to Donner. The two maintained a semblance of calm. The entire body of the roaring bear trembled so violently that he had to step outside the small dwelling to avoid losing his composure in front of Levi. Divine healing art. It truly is a divine healing art. After confirming with his own eyes, the middle-aged man could hardly contain his excitement, feeling the blood within him surge with newfound hope for healing his long-standing leg injury. "Donner, what has come over you? Your exuberance is quite unlike you." A teasing voice emerged, and upon turning, Donner found Sir Grace approaching, his ever-present silver fur longbow slung over his shoulder as he rounded a corner near the watchtower. "Sir Grace." Why speak of such things? Do you expect me to address you as Elder Donner?" Grace chuckled, waving his hand, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "Were it not for your leg injury remaining unhealed, my prowess as a demon-slaying archer would pale in comparison to yours. With your abilities, securing a knightly domain and the corresponding noble status would be far from difficult if you chose to pledge fealty to a lord." "To pledge fealty to a lord?" Donner mused, patting his still trembling left leg, repeatedly mulling over Grace's words before sighing. "Grace, it seems you have indeed hit the nail on the head. I am genuinely contemplating whom to pledge my allegiance to." Grace raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "Did I hear correctly? The roaring bear is considering swearing fealty to a noble." "The roaring bear? Grace, spare the jest. Only when I can heal this leg will I be worthy of retaining that moniker." Donner chuckled, straightening himself and peering into the dwelling while speaking. "TSK, that Warren fellow is quite fortunate. Not only is he to become Master Levi's follower, but he also gets to benefit from divine healing." "Divine healing? When did a priest arrive at the camp?" Grace expressed skepticism, but as he approached Donner and beheld the faint, sacred glow emanating from the cabin, his expression turned to one of disbelief. "Donner, my eyes are not deceiving me. The one employing the healing divine art is none other than Levi." Grace rubbed his sharp, hawk-like eyes, struggling to accept the reality before him. "Who else could it be but Master Levi? Warren once mentioned to me that Master Levi's healing divine art could enable someone with shattered joints to stand once more and return to their former state. I wonder if my leg, which has been lame for so long, can be healed as well." Donner spoke with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. "Impossible. Such a level of divine art could only be wielded by a bishop of the region. Not to mention that Levi has been trained as a knight. Given his age, how could he possess the same level of divine ability as a regional bishop?" Grace rebutted. Donner furrowed his brow, contemplating. "You make a valid point, but I trust Warren would not deceive me. By the way, given what you've seen of Warren's sprain, what level of divine art do you think is required for a complete recovery? Warren's sprain was initially just a common dislocation, but the rough method of realignment has likely caused internal damage to his bones and tendons, Sir Grace pondered. While it is significantly less severe than shattered joints, for an immediate recovery, it would require at least the divine art of a subbishop. Oh, a subbishop. Donner nodded before suddenly exclaiming with delight. Grace, look, Warren is standing up. He's stomping his feet. His sprain has healed. Chapter 51. The priceless longsword. The door swung open, and Warren strode out with agile steps, showing no sign of limping, clearly indicating that his injury had healed. Upon seeing the two individuals at the door, the ranger hurriedly bowed and greeted them, saying, Sir Grace's, Brother Donner, how fortuitous it is that you are both here. Please follow me. Lord Levi has matters to discuss with you. Lord Levi is seeking us, Sir Grace's inquired, his tone tinged with skepticism. Warren nodded and replied, Indeed, Lord Levi specifically instructed me to find you and Brother Donner and bring you here to deliberate on some important matters. What could these important matters be? Graces glanced at Donner, who reciprocated with a look of confusion, indicating that he too had not received any prior notice. The two men followed Warren into the wooden cabin, where the pungent aroma of herbs seemed somewhat diminished, yet still compelled Sir Graces to cover his mouth and cough lightly. Hearing the noise, Levi looked up, his expression a curious blend of excitement and hesitation. Upon spotting Sir Graces and Donner, he rose from the ground, smiling as he bowed in greeting. Graces and Donner, somewhat taken aback, hastily returned the gesture. I just asked Warren to fetch you both. I presume Mr. Donner hasn't strayed too far. Sir Graces, it seems you were quite fortunate to encounter him on the way. Levi indicated for everyone to gather around the central fire pit within the cabin, simultaneously engaging in light conversation while retrieving two long swords from his side and placing them before Graces and Donner. Sir Graces picked up the sword before him, examining it closely. A seasoned adventurer. He had earned the title of Demon Hunter Archer primarily through his mastery of a silver fir longbow, yet he was also well versed in the use of long swords, a weapon commonly employed in his line of work. The sword felt slightly heavy in his grasp, distinctly different from the lightweight long swords typically favored by adventurers. It was evidently designed as a standard battlefield weapon, more accurately classified as a broadsword or a heavy sword. As Grace's fingers traced the blade, he detected a subtle resistance. The sword was not particularly sharp, and its smoothness suggested it was not crafted with meticulous care, but rather produced en masse as a forged weapon. Disappointed, he shook his head and set the sword aside. Donner, more meticulous in his examination, possessed the most extensive adventuring experience in the camp and had a deeper understanding of discerning weapon quality. Like Grace's, he quickly recognized the craftsmanship of the longsword, but chose not to dismiss it. Instead, he picked up a firewood log with iron tongs from beside the fire pit. This log, made of dense hardwood, was exceptionally robust but lacked flexibility, rendering it unsuitable for furniture or other uses, and was only fit for burning. Donner placed the log on the ground, stood up with the longsword in hand, and swung it forcefully, producing a sharp shriek as the blade sliced through the wood, sending the upper half flying several meters away. Impressive swordsmanship, exclaimed Sir Graces in astonishment. No, it is a fine sword, replied Donner, stroking the blade with a puzzled expression. Lord Levi, from where did you acquire this sword? Just as Levi was about to answer, Sir Graces interjected curiously. Donner, is this sword truly remarkable? It appears to be merely an ordinary military weapon produced through casting. Ordinary military weapon. Donner shrugged, thrusting the sword into the ground with force. The cabin floor, compacted and firm, allowed the blade to penetrate deeply, with several inches of the tip embedded in the earth. Graces, have you ever encountered a weapon of such exceptional material? While the casting technique may not seem particularly extraordinary, you ought to examine it more closely. The material of this sword is not common steel, but rather a special alloy known only to alchemists. Donner's words struck Sir Graces like a thunderclap. Causing his expression to shift dramatically, he hurriedly retrieved the heavy sword from the ground, took a small arrowhead from his side, and struck it forcefully against the blade. Sparks flew, and Graces narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sword's surface. The smooth blade reflected the flickering firelight, revealing only a faint white mark where the arrowhead made contact. A gentle wipe of his hand erased even that mark, while the tip of Grace's prized armor-piercing arrowhead now bore a slight rounded curve, indicating it required further sharpening to be usable again. To think it could damage a fine steel armor-piercing arrowhead without sustaining any damage itself. The hardness and resilience are indeed indicative of a special alloy, Sir Graces remarked. Astonished, the subtle joy flickered across Levi's face, for both swords had originated from the forge of Castle Hart, part of the armaments he had received that day. Alongside these swords were dozens of similarly crafted spearheads and tri-point arrowheads, with appropriate wooden shafts. They would constitute a remarkably fine arsenal, regardless of how swiftly Levi's strength grew. He remained, after all, merely a 15-year-old boy. Although the soul he had traversed with granted him certain additional abilities, it had not significantly enhanced his fundamental knowledge. He could not ascertain the true quality of this batch of weapons from Castle Hart's forge, though he sensed that his previous sword, crafted by the blacksmith of the Viscount's castle, paled in comparison. Upon reaching the same conclusion as Donner, Sir Grace's gaze grew fervent. While he was not adept at wielding heavy swords, he felt an undeniable affinity for the unique metal from which this sword was forged, both in hardness and weight. It is flawless. It is simply the finest material for armor-piercing arrowheads. Sir Graces suddenly looked up, urgently asking, Mr. Levi, from where did you obtain this sword? From where? Levi's voice faltered. He did not wish to be evasive nor to fabricate a lie. Yet the secrets of Castle Hart were not for the understanding of the ordinary. He was acutely aware that if the existence of Castle Hart were to be revealed, it would spell disaster for both himself and the inhabitants of this camp. I apologize, Mr. Levi, my question was rather presumptuous. Sir Graces, evidently having drawn an association with the non-existent ancient family behind Levi, cleared his throat, retracted his query, and softened his tone, saying, Then, might it be possible to craft a batch of armor-piercing arrowheads from this metal? I do not require many, 10 would suffice. What a lavish request, Sir Graces, Donner interjected coldly from the side. Perhaps you are unaware of the value of this special alloy. I am well aware that the alloys produced by alchemists are worth more than gold. I possess some savings, Mr. Levi. I understand you may not be interested in a mere few hundred gold coins, but if you are willing, I could offer 50 gold coins in exchange for one armor-piercing arrowhead. As Graces spoke, he moved to rise and retrieve his accumulated gold coins. I knew you would not comprehend, Donner muttered, cradling the long sword in both hands and returning it to Levi. Lord Levi, please take good care of it. Levi, somewhat taken aback, accepted the sword and softly inquired, Mr. Donner, how would you assess the value of this sword? The value of this sword cannot be measured in monetary terms, if one were to assign it a value. Donner paused for a moment, then composed himself to say, This sword is worth an entire lord's estate or the loyalty of a great knight. Chapter 52. The shock of the charging spell. Donner's declaration rendered the cabin silent. Warren and Marcia gaped, their mouths agape, their eyes fixed intently on the sword deemed worth a lord's estate, as if seeking the justification for such an exorbitant valuation. Sir Graces halted in his tracks, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Though he had a modicum of understanding regarding the value of this so-called special alloy, he had not anticipated it to be so exorbitantly high. To Levi's breath hitched imperceptibly for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice bore a slightly hoarse quality. This, Mr. Donner, I fear you may be overestimating the value of this sword. The alloy used in casting this sword is silver alloy, aside from its enhanced lethality against demonic entities. It possesses no particularly unique properties, ranking among the most common of alloy formulas. Lord Levi, your family is indeed no ordinary family, Donner replied, a hint of self-deprecation coloring his smile. He sighed gently, shaking his head. Is silver alloy so commonplace? Perhaps in the days of yore, when magical alchemy flourished, it might have been considered so. However, Lord Levi, today, most of those so-called special alloys are merely ordinary steel mixed with a few rare metals, fetching a high price yet only slightly superior to regular refined steel, far inferior to the sword you hold. As he spoke, Donner removed an unassuming ring from his finger, presenting it to Levi for inspection. Lord Levi, this ring is crafted from a blend of mithril and steel, which is what we now refer to as silver alloy. You may test its hardness. As Levi took the ring, he retrieved a small triangular arrowhead from beside him, poised to scratch its surface when the voice of the old sorcerer rang in his ears. There's no need to test it, young one. You would ruin that ring. The old sorcerer's tone bore a hint of melancholy. It has only been 500 years, and I am astonished to see alchemy has declined to such a state. Although the ring contains some mithril, it is evident that both the formula and the alchemical techniques are flawed. The mithril and steel have not fused adequately, resulting in a waste of materials. Li Wei, momentarily at a loss for words in response to the old sorcerer's lament, found solace as the old man swiftly resumed his usual tone. Despite the poor quality of the alchemy, the ring itself possesses magical properties. It appears to be of considerable rank that it would be a pity to let it be destroyed. This ring is actually a piece of magical equipment, Li Wei exclaimed. His words stirred a wave of astonishment among the few people present in the wooden cabin. If a special alloy longsword were worth a manor, then magical equipment was indeed priceless. Such items, which allowed ordinary individuals to wield magic akin to that of a sorcerer, were coveted by any noble of at least a viscount's rank. Noticing the incredulous gazes from Grace and others, Donner's lips twitched, unable to muster even a smile. This is no laughing matter. Donner longed to bellow in response, a fitting display for the title of the Roaring Bear. However, he restrained himself, lowering his voice instead. Lord Li Wei, your assessment is remarkably accurate, but please take a closer look. This ring is utterly ruined, and it can no longer channel any magic. The old sorcerer chuckled lightly in Li Wei's mind, his tone laced with irony. Ah, the perils of empiricism, young one. The ring is not destroyed. It merely has expended all the magical energy it once contained. It seems the original owner was an alchemist. Magical equipment can slowly regain its magic because a portion of power is always retained within the internal magic array. Only one with profound knowledge of magical equipment can extract that last vestige of power. But won't that damage the magical equipment? Li Wei inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it can cause significant harm. However, it would not result in complete destruction at once, the old sorcerer replied sternly. No matter how fine the magical equipment, once its magic is exhausted, it is no different from waste. When faced with a life-threatening danger, would you prefer to keep this magical equipment as a relic, or risk damaging it in a final attempt? This question needed no answer. In the next instant, a dazzling blue light flashed before Li Wei, and a small blue rune appeared in his mind, floating beside the fireball spell rune, judging by the intensity of its radiance. This rune was only slightly dimmer than the portal rune, yet still superior to the protective arrow spell, healing spell, and fireball spell. What comforted Li Wei was that this rune did not exude the same inscrutable aura as the portal rune. Instead, it radiated a brilliant blue light, gently hovering, awaiting his command. This spell is known as the energizing spell. It is rarely utilized by ordinary sorcerers but is indispensable for alchemists, whether for repairing damaged magical equipment or producing magical items. The energizing spell is frequently employed. The old sorcerer's voice grew somber, as each time he condensed a spell rune in Li Wei's mind, it left him momentarily weakened. Mr. Dish, it seems that the level of this energizing spell is even higher than that of the fireball spell. Isn't it? I expended 5 points of mana to cast the healing spell earlier. Will I have enough remaining to cast this spell? Li Wei's inquiry elicited a delighted laugh from the old sorcerer. Nothing delighted an alchemist more than a diligent and cautious student. Excellent question, young one. It appears you have retained a lesson from before. The old sorcerer continued, the energizing spell differs from all others. Before casting it, you must be aware that this spell can channel all of your available mana into the magical equipment until it is fully charged or until you have exhausted all your mana. Now, young one, use the detection spell on that ring. A flicker of dim light danced in Li Wei's eyes as a rather unassuming gray luminescence rose from the ring. Name. Sanner Sorcerer's Magic Missile Ring ability. Fires 5 magical missiles with tracking capabilities. Targeting random enemies within 150 meters, 3 times per day. Triggered by a command word. Status. Damaged. Mana exhausted. This is quite a practical piece of low-level magical equipment. It requires only 5 points of mana for recharging, the old sorcerer concluded. Only 5 points of mana. Li Wei felt a surge of excitement as he focused on the energizing spell rune in his mind. The small blue rune instantly activated, radiating a dazzling blue light. Crackle! A tiny arc of electricity appeared in Li Wei's hand, startling those around him who were closely inspecting the ring he held. Lord Li Wei, what is happening? Is there something wrong with the ring? Warren inquired, his voice hushed after being taken aback. Not at all. I have successfully restored it, Li Wei replied nonchalantly, his words reverberating in the ears of the others like a thunderous clap. Leaving them momentarily speechless, after a long pause, it was Donner, the most seasoned among them, who first regained his composure. He swallowed hard. Lord Li Wei, may I see that ring? Certainly, Mr. Donner. It was originally yours, Li Wei said, tossing the ring into Donner's hands, causing the burly middle-aged man to fumble. Oh dear, Lord Li Wei, this is magical equipment. Its value is immeasurable. You simply tossed it over. What if it falls and is damaged? Martha exclaimed dramatically, perfectly encapsulating Donner's clumsiness. Lyon couldn't help but chuckle, running his fingers through his flaxen hair. Martha, that ring is made of mithril alloy. It is quite robust. Even a sledgehammer would struggle to damage it. Just as he spoke, a sudden roar from Donner pierced the air. Divine strike, steel thunderbolt. Instantly, several purple beams of light streaked like lightning, resulting in a series of thunderous booms emanating from the direction of the wooden door. Chapter 53. Proposals and Oaths. The air was thick with a peculiar scent, reminiscent of something charred. The group turned their eyes toward the door, where they were met with the sight of 5 bowl-sized holes in the sturdy wooden door, the edges exhibiting a radiating explosive quality. If such beams had struck a person, even a knight protected by martial energy would likely suffer severe injuries. Closest to the purple beams was Sir Grace, the demon-hunting archer, who shivered, turning his head toward Donner, the instigator of this incident, and shouted, "Donner, have you lost your mind? If your aim had been off by even a fraction, you could have cleaved my head in two." Nonsense. Nonsense. According to my ancestors, the magical missiles fired from this ring will automatically avoid all obstacles and strike their targets without fail, Donner replied, grinning widely. Ancient tales. If such a thing were to deviate even slightly, I would find myself in dire straits. Sir Grace, clearly shaken, refused to take his gaze off Donner, fearful that he might attempt another experiment. Yet Donner did not proceed in that manner. He carefully wiped the ring, removing the tiniest specks of dirt, and with reverence, presented it to Li Wei with both hands. "Lord Li Wei, please, keep this." Li Wei, taken aback, raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Donner, since this ring is a treasured heirloom of your family, it should be in your care and use. Why hand it to me? Such a precious item is not something an impoverished adventurer like me should possess. Moreover, it is already damaged. Had it not been for your restoration, it would merely be an ordinary mithril alloy ring." Thus, Li Wei gently pushed back Donner's hands, smiling as he said, "Mr. Donner, restoring this ring was a trivial task for me. To this ring is not merely an ordinary piece of magical equipment. It is a cherished family heirloom that no one can take from you." Donner's lips quivered slightly. He yearned to express his gratitude. Yet when the words reached his lips, he found himself unable to articulate the depth of his emotion. Uncomfortably shifting his body, Li Wei addressed the onlookers, who gazed at Donner with envy, saying, "Well then, let us consider this little interlude behind us. The purpose of my gathering everyone here is quite straightforward, to deliberate on the future direction of our camp." Upon hearing Li Wei speak with such gravity, the crowd shifted their attention from Donner, listening intently. "After our collective struggle and sacrifice, we have triumphed over the demon slave knights, granting us a precious respite. Mr. Donner's task of overseeing the logging operations has concluded, and the manpower saved can now be redirected towards the construction of the new village. Based on my estimates, with the addition of these materials and labor, the new village should take shape within a week. The next step is to find a way to organize the young men in the camp for combat training. We aim to train a militia of about 200 men before the next demonic assault." "Is it only the young men? We women can fight on the battlefield too," Martha protested softly. "Young women can indeed undergo combat training, but unless all the men in the camp perish, do not entertain thoughts of joining the fray," Li Wei declared unequivocally, the firelight casting a determined glow on his youthful face, accentuating his features with newfound resolve. "Indeed, bloodshed and sacrifice are matters for us men," Warren exclaimed, clenching his fist in fervor. "Training a militia, you say? Lyon, is that truly necessary?" Sir Grace stroked the stubble on his chin, expressing his skepticism. "With my silver fur longbow and your elite subordinates, guarding this camp would pose no issue. As for those country bumpkins wielding swords, they evoke images of farmers with hoes. Transforming them into competent militia members will undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge." "Sir Grace, you were correct. If our sole intention is to defend this camp, our current strength could easily withstand an assault akin to that of the demon slave knights. However, given this opportunity, it is not the role of a knight to cower behind sturdy wooden walls. I have been contemplating a counteroffensive to drive the demons from this land." Li Wei's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Their thoughts had been consumed with how to fortify the camp's defenses and provide better warnings against demonic incursions, unaware that their young leader had already envisioned a far more ambitious goal: to retaliate against the demons and reclaim their territory. This notion had seemingly never crossed their minds. The demonic calamity struck almost once a decade, and each time, whether nobles sheltered behind strong castles or peasants huddled in makeshift huts, They could do little but tremble and struggle to survive against the ferocity of the demons. To withstand a demonic attack was considered a remarkable feat. Yet Li Wei had already begun to strategize a counteroffensive. Sir Grace gazed at Li Wei in astonishment. Illuminated by the firelight, the young man's eyes sparkled with intensity, his expression unwavering, devoid of any jest. To counterattack the demons? Li Wei, you have astonished me once more, murmured Sir Grace, rising abruptly to bow deeply to Li Wei, proclaiming loudly, I, Sir Grace of the Tuli family, swear by the honor of the great hunter's badge, to follow Lord Li Wei in the fight against the demons, and should I perish, I shall have no regrets. Ah, you beat me to it, Donna interjected, half jokingly, half seriously, as he donned his family's enchanted ring. Raising a fist to his forehead, I, Donna the Roaring Bear, attest by my ancestral ring, to stand with Lord Li Wei in the battle against the demons, and should I die, I shall have no regrets. Warren and Martha almost simultaneously sprang to their feet, their faces alight with excitement, exclaiming in unison, as followers of Lord Li Wei, we shall be the sword and shield in your hand, to counterattack the demons, and should we perish, we shall have no regrets. Within the confines of the modest wooden cabin, the atmosphere suddenly grew fervent. Bathed in the flickering firelight, Li Wei's face glowed with exhilaration as he rose, drawing the newly acquired sword from his waist, and solemnly performed a knightly salute before the assembly. I, Li Wei, squire of the Viscount of Ryan, shall lead us in the fight against the demons, and should I perish, I shall have no regrets. The oath was sworn, as the group settled back around the fire. Their breaths came heavy, their expressions still reflecting the fervor of their recent vows. The oldest among them, Donna, was the first to regain his composure, retrieving an object from his side and beckoning the others to take a closer look. This is a map from the Adventurers Guild regarding the territory of the Viscount of Ryan. Prior to the demonic calamity, Donna unfurled the object, revealing a crumpled piece of parchment, upon which a rudimentary topographical sketch was drawn in heavy black ink. Our camp is situated here, on the edge of the Black Forest, and there were originally 5 villages surrounding our encampment. However, based on the information relayed by refugees, it has been confirmed that at least 2 of those villages have been destroyed by the demons. While 2 others have gone dark, only a village called Dian remains unscathed. Dian, that name sounds somewhat familiar, mused Sir Grace, stroking his little mustache in contemplation. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, exclaiming in an excited tone, I remember now. Fat Huck once mentioned this place. Dian may appear to be an ordinary village, but in reality, it serves as the largest black market and den of thieves in the Viscount's territory. Chapter 54. The reason for heading to the black market, a black market and den of thieves? Upon hearing Sir Grace utter those words, Li Wei couldn't help but frown slightly. A true knight, or one aspiring to knighthood, would undoubtedly harbor no positive sentiments towards such places. Yet, Li Wei was not so rigid as to lack adaptability. He immediately recalled something of great importance. Warren, as the leader of the camp's guards, could you share the current status of our armament? Upon hearing Li Wei's inquiry, the Ranger Warren nodded, replying, Lord Li Wei, during Fat Huck's reign, there were originally 50 guards in the camp, of which 22 had prior experience as adventurers. However, during the attack by the burners, 18 perished, and 7 were severely burned and remain unhealed. Among the remaining guards, several were Fat Huck's accomplices and were expelled from the camp. Their whereabouts unknown. The current guards consist of 50 members that I and Brother Donna have rallied, yet only about 10 have combat experience. It sounds as though the camp's defensive capabilities are indeed quite lacking. It appears we will have to rely on the alchemical warriors as our primary defense. Li Wei mused in frustration, casually asking, what is the status of our weaponry? Even worse, it's essentially all in ruins, Warren replied, his expression contorting as if he had just bitten into something exceedingly bitter. Lord Li Wei, Fat Huck was so preoccupied with plundering resources that he neglected to properly organize the camp's defense. In terms of ranged weapons, we have only 10 barely functional hunting bows, which might suffice against rabble-rousers, but against demons, they are mere toys. As for close combat weapons, the situation is even more dire. Most guards wield scythes and wooden clubs, while the few swords and knives we possess are rusted beyond recognition. From the moment Li Wei first arrived at the refugee camp, he had been aware of the guards' inadequate equipment, yet he had not anticipated the situation to be quite this dire. The young squire furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament was indeed challenging. Lord Li Wei, I believe we should reconsider. Without sufficient equipment, no amount of training will suffice. Transforming a group of peasants into competent warriors is no easy task, Sir Grace cautioned. We could purchase weapons, Martha suggested. Purchase weapons. With the demonic calamity upon us, weapons are in high demand everywhere, not to mention exorbitantly priced, and ordinary places are simply unable to procure such equipment. Sir Grace retorted with a scoff. Donna's beard twitched as Li Wei opened his mouth. And the two spoke in unison. The black market. Indeed, the black market, Warren exclaimed, invigorated as he raised his fist. The black market always has a variety of scarce and illegal goods for sale, and weapons will undoubtedly be among them. Yet the prices will be exorbitantly high, Sir Grace interjected. Where shall we procure enough gold coins? Before his demise, Fat Huck revealed to me the locations of the treasures he had not taken with him, and we also have this. Li Wei gestured towards the two heavy silver alloy longswords laid side by side on the ground. Mr. Donna and Sir Grace have already assessed that these two swords hold significant value. If we can find a way to sell them, we should be able to acquire enough ordinary weapons for over 100 men. Correct. Absolutely not. Both Donna and Sir Grace exclaimed simultaneously, their neck veins bulging as they nearly shouted in unison. Lord Li Wei, you must not act in such a manner. Indeed, these two precious swords are worth a fortune, if sold on the black market. They would fetch no more than a tenth of their true value, which is exceedingly unwise. Li Wei smiled faintly, his gaze sharpening. Sir Grace, Mr. Donald, do not be hasty. In my view, nothing is more paramount than repelling the demonic assault. And nothing is more precious than life itself. These two longswords, while capable of arming merely two competent warriors, if sold, could yield enough resources to equip hundreds. How is that not advantageous? Sir Grace snorted. Muttering, merely competent warriors. Even in the hands of seasoned knights, these swords would be invaluable treasures. Mr. Donald's expression was considerably more serious. He removed a magical ring from his finger and declared loudly, You are right. Lord Li Wei, thus I too shall offer this ring in exchange for more equipment and supplies. No need for that, Mr. Donald. Your ancestral ring is singular, yet I possess far more than just these two swords. As he spoke, Li Wei produced a heavy sack from behind him and placed it before the group. The sack opened to reveal dozens of heavy silver spearheads and arrowheads, glimmering coldly in the firelight. This is, by the gods, these items are all forged from silver alloy, Sir Grace exclaimed, his body jolting. Take them, Sir Grace. All the arrowheads within are for your use. Li Wei set the sack before Sir Grace. The demon-hunting archer could see nothing else. His hands trembled slightly as he withdrew an arrowhead from the sack, examining it closely. Unlike the so-called tempered steel arrowheads, this one was directly cast from a mold, its cross-section forming a perfect equilateral triangle. After meticulous polishing, its surface was so smooth it could reflect a figure, the three edges glimmering in the firelight, as if a drop of flowing blood coalesced at its tip. The arrowhead's weight was perfectly balanced, and Sir Grace nodded in satisfaction, pinching it between two fingers before effortlessly driving it into the ground. His fingers felt almost no resistance as the tip silently sank into the hard earth. Truly terrifying. Even the sturdiest plate armor could be pierced like cardboard from 50 meters away, Sir Grace whispered excitedly, a flush rising to his face. Be cautious in your use, Grace. Given the value of these arrowheads, should they not pierce the throat of a knight or a great demon, it would indeed be a cause for lamentation, Mr. Donald said, his expression impassive. Of course, Sir Grace stammered, as he began to extract the arrowheads one by one from the sack, counting and arranging them neatly before him. 15, 16. A total of 16. Lord Li Wei. Are all of these truly for me? Indeed, all these arrowheads belong to you, Sir Grace. I hope you will utilize them well to vanquish more demons, Li Wei affirmed seriously, then turned to Warren and Marcia. I recall that Warren excels with a spear. Take one spearhead each for you and Marcia, and affix them to wooden shafts for fine spears. If there are any among the camp guards skilled with spears, consider retaining a few more. The remainder, along with these two long swords, can be sold on the black market for standard equipment. The two responded with delight, each selecting a spearhead from the sack, aware that these were fine items forged from silver alloy. Sir Grace had just tested one, finding it pierced wood as effortlessly as a sheet of parchment. Warren, adept with the spear, cherished it, while Marcia, though more accustomed to daggers, as an experienced adventurer, could wield such a simple weapon with ease. Thus, the matter is settled. Tomorrow morning, I, Sir Grace, Mr. Donald, and a crusader shall venture to the black market in Dian Village. Warren and Marcia shall remain behind and select 50 of the existing young villagers to prepare as militia for training. If all goes well, when we return, there shall be sufficient equipment, Li Wei declared, his eyes reflecting the bright flames as he spoke, rising from the ground. Though his voice still carried a hint of youthful timbre, each word was imbued with conviction. "Mr. Donald, please visit my residence so I may examine your injured leg and see if it can be healed." Li Wei's final words elicited a mix of surprise and joy on Donald's face. The burly middle-aged man appeared momentarily dazed. Unable to rise from where he sat, Sir Grace placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking with a hint of mirth. "This is the Lord chosen by the Roaring Bear, is it not?" "Indeed, while Lord Li Wei is still quite young. He shall undoubtedly grow into a figure we can only look up to," Donald reflected, watching Li Wei's departing silhouette with a sense of admiration before turning to Sir Grace. "Grace, what do you mean by that question?" "Oh, I've made my decision. Henceforth, we are colleagues. Let us see whose longbow or axe proves sharper," Sir Grace replied nonchalantly, then, noticing Donald's somewhat stunned expression, burst into laughter. Chapter 55. Entering Dian Village, whether before or after the calamity of magic. Dian Village was never a haven of peace and prosperity. The entire village was built atop a high rocky hill, surrounded by barren land, devoid of any signs of cultivation. The only commendable feature was the steep stone walls, seamlessly integrated with the rock, tall and thick, with defensive structures such as arrow towers constructed atop them. This must be the reason this village has stood firm for 6 months without falling to the demons, Li Wei mused. Gazing up at this renowned village within the Viscount's domain, the young knight's retinue of 4 had trekked for an entire morning, finally arriving here. Contrary to expectations, Dian Village did not tightly shut its gates but left them open, allowing a diverse array of individuals to come and go freely. Only a few armed guards at the entrance hinted at an unusual atmosphere. The skill of these guards was noteworthy, rivaling that of the elite warriors within the Viscount's castle. Li Wei contemplated this silently as he led the group forward. "Hold on." Just as they were about to pass through the village gate, a languid guard leaning against the wall coldly interjected, striding up to Li Wei with arms crossed. "Hey, you newcomers, who's in charge?" A glimmer flickered in Li Wei's eyes. He did not respond, but took a step back. Since they were here for the black market, it was somewhat inappropriate for the 15-year-old Li Wei to take the lead. Following their prior arrangement, the eldest among them, Donald, stepped forward, removing his hood and stating, "I am the leader of these individuals. Is there a problem?" "Newcomers, pay the entrance fee." The guard gestured dismissively to the side, where an old, battered table held a grimy metal jar, its shape oddly distorted as if it had been struck forcefully. "Why aren't they paying?" Donald glanced at the people entering and exiting the gate. They moved about freely. None were stopped or asked to pay any entrance fee. "I said you need to pay the fee, so you must pay," the guard spat, his voice gruff. "If you don't want to pay, then just clear off." The sound of metal clanging echoed as the crusader, cloaked in a hood, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, 2 icy glares emanating from beneath his hood. Do you intend to draw weapons here?" The guard stepped back, placing his hand on his waist as well. More eyes turned their way, and several other guards left their posts, converging around them. Li Wei gently patted the crusader's shoulder, and the loyal alchemical warrior immediately withdrew his hand from the sword hilt, his sharp gaze lowering. "We absolutely do not wish to resort to violence, good sir." Donald attempted to defuse the tense atmosphere, quietly asking, "So, how much is the entrance fee?" "Humph, if you had paid promptly just now, it would have been 1 silver coin per person, but now, I want 5 gold coins." The guard grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed, crooked teeth. 5 gold coins. Why don't you go rob someone?" Even Sir Grace could not contain his anger this time. "Enough with the nonsense. 5 gold coins. If you don't pay, just get lost." "Wait a minute. It'll go up to 10 gold coins soon." Several guards chimed in, their faces displaying a provocative it seemed this issue was not easily resolved. Reluctantly, Donald placed his hand on his weapon, signaling behind him to prepare for action. Li Wei paused briefly, then suggested in a lowered tone, "Mr. Donald, we still have plenty of gold coins. Why not just settle with them for now?" "No way, Lord Li Wei's lips barely moved. Yet his clear voice reached Li Wei's ears. "These rascals behave like cowardly wolf cubs, insatiable no matter how many gold coins you feed them. It seems the only solution is to teach them a lesson." The guards, witnessing Li Wei and his companions' actions, wore expressions of irritation, and together they drew their weapons, the blades of their swords gleaming coldly. "What bad luck. Whether we win or lose, trouble awaits us," Li Wei thought while preparing to unsheath his sword. Just then, a voice rang out from behind the guards. "Put down your swords. Who granted you the authority to treat the guests of Dian Village in such a manner?" The speaker evidently held considerable influence in Dian Village. As soon as his words fell, the guards sheathed their swords and stepped aside. Only the first guard to speak wore a disgruntled expression, but upon seeing his comrades comply, he could only cast a fierce glare at Li Wei and the others before turning to leave. My esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. Dian Village has recently encountered some minor troubles, and the guards have become a tad overzealous. With a gentle tone, a tall, slender man appeared before them, clad in a well-fitted studded leather armor. With numerous buckles adorning his waist and legs, glinting with metallic luster as he moved. Li Wei furrowed his brow slightly. The man's movements were exceptionally nimble, exhibiting an unusual rhythm that made it easy to overlook his actions if one's attention wavered. An assassin. Or perhaps a killer, Li Wei silently mused. It's quite understandable. During times of calamity, being overly cautious is not excessive, Donald said, his tone softening. That's splendid to hear. Esteemed guests, to make amends for this oversight, please allow me to serve as your guide for a while and offer you some assistance. The tall, slender man's smile was exceedingly amiable, yet Li Wei sensed a hint of insincerity, as if it merely floated upon the surface of his face. Thank you very much, but that won't be necessary. I have come here out of curiosity, merely wishing to see what the renowned Dian Village has to offer in terms of trade. Donald continued to converse in circles with the tall man. Ah, you have arrived at the perfect time. There are many splendid items for sale at the moment. You can walk down this street. The Pig and Whistle Tavern is at the end, where you can gather first-hand information and perhaps warm yourselves with a drink. The slender man showed no signs of displeasure at being rejected, appearing unfazed by the situation. However, his smile vanished the moment Li Wei and the others turned their backs, as if it had been magically retracted. Captain Puke, why did you let those fat sheep go just now? One guard approached, a broad grin on his face. Fool, the man known as Captain Puke replied coldly, do you not see who you are dealing with? Among those individuals, the middle-aged man who stepped forward is clearly an experienced adventurer, likely quite famous. The tall one behind him is an exceptionally skilled marksman. If he puts distance between us, you will all become mere targets. And most alarmingly, the one clad in armor beneath the cloak. Do you know what I sensed? It was fighting spirit, an outwardly displayed fighting spirit, and you dare provoke a high-ranking knight? Are you courting death? The guard shivered, at a loss for words. These individuals are certainly no ordinary adventurers. Their intentions are unclear. You go inform the old scarred man at the tavern to keep an eye out for news about these strangers. The rest of you stay here, while I report this information to the boss. As Puke spoke, he pulled up his hood and hurriedly took another path. Chapter 56, Secrets of the Tavern. In stark contrast to the refugee camp Li Wei had envisioned, the houses of Dian Village had not been scarred by the ravages of war. However, they were haphazardly constructed, chaotic and disorderly, with all the buildings crammed together, leaving only narrow, crooked streets in between. By the gods, these houses seemed to be squeezing into one another. Who was the genius that designed this? Sir Grace could no longer endure the squalor and mess, muttering complaints under his breath. Only in this manner can Dian Village remain sheltered from the dual threats of the Rocky Mountains and high walls against the calamities of magic, Donald remarked, somewhat wistfully, gesturing towards an oddly shaped loft atop one of the houses. Do you see that? Each loft functions as a miniature watchtower. Every household in Dian Village possesses at least one hunting bow, and if necessary, these houses can transform into arrow towers. Grace shook his head, falling silent. As a skilled marksman, he possessed a keen awareness, and the chilling gazes emanating from within the houses made him feel increasingly uneasy. The streets grew narrower, twisting into winding alleys, with towering structures blocking the sunlight, casting the alley into a dim and sinister atmosphere. Tattered beggars and vagrants huddled in the shadows of every crevice, their blood-red eyes filled with greed and malice, fixated on Li Wei and his companions. Including Li Wei, each person had their hands positioned for quick access to their weapons, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Although Li Wei's group appeared formidable, the drunken ruffians or starving beggars lacked the discernment to recognize this. Donald, evidently familiar with the area, led the way confidently, his keen eyes meeting every pair of hostile gazes without flinching until they retreated. Perhaps blessed by fortune, when an old stone building came into view at the alley's end, Li Wei and his companions encountered not a single obstruction. This is it. We have arrived, Donald sighed in relief, pointing at the stone edifice. The Pig and Whistle, serving fine drinks, rooms, and women. Scrawled in a crooked manner on a barrel beside the building were a few words in the common tongue, causing Li Wei to rub his eyes in disbelief. This is a tavern? Indeed, Donald speaks the truth. Sir Grace seemed to regain some of his former adventurous spirit, pointing at a few crude drawings in the corner. See, pay attention to this. wherever you find this combination of a scroll and sword. It denotes an affiliate of the Adventurers Guild. The number within the scroll indicates the guild's rank, while the sword represents the military might held by that institution. At this point, Sir Grace's voice abruptly halted, and after a few seconds of silence, he groaned out a few words. "Donald, come quick and see." "What is it?" Donald was about to push open the tavern's dark, worn wooden door when he heard Sir Grace's voice and stepped back down the stone steps. Gazing in the direction of Sir Grace's pointing finger, the graffiti in the corner revealed nothing particularly unusual. The only thing that stood out was the number 5, scrawled haphazardly in the center of the sword-shaped emblem. The military rank here has reached level 5, which means there must be at least one knight stationed within the tavern, correct? Sir Grace said, somewhat doubtfully. There is nothing surprising about it. This is the only lawless territory within the domain of Viscount Ryan. Without sufficient military might to support it, even the Adventurers Guild could find itself in peril. Donald shrugged, showing no signs of surprise. Mr. Donald, are we not here to locate the black market merchants? Why would the place that the slender man pointed out be the Adventurers Guild? Liyue asked, perplexed. Does this mean that the slender man was deceiving us? Not at all, Lord Liyue. That fellow was not lying. We must verify our identities at the Adventurers Guild before we can further inquire about information regarding the black market. After all, the black market in Dian Village is an illegal institution, and not just anyone can gain entry, Donald explained in a low voice, then took a few steps forward and forcefully pushed open the tavern's wooden door. Inside the Pig and Whistle Tavern, the air was filled with raucous voices, as drunken men shouted boisterously. Buxom waitresses flitted like butterflies among the inebriated, deftly avoiding hands seeking to take liberties. The portly tavern owner whistled cheerfully while polishing a large brass cup. And upon seeing new guests enter, he raised a plump hand. Good evening. Old Tom is at your service. Liyue was overwhelmed by the mingled stench of cheap tobacco, low-quality perfume, and the odor of alcohol that filled the tavern, making him feel dizzy. Though he hailed from a humble town, he had spent the last decade under the care of knights Dunn, witnessing only the simplicity of rural folk, the valor of warriors, and the pride of nobles, making him ill-equipped to adapt to the tavern culture that belonged to society's lowest strata. The young knight squire turned back, emitting a groan toward his companions. I feel lightheaded. Perhaps I should not go in. You ought to acclimate to this way of life, Lord Liyue, Donald encouraged with a reassuring smile, rekindling the young man's courage. Thus, the group laboriously navigated through the throng, with Donald leading the way, shouting and elbowing his way through until they finally reached the counter. Donald swiftly surveyed his surroundings before bellowing at the innkeeper, a glass of watered-down dwarven spirits. The innkeeper's face flushed a deep crimson. Nonsense. Old Tom's spirits are never diluted with water. Then I shall have a glass of water infused with dwarven spirits. The burly middle-aged adventurer smiled as he placed a silver coin on the counter. The innkeeper's stout fingers deftly picked up the coin, and he broke into a wide grin. Adam, kindly escort these troublesome fellows out. At this command, a lumbering oaf approached, wielding a large wooden club, glaring menacingly at Levi and his companions. Levi felt utterly disheartened. Ever since arriving in Daliang Village, everything had irked him. The unreasonable harassment from the guards at the entrance, the filthy streets, the cramped houses, the raucous tavern, the foul odors, and the corpulent, rude innkeeper. Now he was being glared at by a hulking brute. Nothing could be more repugnant than this situation. Under the pressure of Adam's large club, the unwelcome travelers exited through the back door of the Pig and Whistle Tavern, only to discover a long, narrow alley. To Levi's surprise, the previously dazed Adam suddenly set down his club and bowed to them. My apologies for the rudeness earlier. I am one of the leaders of the Adventurers Guild here. You may call me Adam. The giant appeared courteous, shedding his earlier half-dazed demeanor. After a brief introduction, Adam turned his head towards Donald. The code you mentioned was abolished 5 years ago, but those familiar with it must hold a significant position within the guild. May I inquire your name or nickname? A glimmer of light flickered in Donald's eyes as he puffed out his chest, his deep voice resonating like that of a ferocious old bear. You may call me Donald. The Roaring Bear. Chapter 57. The Rules of Black Market Trade, Part 1. The giant named Adam was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Donald's name was unfamiliar to him. However, he quickly regained his composure and revealed a sincere, guileless smile. It seems Mr. Donald has not visited the Adventurers Guild in quite some time. What assistance do you seek? Information, particularly regarding black market dealings, Donald stated bluntly. Adam rubbed his nose, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. After a few moments of contemplation, the giant produced a thin stack of parchment from his pocket and lowered his voice. Very well. I trust your identity is genuine. As per our usual protocol. Each piece of information from the guild incurs a fee based on its classification. Information concerning black market transactions falls under C grade. Thus, a payment of 50 gold coins is required. 50 gold coins. That is not an issue, but can you assure me that the information regarding black market dealings resides within these papers? When did the Adventurers Guild's confidentiality clauses change? Donald refrained from taking the stack of parchment, crossing his arms with a smile that bordered on disingenuous. I regret to inform you that this is the final test. Mr. Donald, along with a few others, please follow me. Adam's smile bore no trace of awkwardness as he naturally reclaimed the stack of parchment, gesturing for them to follow as he moved deeper into the shadowy alley behind the tavern. Is this sly fellow trustworthy? Grace whispered through clenched teeth. No one in Dalian village is trustworthy. But we have no other options, Donald responded in a hushed tone, then nodded towards Levi, saying, My lord Levi, please walk in the middle. Sir Grace and the knight shall bring up the rear. This arrangement was quite reasonable. With the seasoned Donald leading the way, ever prepared for any unforeseen developments, Sir Grace's keen eyes could detect the slightest disturbances, and with his long bow alongside a knight's sword, they could handle any sudden ambush, regardless of distance. The only one slightly affected was Levi's pride, as the young squire muttered under his breath, Why must I walk in the middle? I do not wish to be a burden. My sword can defend me. You certainly possess that capability. But we cannot take any risks. Donald's tone was gentle, yet his gaze was unwavering. Levi met Donald's eyes but found no hint of wavering, so the young knight squire nodded in acceptance of Donald's arrangement. The group followed the giant Adam through a maze of narrow alleys. For a time, the passage narrowed to a point where only one could pass sideways, before widening slightly again. Levi endeavored to memorize their route. Yet each alley appeared remarkably similar, littered with debris and refuse, and occasionally, avaricious, strange gazes flitted toward them. Whenever Levi tried to identify the source of those gazes, they vanished. Perhaps it was due to their guide Adam or the vigilance of Levi and his companions. Coupled with the deterrent of their weapons, those furtive looks, fleeting as they were, did not culminate in any actions driven by greed or malice. After traversing the labyrinthine streets and alleys for what felt like an eternity, the sunlight gradually dimmed, and mist silently seeped from the various corners of the alley, enveloping the surroundings in a haze. Adam suddenly halted, pointing ahead. Here we are. The black market lies just beyond. A black market here. Levi frowned as he gazed ahead. It appeared to be merely a heap of debris composed of broken walls and rubble, with damaged crates and boxes haphazardly piled, further constricting the already narrow alley. Water pooled on the ground, soaking unknown items, and occasionally, rats scurried by. Several precarious silhouettes dangled above in the alley, and a faint stench of decay lingered in the air. An ideal spot for an ambush, Sir Grace commented impassively. Is this truly the black market? Donald furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the heap of refuse, unable to discern a viable path. Fear not, Mr. Donald. This is indeed the black market of Dalian village, a haven for brigands and scoundrels alike. Adam maintained his guileless smile, though the jagged edges of his grin evoked images of ravenous wolves in the wilderness. Gentlemen, do you see those openings? Under Adam's guidance, their gazes shifted to the side of the refuse pile. And indeed, several inconspicuous openings came into view, low and narrow, almost unimaginable for anyone to reside within. Those holes, I doubt even a gnome could fit in, Sir Grace scoffed. Who? Don't move. Grandpa Kaka has spotted you. A shrill voice rang out from one of the openings, laced with a chattering tone. Moments later, several dingy figures sprang forth from the hole, each wielding rudimentary crossbows. Levi instinctively held his breath. The creatures emerging from the opening stood about 1.5 meters tall. Yet their hunched postures belied their size. They were not particularly diminutive. Tattered rags wrapped around their bodies barely provided any cover. These beings bore dense gray fur on their limbs and cheeks, with protruding snouts and sparse whiskers above their mouths, while a pink tail swayed behind them. Indeed, the beings before Levi resembled a group of upright, walking rats. A nauseating chill washed over Levi's skin, and the young knight squire fought against the impulse to draw his sword and strike, silently positioning himself behind Donald. Donald, too, seemed unsettled by these repugnant creatures, his resolute jaw twitching slightly as he addressed Adam. Ratfolk. You mean to say this black market is run by ratfolk? No, the black market is the domain of the Adventurers Guild. These ratfolk are merely hired as inexpensive guards, Adam explained, straightening his back. a hint of pride flashing across his guileless visage as he raised a hand, the brass emblem of the Adventurers Guild gleaming faintly in his palm. The rat folk immediately fell silent, and the one called Kaka scrutinized Adam and his companions. Very well. Very well, you may pass. Return to your holes. The rat folk scurried back into their burrows, followed by the sound of creaking and groaning, as if some mechanism had been triggered, causing the ground to tremor slightly. Subsequently, several broken crates parted to the sides, revealing an entrance behind them. This entrance appeared to have been there for some time, constructed entirely of green stones, tall enough for an adult man to walk through without stooping. The crumbling stone steps were flanked by slick moss, and the center bore the marks of many footfalls, slightly indented from use. Well then, gentlemen, this is the entrance to the black market.as per regulations. I can escort you only this far, the rest is up to you. Adam concluded, preparing to turn away, when he felt something round slip into his palm from Donald. The giant quickly glanced at his hand, and upon seeing the golden-hued objects within, his expression subtly shifted. Ah, Mr. Donald, you are far too generous. Should you require any assistance, please seek me out at the Pig and Whistle Tavern. I would be most pleased to serve you. As the giant passed by Donald, he whispered urgently, someone is watching you. It's the guards at the village entrance. Subsequently, Adam strode forward with a nonchalant demeanor, his figure swiftly vanishing into the fog of the narrow alley. Observing the holes through which the rat men had scurried, a look of revulsion crossed Li Wei's face. The young knight squire was perplexed as to why an organization like the Adventurers Guild, which at least maintained a semblance of neutrality, would employ such despicable creatures as guards. It was evident that Donna, walking alongside him, discerned his thoughts and leaned closer, whispering, do not be surprised, Lord Li Wei. These ram men are mere slaves bred by the guild. While they are not particularly loyal, these territorial beings will not hesitate to confront anyone who does not belong to the guild. After all, it is rare to find a life that can evade the keen ears and noses of rat men. Li Wei nodded, not because he endorsed the guild's use of rat men, but because a phrase from the fragmented memories of his transmigrated soul suddenly resonated with him. When you lack the power to change the world, adapt to it rather than cast blame. Clearly, Li Wei did not possess the means to alter the guild's employment of ram men, so he resolved to bury his discontent deep within. With that thought, he advanced towards the entrance of the hole. Chapter 58, The Rules of Trade in the Black Market, Part 2. After traversing a short underground passage, the scene before him suddenly opened up. Below Dian Village lay a vast subterranean cavern, bustling with throngs of people and various buildings of all sizes. To Li Wei's astonishment, although the black market was situated underground, the interiors were well lit. Appearing no different from daylight, a diverse array of individuals moved about, deep in thought, peddling stolen goods, engaging in conversation, and, of course, there were arguments and insults exchanged. However, there was no physical conflict. At least, none was visible. The Adventurers Guild prohibited the use of force in the black market, even between mortal enemies. To do so would invoke the wrath of the Guild's special enforcement unit, the Blood Assassins, who would ensure that those who violated this decree understood the true nature of hell. Li Wei observed the surrounding individuals. Some were ragged and haggard, while others were well-dressed and elegant. There were also those cloaked in black, exuding an aura of cold indifference, alongside others who wore smiles. Appearing amiable, among them were shifty thieves, sword-wielding warriors, ostentatiously dressed merchants, and destitute beggars. Despite their varied identities and appearances, they all shared a common gaze, one that was a volatile blend of vigilance, greed, caution, and cunning. The young knight squire meticulously scrutinized everything around him, following Donna's lead until they navigated through the crowd and arrived at a peculiar building that it was deemed peculiar not because it stood out in the black market, but rather because Donna chose a rather ordinary storefront, which could even be described as quite shabby and dilapidated. 10 years, and this shop is still here, Donna remarked with a hint of nostalgia as he gazed upon the establishment sign. The black iron sign was tarnished, bearing numerous marks from swords and axes, with a raised section that seemed to be engraved with some emblem or design. Li Wei squinted to discern the image, which appeared to depict a frothy mug of beer. This is the establishment of the most notorious merchant in the northern borders, the dwarf Buell Stone Axe. The prices here may not be reasonable, but the quality is indeed trustworthy. Most importantly, this old fellow has a penchant for high-performance metal materials. Lord Li Wei, your alloy weapons can only fetch a good price here, Donna explained while he rapped on the door with vigor. The filthy, worn wooden door trembled beneath Donna's iron fists, resembling a leaf quaking in the autumn breeze. and the resounding knocks caused Li Wei, standing nearby, to involuntarily change colors slightly. "Mr. Donna, do you think your impolite knocking will anger that dwarf proprietor?" Li Wei inquired hesitantly amidst the pauses in the knocking. "Anger? Not at all. Bulbai is rather hard of hearing. If I don't knock like this, he won't hear a thing," Donna replied, striking the door once more with his formidable fist. Without warning, the door swung open, causing Donna to sway slightly, nearly stumbling inside. "By the hammer, even a group of blacksmiths hammering away would not be as noisy as you. You clumsy bear, I can hear your loud voice from 2 streets away," a voice boomed. Equally as formidable as Donna's. Li Wei covered his ears to regain his composure and saw a stout figure rushing out from the dilapidated building. Was this the dwarf, in his 15 years of life? As well as from the memories of his otherworldly soul, he had never laid eyes on such legendary beings. However, he had certainly heard many tales about dwarfs. Bulbai stone axe bore a striking resemblance to the legendary image of a dwarf, with a thick, bushy beard obscuring the lower half of his face, revealing only a sharp, hooked nose and eyes that glinted with keen vigilance from deep-set sockets. "Clumsy bear, I recall you always preferred solitude." "Did you not?" the old dwarf grumbled, wiping his hands on his sooty leather apron, a coarse smile gradually fading from his face. "People do change, my old friend," Donna replied with a meaningful tone as he bent down to shake the dwarf's robust hand vigorously. "Aren't you going to invite us in? This time, I've brought something truly unexpected for you." The old dwarf's eyes brimmed with skepticism as he scrutinized Li Wei and the others standing behind Donna, his unruly beard quivering slightly. "Very well. Clumsy bear. If these are indeed your friends, then come in," he relented, turning away to spit on the ground before disappearing into the dimly lit interior of the wooden door. "Lord Li Wei, dwarfs can be, well, that way, but he means no harm, so please do not take offense," Donna whispered to Li Wei. "Not at all, Mr. Donna. This is a necessary caution. If this dwarf were overly cordial, I would indeed find that concerning," Li Wei responded with a smile. Being the first to step into the darkness beyond the door, the interior of the house was, even from a pauper's perspective, quite shabby and dilapidated. It took Li Wei some time to adjust his eyes, only to realize that the pervasive darkness within was not merely due to inadequate lighting, but rather the entire space had been blackened by soot from the forge. The old dwarf sat on the only chair in the room, muttering to himself, showing no signs of welcome upon seeing Li Wei and his companions enter. "My old friend, why is your forge extinguished?" Donna inquired, his brow furrowing immediately upon entering. "The mine has been overrun by demons. I've long since run out of iron ingots, and everything I forged earlier has sold out. Do you think I would have such a dismal situation otherwise?" The old dwarf grumbled irritably, pulling a small cloth pouch from his pocket and tossing it into Donna's hands. Donna caught the pouch, inhaled its contents, and a look of surprise blossomed on his face. "This is top-quality tobacco from the Silver Frost Mountains, worth 50 gold coins per pound. My old friend, your quality of life seems quite decent," he remarked. "To hell with quality of life," the old dwarf roared in sudden fury, smashing his pipe onto the ground. "By the hammer, without the clanging of the forge and the sparks flying, I haven't had a peaceful night's sleep." Inside Bulbai Stone Axe's shop, iron goods were apparently in short supply. Donna's expression stiffened slightly, clearly taken aback by this revelation. What Li Wei needed was not gold or other items, but a plethora of ordinary equipment. Things that should have been easily obtainable had now become a considerable headache. "My old friend, is it truly impossible to procure weapons and gear in the entire black market of Dian Village?" Donna's inquiry caused the old dwarf to jump up from his chair in agitation, tugging at his unruly beard. "Of course not. The black market has everything. While the prices of iron goods have skyrocketed, there are still enough supplies to arm hundreds. However, that fellow Puke has now imposed strict regulations on all weapons and equipment. Without a guarantor, you won't get a single iron nail from him." "Guarantor?" Donna's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Here, I only know you, my old friend. Can you act as our guarantor?" "Absolutely not," the old dwarf replied succinctly, then explained while pinching his beard. "Puke trusts no one else. Only the bigwigs from the Adventurers Guild can act as guarantors for outsiders." "I see. Then we shall think of another way," Donna said, somewhat dejected. "All right, clumsy bear, have you finished asking your questions? Now I want to know what that good thing you mentioned earlier is. It wouldn't happen to be another pile of scrap metal dug up from that ruin, would it?" The old dwarf interrupted when he saw Donna's enthusiasm waning. "This time, what I have will surely make you drool. But alas, those treasures are not mine. They belong to Lord Li Wei here." All he needs now is a batch of weapons and equipment. I initially thought you would have such items available. With a sigh, Tang Na remarked. The old dwarf's curiosity has been piqued to great heights. What could this immature little fellow possibly possess? The old dwarf feigned indifference, though his attempt was rather unconvincing, as his gaze involuntarily darted towards Li Wei, upon noticing the knight's sword, forged from the heart of the castle and adorning the young squire's waist. A spark of excitement ignited in the old dwarf's eyes. Chapter 59. The Rules of Black Market Transactions, Part 2. As a seasoned dwarven blacksmith, Bilabi Shirshu had devoted almost his entire long life to the art of metalworking and weapon forging. He could assess the craftsmanship and value of nearly any metal object at a glance. However, when his gaze fell upon the young man's sword, it felt as though his mind had erupted into a cacophony of ice shards, sending a shiver of nearly agonizing cold coursing through his body, followed by a wave of dizziness. The old dwarf struggled to open his mouth, gasping for breath. He was acutely aware of this sensation, yet found it hard to believe that it was akin to the exhilarating moments of first grasping a hammer, standing before a forge, representing one's flawless creation. This feeling was sheer ecstasy. You. Let me see that sword at your waist. With an abrupt and impolite bellow, the old dwarf, displaying agility unbefitting his age, leaped towards Li Wei. Tang Na was momentarily taken aback, as he had never witnessed the old dwarf in such a state of disarray. Bilabi Shirshu had always exuded an air of reserve and pride, and this behavior was akin to sudden madness. Caught off guard, Tang Na failed to intercept the old dwarf in time. Observing this, Sir Gelly shrugged, and the silver fur longbow hidden beneath his cloak was swiftly grasped. An arrow knocked upon the string. Li Wei quickly grasped Gelly's arm, shaking his head. Should this skilled crossbowman take action, they would likely find themselves dealing with the old dwarf's remains before securing any weapons. With a resounding clash of metal, the crusader swordsman behind Li Wei stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the old dwarf. The impatient old dwarf let out a roar, promptly lowering his head and headbutting the crusader swordsman squarely in the chest. A flash of emerald light erupted, followed by a thunderous sound akin to a hammer striking an anvil, and to everyone's astonishment, the fully armored crusader swordsman emitted a muffled grunt and staggered back half a step. Both Li Wei and Sir Gellies exchanged incredulous glances. They were well aware of the crusader swordsman's prowess, a near high-ranking knight adept in the art of combat, even when facing the formidable leader of the Demon Knight Brigade. Rasha, he had held his ground without yielding. Yet, against an unarmed old dwarf, he was forced to retreat. Fortunately, the old dwarf did not achieve this feat without consequence. His head resulted in a dizzying backward stumble, eventually landing him on the ground. Ah, my head is spinning. What did I just collide with? A steel golem crafted by a gnome. Sitting on the ground, Bilabi Shirshu shook his head, struggling to dispel the stars dancing before his eyes. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself staring at the familiar face of Tang Na, accompanied by a most irritating grin. My old friend, allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Li Wei, to whom my clumsy bear has pledged his loyalty. Tang Na's voice was casual, yet the implication startled the old dwarf. What is this, you foolish bear? You have sworn allegiance to such a hairless little wretch. With your strength, it would be a piece of cake to pledge loyalty to a noble viscount and secure a knight's territory. The young knight squire, referred to as hairless by the old dwarf, could not suppress a bitter smile at the remark. Oh. Wait, that sword. The old dwarf shook his head, suddenly recalling his purpose, his eyes once again ablaze with fervor. Hey, little fellow, let me see that sword at your waist. I will trade for it. As he spoke, the old dwarf rummaged through his satchel, producing a handful of something to present to Li Wei in that dimly lit room. A dazzling array of colors burst forth in an instant. The old dwarf's grimy hands were filled with a trove of rubies and sapphires. Each gem was substantial, of pure quality, and expertly cut, with every facet polished to perfection. Though the room was shadowy, the gems seemed to illuminate the space significantly. Li Wei's gaze momentarily glazed over, while Sir Gellies was similarly affected. Though Tang Na appeared somewhat unfazed, having witnessed such displays before, his eyes gleaming momentarily but maintaining an overall calm demeanor. Here it comes again, Bilabi Shirshu's gem offensive. Tang Na's eyes sparkled with reminiscence. Then he noticed the crusader swordsman's clear and vigilant gaze, devoid of any hint of unusual emotion. Just then, Li Wei seemed to awaken from a reverie, his body jolting, his expression sharpening with clarity. To maintain composure in the face of a gem offensive for the first time, truly remarkable self-control exhibited by Lord Li Wei. And his knightly subordinate's response is even more astonishing. Tang Na mused, gradually burying his astonishment deep within. Mr. Bi, this sword is my lifeline. I cannot part with it. Li Wei's voice trembled slightly, yet it was commendable compared to the newly awakened Sir Gelly's. The gem offensive, typically infallible, seemed to have faltered, leaving the old dwarf somewhat taken aback. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Little fellow, the worth of these exquisite gems is simply incalculable. Each one could be exchanged for a chest overflowing with gold coins. And all of these gems are merely for your sword. Such a loss-making deal is something only I, Bi, would entertain. Li Wei nodded, agreeing with the old dwarf's assessment. Indeed, Mr. Bi, your gems are indeed priceless, yet for me, even a plethora of gems holds no value. If you could guide us to procure a batch of weaponry, I might consider parting with this sword. He then revealed a magnificent sword, nearly 4 feet in length, presenting it before the old dwarf. What I desire is, the old dwarf began, somewhat displeased, but his words were swiftly cut off by the captivating silver sheen of the sword. Trembling hands brushed over its surface as his expression transformed into one of reverence. This luster, this texture, how perfect! Is it pure mithril? No, mithril lacks such hardness. And hammer it again. The old dwarf suddenly lifted his head, affirming, this is the legendary silver alloy crafted by alchemists, a recipe long lost. Impressive, truly worthy of the finest blacksmith master of Dian village. Bi assures you. Tang Na applauded with a smile, then teasingly leaned closer to the old dwarf, asking, now, old friend, do you think Lord Li Wei is deserving of my allegiance? Absolutely. To acquire such a long-lost silver alloy. Not just a clumsy bear's loyalty, but even that of 10 or 20 others would be worth it. Bi nodded affirmatively, then erupted into a boisterous laugh upon witnessing Tang Na's suddenly grim demeanor. Very well. Young master, let us negotiate. The old dwarf's expression turned serious, and only then could a glimmer of shrewdness be detected in his gaze. You require weaponry. I cannot assist with that, but I am determined to acquire your silver alloy sword. Name your price. I doubt there is anything gems cannot procure. I require only weaponry, not gems. Li Wei's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable tone of finality. Bi stood, pacing the ground as he pondered, even if you manage to procure weapons, you lack sufficient means to settle the payment. Mr. Bi, are you referring to gold coins? We possess some. Acquiring over 100 pieces of standard iron gear is not an issue. Li Wei withdrew a small pouch from beneath his cloak, opening it to reveal a bounty of gold coins. The old dwarf scoffed dismissively. Gold coins. If this were before the calamity of magic, perhaps they would hold value. Yet now, the black market's rules have shifted. The most stable currency is grain, and the most valuable items are gems. Gold coins are practically worthless here. The most stable currency is grain. Li Wei's eyes brightened, tapping his cheek with a finger. We have grain. If we can arrange to transport a batch, we could trade for weapons, correct? Well, Bi's voice faltered, and he began pacing again. Suddenly, he dashed backward, the sounds of rummaging filling the as Li Wei and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the old dwarf was up to. He returned, covered in dust, clutching a rather heavy bag beneath his arm. The old dwarf, with a hint of reluctance in his expression, placed the cloth pouch on the ground and then unfurled it. This time, the brilliance of the gemstones that emerged was several times greater than before. The center of the pouch, a clump of cotton enveloped an exceptionally large and resplendent gem, radiating a captivating pale blue light. The surface of this gem exhibited an extraordinarily perfect droplet shape, unmistakably untouched by any form of artificial polishing or processing. This is the tear of the king, Sir Grace exclaimed, his entire body trembling as the words escaped his lips. Chapter 60. The joining of the dwarven master blacksmith. Sir Grace's exclamation prompted the old dwarf to cast a more scrutinizing glance at him. Then, rather rudely, he picked up the gem and tossed it in his hand a couple of times, saying, Tall one, do you recognize this gem? The old dwarf's voice carried a tinge of disdain, not out of any prejudice against Sir Grace, but rather akin to a master of vast experience and knowledge looking down upon a fellow practitioner of somewhat lesser stature. Sir Grace's expression seemed as if he were in a dream. Half murmuring and half responding, he said, Of course, I recognize it. This is the tear of the king, the most precious gemstone in all kingdoms. Truly something of immeasurable value. The great King Arthur XIII once offered a hereditary viscountcy and corresponding lands to anyone who could present him with a tear of the king. Alas, throughout his supreme life, he was never able to realize that wish. A viscountcy and lands. Even if one were to greatly overestimate the value of this gem, Levi could not help but feel his heart race. A Viscount with lands was not to be underestimated. Just look at Viscount Ryan to understand this. Although this Viscount did not acquire his territory through military merit, he still commanded the loyalty of dozens of knights and thousands of soldiers. To Levi, who currently possessed only a modest influence, a Viscount seemed like a colossal entity, one that required reverence. Now, a gemstone nearly equivalent to the status of a Viscount lay within arm's reach before him. Levi struggled to resist the temptation until his breathing gradually calmed. The allure of the tear of the king remained enchanting, yet Levi managed to divert his gaze from it. A flicker of astonishment crossed the old dwarf's face. It was the first time he had witnessed someone adjust their mindset so swiftly upon beholding the luster of the tear of the king and hearing its legends. Mr. Brebe, this is indeed a rare treasure, but I still cannot acquiesce to your request for an exchange, Levi stated, his tone resolutely firm. This little fellow is remarkably difficult to deal with, the old dwarf thought, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat vexed by Levi's steadfastness. Historically, Brebe had thrived on his exceptional forging skills, and his smithy business had always prospered without needing to solicit anyone's assistance. Occasionally, when he encountered particularly precious ores, he had always managed to obtain what he desired through the allure of gemstones. However, this time seemed different. The young man before him was not devoid of desire, yet he could quickly awaken from his greed and maintain his resolve without the slightest relaxation. If it weren't for that silver alloy great sword, Brebe would have deemed this obstinate fellow unworthy of his attention. Yet, thinking of the gentle silver sheen, the astonishingly delicate texture, Brebe felt an itch spread across his entire body. And he couldn't help but stroke the silver alloy great sword before him once more, then clicked his tongue, preparing to unleash all the bargaining skills he had acquired over centuries of dealing with various unscrupulous merchants. The old dwarf's struggle ended before it even began. Just as he was about to smooth his unruly beard and speak, a look of surprise flitted across the young man's face, followed by an awkward smile as he said, Mr. Brebe, I agree to the exchange. I will trade the tear of the king for this great sword. Not only Brebe, but even Sir Grace and Donald displayed expressions of disbelief. The iron will Levi had just demonstrated had seemingly vanished in an instant. Could it be that the gem possessed some sort of magic? Only Levi understood in his heart that just as he was about to take his leave, the voice of the old sorcerer resonated in his mind, tinged with excitement. Young one, that gem holds immense value for the heart of the castle. You must acquire it. Brebe cast a curious glance at Levi, his gaze flitting between the tear of the king and the silver alloy greatsword for a moment before he twirled his beard and said, Very well, it's a deal. Since both parties were resolute in their desire to secure the items, this transaction was concluded due to Levi's sudden change of heart. Levi acquired dozens of gemstones, including the tear of the king, while the old dwarf Brebe obtained the silver alloy greatsword he had long coveted. Truly a perfect quality. Unfathomable, unimaginable, Brebe remarked with a hint of heartache as he placed the tear of the king into Levi's hands. However, when he picked up the great sword once more, that fleeting reluctance quickly dissipated. Donald, watching his old friend lost in his own world, could not resist reminding him with a smile. Hey, old friend, take a look at the great sword in your hand. Do you notice anything amiss? This sword has a problem. Nonsense, Bear, that's impossible. The material of this sword has attained a remarkably perfect state. My eyes do not deceive me, Brebe replied without lifting his head. It's not the material that's the issue, but rather the forging technique. Old friend, I find it hard to believe you haven't noticed. This sword was made using the casting method. Donald's words made the old dwarf shudder slightly. Brebe suddenly bellowed, striking his own head with force. Casting. Indeed, it's wasteful, it's a crime. The old dwarf, who cherished the forge above all else, began to shout. Moreover, this sword was just newly crafted. Bear, could it be that the long-lost silver alloy formula has resurfaced? Donald did not answer, but shifted his gaze toward Levi. The old dwarf immediately grasped the situation. Young one? No, young master? Do you know how this sword was made? This question was indeed difficult to answer. Levi forced a smile. If he were to claim ignorance, it would not be entirely untrue, for although this sword originated from the heart of the castle's smithy, he had not witnessed its creation firsthand. However, if he were to claim knowledge, that too would not be inaccurate, for he could obtain an equal number of silver alloy weapons every day if he wished. I do indeed know the master who forged this sword. Levi spoke slowly, his tone earnest, but that master does not favor meetings with strangers. So, Mr. Brebe, I apologize. I understand. Masters with exceptional forging skills often have their quirks, the old dwarf said, somewhat disappointed. Of course, you can easily understand, as you are a rather peculiar one yourself, Donald remarked, pulling the old dwarf aside with a knowing smile. Lowering his voice conspiratorially. Old friend, do you wish to continue forging and obtain those special alloy formulas? Of course I do. Desperately. By the hammer, if only you would let me stand before the blazing forge right now. I could go a whole month. No, half a month without drinking dwarf spirits. Brebe responded loudly, prompting Donald to hurriedly cover his mouth. Shh, not so loud. Old friend, the esteemed Lord Levi, to whom I pledge my loyalty, possesses a village of considerable scale, and more importantly, he owns a smithy and many skilled blacksmiths. Donald's voice took on an air of mystery, causing the old dwarf to lower his voice as well. What does that have to do with me? Everything. Old friend, Lord Levi only possesses competent blacksmiths, but lacks a master-level figure in forging, and you happen to be a master blacksmith. The old dwarf instinctively twirled his beard. Bear, are you suggesting that the young master wishes to recruit me? Old friend, what else can you do by staying here but waste time? Donald moved to the side of the forge, patting the dusty, cold furnace. The old dwarf hesitated, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room before finally settling on the great sword in his hand, which shimmered like silver light, and he could not tear his eyes away. I believe you have made your decision. Welcome aboard, old friend. Donald smiled, extending his hand toward the old dwarf. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Guarantor, Part 1. The streets of Dian Village were always winding and sloped, with many side paths leading to very secluded corners, places that could be described as dens of vice, and also havens for swindlers, beggars, and thugs. After leaving the underground black market, Levi and his companions found themselves walking along such a narrow path. Puke is the boss of the black market in Dian Village. Many are aware of this fact. However, very few know where he hides. The dwarven master blacksmith Brebe, carrying a massive backpack, walked at the front, his booming voice audible even from half a street away. Young master, you are fortunate. I, Master Brebe, am one of those few. Levi cast his gaze down the increasingly secluded path ahead, scratching his head in mild doubt as he inquired. Mr. Brebe, could it be that puke fellow is not residing within the underground black market? Of course not. My young master, Puke would never stay there. The black market is far too perilous for him. The old dwarf shrugged. Isn't there a team called the Blood Assassins from the Adventurers Guild maintaining order within the black market? Donner asked curiously. Blood Assassins. Bah! Upon hearing that name, the old dwarf recoiled as if he had ingested something foul, spitting angrily on the ground. That bunch of scoundrels has a reputation that is essentially non-existent, relying on a pack of cowards who only dare to strike from the shadows to uphold order. This Adventurers Guild has truly lost its senses. A faint clattering sound emerged from somewhere along the street, causing Sir Grace, who trailed at the back of the group, to suddenly halt and issue a low warning. Be cautious, someone is watching us. The group immediately ceased their movements, each individual scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. However, the chaotic environment made it exceedingly difficult. Crooked houses were crammed together, with every shadowy corner capable of concealing a multitude of nefarious individuals. A glimmer of investigative magic flashed in Levi's eyes. Not far from the upper left of the group, behind a boarded-up loft window, appeared a yellow glow visible only to him. In the upper left loft, behind the boarded window, there's someone with a crossbow, Levi murmured, his lips barely moving. Sir Grace, do you have any certainty? Sir Grace's lips twitched slightly. At the moment that sound had arisen, even with his keen perception, he could only vaguely ascertain the general direction was to the upper right. To be as precise as Levi, detailing the exact location, number of individuals, and even their weapons, was something Sir Grace felt he could not achieve. A hint of self-deprecation twisted his mouth as he grasped the silver fur longbow concealed within his cloak, the cool, smooth texture offering a slight restoration to his fraying pride. If he moves, he is dead. Sir Grace gritted his teeth, his tone ominous. Do not be overly anxious. This may prove to be advantageous. This is Puke's territory, and no other factions will intrude. That sound we heard was likely made by the guards. We shall soon meet Mr. Puke, the old dwarf continued, taking a couple of steps forward. Stay there. Do not move, a shrill voice commanded, followed by the sudden appearance of several tall, thin figures cloaked tightly in their garments, both to obscure their features and to combat the evening chill of the fog surrounding Dian Village. This is private property, and uninvited guests are not welcome. Despite the unpleasantness of the voice, the words bore a semblance of courtesy. If you have taken a wrong turn, you may turn back now. I am Brebe Stoneaxe from the Clanging Blacksmith. Go tell Mr. Puke that I have a significant business proposition for him. The old dwarf wiped his face with a hand, though the effect was minimal as both his hands and face were smeared with soot. What significant business? The shrill voice inquired skeptically. One of the tall, thin figures stepped forward, lowering his hood to reveal an unhealthy, ashen face. Other than a pair of deeply set, sharp eyes, his visage was utterly ordinary, resembling the beggars and vagrants that could be seen on every street corner. The man eyed the old dwarf warily, placing a hand on his waist and cautiously stepping forward. A substantial weapon-related business, Brebe replied, producing several gemstones from his waist, holding them aloft to display the rolling blue and red glimmers in his palm. Clearly, the man's wariness was significantly diminished by Brebe's display of gems. A guttural sound emanated from his throat, and a glint of greed flickered in his sharp gaze. Meeting Mr. Puke is not a simple affair. Dwarf, the shrill voice rang out once more, and the man extended a hand towards Brebe that a gemstone traced a bright arc through the air, landing in his palm. The man carefully pinched the gemstone between two fingers. Bringing it close to his eyes for inspection, his gaze becoming noticeably heated by the allure of the gem. After a brief moment, the tall figure nodded in acknowledgement of the gemstone's value. Slipping it into his sleeve and gesturing to the others beside him, the tall shadows vanished without a sound into the misty night, just as silently as they had appeared. Mr. Puke will be most pleased to see you all and discuss this significant business, the shrill voice announced. Turning to lead the way down the path. At the end of the path stood a nondescript two-story building. Compared to the surrounding structures, this stone edifice appeared sturdier yet offered no unique features. Though the building had a few windows, they were barred securely, and apart from the robust iron door, there appeared to be no means of entry. Is the great lord of the black market truly residing within such a modest dwelling? Levi murmured quietly, only for the tall figure to suddenly turn and flash him a menacing smile. Boy, hold your eyes in check. After uttering this cryptic remark, the tall figure approached the ironclad door, knocking gently a few times, then pausing for several seconds before knocking rhythmically once more. After the third knock, the door swung open without warning, and the tall figure did not step inside immediately, but instead stood with arms outstretched before him. Who is knocking? Inquired a gruff voice from the shadows beyond the door. Followed by the unmistakable sound of crossbows being drawn, the tall figure huffed in mild annoyance. It is I, Vondrik. Evidently, this tall figure held a certain status, as a soft rustling sound emanated from behind the door. And then the gruff voice lowered. Mr. Vondrik, Mr. Puke is waiting for you in the basement. Vondrik smirked dismissively and turned back to Levi and the others. Wait here for a moment. You will soon have the opportunity to meet Mr. Puke. Before their eyes, the tall figure named Vondrik swayed into the darkness behind the door, and the heavy iron door slammed shut with a jarring sound. Levi stood quietly outside, awaiting their turn beside him. Both Donner and Sir Grace appeared calm, yet their breaths were slightly labored, revealing an underlying sense of vigilance. The newly arrived dwarf, Brebe Stoneaxe, muttered incessantly, seemingly cursing in his native tongue. The Crusader swordsman remained the quietest, his rhythmic breaths unchanged, appearing the most relaxed among them. However, Levi knew well that should any disturbance arise, the Crusader swordsman would be the quickest and most ferocious to react. The alchemist soldier never tired, never faltered. After a brief wait, the door opened once more, and Vondrik re-emerged, casually bowing and announcing in his shrill voice, Gentlemen, Mr. Puke is ready to meet you. Please follow me. Levi followed Vondrik through the ironclad door, and the darkness could not obscure the youth's vision. Within the realm of his investigative magic, he beheld 4 exceptionally short figures armed with crossbows, huddled in the corners behind the door, their quarrels glistening with a faint green hue of poison. Name: Gnome Slayer race. Gnome health: 18 danger level. Weak special ability: poisoned arrows, in addition to normal crossbow damage, inflicts an additional 1 to 6 poison damage. This ability activates every 10 minutes until the poison is neutralized or total damage reaches 18 points. Chapter 62. An Unexpected Guarantor, Part 2. These creatures were indeed troublesome to deal with, Levi mused. While their combat prowess was not particularly formidable, their poisoned arrows presented a significant dilemma. Anyone, himself included, who fell victim to their venom would sustain considerable life loss. Lost in thought, the scene before him suddenly brightened. Looking up, Levi was momentarily taken aback despite having mentally prepared himself. The interior of the building was adorned in the utmost opulence, a dramatic contrast to the dilapidated exterior. While the outside revealed faded wood and moss-covered stones, the interior boasted pure gold statues, vividly colored carpets, and luxurious furnishings exuding noble elegance. The floor was entirely laid with pristine white stones, upon which lay a red carpet woven with dark golden patterns. Comparing this place to the estate of Viscount Ryan, Levi was bewildered to discover that this seemingly unremarkable building surpassed even the grandeur of the Viscount's residence in its lavish decor. The chamber occupied by Puke was undoubtedly the epitome of opulence. The first thing that caught one's eye was a gilded wooden door, exuding an exotic charm, suggesting a world apart from the one outside. The floor was covered with plush Persian carpets, so soft that one could easily lose their footing. Exquisite wall sconces made of 7-colored crystals adorned the walls, illuminating the space with a clear, burning oil, and the incense burners flanking the door wafted the fragrances of rare spices, creating an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. As he approached, the previously casual Vanderlick instinctively softened his steps and gently knocked on the gilded door. The tranquility persisted for a few seconds before it was finally pierced by a gentle voice. "Come in, my friends." The door swung open to reveal a portly figure half reclining on a lavish bed, clad in a loose silk robe, wearing an unguarded welcoming smile as he opened his arms wide to the gathered guests. "I am the master of this place, a merchant of the black market, known affectionately by my friends as Old Puke. Welcome." It was evident that rising from his position was no easy feat for the rotund man, and following his cordial address, several servants adorned in dazzling silk robes rushed to greet Li Wei and his companions. They moved with the grace of a splendid tempest. Li Wei and the others settled into a few high-backed chairs. In this setting, whether it was Donna, Brebe, or Sir Grace, they all appeared somewhat reserved, while only Li Wei maintained a demeanor of calmness, attributed to the experiences imparted by another soul. As for the Crusader Knight, despite his intellect exceeding that of a typical alchemical warrior, expecting him to engage in business discussions felt somewhat unreasonable. Puke clearly had a certain awareness of Li Wei and the others' purpose and identities. When the youngest among them, Li Wei, spoke on behalf of Donna to articulate their intentions, Puke showed no significant surprise. "You are correct, my young friend," he replied with a kindly smile after listening to Li Wei's words. "As long as my friends have needs, Old Puke will always provide what they seek. Weapons and equipment have always been in high demand, and since the onset of the calamity, acquiring them has become even more challenging. However, I can still procure some items for you, provided you can meet a small request of mine." "Is it a guarantor? Mr. Brebe is willing to vouch for us." Li Wei responded with a calm and assertive tone, as if the old dwarf could indeed serve as a reliable guarantor. Puke pursed his lips and spread his ample hands, saying, "A guarantor? Oh, please don't take offense. That's merely to dismiss some unqualified customers. If you can fulfill my small request, I would gladly sign my name in the guarantor section." "Then, Mr. Puke, what is your request?" Despite Puke's unexpectedly amicable demeanor, Li Wei felt little joy. Rather, he sensed that this encounter might lead to significant trouble. "Of course, it is," Puke began, a sincere smile gracing his face as he looked at the stubbornly obstinate blacksmith Master Brebe sitting beside Li Wei, his voice softening to an almost disquieting degree. "What conditions did you employ to persuade this master blacksmith, whose head is as hard as stone, to serve you?" The question made Brebe fidget uneasily in his chair. Donna reassuringly patted the old dwarf's shoulder, while his other hand discreetly gripped the axe handle concealed beneath his cloak. Nearby, Sir Grace also tensed slightly, his silver fur longbow now firmly in hand. Yet Li Wei remained still, as did the Crusader Knight behind him. "Nothing much, just a sword and a promise to forge at will." After a few moments of silence, the young squire casually replied, "A sword?" Puke's narrow eyes nearly closed into slits as he leaned back against the plush cushions, the smile fading from his face. "My young friend, Old Puke's question is quite sincere. If you brush off such a trivial inquiry, that would be rather unfriendly." "Mr. Puke, my answer is entirely truthful, devoid of any insincerity," Li Wei replied. Evidently, the young man's candid response prompted Puke to contemplate, and the corpulent black market proprietor sat up, attempting to widen his slender eyes, stating, "I can also offer Master Brebe the opportunity to forge at will. As for swords or battle axes, I can provide as many as you desire. Why can't this master serve me?" "Because you are a ravenous beast that leaves no bones," the old dwarf muttered under his breath. "Because the sword I present is superior to any you possess." Li Wei stood, lifting his cloak to reveal a gleaming 4-foot-long sword, performing a knightly salute towards Puke that a glint of sharpness flashed in Puke's eyes as he gently clapped his hands, saying, "An intriguing sword. May old Puke have the honor of appraising it." "Of course, Mr. Puke." Li Wei, ignoring the warning glances from Brebe, cradled the silver alloy sword in his hands and handed it to two swiftly approaching servants. Puke accepted the sword from their grasp and gave it a cursory examination, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips, clearly recognizing that the craftsmanship of the sword was far from exquisite. However, it was evident that the black market boss's discerning eye saw beyond this. For when he flicked his finger against the sword's blade, that faint smile abruptly vanished. "What metal is this?" Puke inquired softly, though he had no expectation of receiving an answer from Li Wei. As soon as the question escaped his lips, he burst into hearty laughter. "What a treasure of a sword! I understand now. If I were Master Brebe, I too would relinquish everything for this sword." The rotund black market proprietor laughed heartily. And as he did, he passed the sword to the tall and slender Vanderlick. "Come, Vanderlick, you too shall appraise this treasure." Vanderlick seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, accepting the sword with both hands and scrutinizing it carefully. "Well then, my young friend, you have satisfied old Puke's small request. Now old Puke shall fulfill yours. You require enough weaponry to arm 100 individuals, a task that would be impossible for any black market merchant. Only old Puke can accomplish this. However, you must also understand that in times of calamity, weapons and food are considered two forms of the hardest currency, and their prices are rather steep." After handing the sword to Vanderlick, Puke swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter of Li Wei's concerns. "We can pay in gold coins or gemstones." Li Wei replied decisively. "Gold coins and gemstones. Those are indeed valuable items." Though Puke smiled. A hint of mockery tinged his words. But that was the case before the calamity struck. My young friend. Even offering 10 gold coins now would not procure the simplest set of equipment. "Then we can also offer some food." Li Wei pondered briefly before speaking. "Some food? You truly astonish me, my young friend." Puke rubbed his plump fingers together, somewhat surprised. Food is considered more precious than weapons and equipment by many nobles. If you can pay with food, it would certainly be acceptable. However, I have an even better proposal. That sword," Puke said, pointing at the silver alloy sword in Vanderlick's hands. "Old Puke is willing to exchange weaponry sufficient to arm a full 100 individuals for this sword. How does that sound?" Chapter 63, The Transaction and the Subsequent Trap, Part 1. Puke's proposition left Li Wei and his companions utterly stunned. The offer was evidently exorbitant, far exceeding Li Wei's calculations. The value of weaponry sufficient to arm 100 individuals was substantial. Even before the calamity, in the current dire circumstances, mere weapons could mean the difference between life and death. Thus, even with the ample supplies available at the castle heart, Li Wei regarded acquiring enough weaponry for 100 individuals as a long-term endeavor. The prospect of trading the great sword for the invaluable tears of the king was predicated on the dwarf blacksmith Brebe's obsession with the silver alloy. But Puke was clearly not of the same ilk. His willingness to pay such a hefty price for the sword raised questions in Li Wei's mind. Li Wei's hesitation stirred something within Brebe. The old dwarf, operating under his own assumptions, had grossly overestimated the sword's worth, perceiving it as an artifact worth trading for the invaluable tears of the king. Therefore, when Puke proposed a trade of 100 sets of ordinary equipment, Brebe was the only one to feel that the deal was not particularly advantageous. 120 sets, not a single one less. Brebe declared, stroking his beard with a wide grin, believing this would secure at least 10 additional sets of equipment for Li Wei. Of course, Puke was not one to yield easily, prompting the old dwarf to rally his spirit and prepare to showcase his century-long bargaining prowess. Puke tapped his fingers against his knee, a glint of sharpness flashing in his narrow eyes. Brebe, who had dealt with him several times, was acutely aware that this was a signature gesture of displeasure from the black market boss. The old dwarf nervously twirled his beard, mentally rehearsing the reasons for his request to increase the quantity of equipment, preparing to pinpoint flaws in the lengthy discourse that Puke was about to deliver. However, just as Brebe had readied himself, the corners of Puke's mouth suddenly curled upwards, followed by a hearty laugh as the black market boss proclaimed, "Very well. It shall be 120 sets of equipment. We have a deal." Brebe nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Had it not been for the exceptional toughness of the old dwarf's tongue, he would have undoubtedly succeeded. Observing the chortling rotund figure before him, Brebe could not conceal his astonishment. Was this truly the infamous Puke, the unscrupulous merchant of the black market in Dian village, known for devouring men without leaving bones? Surely, He was not merely a dwarf in disguise. Levi, Donna, and Sir Grace also displayed incredulous expressions. Donna could scarcely refrain from voicing his thoughts, but Levi gently touched his arm and whispered in a low tone, "Mr. Donna, let us not complicate matters." The seasoned former adventurer quickly grasped the situation. Whether it was 100 sets or 120, it was evident that the value was significantly disparate from that of a silver alloy greatsword. Moreover, even if that greatsword could indeed be exchanged for such items, the black market merchant's customary behavior dictated a meticulous calculation that Puke's actions were decidedly anomalous. In such instances, anomalies often herald danger. "Very well. Mr. Puke, we have a deal." After stifling Donna's interjection, Levi confidently raised his hand, gesturing towards the greatsword still spinning in Von Delric's grasp, and stated, "You shall provide us with 120 sets of weaponry, and this greatsword shall be yours." Puke's laughter transformed back into a smile. The black market boss leaned back, smacking his lips, and said, "Of course, a hand for a hand. It is only proper. However, my young friend, you must understand that even the omnipotent old Puke may not always have 120 sets of equipment readily available in the underground warehouse." Levi's brows furrowed slightly. Inwardly lamenting, "Indeed, it is not as simple as it seems. Mr. Puke, do you mean to say that you cannot produce such a quantity of equipment at this time? If that is the case, you may provide half of the equipment now, and this greatsword will be yours. Upon our next visit, you can settle the remaining half." After a brief consideration, Levi proposed a suggestion that nearly caused the old dwarf to pound his chest in frustration. "My young lord, Master Levi, you would trust the credibility of a black market scoundrel? Do you think this is the hall of promises of the Dwarven King?" Brabeye's exasperated voice rang in Levi's ears, clearly indicating that the old dwarf was quite agitated. Without a moment's hesitation, Puke dismissed Levi's suggestion with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "That simply won't do. Old Puke has no qualms when it comes to friends, if it can be done well. It should be done well. 120 sets of equipment, you say? Old Puke will certainly gather them within a day and deliver them to you." Before Levi could utter another word, the underground black market's grand master clapped his hands. And immediately, a rather well-dressed middle-aged man appeared at the doorway, bowing deeply to Puke. "Boss Puke, how may I assist you?" "These gentlemen are my good friends. Arrange for the finest rooms to accommodate them," Puke instructed in a gentle tone. "As you wish, Boss Puke." The middle-aged man nodded and then turned to Levi and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Such kindness seemed somewhat excessive. Levi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. However, to refuse would appear quite impolite. So after a brief exchange of glances, Levi, as the spokesperson, expressed their gratitude to Puke. As Levi and his companions' figures faded from view at the door, Puke's gaze turned sinister, and his smile vanished. "Von Delric," he called the tall, lean figure, who quickly set aside the great sword and approached with haste. "Boss Puke, the sword is of no consequence. Take it to Mage Omega for appraisal. Now, I must instruct you. Every word must be etched in your mind." Puke leaned in close to Von Delric's ear, his voice gradually lowering. The middle-aged man led Levi and the others to 2 adjacent rooms, inquiring about their needs before departing, just as his footsteps faded around the corner of the corridor. Sir Grace, unable to contain his impatience, whispered, "That fellow named Puke is definitely up to no good. Do I even need to state the obvious, Grace? When a merchant does not wish to haggle, there is only one possibility," Donna remarked with a sneer. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Levi's eyes. "He has no intention of paying, does he? Not only that, he likely wishes to profit from us. Let us not forget those gemstones." Brabe joined the discussion. "It appears this is not a safe place. Should we devise a means to leave now?" Sir Grace suggested, glancing at the opulently adorned yet undeniably gaudy room, feeling somewhat uneasy. Puke would not regard this as a battleground unless he intends to abandon his lair. Brabe smirked, revealing teeth that, though somewhat yellowed from tobacco, were undeniably strong. That previous smile evoked the image of a fierce carnivore. "I suspect that tomorrow's so-called delivery of equipment will be the very moment Puke intends to deal with us. So I believe we can rest easy tonight." Levi surveyed the lavish room behind him, fatigue from the day washing over him. "Master Levi, while your judgment is quite sound, we must not let our guard down. Here's what we shall do. We will take turns resting in the same room, ensuring at least half of us remain alert at all times." Donna's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. Sir Grace and the Crusader chose the first half of the night, while Donna and Brabe opted for the latter half. Although Levi wished to partake in the watch, he was unanimously dissuaded and ultimately persuaded. Donna's reasoning was quite valid. Master Levi, as a spellcaster, your effectiveness will significantly diminish without adequate sleep. Levi understood that his spellcasting ability was not directly tied to sleep. But after a moment's reflection, he recognized the inherent logic in the situation and readily agreed to rest. Sir Grace and the Crusader seated themselves on either side of the door, adjusting their weapons to be readily accessible. Donna and Brebe accompanied Levi into the room, removing the soft bedding from the bed and laying it on the floor. The three of them, fully clothed, soon fell into a slumber, just as Levi and his companions extinguished the lights in their room. A slender figure stealthily approached, quietly lurking outside their chamber. The shadow remained vigilant for a moment, waiting until silence reigned, before slowly drawing a slender wand from his waist, aiming the softly glowing bronze tip at the door of Levi's room. Chapter 64. Transactions and Subsequent Traps, Part 2. Perhaps in a bid to complement the shadow's stealth, the lights in the corridors surrounding Levi's room were extinguished, in the pitch darkness. The wand in the shadow's hand emitted a faint glow, forming a delicate beam of light directed at the door. However, the light from the wand ceased there, failing to undergo any further changes, and the shadow appeared unfazed, crouching motionless in the corner. The true shift occurred in the basement, where a luxuriously furnished room housed a crystal ball in its center. The portly Puke reclined against his grand bed, his narrow eyes squinting as he coldly observed the elderly figure pacing around the crystal ball. The old man, clad in a black robe adorned with golden stars, seemed to wear the night sky itself. Atop his head rested the quintessential pointed hat of a wizard, embellished with a massive diamond, complemented by his well-groomed white beard, bestowing upon him an air of grandeur. Yet at this moment, the elderly man's expression was tense as he extended his bony hands, resembling chicken claws, to wave above the crystal ball. Glimmers of light shot from his fingertips into the orb.as each flicker merged into the crystal ball. The previously dim images within grew increasingly vivid. Gradually, these images coalesced into several lifelike figures, culminating in a burst of blinding light. Damn it, Omega, you old scoundrel, you can't even manage this simple task? Puke could not help but unleash a venomous curse, as the sudden brilliance seared his eyes, forcing tears to stream uncontrollably down his cheeks. The Omega Mage appeared somewhat apprehensive, bending his stooped form even lower as he stammered, "Master, I am truly sorry." Puke rubbed his eyes, the pain gradually subsiding. Without moving his head, he cast a sidelong glance at Omega and softened his tone. "It's all right. This is not your fault, Omega. Now, I would like to inquire if you were able to discern the strength of those individuals just now." Omega's white beard trembled slightly as he quietly replied, "I managed to catch a glimpse. More or less." More or less. Puke tilted his head back, pondering the uncertainty of that phrase. "So, at the very least, one of those individuals is on par with your level. Is that correct?" "Indeed, I could not see through the one clad in armor beneath the cloak. He has mastered the art of chi dispersion." Omega furrowed his brow and, noticing the grim expression on Puke's plump face, quickly added, "However, he should not exceed level 8, you know. A mage's intuition like mine is always quite keen." Level 8, having mastered chi dispersion. A cold glimmer flickered in Puke's elongated eyes as he reclined on his plush bed, contemplating for a moment before sitting up. "I need more intelligence." He gazed at Omega with a fervent desire. Omega hesitated. This mage, now draped in a black robe, had long since abandoned any notion of mercy. Yet, regarding Li Wei and his companions, he harbored a reluctance to provoke them, even wishing Puke would refrain from doing so. "Master, might you reconsider? Those individuals are not to be trifled with." Puke's eyes narrowed dangerously, his finger tapping against the table as he said, "Omega, be mindful of your suggestions. I do not wish to have a conflict of opinions with my chief assistant. But, Master, I apologize." The weight of Puke's icy gaze was uncomfortable, causing the black-robed elder to shiver and resolve to swiftly change the subject. "Through the power of my wand, I have seen." He spoke with a hint of pride, gesturing in the air that a hazy mist emerged in accordance with Omega's movement, coalescing into shadowy figures of several individuals, merely outlining their forms, which shifted slightly with the ambient air of the room. Burib, the stone axe, a level 4 dwarf warrior. Omega indicated the shortest and stoutest of the apparitions. "That old fellow has likely damaged his brain through smithing, although he possesses considerable strength. His prowess as a warrior is negligible." Puke dismissed this with a scoff. Omega waved his hand, dispersing the stout figure, then pointed to the next apparition, which appeared tall and slender, bearing a weapon resembling a longbow upon its shoulder. "This individual is named Grace." A level 6 sharpshooter, known as the Demon Hunter within the Adventurers Guild. He has slain many minor demons and even boasts a record of independently defeating a major demon. Puke's fingers drummed on his knee, his brow furrowing before relaxing once more. A sharpshooter, for an assassin, he is not a formidable opponent. By tomorrow morning, he will have no opportunity to strike. Well then, this is no longer an issue. Omega dismissed the tall, slender apparition and directed his finger to the next, which was robust and imposing. This person, like Burib, is also a warrior and has not grasped the essence of Chi, based on the feedback from the wand. He should be of a higher level than Burib. Puke stroked his thick chin, whistling, and the informants from the Pig Tavern have relayed that someone recognized this individual's identity. It appears he is an adventurer who was injured and retired during the calamity 10 years ago. Known as Roaring Bear Donald. Adventurers with nicknames are never easy to deal with, Omega cautioned. Upon hearing this, Puke sneered, do not concern yourself with him. He hasn't wielded a weapon in 10 years. No matter how skilled, his abilities have surely diminished. Now, let us move on to the next. Omega, with a resigned shrug, pointed to the most indistinct apparition. This is the one I mentioned, the individual who has mastered Chi dispersion. Likely clad in full armor beneath his cloak, his strength should not exceed level 8, and it is evident he will not be below level 7. A sub-high tier knight. Puke sighed. This presents the greatest trouble. Let us hope no unexpected events arise tomorrow. As for the last individual, Omega was about to continue, but Puke, with a smile, waved his hand, interrupting him. Enough, Omega, do not mention our young friend any further. You should rest now and prepare your spells. In tomorrow's plan, you will play a crucial role. Master, I am somewhat concerned about this young man. Omega wished to elaborate, yet Puke's impatience was palpable. The corpulent black market lord patted Omega's slender shoulder beneath the black robe, offering a kind smile. Go and rest, my friend. This remark caused Omega's white beard to tremble. The elder resolved not to argue further. After a deep bow, he made his way to his chamber. Once Omega had finally departed, Puke exhaled a sigh of relief. Reclining back onto his bed, this ruthless black-robed mage was indeed a capable assistant, yet his temperament was excessively cautious. Regardless of the young man's profound background, during this time of calamity, he could only serve as a tool for Puke to amass wealth. The only point of concern was ensuring everything was tidily dealt with in the end. With this thought, the plump black market lord's lips curled into a chilling smile as he jingled the silver bell in his hand. Several servants clad in splendid silk robes rushed over, kneeling at the edge of the bed with their heads bowed low. Summon Susan and Jasmine. Puke commanded, I wish to unwind. Chapter 65. The Black Market Lord's Miscalculation, Part 1. The morning sunlight pierced through layers of dense fog, illuminating a stone edifice in Great Rock Village. The tightly secured wooden windows occasionally revealed a narrow slit, casting muted light across Liwei's face. Perhaps it was the shift in illumination that alerted the young squire. As his eyelashes fluttered before he opened his eyes, Liwei had not enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. As the shadow approached the room, an ancient voice echoed in his mind as a warning. He did not immediately leap to his feet but instead remained prone, discreetly signaling everyone to be battle-ready. When the shadow aimed its wand at the door, Sir Grace's silver fur longbow was already firmly locked onto the shadow under Liwei's guidance. Had it not been for Mr. Dish's sudden, faint sigh, the shadow might have been pierced through the throat by an arrow before casting a spell with the wand. Ah, it turns out to be a divination wand. Very well, the alarm is lifted. Return to sleep, little one, Mr. Dish remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Even now, Liwei could sense that this was a figure standing at the pinnacle of some field, expressing such sentiments upon witnessing the crude efforts of others within the same realm. When Liwei inquired about the nature of the divination wand, the old mage's amusement was unmistakable. Little one, this so-called divination wand is merely a failed attempt by those half-witted alchemical apprentices to replicate the effects of the divination art. The divination art you possess is also a form of alchemical magic. Not particularly high in rank, yet its utility is immense. It can be said that as long as one is not shielded by magic or chi, even those several levels above you can still reveal substantial information. When discussing alchemy, the old mage's voice took on a tone of pride. As for the divination wand, it barely replicates the initial capabilities of the divination art, but its range is limited, and it requires another large alchemical device as a complement to function. Regardless, having someone with a divination wand lurking outside the room during the night was undeniably disquieting. Liwei had not slept well, frequently jolting awake from shallow slumber. At last, dawn broke. Upon sitting up, he discovered that everyone, including the old dwarf Burib, was already dressed, and preparing their gear. Old friend, today may be a day of great bloodshed. It has been decades since you last saw blood. Are you afraid? Donald teased as he polished his battle axe adorned with a bear's head relief, casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat pale-faced Bereeb. Humph, dwarves fear nothing. This great sword is just right for shedding blood and building some killing intent. Bereeb the stone axe replied defiantly. Although each dwarf could be considered a competent warrior and a skilled blacksmith, it was clear that Bereeb's prowess as a smith far surpassed his abilities as a warrior. The comfortable life of running a blacksmith shop in Great Rock Village had indeed caused his combat skills to wane. Nevertheless, when this old dwarf donned the full set of heavy armor he had crafted himself and gripped the silver alloy great sword, his fighting ability remained formidable. Sir Grace tightened the bowstring of his silver fir longbow, patting the quiver at his waist, and murmured, "Today may very well prove to be a hard battle. Ever since I began following Lord Levi, it seems to always be this way," Donna remarked with a smile. "Grace, are you afraid?" "What a jest. My bowstring trembles with anticipation. I cannot help but wish to test the might of these alloy-piercing arrows." Sir Grace gently plucked the bowstring, producing a resonant hum. Everyone had readied themselves for combat, donning their hooded cloaks and concealing their weapons beneath them, their gazes fixed intently on Levi. "Be cautious, let us proceed," Levi said, clasping his hands together, sensing an unusual chill in his palms. He shook off the tension and boldly pushed open the door. "Gentlemen, did you rest well last night?" A courteous voice greeted them, as a well-dressed middle-aged man, seemingly awaiting them in the corridor, bowed deeply towards Levi and the others who had just entered. "We slept quite comfortably." "Thank you very much for your hospitality, Mr. Puck," Levi replied politely, exhibiting the demeanor of a well-mannered young gentleman. "That is splendid to hear," the middle-aged man smiled. "The master has prepared everything you require. However, due to the substantial quantity, we cannot move it all into this house for inspection. Please follow me." Levi nodded and fell in step with the middle-aged man, casually inquiring, "Has Mr. Puck already gone ahead?" This simple question did not elicit an immediate response from the man, and Levi caught a glimpse of him dabbing the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "Ah, indeed, the master has gone ahead. Those goods need to be counted one last time," the middle-aged man quickly replied, attempting to remedy his oversight. Unfortunately, he was unaware that excessive explanations often signify a need to conceal something else. His words only reinforced Levi and the others' belief that what awaited them was not merely 120 sets of equipment, but rather a deadly trap. After a night soaked in thick fog, the roads of Dian Village were muddy in the early morning, the walls of the narrow alleys damp and imbued with a strong scent of moss, mingled with the acrid odor of beggars and vagrants. The middle-aged man's well-tailored attire was ill-suited for such an environment. Despite his agility, he had managed to get several small rips and stains on his clothing. The warehouse belonging to Mr. Puck was evidently quite a distance from his residence, as the middle-aged man guided Levi and the others through the winding alleys for what felt like an eternity before finally stopping. Bereeb, panting heavily, lagged at the back of the group. When Donner halted ahead, he collided with him, the impact knocking his helmet askew. The old dwarf shook his head, catching his breath, then unleashed a torrent of coarse dwarven curses. The narrow path beneath their feet had vanished completely, and as Levi and the others surveyed their surroundings, they realized they had ventured into one of the worst parts of Dian Village, where the alley culminated not in a cluster of houses, but rather a heap of ruins. Surely Mr. Puck does not intend to use this rubble as his warehouse. Sir Grace scrutinized the surroundings with keen eyes, noting the crumbling walls that could easily conceal nearly 100 armed ruffians. Such complicated terrain posed a significant challenge even for a master archer like him. "Indeed, it is just ahead. The central house. The master awaits you there," the middle-aged man replied, slightly out of breath, clearly having found the previous journey taxing as well. Levi lifted his gaze, straining to see the house the man had mentioned, then turned back towards the ruins, pointing and saying, "It seems there are quite a few people over there." "Ah, those are the master's hired hands. Consider it. A full 120 sets of equipment is no small number, without sufficient manpower. It would be impossible to move them," the middle-aged man explained, retrieving his handkerchief once more to dab at his face. "Is it really necessary for hired workers to be equipped with daggers and crossbows?" Before Levi could finish his question, the middle-aged man suddenly lunged at him without warning, the handkerchief falling to the ground, revealing a gleaming dagger. This well-dressed man, resembling a butler of some noble, displayed remarkable agility. His sudden assault had been meticulously planned, using their conversation as a guise, and he had gotten alarmingly close to Levi. The man believed he could strike before anyone had a chance to react. His assessment was largely accurate, except that he had failed to anticipate Levi's preparedness. Just as the man lunged forward, Levi swiftly pivoted, his cloak billowing as a brilliant flash of steel ignited beneath it. No matter how skilled the middle-aged man was, a small dagger was no match for the weighty knight's sword. Especially one forged from the heart of a castle and incredibly sharp, capable of cleaving through the very air itself. The icy blue blade stained crimson mid-flight, after Levi's swift counter. He refused to glance back at the middle-aged man, who clutched his dagger tightly, instead fixing his serious gaze upon the stirring ruins. They've discovered us. Prepare for battle. At Levi's command, the group simultaneously drew their weapons from beneath their cloaks. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the small band. The immobile middle-aged man emitted a dying groan, his body swaying before collapsing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his midsection and quickly saturating the earth around him. Chapter 66. The Miscalculation of the Black Market Boss, Part 2. A group of burly figures erupted from their hiding places, their faces twisted in malice, clad in ill-fitting leather armor and helmets. They brandished an array of weapons, from rusty longswords and battle axes to daggers, and even included finely honed scythes and hefty hammers. A tall, lean figure, cloaked to conceal his visage, brandished a gleaming greatsword. Leading the charge, the enemy's numbers seemed to surpass Levi's forces by at least threefold, with no fewer than 5 crossbows trained upon them from a distance. Levi noticed a large, corpulent figure standing among the ruins behind the assailants. His narrow eyes aglow with fury. This will be a fierce battle, Donner assessed, yanking off his cloak to enhance his mobility, casting it aside. Cleanse the darkness, show mercy to the weak, fear nothing, Levi proclaimed, charging forward. The clanging of metal resonated as the Crusader swordsman silently followed, enveloped in a dim, emerald glow that pulsed gently with his breath, a two-handed sword firmly grasped in hand, its blade reflecting a frigid light. Brebe, panting heavily, wished to shout, "By the hammer!" and charge out alongside them, but Donner placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain and protect Sir Grace. "We have enough strength here," Donner remarked, winking at Brebe as he moved to join Levi, hefting his battle axe like a sturdy shield. "Dwarves fear nothing." Brebe spat disdainfully at the ground but crouched lower nonetheless, just as the sounds of metal clashing erupted nearby. A shrill voice barked orders. But before the commands could resonate fully, they were drowned out by a thunderous roar. It was the signature growl of Donner the Bear, potent enough to intimidate the faint-hearted. The burly man swung his axe with ferocity, striking down a hapless adversary who stood woodenly before him. Though the unfortunate soul wore a crude leather helmet, it provided little protection against the weighty axe, and he fell without a sound. Levi also achieved considerable success, parrying an enemy's weapon with his knightly sword and seizing the opportunity to thrust forward, the blade piercing deeply into the foe's chest. The body crumpled to the ground. Levi withdrew his sword and swiftly turned for another strike. A would-be assailant, attempting to gain an advantage, emitted a wretched scream, the sound more pitiful than that of a slaughtered chicken, as Levi's blade struck him, blood gushing forth as he staggered back, inadvertently obstructing the advance of his comrades. Yet, even combined, Levi and Donner could not match the imposing presence of the Crusader swordsman, who plunged into the fray like a tempest, his greatsword cleaving through foes left and right, a whirlwind of carnage. After reaching the stage of battle or a dispersal, the frenzy of his attacks accelerated dramatically, and before the opponents wielding long swords and axes could react, the Crusader swordsman's weapon sliced through them at astonishing speed, leaving a trail of casualties in his wake. Watching from a safe distance, the rotund black market boss, Puck, felt his face flush crimson. "Dwarf hunters, what are you waiting for? Shoot them dead at once." However, at this moment, our people are entangled with theirs. A diminutive figure, clutching a crossbow, raised his head. The morning air was still brisk, yet beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, betraying his palpable anxiety. "Our people, among those ahead, is your benevolent father present?" Puke's voice was so soft it sent shivers down one's spine. The gnome trembled slightly, instantly raising his crossbow and taking aim at the knights embroiled in chaos. Despite the heavy fog, the faint green glow surrounding the knights rendered their forms distinctly visible. Gritting his teeth, the gnome applied pressure to the trigger of the bolt. Thud! A soft sound echoed, and the gnome wore a look of bewilderment. The bolt remained firmly in place on the crossbow. The noise was, before he could ponder further, a nearby companion suddenly crumpled silently backward, collapsing into the rubble, the crossbow clattering to the ground. "What in the world, you thud?" A sharp pain shot through his forehead, akin to a searing iron pincers piercing his flesh. The gnome hunter's voice was abruptly silenced. His body swayed a few times before, much like his fallen comrade. He tumbled into the debris beneath him. The gnome's final thought lingered. What an accurate arrow! Puke was nearly rendered speechless. The rogues and scoundrels led by Vondrick were seasoned veterans, having tasted blood. Under equal circumstances, Puke was confident they would not falter against the soldiers of the Lord. Yet, a mere 3 adversaries were dispatching his elite men as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Beside Puke, the gnome hunters he relied upon fell like targets, struck down one by the impeccably aimed arrows. Omega. The voice of the black market boss cracked slightly as he called out the name of his most capable subordinate. An elderly man clad in a black mage's robe emerged cautiously from the rubble, glancing at the chaotic scene ahead, responding with a tremor in his voice. "Master, I am here. Quickly devise a strategy. We must eliminate that marksman first." Puke shrank his corpulent form behind a broken wall, lowering his voice. "Oh, that is not difficult. Merely a trivial spell." Omega hesitated as he had the distant figure wielding the silver fur longbow. After rummaging through a small pouch at his belt, he withdrew a piece of fur and some glimmering objects. Cradling them in his palm, an intricate and mysterious incantation flowed from Omega's lips. Azure-white sparks began to coalesce around his fingers, intensifying gradually. Witnessing this, Puke felt a slight relief. He had seen Omega wield this magic before. The lightning bolt emanating from his fingers was formidable enough to reduce a fully armored knight and his steed to ashes. Should it strike true? Little one, there is a magical energy reaction in that direction. Based on its intensity, it is likely a 3rd-level spell, perhaps a fireball or a lightning bolt. The voice of the ancient mage suddenly resonated, causing Levi, who was fiercely battling his opponent, to momentarily falter. This brief pause, if faced with an ordinary adversary, would have been an opportunity easily missed. However, Levi was currently up against Vondrick, who wielded a silver alloy broadsword and was a level 6 assassin. Although he had not undergone formal swordsmanship training, his agility allowed him to contend with Levi directly. Seizing this rare opportunity, Vondrick thrust his broadsword forward with brutal force. Levi's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly sidestepped. Yet the young squire was not so fortunate, stepping onto a corpse, losing his balance, and staggering violently. "You little brat, perish!" Vondrick roared with excitement, bringing his broadsword down with all his might toward Levi's neck. A green light flared before him, and with a harsh grinding sound, the broadsword seemingly struck something. However, the sensation was not that of cutting flesh, but rather gliding off the hard metal of armor. Just in time, a knight clad in full metal armor intervened, using his left arm to shield Levi from the fatal blow. Immediately, the knight's aura flared to life, and his broadsword sliced through the air with blinding speed. Cleaving into Vondrick's chest, blood erupted forth as the lanky assassin let out a pained scream, staggering backward. Yet, as soon as he shifted his weight, the knight's broadsword unleashed another shrill wind-splitting sound. The blade flashed incessantly between the two, and Vondrick swayed, trembling, each sway accompanied by a cry that grew ever fainter. When the knight paused to catch his breath, Vondrick collapsed to the ground like a disassembled puppet, his body riddled with numerous wounds. A torrent of blood streaming forth, having narrowly escaped death at Vondrick's hands, Levi quickly steadied himself, shouting to the rear, "Grace, be cautious. There is a sorcerer." Chapter 67. Reconciliation under the blade. Upon receiving the warning, Sir Grace made a swift decision, abandoning his aim at the next target with the silver fur longbow and unhesitatingly diving to the side. Fortunately, he trusted Levi's judgment immensely. Just as he made contact with the ground, a blinding arc of magical electricity zipped past his head, the tremendous voltage causing his hair to stand on end. "Damn it, how could I miss?" Omega cursed in disappointment, and soon the gaunt old man felt a wave of terror. The previous lightning bolt had revealed his position, and his adversary was precisely a fearsome marksman. Omega hastily retrieved a pouch of glass dust, reciting the incantation for invisibility as he scattered the dust around him, facing the approaching specter of death. The elderly man did his utmost. As the dust began to emit a faint glow, Omega exhaled in relief. Once the invisibility spell took effect, he became undetectable to ordinary eyes, rendering the threat from the marksman null. Sir Grace rose from the ground, swiftly nocking an arrow. However, He was disheartened to find nothing in the direction from which the lightning bolt had come. Cursed sorcerer, Sir Grace gritted his teeth. But he soon saw Levi extend his hand toward that direction, followed by a gentle sphere of white light soaring forth, bursting in the void and outlining a robed figure. A warm surge of energy filled Omega's body. The elderly man felt invigorated as never before. Even the residual backlash from casting 2 spells dissipated. Yet, rather than feeling fortunate, he let out a panicked scream, for although the white light had restored him to peak condition, it also marked him as a target for the fearsome marksman. In the next instant, a piercing sound sliced through the air, although Omega instinctively attempted to evade. As a traditional mage, his reflexes paled in comparison to his intellect. The arrow fired by Grace pierced through Omega's chest. Emerging violently from his back, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist, the anguished cry of the elderly mage resonated chillingly, signifying the gravity of the battle's outcome, with the loss of Vondrick, their leader. And the support of the sorcerer and crossbowman, Puke's band of rogues and scoundrels, despite their numerical superiority, saw their morale plummet. As the old dwarf, Brebe, swung his silver alloy broadsword, eager to join the fray. The thieves and ruffians abruptly recalled more pressing matters elsewhere and began to flee. Their escape was markedly swifter than their advance, vanishing into the chaotic alleys and crevices within mere breaths. Even Sir Grace's arrows could hardly ensure they were halted. Levi and his companions had no intention of pursuing them to the ends of the earth. The recent skirmish, though brief, had been sufficiently intense, aside from the ever-absent old dwarf Brebe. Each of them bore wounds. Even Sir Grace had scraped his cheek during his abrupt dodge. Undoubtedly, the most grievous injury was sustained by the knight, who had shielded Levi from the lethal blow. Although his arm was protected by sturdy chainmail, and Vondrick was merely an assassin rather than a warrior, his limited strength had failed to breach the armor's defenses, yet he still bore significant injury. Unable to lift his left arm. "How badly are you hurt? Should we remove your armor to check?" Donna approached and inquired softly. "It's nothing serious. The injury is minor. In a moment, I will regain movement in this arm," the knight replied. His voice low and gruff. As an alchemical warrior, their equipment and their very being existed in a binding state. In essence, their weapons were a part of their physical form. To remove the knight's armor. The only possibility would be to slay him first and then strip it away. However, even so, the weaponry of these alchemical warriors would still, like their very bodies, rapidly corrode and decompose into a pile of ashes within mere hours after death. Levi approached, feigning a casual inspection of the Crusader swordsman, before nonchalantly remarking, "Fortunately, it appears that no bones were harmed. If you still cannot move in a little while, we shall assess the efficacy of the healing spells." "Yes, my lord Levi," the Crusader swordsman replied. "Hey, that fellow's trying to flee. The archer, don't let him escape," bellowed the gruff voice of Brebe, Stoneaxe. Levi lifted his gaze towards the ruins and indeed spotted the corpulent figure of Puke stealthily wriggling. Attempting to abscond from another direction, a silver streak cleaved through the dense fog, grazing Puke's scalp and sparking against a crumbled wall. Observing the arrow deeply embedded in the wall, the rotund black market proprietor trembled with fear. His hand shaking as he retrieved a slender wand made of ivory from his cloak, pointing the end adorned with a sizable ruby at Levi and his companions. "Stay back. I have this. It is the fireball wand." Puke's voice turned high-pitched and quivering, devoid of its prior softness. His thin eyes widened in a desperate effort to convey an air of control. Yet, his trembling legs betrayed him. "Your wand can only unleash a single fireball." And Levi, while recalling the old mage's teachings, raised his left hand, activating the runes for a burst fireball, which materialized in his palm, slowly rotating. "Care to guess whether this fireball is more potent than yours?" "Huh. Ha ha." Puke emitted a nervously manic laugh. "A mage, damn it. I can't believe I'm trying to confront a mage." The wand slipped from his grasp, and the black market owner raised his hands high, palms outward, indicating he bore no weapons. "You've won. I surrender. I surrender." A twisted smile returned to Puke's face, though it remained contorted. "Old Puke has everything you might need. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Just please, do not harm poor old Puke." "Poor old Puke?" Donovan threatened, revealing a menacing grin, his fingers tracing over the corpses strewn across the ruins, finally resting on Puke's large nose. "If we hadn't been prepared, it might well have been these wretches lying here instead of you." "Ha, ha, ha." "Old Puke is never malicious towards good friends," the black market owner stammered. "Shut your mouth." Donovan roared fiercely, his voice, though somewhat subdued compared to the earlier battle. Still left Puke's ears ringing, rendering him momentarily speechless. "We need nothing from you now. Your life shall suffice to repay what you owe, and all that remains will naturally belong to us," Sir Grace coldly declared. Puke trembled more violently, his pitiable eyes darting around, pleading silently to the faces of those surrounding him. The individual clad in metallic armor resembled a remorseless killing machine, from whom Puke could only read the promise of death. Reeb, having recently joined their ranks, was clearly not in a position to speak, and given Puke's history of oppression against the dwarves, he lacked confidence in garnering their sympathy. Donovan's face bore a bloodthirsty smile, his massive double-edged axe feeling as light as a straw in his hands, causing Puke to shiver at the sight of the blood dripping from the blade. As for the others, the one named Graze appeared to be a cold-blooded killer. His gaze fixated on Puke's vital points, seemingly contemplating where to strike. Only the young mage, or perhaps a magical knight, seemed somewhat approachable. Although Puke found no compassion in his expression, he also detected no icy malice. "Ah, my young friend." Puke decided to approach Levi as his point of leverage, but just as he began to speak, Donovan let out another roar. "I told you to shut your mouth." The double-edged axe, adorned with a bare-head relief, was raised high, choking off Puke's voice. He yearned to continue his plea, to wriggle his tongue for one last hope, but his normally nimble tongue felt as stiff as a wooden stick, immobilized in his mouth. "Wait a moment, Mr. Donovan." Levi interjected swiftly, gripping the axe's handle. "Killing this fellow would bring us no benefits, and who knows where his resources are truly hidden. Perhaps others remain unaware." Yes, only I know how to access my warehouse. Even those from the Adventurers Guild here are clueless about how to get in." Puke shouted desperately, as though grasping at a final straw. "If you spare poor old Puke, you may take everything from there as you please." In a moment Puke could not see. Donovan, Sir Grace, and Levi exchanged glances, each bearing a triumphant smile. That it appeared that this time, they could extract a significant concession from the rotund fellow. Chapter 68. Dismal Equipment. Unexpected intelligence. According to the lamentable old Puke, he wished to return the silver alloy greatsword to Levi, yet Levi calmly declined it. On one hand, the greatsword was indeed meant as compensation for the exchange of 120 sets of equipment. On the other, Levi did not lack weapons of such caliber, especially as a new day dawned, and the heart of the castle was poised for its next supply. In Puke's underground warehouse, though not concealed among the ruins, it lay adjacent to his residence. Dozens of sets of weaponry lay quietly within wooden crates. Contrary to Puke's fervent claims, the quality and maintenance of these items could only be described as abysmal. "Is this what you call fine weaponry?" Sir Grace exclaimed, pulling a hunting bow from an overturned crate. His brow furrowed as he examined the gnaw marks left by rodents on its back. This hunting bow was crafted from a type of wood known as bamboo, wrapped with oil-soaked linen string. Its range and power were woefully inadequate. It might barely suffice against ordinary forest creatures, but against demons, it would struggle to penetrate even the skin of a minor imp from 10 paces away. "My lord, this is the best old Puke could procure. During the misunderstanding earlier, you witnessed the quality of what my subordinates wielded." The plump black market owner trailed behind, his round face wrinkled like a dried berry. Such is the state of the black market. Decent weapons were snatched up at the onset of the demonic calamity, leaving only this dross. Reeb explained, picking up a battle axe and shaking it, causing a shower of dust to fall from the heavily rusted head. "Do not underestimate these items. In many places, they cannot even muster this level of equipment." After inspecting another crate, Donovan and the Crusader swordsman approached. Donovan sighed, his voice low as he conveyed to Levi, "My lord, it's all of similar quality. The leather armor is ungreased, damp and moldy, riddled with holes from insects. Several sets of chainmail are severely rusted, requiring complete reweaving to be barely usable. As for the weapons, over half are hammers, flails, and scythes, which are essentially useless for forming a militia. The remaining swords and daggers are made of inferior steel, heavily rusted, and their edges are pockmarked. Equipping a militia with these items, even 100 men would be unable to withstand a demonic onslaught," Sir Grace said, his expression grave. "Even the guards from the original camp were better equipped than this." "Then this fellow's value is diminished," Donovan remarked, eyeing Puke's thick neck, seemingly contemplating how to strike. "Ah, my lords, please do not harm poor old Puke. I have everything: food, gold, women, and intelligence, both regarding the demons and about Viscount Ryan." Puke cried out in a panic. "Intelligence. That could prove somewhat useful," Levi mused. While we cannot verify the information on demons regarding Viscount Ryan, Mr. Puke, please elaborate further. Very well, dear young friend. But first, I kindly ask that you restrain your companions from being rough. Old Puke's memory is not what it used to be, and a few blows might cause me to forget everything. Puke gasped for breath, his trembling slowly subsiding, then extended his hand to grasp a cow-eye lantern resting beside the crate. Gentlemen, if you would not mind, please follow me away from here. The cold and damp environment is quite uncomfortable for poor old Puke. The same applies to dwarves, Brebe remarked, prodding at his aching knee. Wait a moment, there are some items here that might still prove useful. Donald furrowed his brow as he retrieved several rusted pieces of chainmail from the box, binding them tightly together with a leather strap before hefting them onto his shoulder. There's also a box of gunheads, crafted by the apprentices at my blacksmith shop, although their upkeep is lacking. The steel remains satisfactory. Brebe pointed to an unremarkable box, earning a venomous glare from the corpulent black market owner. What? So this unscrupulous fellow has been hoarding some contraband? Sir Grace chuckled coldly, drawing a dagger from his waist, allowing its cold gleam to flash upon the plump face of Puck. Ha ha ha, a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Puck laughed stiffly, inching closer to Levi with a sincere tone. Old Puck harbors no intentions of deceiving friends. That box of gunheads has lain there for quite some time, fading from my memory. Very well, let it be as you say. Levi interjected before Sir Grace could speak further, gesturing toward the box containing the gunheads. We shall be taking that box. Do you object, Mr. Puck? No, 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 of course not. Puck hastily replied. These items are far from worth the value of that sword. As long as you understand, we shall use that information to compensate for the remaining value. Donald moved to lift the box again. But the Crusader swordsman was quicker, extending his hands to securely grasp the box. Oh, is your arm all right? Donald inquired with concern, recalling how the Crusader had previously taken a blow for Levi. No problem, the Crusader replied in a deep voice. Effortlessly carrying the heavy box. 2 hours later, the figures of Levi and his companions emerged at the sole entrance of Great Rock Village. This time, no one leapt forth to obstruct their passage. All the guards remained at their posts, casting wary glances their way. However, Levi did not lower his guard. His keen intuition alerted him to a sinister gaze fixated upon him from somewhere, though it seemed the individual had no intention of striking. Their malevolence devoid of killing intent. Captain Puck observed from a watchtower, looking down at Levi and his party until their silhouettes gradually faded into the mist. The tall, lean warrior, sharing the same name as the rotund black market owner, twitched his cheek, spitting out a small twig he had been chewing. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Were it not for Captain Puck muttered resentfully, yet ultimately refrained from divulging the true reason, merely sneering to himself before descending from the watchtower. Chapter 69. Training the militia too long, swords clashed violently in the air, the sound echoing through the dense forest. Levi, clad in a leather vest over chainmail, retreated step by step, wielding his knightly sword with both hands, sweat pouring down his forehead. His opponent was a fully armed Crusader swordsman, whose greatsword, enveloped in a faint green aura, whistled as it swung from all directions, each strike powerful enough to leave Levi's hands tingling. The young squire gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his ground, deflecting a diagonal slash, then narrowly dodging a horizontal swing, seizing the opportunity to press forward and launch a fierce attack on the swordsman's lower body. This strike caught the Crusader off guard. Although his armor provided formidable protection, it did hinder his vision and agility. The fervent aura cultivated by the Crusader enhanced his attack speed significantly. Yet it did not equate to remarkable evasion speed. The Crusader barely evaded Levi's assault on his lower half but lost a fraction of his balance in the process, with a mighty roar. Levi lunged forward, his sword creating a relentless storm of steel. The Crusader retreated, his greatsword now entirely focused on defense, yet Levi's strikes continued to rake across his armor, sparks flying. The pressure of the assault made the Crusader anxious. He managed a desperate sideways slash. But Levi, fueled by adrenaline, easily sidestepped the sword's path before delivering a heavy blow with his iron-gloved fist to the Crusader's helmet, producing a sound akin to a hammer striking an anvil. The Crusader staggered backward, his helmet askew, obscuring one eye. Seizing the moment, Levi followed up with a decisive strike, his knightly sword resting against the swordsman's neck, then gently tapping his shoulder. Lord Levi triumphs. A muffled voice called out from another observing Crusader. This proclamation caused Levi to shudder slightly, exhaustion washing over him. He leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, realizing his woolen shirt beneath the leather vest was drenched in sweat. "You've made remarkable progress, young one." The old wizard's voice rang in his ear. "Just a week ago, you could scarcely hold your own against a crusader swordsman without the use of aura. Now, you stand on equal footing." Levi inhaled the crisp morning air. The cold, damp breeze invigorating him, he then bowed to his opponent, sheathing his sword. "Mr. Dish, your proposed combat training has proven quite effective, I believe. While my professional level has not truly advanced, I should now be able to contend with a squire who hasn't grasped the seed of aura, against an opponent who has just reached level 5. Even if they have mastered the seed of aura, you would still stand a considerable chance. Professional level is merely one aspect of measuring combat capability. Experience, particularly in battles against those with aura, is of utmost importance." The old wizard's tone was quite cheerful. "In this regard, even the Grand Knights do not enjoy your privileges, having 2 high-level squires available for practice." Levi nodded, about to continue when a boisterous shout echoed from the depths of the forest. "Run! All of you, you bunch of weaklings. Have you not eaten enough this morning? Or were you too busy frolicking with the ladies last night?" A smile broke across Levi's face, recognizing Donald's voice as he drilled the militia recruits. After returning from Great Rock Village last week, Levi, as the new leader of the refugee camp, convened with the camp's administrators to collectively determine the next steps for development. In Levi's vision, the refugee camp should possess a militia of 80 to 100 individuals, half armed with spears and the other half with hunting bows. This way, even if Levi and his elite forces departed, the militia, fortified by the camp's wooden walls and watchtowers, could withstand attacks from demon forces not exceeding their own numbers for over 3 days. This goal seemed somewhat unrealistic to the common folk. Many, including the old dwarf Brebe, expressed skepticism. Yet, the experienced Donald, Sir Grace, and Ranger Warren did not hesitate to support Levi. Following Levi's numerous astonishing feats, their trust in this young man had nearly reached the level of blind faith. Ranger Warren had privately remarked that if Lord Levi were to declare himself a messenger sent by the Father God, he would not be the slightest bit surprised. Thus began the training of the militia amidst skepticism. As an incentive, Levi proposed to increase each militia member's ration by half a kilogram of black bread, along with an additional portion of meat during training days. This proposal stirred considerable excitement within the refugee camp. Due to food shortages, the camp had implemented a strict rationing system, providing an adult male with approximately half a kilogram of provisions daily, while women and children received 2/3 of that amount. These rations consisted solely of thin porridge and a small quantity of black bread, with meat reserved for those engaged in heavy labor. Although immediate benefits from joining the militia were not apparent, the increased rations were enough to entice many, as food had become more valuable than gold and jewels in the wake of the calamity. Under the control of the rotund Hark, several kilograms of food often served as justification for murder and theft. In the following 2 days, Levi, alongside Donald and Sir Grace, meticulously selected 80 robust adult males and 20 females from the registered villagers. The former would serve as the backbone of the militia, each equipped with a 3-meter spear as their weapon. The latter would primarily be trained as archers and scouts, utilizing hunting bows collected from the camp to support the militia in battle. Once the selection was complete, Levi entrusted the training of the militia to Donald and Sir Grace, while he ventured into the forest with 2 crusader swordsmen to hone his own skills. During his confrontation with the assassin Vondrick in Great Rock Village, Levi had noticed a decline in his ability to control his body, a phenomenon that had previously been unimaginable for someone of his youth. In truth, the vast majority of individuals who choose the warrior profession do not encounter such predicaments. The mastery of subtle bodily movements is a skill that every warrior can adeptly achieve, and the source of this ability lies in their relentless practice and training. Only a select few prodigies may experience such difficulties during periods of explosive growth in their strength. Levi was acutely aware that he was not a genius, nor had he ever been one. However, the rapid pace at which he was advancing in levels during this period was sufficient to leave most prodigies in his wake, trailing behind him. This was a source of both concern and joy brought about by the heart of the castle. Faint footsteps disrupted Levi's train of thought. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, the dense fog within the forest stirred, and a young man, bare-chested and breathing heavily, came striding towards him. Behind him, more figures emerged into Levi's view, each one running in a state of utter exhaustion, drenched in sweat. "Too slow. You're moving like snails. Do you want the little demon's trident to be lodged in your backsides?" bellowed a familiar voice, and upon hearing that raucous roar, Levi felt a significant portion of his fatigue dissipate. "Mr. Donald, I'm right here," Levi called out loudly. From the mist emerged a robust figure, a middle-aged man known by the moniker Roaring Bear, who joyfully approached Levi. "My lord Levi, when did you return?" "I've been training in the vicinity," Levi replied with a smile. Noticing the beads of sweat on Donald's forehead, he curiously asked, "Mr. Donald, their training seems quite rigorous. Perhaps you should refrain from scolding them any further?" "Humph. These lads are actually doing quite well, making rapid progress. Over half of them have already reached the level of a first-tier warrior," Donald said with a sly grin. "However, my motivation for pushing them is simple. According to your request, my lord Levi, they must at least reach the standard of a second-tier warrior to engage in combat with an equal number of demons." Donald's words left Levi momentarily speechless. And after a while, he let out a bitter laugh and sighed. "A second-tier warrior, even in the Viscount's castle, that would be considered an elite force. Mr. Donald, you may be underestimating the challenge. While these individuals are indeed training hard, if mere training could elevate them to second-tier status, elite warriors would hardly be worth their weight." Donald gently shook his head, his voice tinged with nostalgia as he replied, "My lord Levi, you were likely quite young during the last demon disaster and did not witness these events. The emergence of demons is both a calamity for the weak and an opportunity for the strong. While these individuals are indeed still quite inexperienced, my goal is to elevate them to at least the average level of a first-tier warrior within 2 weeks, and then seek out small groups of demons for extermination. Once they successfully slay a few demons, they will quickly mature into competent elite warriors." As Donald grew increasingly animated, he remained oblivious to the flicker of sorrow that passed through Levi's eyes when he mentioned the previous demon disaster. Levi had indeed experienced that calamity firsthand. His parents perished during the disaster, and had it not been for Sir Stutton leading his troops through that area, Levi would have surely become a feast for the demons. The path to knighthood had been significantly influenced by Sir Stutton, and even now, the stern visage of that old knight remained firmly entrenched in Levi's heart. When Donald finally regained his composure, Levi had already restored a faint smile to his expression. Observing the middle-aged man's flushed face and the fiery intensity in his eyes, Levi couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. As an experienced and seasoned adventurer, Donald had surpassed even the Crusader swordsman in pure professional rank, achieving the level of an 8th-tier warrior. However, he had yet to grasp the seed of fighting spirit, let alone evolve it into the dispersion of fighting spirit. This was the reason he had sustained injuries from which he could not heal during his battle with a corrupted knight a decade ago. Yet, after freeing himself from the burden of his leg injury, this renowned Roaring Bear began to shine in his own right. Perhaps, before the impending battle, Levi should lend him a hand. However, he still harbored a lingering doubt regarding how to assist him. "Mr. Donald, I appreciate your efforts in training," Levi nodded to Donald, deciding to set this matter aside for the time being. "Leave the training to me, my lord Levi," Donald promised, patting his sturdy chest. Then he scratched his rough chin and continued, "Graves has been busy training his female archers lately, and the camp's defense is only being managed by Warren and Marcia, who are likely overwhelmed. Moreover, their qualifications are limited and their abilities quite average. It would be best for you, my lord Levi, to oversee the camp to prevent any potential troubles." "I understand," Levi replied. From Donald's words, he detected a hint of something unusual. He solemnly performed a knightly salute to Donald, watching as he led the militia deeper into the dense forest. "Let us return and see what has transpired in the camp." As the last bare-chested militiaman disappeared from view, Levi quietly spoke to the 2 Crusader swordsmen beside him. After uttering these words, the young knight squire pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze revealing a frigid intensity. A steel ingot gleamed brilliantly upon the anvil. As a heavy hammer struck down upon it, creating a thunderous sound, sparks erupted in countless arcs, only to vanish into the darkness of the blacksmith's forge. The hammer, wielded by a robust arm, rose high and struck down repeatedly upon the steel ingot with an indefatigable rhythm. The blacksmith, a dwarf with a thick and unruly beard and a bald head, toiled in the fiery forge. Clad only in linen shorts, with a leather apron tied around his upper body, his broad shoulders and muscular arms were fully exposed, showcasing a physique as formidable as rock. Blacksmithing is a laborious task, and the dwarf was not young. The wrinkles on his face bore the marks of time, interspersed with numerous small scars. The hammer, which felt as familiar as an extension of his own body, seemed heavier than usual. When the ingot finally reached a level of satisfaction, the dwarf paused, panting heavily, and gently patted his aching back. "Oh, I truly am getting old. Back in the day, I, Bureb, forged a battle axe by hammering a single ingot for a day and a night without feeling fatigued, the old dwarf remarked, stepping down from his platform and handing the hammer to the apprentice standing nearby. That ingot is ready for use. Which of you will step up to try forging it into a decent longsword? The old dwarf accepted the towel handed to him by the apprentice, wiping the sweat and soot from his face as he issued his commands. Master Bureb, these children are still too inexperienced. We cannot afford to ruin this fine steel. There are excellent blacksmiths among Lord Levi's subordinates. Let them complete the task instead, a hoarse voice called from the corner of the forge, followed by the appearance of a frail figure leaning on a cane. This individual appeared even older than Bureb. His once tall frame was now hunched, and each step seemed to require immense effort. Yet the glimmering single eye on his face remained bright. This elder was the only blacksmith from the original refugee camp, known to all as One-Eyed Old Dui, who guided several apprentice blacksmiths in their work at the camp's forge. Since Bureb the stone axe had arrived, the forge had become the old dwarf's favorite haunt, while Old Dui had not touched a hammer since. Fortunately, Old Dui was nearing the point where he could no longer wield a hammer. And Bureb, as a master dwarf blacksmith, far surpassed him in skill, so he was content to assume the role of instructor while merely observing. Lord Levi's blacksmiths, you mean those fellows wielding long spears? Bureb replied, casting a disgruntled look towards the distant watchtower, where 2 spearmen and an archer were stationed, their statuesque figures standing motionless. Indeed, I have witnessed their blacksmithing skills firsthand. It is quite humbling. Even after dedicating the better part of my life to the craft, I find myself unable to match their level, he continued. They are skilled, certainly among the more competent blacksmiths. However, Lord Levi has mentioned that they are about at that level and will likely not improve further. It may be better to allow these apprentices some practice, for perhaps one of them might emerge as an expert blacksmith. Bureb sighed. He was skeptical of Levi's assessment, but it was clear that without Levi's command, the spearman would heed none of his words. Even if he declared himself a master blacksmith, the weapons and armor forged by the master dwarf were coveted by every warrior. Bureb thought indignantly, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with his own standing. Yet, when his gaze returned to the silver alloy great sword leaning against the wall of the forge, all discontent vanished in an instant. Lord Liyue remains exceedingly generous, now that the formula for the alloy is at hand. Might we commence our research on how to melt down and reforge this great sword into a more manageable battle axe? Reeb, the stone axe, pondered, gleefully rubbing his bald head. Hey, you there, go and give it a try. We cannot afford to wait until that steel ingot cools down. That would be a wasted effort. Reeb's voice resonated throughout the modest smithy, unaware that just a wall away, a shadow was stealthily digging into the ground. The figure's movements were remarkably discreet, yet the excavation proved highly effective, quickly revealing a hole nearly half a meter deep behind the smithy. From within his cloak, he produced a linen bag and tucked it into the depths of the hole. Master Smith, consider this gnome-invented smoke powder a fitting tribute to your stature. The shadow chuckled, a sound mingled with squeaks, as he carefully covered the hole and vanished into the shadows between the wooden huts. His speed nearly imperceptible, save for a fleeting glimpse of a long pink tail trailing behind him. Chapter 71. Smoke powder and Li Wei's banner. The shadow departed with such swiftness that Li Wei could merely catch sight of a yellow dot, emblematic of danger, receding rapidly, soon beyond the reach of his detection spell. This was the first peculiar occurrence the young knight squire encountered upon returning to the refugee camp. He, accompanied by 2 crusader knights, approached the rear of the smithy to conduct a thorough examination, swiftly uncovering the cleverly concealed mound of fresh soil. Dig it up, Li Wei instructed, his voice low after a moment's contemplation. Without hesitation, the 2 crusader swordsmen unsheathed their great swords, and a vibrant green aura enveloped them. Bolstered by their aura, the swords sliced effortlessly into the ground, quickly unearthing the linen bag. The sharpness of the crusader swords was trustworthy. The bag was inevitably torn in several places during the excavation, revealing a fine, black powder within. Leaning down, Li Wei pinched a small amount of the powder between his fingers for closer inspection, realizing he had never encountered such a substance before. What is this? The old mage's voice was tinged with surprise, as the black powder seemed to astonish the seasoned elder. Young one, take that bag and find a secure place within the heart of the castle. I need to examine it closely. It may be precisely what I suspect. This request marked one of the most urgent demands made by the old mage since Li Wei had first met Mr. Dish, not daring to linger, Li Wei promptly returned to his quarters, instructing the two Crusader Knights to guard the door. Before gently closing his eyes, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and in the next moment, he felt his feet resting upon grass as lush as a verdant carpet, the dizzying sensation gradually dissipating. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing amidst a bustling encampment. Tall wooden walls loomed around him, and armed archers stood vigilant on watchtowers, their sharp gazes constantly surveying the area beyond the wooden barricades. Several burly men shouted commands as they passed by, hauling hefty logs, while a portly cook, cradling a goose under his arm, hurried towards a plume of rising smoke. As each person passed by Li Wei, they bowed their heads slightly in acknowledgement. Not far off, the old mage, Mr. Dish, donned in a deep crimson robe, smiled warmly at Li Wei, his eyes glimmering with a sense of approval. "Well done, young one," the old mage remarked, approaching to take the linen bag from Li Wei's hands, pouring the powder into his palm. He gently rubbed it between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely. "Indeed, it is this substance, the smoke powder the gnomes speak of." The gravity of the old mage's tone piqued Li Wei's curiosity. "Mr. Dish, is this smoke powder used for treating any ailments?" "No. While it is referred to as a powder, it does not cure any diseases. That to put it in more familiar terms. Young one, have you ever heard of black powder?" The old mage's question sent a jolt through Li Wei. In his 15 years of life as a knight squire, he had never encountered this name. However, memories from another soul surged forth, for black powder was indeed renowned as one of the most perilous substances. "Mr. Dish, do you mean this is explosives?" "Oh, explosives? Quite right. Your assessment is accurate. It is indeed more fitting to refer to these substances as explosives," the old mage responded, a hint of astonishment in his voice. The history of smoke powder stretches back several years. It was originally invented by some exceedingly clever gnomes for tasks like quarrying. However, once it fell into human hands, it swiftly transformed into a highly dangerous weapon. Do not underestimate its power. This small pouch of smoke powder is capable of collapsing an entire stone house, surpassing even the might of a fireball spell cast by high-level mages. Li Wei fell silent for a moment, recalling the location from which this pouch had been unearthed, the ground beneath the back wall of the smithy. An intriguing little contraption, crude yet practical, the old mage mused, his fingers sifting through the linen bag until he extracted a small, dimly glowing red bead. "Behold, this is the alchemical device that delays the detonation of the smoke powder. The core is crafted from flame copper, and within it, a small freezing spell has been intricately woven using alchemical techniques. Until the magical energy is expended, the temperature of the flame copper remains at room temperature. Once the freezing spell dissipates, the material will gradually heat up until it reaches the ignition point for the smoke powder. At which point, kaboom!" Li Wei jumped at the sudden exclamation from the old mage, instinctively eyeing the bead with trepidation. "Ha ha! Fear not, young one. Without this bead as the ignition device, the smoke powder will not detonate on its own unless exposed to an open flame." Despite the old mage's assurances, Li Wei instinctively kept his distance from the pouch. Observing Li Wei's unease, the old mage clasped the linen bag between his hands, causing it to vanish into thin air. "Rest assured, within the heart of the castle, even if it were to explode, it would pose no threat to you, the lord." As the bag disappeared, a weight lifted from Li Wei's heart, allowing him to finally take in his surroundings. Compared to his last visit, the area appeared significantly more prosperous. The guard tower training halberdists and the archery tower for bowmen stood like giants on either side of the encampment center. The smithy and tavern nestled beneath the towering structures, one vibrant with the glow of the forge and the clanging of metal, the other bustling with patrons coming and going. Beyond these lay neatly arranged huts and resource buildings, such as windmills and water wheels. That a small stream meandered around the camp, its crystalline waters revealing fish swimming leisurely within. "This is increasingly resembling a genuine village," Li Wei remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. "When I first arrived here, it was merely an endless expanse of grassland. This is merely the beginning, young one. The heart of the castle is not a village. Have you forgotten the magnificent castle you beheld in the illusion? That is the true form of the heart of the castle, the pinnacle of alchemical craftsmanship." Mr. Dish gestured towards the direction of the tavern. "Young one, would you care to sample some of the alchemical brews? Is that truly permissible?" "Mr. Dish, I have longed to taste wine, but Sir Stun has never permitted me to drink," Li Wei replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Oh, Sir Stun's caution is not unwarranted. excessive drinking is unwise, and young ones often lack the ability to control themselves. However, Li Wei, you have turned 15. Next year you shall celebrate your coming of age, that a glass or two should pose no issue. After all, what man can resist fine wine? The old mage chuckled, leading the way to the tavern. The Heart of the Castle Tavern was a stark contrast to the Whistle and Boar Tavern Li Wei had previously encountered. While not overly large, its decor was thoughtfully arranged, the wooden floorboards and bar exuding the fresh scent of new timber. A modestly dressed, yet dignified serving maid approached, guiding Mr. Dish and Li Wei to a secluded corner. Just right for discussing more confidential matters. Mr. Dish ordered a glass of red wine for himself and a rich ale for Li Wei. While they awaited their drinks, the old mage listened as Li Wei recounted the events of the past days, occasionally interjecting with insightful questions. So, you have yet to design your own banner? The old mage inquired with newfound interest as Li Wei shared his plans for forming a militia. Mr. Dish, the banner requires a family crest to be deemed valid. I wish to design my own banner only after I have attained the status of a formal knight and inherited the armor and weapons of the stun knight. By then, it may be a tad too late. Dish pointed at the table to remind Levi, saying, the banner is also a crucial element in consolidating faith, my young friend, with merely a handful of devoted followers. Accumulating faith gems will be a slow endeavor. It might take months to gather enough to elevate the heart of the castle to the next stage, and the subsequent demands for faith gems will only increase. You must consider establishing your own banner. If I may suggest, my young friend, wouldn't a griffin make for a splendid emblem? A griffin? Is that the creature depicted on the cloaks of pikemen and archers? Levi pondered aloud. Indeed. The griffin is a magical beast embodying loyalty, pride, and formidable combat prowess, possessing traits of both the lion and the eagle, also known as the lion-headed eagle. By the way, my young friend, after your next advancement, the heart of the castle will be able to produce such magical beasts. As long as you earn their recognition, you can command them to fight on your behalf. The old wizard spoke, suddenly twitching his nose and taking a deep breath. Mr. Dish, what is it? Please continue, Levi urged, clearly intrigued. Our drink should have arrived. Let us have a sip to wet our throats. The old wizard chuckled, leaning out from behind the wooden partition and calling out, Hey, good girl, over here, the drinks we ordered. Chapter 72. The distressed knight hastily responding to the call, a flustered serving girl promptly delivered 2 cups of wine, accompanied by some seemingly hard little pastries and smoked sausages. Levi was somewhat perplexed when Mr. Dish unexpectedly pulled several golden coins from his sleeve and placed them on the serving girl's tray. Smiling as he said, No need for change. Mr. Dish, do we need to use money to make purchases in the heart of the castle's tavern too? Seeing the old wizard's astonished expression, Levi scratched his head and added with a wry smile, Isn't this heart of the castle your magnificent alchemical creation? Why do you still need to use those gold coins? Oh. Well, Mr. Dish sighed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Young one, your observation is quite astute. Indeed, as the creator of the heart of the castle, I could obtain all resources without any expenditure, but that would be unreasonable. As an alchemist, I adhere to my principles, the most pivotal of which is the principle of equivalent exchange. If you were also a master steeped in alchemical lore for centuries, with the laws of alchemy coursing through your very bones, you would never pose such a question. The old wizard then produced another golden coin and gestured for Levi to examine it closely. Levi cautiously picked one up, feeling its texture with his fingertips. It seemed indistinguishable from an ordinary gold coin, yet it felt as weightless as air. This is called a magic coin, a form compressed and stored after the heart of the castle absorbed demonic energy. Currently, the heart of the castle has yet to establish a council chamber, and only I, utilizing the laws of alchemy, can refine a portion of magic coins for use. Most of the demonic energy is still required to sustain the heart of the castle itself, and cannot be entirely extracted. After explaining, the old wizard lifted the cup before him, filled with a swirling white mist, and took a gentle sip, closing his eyes to savor the sensation of the alcohol gliding across his tongue. I see. Levi placed the magic coin back on the table, intrigued as he lifted his own drink. The rich flavor of the fine ale was enticing, the liquid frothy and a transparent golden hue. The young man eagerly took a hearty gulp, while the old wizard seemed ready to offer a warning, only to realize it was too late, hastily clearing the table of drinks and food. Wow. Cough, cough, cough. The ale rushed down his throat like a searing ember, causing the young knight's eyes to redden, his hands clutching his throat as veins bulged like serpents. After a prolonged moment, he finally let out a loud exclamation, followed by a fit of violent coughing. This ale is quite potent. One should not gulp it down so recklessly. The old wizard's caution came a tad too late. Impressive. Truly impressive. Levi finally caught his breath, shaking his head vigorously as he cast a wary glance at the still aromatic ale, pushing the cup further away. Mr. Dish, it seems that alcohol is not suited for me. The old wizard hesitated, deciding it best not to encourage the young lad to continue sampling, knowing he would have ample opportunities to savor fine wine in the future. With this thought, the old wizard picked up a small pastry and savored its crisp texture. Imitating the old wizard, Levi picked up a pastry but paused to inhale its aroma. The scent of oats was rich, but what was even more enticing was a faint dairy fragrance, though not unfamiliar to him. It was a luxury typically reserved for the nobility that I in the refugee camp. Such delights were unattainable, as they had yet to rear a single cow. Something seems amiss. The old wizard suddenly opened his eyes. Young one. An alarming situation has arisen outside, and it seems you must attend to it. Upon hearing the old wizard's warning, Levi sprang to his feet. Trouble. I shall attend to it at once, Mr. Dish. Please escort me out. The old wizard nodded, beginning to trace magical runes in the air. As the scenery around them began to warp, Levi heard the old wizard's final reminder echo in his ear. Remember, my young friend, the matter of the banner is best addressed sooner rather than later. Dizziness followed by calmness. Levi opened his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the discomfort in his stomach, perhaps due to the rush. This time the sensation of weightlessness brought on by the teleportation was particularly intense, leaving him feeling somewhat nauseous. Outside the door, anxious voices could be heard, deliberately hushed. Has Lord Levi not finished meditating? That individual is gravely injured and may not last much longer. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the thief, Marcia, Levi deduced, then approached the door and called out, "The guard duty is complete. Let her in." The door swung open, and a hurried Marcia, stained with several spots of blood, rushed inside, startling Levi. "Marcia, you're hurt." "Not me." "Lord Levi, this morning, a rider arrived at the camp, and before uttering a word, collapsed at the entrance, bearing multiple wounds as if they had fought fiercely to escape. This individual is gravely injured and has suffered significant blood loss. Warren and the village's healers have declared there is no hope, and only your miraculous healing can save this life." Marcia spoke rapidly, and Levi felt somewhat dizzy, but ultimately grasped what she urgently needed. "You require healing magic." "No problem, Marcia. Where is this person now?" "Temporarily settled in the house where Warren and I reside," Marcia replied. Before the formation of the militia, Marcia and Warren had publicly declared their romantic relationship, sharing the second largest room in the village, which also served as a recovery area for the injured and sick. Warren was a ranger, skilled with both spear and bow, and quite proficient as a herbalist, while Marcia had picked up some knowledge of wound treatment from him. However, their medical skills proved inadequate for truly life-threatening injuries. The stranger lying in the room appeared quite young, blood-soaked hair sprawled across the pillow, accentuating the pallor of their delicate features, which could only be described as on the brink of death. A tattered chainmail lay beside them, showing no signs of rust, with several tiers that seemed to have been forcibly ripped apart. Warren approached, quietly informing Levi of the stranger's condition. This individual wore chainmail and a scabbard at their waist, but the sword was evidently lost along the way. Externally, they seemed to be a knight, but upon removing her outer garment, it became clear that she was, in fact, a woman. Unlike the profession of a wizard, female knights were rare in the kingdom, not solely due to women's slight physical disadvantages compared to men, but also because their potential to comprehend the essence of fighting energy was significantly lower. Moreover, the quality of the fighting energy they could grasp was often underwhelming. With high-ranking female knights virtually extinct, the prospects for cultivating female knights appeared bleak, leading most women with warrior potential to pursue roles as thieves or scouts, diminishing their presence on the battlefield. Warren harbored some doubts about whether the injured woman was indeed a knight, but Levi was resolute in his assessment. She is not merely a knight, she is a true near-advanced knight. Despite having succumbed to a profound coma, a faint glimmer of fighting spirit flickers throughout her body, barely sustaining her last vestiges of life. Under the scrutiny of the probing spell, the data concerning this female patient is laid bare. Name, Fleischer Jean Sois. Race, human. Life, 172. Danger level, none. Relatively dangerous. Special ability, dueling aura dispersal, death ignorance. Upon sustaining damage, the negative effects of such harm are disregarded for a duration of 12 hours, after which an additional loss of 4 life points occurs. This ability can be activated multiple times, with each activation having the duration and doubling the life loss. Status: near death. Relation: 35. Apprehension. Without further contemplation, Li Wei gently concentrated his mental energy, triggering the healing rune concealed within his mind. That a soft white light emerged from his palm, soaring into the female knight's body. The effect of this white light was far from miraculous compared to its impact on others. On one hand, those individuals had sustained relatively minor injuries, and on the other, the flicker of fighting spirit within this knight automatically activated, devouring a portion of the white light and rendering it significantly more robust. What in the world is happening? Li Wei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, as he had never before witnessed fighting spirit capable of consuming magical energy. Nevertheless, while the healing light did not restore the knight to her former self immediately, it did rescue her from the brink of death. After a low, hoarse groan, the knight suddenly opened her eyes wide. Whoever you are, please save them. Save that village. Chapter 73. The Rescue of the Besieged Village. Part 1. The injuries on the knight were far more severe than Li Wei had anticipated. Having barely managed to utter that sentence, her breath grew faint once again, and the wounds that had only just begun to heal reopened, though little blood flowed from them. This was not a favorable sign. Every injury on the knight was grave, and the lack of blood merely indicated one thing. Her body had truly run perilously low on blood. Once more, Li Wei gathered a sphere of white light and directed it into the knight's body. This time, unimpeded by fighting spirit, it finally produced a more satisfactory effect. Though the knight's visage remained as pale as snow, the light in her opened eyes had regained some vitality. Where am I? Is this the castle of Baron Lyon? No, this is a refugee camp, quite a distance from Baron Lyon's castle, Li Wei replied gently. The muscles in the knight's face trembled twice. She seemed intent on rising. Yet her injuries forbade such movement. Merely shifting her arm elicited a painful groan. Miss Fleischer, you cannot move just yet. While your injuries have stabilized for the moment, the blood you have lost cannot be replenished immediately. What you need now is rest and nourishment. I will have the cook prepare something easy to swallow for you. Li Wei's persuasion silenced the knight momentarily, yet it bore little fruit, as her expression remained laden with suspicion. Who are you? How do you know my name? Her voice was icy, her gaze sharp. Li Wei felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that had there been a sword at her bedside, she might very well have drawn it against herself. Calm down, Miss Fleischer, Li Wei said, raising his hands and shifting backward, signaling his lack of malice. That name is something you uttered while in a coma. Is there an issue with that? Perhaps it was due to Li Wei's youthful countenance, or perhaps his sincere smile, but the knight's taut form gradually relaxed, though she still murmured in confusion, "Tsk, I still cannot forget that name. I should have introduced myself as Grievous." Martha, intrigued, leaned closer to Warren and whispered, "Were you here all along? Did you hear the name that the knight mentioned?" Warren nodded solemnly and replied in a voice barely audible, "No, I did not catch it, but Lord Li Wei must have." Martha nodded in agreement. Recalling the extraordinary events surrounding Li Wei, the healing spell proved remarkably effective. After a few breaths, the knight Fleischer, to her astonishment, noticed that while her wounds still throbbed painfully, most were showing signs of healing. It appeared that with a few days of rest, she could rise again. Fleischer was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries. The fighting spirit she practiced was not the ordinary kind achieved through mere comprehension, but rather stemmed from an ancient family's secret techniques. This particular fighting spirit exhibited only moderate enhancements to physical attributes, yet it bore a unique ability upon reaching the stage of aura dispersal. It activated a special effect known as death ignorance. Regardless of the severity of her injuries, as long as they did not result in immediate death, this effect could be triggered, temporarily disregarding a series of adverse effects stemming from the injuries, even alleviating the weakness and fatigue caused by excessive blood loss. This special ability could be activated multiple times, mitigating the side effects of each damage instance. However, this ability did not heal the injuries. Rather, it postponed the damage and its ensuing side effects, leading to a potent backlash once the duration concluded. Fleischer recalled numerous instances within her family where this ability had allowed them to escape certain death in combat, even turning the tide of battle. Yet, there were equally countless cases where individuals, having escaped peril, succumbed to the backlash of their own abilities to break through the encirclement of the demon army surrounding the village. Fleischer had invoked the Death Ignorance ability at least 5 times, and the accumulated backlash combined with her sudden injuries had rendered her on the verge of collapse. In her mind, within the entire territory of Baron Lyon, It seemed that only the regional bishop within the Baron's castle could possibly pull her back from the brink of death, and any army capable of defeating the demon forces and rescuing the village would surely be found within the Baron's castle. Yet this ever-smiling young man before her presented a considerable surprise. Fleischer's background was far from ordinary. Indeed, each female knight possessed an exceptional lineage. Apart from a few ancient families, few female warriors could successfully grasp the seeds of fighting spirit, let alone ascend to the level of aura dispersal. Though Fleischer had sworn to sever ties with her family, she had not lost the experience gained from them. Drawing upon this knowledge, she easily discerned the professions and strengths of the three individuals in the room. And she found it astonishing that the young man before her was evidently a level 4 warrior. A level 4 warrior in the regular army was merely of squad leader caliber. Not particularly rare, yet most among them were 35 years or older, with declining physical fitness and diminishing opportunities for advancement. That a level 4 warrior, with one more promotion and the comprehension of fighting spirit seeds, could ascend a noble status, albeit one of the lower echelons. Given Li Wei's age, he appeared to be no older than 16. Attaining the level of a level 4 warrior at such a young age made the comprehension of fighting spirit seeds and promotion to the next level almost inevitable. If he hailed from some ancient family, achieving level 4 at such a young age would not be particularly surprising. However, in the context of ordinary noble families, Li Wei could only be described as a prodigy. Could it be that he too was? Fleischer felt a mix of surprise, vigilance, and wariness. A scion of an ancient family on a journey of exploration. This could indeed explain why such a seemingly remote location boasted a powerful priest comparable to a regional bishop. Surely this ancient family had hired him at great expense to ensure the safety of their descendants? Or perhaps he was simply a priest supported by this ancient family. A dull ache in her shoulder jolted Fleischer from her reverie. Gritting her teeth, the knight struggled to sit up in bed and hoarsely addressed Li Wei. "Sir, if it is not too much trouble, I would like to meet the priest who treated me." "Of course, that is no problem at all," Li Wei readily agreed, then smiled and inquired, "Miss Fleischer, what is it that you wish to discuss with the priest?" Fleischer pondered briefly, feeling no reason to withhold her intentions, and replied to Li Wei, "I would like to ask him when I might recover. No, I only need to be fit enough to ride." Li Wei furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious. "Miss Fleischer, do you realize how grave your injuries are? You were on the very brink of death. Had it not been for... Well, in any case, your body is extremely frail right now. Please rest properly, and we can discuss matters tomorrow, shall we?" "No. A village is under siege by a demon army and cannot hold out much longer. I must reach the Baron's castle to besiege Baron Lyon for immediate reinforcements." The voice of the female knight, though frail, bore an undeniable tenacity. Observing her pallid visage, a stark consequence of fatigue and excessive blood loss, Li Wei found himself engulfed in hesitation. Chapter 74. Rescue of the Besieged Village, Part 2. The act of restoring the knight, Fleischer, to full health posed no significant challenge for Li Wei. Since his last elevation in hero rank, his magical reserves allowed him to cast healing spells 4 times daily. Given the current condition of the knight, a single additional healing would suffice to restore her vitality. However, from another perspective, this endeavor was fraught with peril. The true nature of the knight, Fleischer, remained shrouded in mystery. Although she had arrived at the camp in a state of near death from grievous wounds, one could not dismiss the possibility that her arrival was orchestrated by those with ulterior motives. Especially during this turbulent period, the refugee camp had experienced a measure of instability, with the smoke emanating from the blacksmith's forge being but one of the more pressing concerns. While administering healing during Fleischer's unconsciousness posed little risk, doing so in her conscious presence was an entirely different matter. The priest's divine art required years of devout prayer to gain favor from the deity, making it difficult for one as young as Li Wei to explain his ability to wield healing magic on par with that of a regional bishop. Fleischer perceived Li Wei's indecision, and with a faint smile, she spoke weakly. "My lord, I completely understand your predicament. Each ancient family adheres to its own set of rules, and should my request be deemed excessive, I beg your forgiveness. It is nothing, Miss Fleischer. I am merely curious. What compels you to seek aid from the Viscount of Lyon despite your fragile state?" Upon hearing Li Wei's inquiry, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Fleischer's countenance, as if she were momentarily recalling a past event. Then, regaining her composure, she softly replied, "Your question reminds me of a few years ago, when I was about your age and had yet to become a true knight. My mentor once clashed with a local lord over some refugees. Though she saved those souls, she was declared unwelcome by the local authority. When she was expelled from the territory, I posed a similar question to her, and her response was but a single phrase. The knight paused, then, with resolute conviction, declared, "I am a knight. My divine duty is to eradicate darkness, show compassion to the weak, and fear nothing." Although her voice was delicate, the familiar knightly maxim resonated within Li Wei's ears like a thunderclap, and a look of guilt surfaced on the young squire's face. "Doubt has clouded my spirit, Miss Freischare. You have awakened me. There is nothing more worthy of my reverence than a knight's maxim that a village is under siege by demons, and this constitutes the most justifiable reason for a knight to risk his life." With that, Li Wei raised his hand abruptly, and a soft white light emanated from his palm, merging into Freischere's body under her astonished gaze. "My lord, you are a high-ranking priest." "No. Instant divine art? Could you be a bishop?" "No. You are too young. This cannot be." The knight sat up abruptly, her mind in disarray, her speech momentarily faltering. "Miss Freischare, please do not overthink. I am but a squire, with the aspiration to become a true knight like you. One who follows the knightly maxim and disregards personal safety to save the weak." Li Wei asserted with unwavering determination, then stood and instructed Warren and Marcia, "Go fetch Sir Donner and Sir Grace. We must deliberate on how to rescue the village besieged by demons." Both Warren and Marcia nodded and hastened out. Freischare exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, are you truly the leader of this camp?" "Indeed, Miss Freischare. I am the current leader of this camp. You may simply address me as Li Wei. I have yet to earn the right to be called my lord." "Hard to believe. With your capacity for instant divine art, being referred to as my lord is more than appropriate," the knight mumbled, then steeled herself, rising from the bed to salute Li Wei with a knightly gesture. "In that case, my lord Li Wei, please refrain from calling me Miss Freischare. I am a free knight. You may call me Gryphus, the free light Gryphus." A voice from outside expressed surprise, and then Sir Grace entered, his expression tinged with astonishment as he regarded the female knight. "Who might you be?" The knight's voice conveyed a mix of embarrassment and indignation, as her chainmail had been reduced to tatters, and she now wore a linen dress provided by Marcia, which felt ill-fitting for a knight accustomed to armor. "I am the demon-hunting archer, Grace. I have long heard of your renown." A curious eagerness flickered across Sir Grace's face, prompting Li Wei to wonder if Miss Freischare might be the object of his affections. "Grace? Oh, you are the legendary archer known for hunting demons." Freischare nodded with restrained dignity. "I have heard your name. However, it is said that you have been corrupted by a certain faction, engaging in the robbery of merchants and travelers. That is this true?" Sir Grace's expression stiffened momentarily before he slowly nodded. "Yes, I have done so." "Then, as knight, I cannot turn a blind eye to the sins you have committed," Freischare asserted, striding unhesitatingly towards Grace. The knight bore no weapon, while Sir Grace carried a silver fur longbow upon his shoulder. If he truly intended to take Freischere's life, the proximity would render any attempt by Li Wei to intervene futile. Yet, Sir Grace did not act, instead retreating a couple of steps in apparent discomposure. "Knight." There are reasons for Grace's actions. Those merchants were not paragons of virtue. They were still wandering about when the demonic calamity struck. It was from their hands that we procured the provisions that sustained this camp until your arrival. "My lord Li Wei." Donner's imposing figure entered the room, coming to Grace's defense. "Even if those individuals were culpable, it does not justify their murder. They should have been apprehended and brought to the Lord for judgment." Freischare maintained her stance, though her tone softened subtly. "The land is shrouded in fog, crops wither, and animals mutate. Both lords and peasants cower in their chambers, trembling in anticipation of death. The demon army, with blood and flames, ignites village after village, slaughtering all living beings in sight. Knight, where do you expect us to find the Lord?" Donner's voice was deep, and combined with his weathered appearance, it held a compelling persuasive power. The knight's expression softened as she reflected briefly before nodding at Donner and Grace. "I accept your reasoning." The atmosphere in the room, which had been nearly stagnant, finally returned to normal with the knight's understanding. Allowing Li Wei to exhale in relief, he beckoned Donner and Sir Grace to the center of the room, where all gathered around the fire pit. "Oh, Knight Gryphus, please enlighten us regarding the situation in the village besieged by demons." Once everyone was seated, Li Wei addressed the knight. While she harbored some doubts about Li Wei's assertion of being able to send troops to assist the village, she recognized that what she had witnessed was merely a refugee camp. Perhaps the towering wooden walls and the numerous watchtowers could protect the camp from a demon assault, but engaging in battle with demons in the wilderness was an entirely different matter. Regardless, a militia primarily composed of adventurers and commoners typically lacked the means, both in terms of equipment and training, to withstand the terrifying onslaught of demons. Nevertheless, after hearing Li Wei's introduction of the Viscount of Lyon, the knight felt a sense of despair, concluding that this lord was even less likely to dispatch his invaluable soldiers to assist a village situated at such a distance if that were the case. He would not be hiding behind the high walls of his castle, but rather leading a knightly order into a bloody confrontation with the demons. In the face of the demonic calamity, many noble lords had indeed taken such action, yet news of victories against the demons was exceedingly rare. There were, however, numerous accounts of lords being vanquished and meeting their demise within the jaws of demons. Contemplating this, the knight sighed silently, lost in a reverie. Chapter 75. Rescue of the Besieged Village, Part 2. As the knight reminisced, her expression occasionally grew animated, clearly recalling scenes of life and death struggles against demons. Time slipped by in silence, and Freyter's expression became increasingly agitated. Finally, when she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. The village besieged by demons is called Pit Village, belonging to the estate of a retired military officer. Many residents are former soldiers who once served under him. Thus their overall combat capability is commendable, having repelled small groups of demon attacks on several occasions. Last week, traces of demons re-emerged near the village. Initially, it was presumed that it was merely a small band of marauding demons, but to our astonishment, it turned out to be a formidable force comprising goblins and half-orcs as fodder, along with hundreds of lesser demons. As fate would have it, I was resting in the village alongside several fellow adventurers, and thus we joined the fray to defend the besieged settlement. Has it truly been a week already? To withstand the onslaught of hundreds of lesser demons, that village must possess quite remarkable defensive capabilities, Sir Grays remarked, somewhat incredulously. A flicker of anger crossed Miss Fleischer's face, yet she patiently elucidated. It is not as you envision. The defenses of Miners Village are exceptionally well constructed. Designed by a retired military officer in the fashion of a military encampment, in addition to the towering wooden palisades, there are moats and barriers for protection. During the battles of the past few days, numerous goblin fodder fell before the wooden walls, and not a single creature managed to breach them. However, from the third day onwards, the demon assaults intensified. The wooden walls were repeatedly struck by fireballs from the incinerators. And finally, breaches appeared. The villagers began to suffer severe casualties, and 2 of my sisters perished in the fighting. The retired officer determined that without reinforcements, the village would not endure, and thus we deliberated on sending me, the strongest among us, to seek aid. Hundreds of lesser demons. That constitutes a rather substantial force. More importantly, how many greater demons are among them? Levi inquired, his eyes glinting with an unusual fervor, for to him, who possessed the heart of the castle, the demon army represented a treasure of immense value. Yet this treasure seemed somewhat daunting. Acquiring it would necessitate meticulous planning. The greater demons are notoriously cunning. The battle has been ongoing for 4 days, yet we have not once spotted a greater demon on the battlefield up close. Nevertheless, the wooden walls of Miners Village were breached by the fireballs of the incinerators, suggesting that there are at least 3 of them, Miss Fleischer stated. Given the presence of multiple incinerators, this demon force likely adheres to a more structured organization. Otherwise, these volatile creatures would not have congregated together. Sir Grays offered his assessment. Very well. We shall discuss this further in a moment. Sir Gryphus, how far is Miners Village from our encampment? Levi posed a crucial question. I broke through the demon encirclement this morning, initially intending to head directly to Baron Lyon's castle for assistance. But I fainted upon arriving here due to my injuries. Estimating my speed and the time taken, it should not exceed a half-day's walk. The female knight confidently responded after a moment of silent calculation. Donna, evidently having rushed back from training, still bore the sweat and stains on her linen shirt. Yet upon hearing the knight's account, he furrowed his brow first. My lord Levi, I have faced a formal demon army during the last calamity, and it was quite a formidable challenge. Based on Miss Fleischer's, or rather, Sir Gryphus's intelligence, this force appears to be of a fairly common size within the ranks of demons, referred to as Dieball, which signifies a multitude in demonic tongue. As he spoke, Donna retrieved his pipe from within his cloak, igniting the tobacco near the hearth and inhaling deeply. As a typical size within the demon army, Dieball would certainly possess horned demons of comparable rank to the incinerators, serving as the vanguard during assaults. If the horned demons were to charge while being entangled by hundreds of lesser demons, even your family warriors, my lord Levi, would suffer grave losses. as their numbers are still somewhat lacking. With only 12 pikemen and 8 archers, facing off against hundreds of lesser demons would indeed be an exceptionally arduous battle. Adding in the robust horned demons and the fire-wielding incinerators, even without Donna's warning, Levi understood that the odds of victory would diminish to a negligible degree. By the way, Donna, Grays, how do you assess the training of the militia? Levi's inquiry prompted the 2 militia instructors to exchange glances, soon revealing rueful smiles on their faces. The training for the pike formation is not yet complete. If we were to engage now, it would likely prove futile. Donna shook his head in disapproval. My lord Levi, I believe this is not the right time for an offensive. With just half a month's more training, I assure you that I can cultivate a sufficiently elite pike formation. The training for the scouts and archers is also insufficient. They are not even adept at receiving shooting commands promptly and accurately. Sir Grays evidently shared Levi's concerns, emphasizing, my lord Levi, training competent archers is far more challenging than that of ordinary militia. They can perform significantly better in defense. However, if we were to engage the demons in the wild, the potential losses would be substantial. A hint of anxiety crossed Miss Fleischer's features. As a knight and a seasoned adventurer, she was acutely aware that Donna and Gray's reasoning was sound, not to mention the untrained militia. Even the professional soldiers under the lords often witnessed their lines collapse under the terrifying onslaught of demons. Yet, the situation in Miner's Village could not be delayed. Prior to her breakout, the lord of Miner's Village had sustained severe injuries and could only direct the battle with the assistance of a few attendants. Compounding the trouble, the village's sturdy defenses had been largely dismantled, with wooden walls, barriers, and moats rendered ineffective. Completing the entire training regimen would require at least a week's time, and it was doubtful that Miner's Village could hold out until then. Levi's expression turned grave as he stated, our objective in this offensive is not to annihilate the demons besieging Miner's Village, but merely to create an illusion of a formidable force coming to their rescue, prompting their retreat. The issue remains that there are still hundreds of lesser demons, given the current combat capabilities of the militia. Merely withstanding their initial assault would be a significant challenge, let alone inflicting substantial casualties. In this case, once we engage, our true strength will be entirely exposed, Donna asserted emphatically. That is not the case. We do not require the militia to confront the demon forces head-on. In my plan, while the militia is an indispensable component, what we need is not their combat prowess, but the deterrent effect of their numbers. Levi's youthful visage gleamed with excitement as he elucidated, arranging several wooden bowls beside the hearth. You see, my plan is as follows. As Levi elaborated, expressions around the fire shifted. Sir Grays appeared somewhat exhilarated, his brows dancing. Donna maintained a stoic demeanor, yet the flicker in his gaze indicated he was contemplating the feasibility of the plan. Miss Fleischer's expression was one of utmost astonishment, her eyes fixed on the wooden bowls as if they were the most precious treasures. And that is how it is. What does everyone think of this plan? Upon concluding his thoughts, Levi noticed the surrounding individuals had fallen silent, prompting him to inquire with a hint of concern. My lord Levi, this plan is nothing short of a stroke of genius, Sir Grays exclaimed, pounding his fist on the ground in excitement. If executed successfully, the likelihood of success is indeed substantial. However, should any oversights occur, Donna's demeanor was far more measured, as he pondered while shifting the wooden bowls closer. My lord Levi, let us simulate the potential scenarios together. Shall we? Levi nodded in agreement, and the two began a tactical simulation beside the hearth, utilizing the wooden bowls as props. Sir Grays and Miss Fleischer sat nearby, occasionally interjecting their insights, and a strategy that would give the demons a most arduous time began to take shape within the confines of that humble wooden cabin. Chapter 76. The Demonic Army's Dilemma. Part 1. The village had been reduced to a desolate ruin. The once sturdy barriers and wooden walls lay in charred remnants, with patches still smoldering with dark crimson embers. Wisps of smoke curling up from the shattered wreckage. The clash of steel and the battle cries of both sides seemed to reverberate in the heavens, yet upon closer inspection, only silence prevailed, with faint echoes of dying groans and labored breaths. The defenders of the village had once resisted fiercely and resolutely, evidence of their struggle evident in every corner. The walls and barriers were spattered with dark red blood. The bodies of goblins and half-orcs lay strewn both within and outside the wooden walls, occasionally intermingled with one or two lesser demon corpses. The battle at the main gate of the wooden walls was particularly savage, with a dozen fully armed warriors holding the line. refusing to yield as they valiantly repelled an enemy several times their number, until the incinerators ended their resistance with fireballs. The infernal flame demon, Grutch, stood silently atop a hill, his blood-red eyes surveying the desolation below. A high-ranking demon capable of wielding fire, and the leader of this demonic army. Grutch prided himself on his calm judgment. Under his meticulous orchestration, the demon army captured the strongly fortified village with minimal losses, a feat that would undoubtedly please the esteemed lord. Grutchy mused, inhaling the air imbued with the exquisite scent of charred flesh, his eyes occasionally igniting with a bloodthirsty impulse. Yet, he admonished himself that the closer victory drew, the more patiently he must await its fruition. Upon the hill, in addition to the regimented demon army composed of lesser demons, there existed a similarly numbered detachment of half-orcs and goblins, relegated to the role of cannon fodder. These unfortunate souls had suffered grievous injuries in prior skirmishes, now languidly awaiting their fate, with several leaders among them appearing utterly dejected, casting glances down the hillside before resuming their hushed conversations. According to the customary practices of the demon army, after subduing a human settlement, it was the duty of the regular demon forces to handle the spoils, leaving the remnants for the most battered of the cannon fodder. It must be noted that the demon's abyssal homeland was so wretchedly inhospitable that their need for resources could only be described as ferocious. In places ravaged by the lesser demons, the desolation was such that even a mouse would emerge empty-pawed, carrying only 2 pouches of tears. Chief Waz, I have a task for you, Grutchy declared suddenly after a prolonged, cold gaze upon the ruins of the village. A tall, corpulent half-orc approached, somewhat taken aback. It was evident that among the leaders of the cannon fodder, this Waz was the strongest, clad in ill-fitting black armor. Its inadequacies compensated with thick furs. Though rough in appearance, it was nonetheless superior gear that elicited envy from the other half-orc leaders. Waz bowed deeply. He was still considerably taller than the infernal flame demon. Lord Grutchy, Waz stands ready to serve you. The half-orc's raspy voice, more suited for a brutish roar, was tempered by his caution. The last individual who dared to roar before Grutchy had met a fate reduced to a few charred bones. There is no need for such deference, Chief Waz. We demons have a profound respect for strength, and you undoubtedly belong to that category. Grutchy responded warmly, the crackling of flames in his voice sounding remarkably melodious. You and your subordinates have labored diligently these past few days. The successful conquest of this village should earn you a commendation. Chief Waz, it is my duty, Lord Grutchy, Waz replied, bowing even lower, a grotesque smile stretching across his brutish visage that was truly hard to behold. To reward you and your men, I have decided to allow you to partake in the fruits of victory first. What, Lord Grutchy? Do you mean? Waz was genuinely taken aback this time, straightening his posture, his small yellow eyes shining with uncontrollable joy and disbelief. Yes, indeed. Your task is this. Go down and take whatever you wish, Grutchy proclaimed loudly, gesturing generously towards the hillside below. Waz appeared eager to kiss the boots of the infernal flame demon, but he swiftly suppressed the urge. Firstly, the infernal flame demon wore no boots. Secondly, the aura of intense heat surrounding such a high-ranking demon would incinerate his lips upon contact. Waz hurried back to the detachment of goblins and half-orcs. And moments later, a cacophony of various voices erupted from that direction, the ecstatic half-orcs and goblins extolling the wisdom of Chief Waz in every language they could muster, before descending the hill in a chaotic swarm. These avaricious beings stormed into the ruins, kicking open every door and plundering everything within reach. Occasionally, a fortunate individual would stumble upon something enviable, only to be beset upon by 2 or 3 jealous rivals. Chief Waz, of course, chose the largest house in the village, and surprisingly, this seemingly strong yet simple-minded fellow exhibited remarkable caution, summoning a few trusted half-orcs to accompany him inside. Soon, the sounds of their astonished shouts echoed from within that dwelling. Observing this, a slight commotion stirred among the demon forces behind Grutchy. The lesser demons murmured softly, their eyes gleaming with a heightened bloodlust. A hellhound, as massive as a young calf, opened its maw, drool dripping and producing faint wisps of smoke on the ground. The savage horned demons grew increasingly restless, thumping their chests and emitting low, threatening growls. Grutchy, why allow those wretched cannon fodder to reap the benefits? Our noble horned demon clan is most displeased, boomed a rough voice as a colossal figure approached, blocking out the sky behind Grutchy. This creature, adorned with massive curved horns and covered in fiery red scales, emitted a threatening growl from its tooth-laden maw. The figure was none other than the horned demon overseer, known for its brawn and simplicity among the high-ranking demons. Gruchy cast a disdainful glance at the hulking beast and replied, his voice laced with the crackling of flames, "Overseer Bipa, use your ludicrously foolish mind to contemplate this. How many guards were there in that village? How many have perished in recent battles? Should we not send these cannon fodder to scout ahead instead of risking our own men?" As if to validate Gruchy's words, a piercing scream erupted from the ruins, followed by a frenzied rush of goblins and half-orcs fleeing from the houses in a panic. Most of them bore fresh, bloodied wounds, and the number escaping was significantly lower than those who had entered. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from the house where Chief Was had entered, as if an entire armed battalion lay in ambush within. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that the cries and howls emanating from within belonged solely to the half-orcs. Could it be that these cannon fodder have turned upon one another? Gruchy mused, unable to suppress the thought. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. When the demon army had gathered the cannon fodder, they had not taken into account the original allegiances of the half-orcs and goblins. Often pulling together tribes rife with blood feuds, that it was easy to surmise what the morale and discipline of such a force would be like. However, this was precisely the situation the demon leaders hoped to witness. As a united force would not willingly accept their role as mere cannon fodder, a particularly chilling roar pierced the air, and a stout, towering figure emerged step by step from the silhouette. It was unmistakably Chief Was, though his half-orc allies did not follow him out. What a fine blade! Truly formidable, Chief Was muttered hoarsely, as his black armor suddenly split down the middle, sliding away from his body. Subsequently, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, crimson liquid pooling beneath him, rapidly soaking the earth around. Chapter 77. The Dilemmas of the Demon Army, Part 2. A vibrantly clad goblin appeared remarkably nimble, discarding all encumbrances as he sprinted from the village, shouting all the while that if one were to solely listen to his cries, they might believe an entire knightly order was pursuing him. The demon forces arrayed upon the hill became a sanctuary in the goblin's eyes, and he rushed up the slope, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as he glanced back. No pursuers were in sight. Below the hill, a chaotic swarm of goblins and half-orcs scurried about like headless flies. Suddenly, a massive hand reached out from behind, seizing the goblin's head and hoisting him aloft. The fearsome and dull-witted visage of Overseer Bipa loomed before the goblin, the grotesque horns nearly poking into its eyes. Witnessing the goblin's skin turn a sickly yellow from sheer terror, Bipa erupted into a malevolent laugh, a sulphurous breath washing over the goblin's face. "Speak quickly. What did you encounter?" Bipa bellowed. "Humans lying in ambush, warriors, many of them. All dead, those who entered," the goblin whimpered, trembling like a sapling in a storm. "This is precisely why I sent these cannon fodder to scout ahead," Gruchy interjected, approaching with a tone of mockery. "Do you see? Had we ventured forth, one among us would have met the same fate as that foolish half-orc chief. The horned demon clan fears nothing." Bipa roared at Gruchy before opening his toothy maw and stuffing the goblin inside. The piercing shriek of the goblin reverberated through the air, only to be abruptly silenced within the throat of the horned demon commander. Bipa. He ground his jaw, emitting a ghastly crunching sound as he chewed on bones. A few drops of murky black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, releasing a nauseating stench. Even Bipa struggled to endure this foul odor. With a huff, he expelled a gory mass onto the ground. Fuming, "This stench is unbearable. Goblins are utterly worthless. Human children are far more delectable. I wonder when I shall have the pleasure of tasting one." This remark ignited Gruchy's lust for slaughter. The crimson throat of the infernal flame demon writhed. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva as hot as magma, he took several deep breaths, exhaling brilliant yellow flames through his nostrils. Just wait. It shan't be long," Grutch replied, partly addressing Bipa's inquiry while also admonishing himself to restrain the primal urge of the burners to incinerate everything in sight. He beckoned with a finger, summoning several impatient little demons who rushed forth. "You lot, take the cannon fodder and search once more." The retreating goblins and half-orcs huddled together in fear at the base of the hill, and the little demons, armed with curses and kicks, begrudgingly drove them into the village, forcing them to cluster together before selecting a few unfortunate souls to begin their house-to-house search. This strategy proved remarkably effective. The number of individuals that could be concealed within each dwelling was limited, and the soldiers unearthed had no choice but to roar and fight to the death. They swiftly felled the hapless intruders, yet under the relentless assault of several times their number of goblins and half-orcs, they could not hold out for long, one by one succumbing to the overwhelming tide. When a scream echoed from the third house, the warriors lying in ambush in the other homes could no longer contain themselves, charging forth with shouts to engage the goblins and half-orcs in the streets. The morale of the goblin and half-orc cannon fodder had already been negligible, and now, caught off guard, they fell into disarray. Some brash half-orcs bellowed for combat, while many others sought to flee from the sharp blades. The little demon screeched, attempting to organize a line of resistance, yet the goblins' desperate yearning for survival clearly surpassed their fear of demons. And the small demons were soon engulfed in a chaotic swirl of yellow and green, observing the goblins and half-orcs being cut down one by one, with the remaining few either feigning death or fleeing in terror. Grutch did not feel anger, but rather erupted into gleeful cackles. Shortly thereafter, the lean, towering figure of Hellfire arose from the hill, pointing a finger towards the ruins of the village below. "The time has come. Kill them." With his gesture, the demons, long restrained by their thirst for bloodshed, unleashed earth-shattering roars, resembling a murky torrent of red and black cascading down the hillside. The assault of the demonic army was devoid of any pretense, nor did it require any. In addition to over 100 little demons, 10 horned demons, and several hellhounds joined this onslaught. Had the human village been fortified with robust defenses, they might have repelled the demons with high walls and barricades. However, all had been reduced to ruins, and the last vestiges of human resistance remained entangled with the goblins and half-orcs, unable to form a coherent front. "Victory is certain," Grutch proclaimed proudly to the nearby burners, who bowed before him, extolling his great wisdom. Grutch felt an exhilarating thrill, a sensation that even suppressed his primal desires for slaughter and flames. He stood upright upon the hill, wishing to savor this rare experience a while longer. But as he inadvertently turned his head, a look of horror involuntarily crept into his blood-red eyes. In the dense forest to the side of the hill, shadows began to flicker, occasionally glinting with metallic reflections, indicating a presence of no less than 100 figures, reinforcements for the humans. Grutch shook his head, unable to believe his eyes, yet those figures did not vanish with his disbelief. Moreover, in his sight, a tall, slender archer clad in a hooded cloak was drawing back his bow, aiming in this direction. The distance was at least 200 paces, and a mocking smirk appeared on the infernal flame demon's face. Based on his experience, few humans could manage to shoot an arrow this far, let alone with lethal force. Yet, beneath Grutch's disdainful gaze, the archer calmly drew his longbow, then released, sending a dazzling silver arrow hurtling toward him. Grutch instinctively ducked, and fortunately he made this choice. A shimmering arrow grazed his scalp, soaring past him. Its momentum undiminished, it buried itself deep within the chest of a burner standing behind him. It was only when that burner cried out in agony and collapsed that Grutch heard the sharp whistle of the arrow slicing through the air. The speed of this arrow was even greater than the sound of the wind. Grutch felt his scalp tingle. He had never encountered such an archer, as a master of flame manipulation. Even an ordinary burner could launch fireballs to a distance of around 100 paces, while Grutch, as an advanced demon evolved from the burners, could strike any enemy within a range of 150 paces with explosive fireballs. The maximum range for ordinary human archers was between 80 and 100 paces, and at that range, they could not threaten the burners, who would only meet a tragic end amidst the inferno. Thus, the demon army had always employed the burners to counter archers. Yet, before that formidable marksman, Grutch experienced a chilling brush with death. The infernal flame demon trembled all over. And then he noticed that behind that archer appeared dozens of figures, all similarly attired and armed with longbows that sent shivers down his spine. The burners had yet to come to their senses from the earlier assault. They roared in fury, gathering fireballs in preparation to retaliate against the approaching figures. The foremost individuals simultaneously drew their bows, and terrifying silver light erupted from their hands like shooting stars. The leading two burners were immediately pierced through by the arrows, their fireballs spiraling out of control and erupting with ferocity, scorching two blackened marks several meters wide upon the hillside. Only then did the remaining burners awaken to the reality of the distant assault. Their fireballs stood no chance against the arrows launched from 200 paces away, and they had no choice but to disperse the gathered fire elements, awkwardly huddling atop the hill. Fortunately, the uneven terrain of the hill provided ample rocks and thickets to obscure their visibility. The archers, possessing such extraordinary range, seemed to hesitate briefly, with some redirecting their longbows toward the demons charging towards the village ruins. Another volley was unleashed, this time yielding even more splendid results. The little demons crumbled beneath the strikes of these arrows, with some arrows piercing one little demon before embedding themselves in another. The red-black torrent faltered momentarily, followed by a thunderous roar as Baipa, the horned demon commander, bellowed angrily, an arrow shaft hanging from his shoulder. "Grutch, what are you doing? You let the enemy's archers slip through." Crouched behind a rock, the infernal flame demon scoffed, not raising his head. "Baipa, open your eyes and see where those arrows are coming from. The enemy is positioned far beyond the range of fireball spells. What do you want me to do? Damn it." A sharp whistle cut through the air, a blinding silver light piercing through the massive rock shielding Grutch's body, embedding itself deep into the ground at his feet. Cursing, Grutch shifted to the side, scrutinizing the scene ahead that a line of warriors emerged from the forest, armed with long spears and clad in thick armor. Exuding high morale as they stepped out in synchronized formation, gradually adjusting their distances to form a solid phalanx, advancing forward. 12 in each row, 10 rows in total, such a regimented march must have undergone rigorous training. Abyssal worms, this is a regular human army. Grutch squinted against the metallic glint of the spearheads, and as he calculated the numbers and relative strength of this force, he immediately uttered a vicious curse. The infernal flame demon understood all too well that completely annihilating the mining village would likely prove impossible. Furthermore, the combat prowess of this human regular army far exceeded his expectations, before the terrifying range of those archers. The burners, who were supposed to be Archer's nemesis, appeared utterly fragile. Another wave of arrows descended upon the demon army, but this time, having been forewarned, their losses were significantly lower than before. Nonetheless, 4 or 5 little demons collapsed, and one horned demon was gravely wounded, blood gushing as he fell, rendered incapable of further combat. "Grutch, you coward who only knows how to play with fire from the back, the human infantry is upon us. Let them taste the might of hellfire." The demon commander Baipa bellowed furiously while using his fists and feet to drive his subordinates, the horned demons and lesser fiends, into formation. However, his efforts were evidently in vain. Though the demons were brutal and fierce, they were not entirely devoid of fear for death. The arrows that occasionally rained down upon them instilled a sense of dread, causing most of the demons to furtively glance around for an escape route, even as they struggled to maintain their formation. The art of obliterating human infantry with fireballs was a hallmark of the Burners clan. Yet, Grutch, the Hellfire demon, was reluctant to risk being pierced by arrows while launching fireballs at those seemingly elite soldiers. Throughout the ordeal, 2/3 of the archers remained vigilant, led by a tall, slender sharpshooter, keeping a watchful eye on the movements atop the hill. Grutch calculated silently. In the recent arrow barrage, only 4 of his burners remained. Should he cast a fireball now? Even if he managed to unleash one volley, his position would surely be revealed. At that moment, over 20 archers lay in wait, and it was easy to imagine a torrential downpour of arrows descending upon them, turning all the burners, including himself, into pincushions. Such a fate was far from what Grutch desired. As a high-ranking archdemon, he aspired to ascend further, to the rank of lord or beyond. Dying here would leave him with nothing. Contemplating this, Grutch found himself wavering. The neighing of horses echoed from the dense forest, followed closely by several knights, their bodies shimmering faintly with martial energy, spurring their steeds forth from behind the pike formation. Yet this was not the end. Behind the knights strode 2 robed figures, their heads adorned with the iconic pointed hats of wizards. Instantly, a stir erupted within the demon ranks. The appearance of knights and wizards confirmed that the opposing forces were indeed elite. The hellhounds, which had just moments ago been howling ferociously amidst the rain of arrows, fell silent, retreating a few steps in trepidation. "What are you afraid of? They are merely wizards. Those feeble beings hide behind their walls, hurling fireballs, too cowardly to confront us directly." Observing the instability within his troops, the demon commander Baipa unleashed a thunderous roar, gesturing with his enormous arm toward the 2 robed figures. Do they think wearing robes makes them wizards? The valiant horned demons will not be deceived. Kill them. With this command, 2 oddly shaped horned demons burst forth from behind Baipa. These 2 appeared even frilier than the average horned demon, lacking the thick, resilient hide that characterized their kind. However, their hind legs were exceptionally powerful, muscles and veins coiling beneath their skin, creating a frightening display, while their twisted horns protruded menacingly downwards, exuding an aura of malevolence. The 2 demons let out deafening howls, Then, bending their hind legs, they propelled themselves skyward with a sound reminiscent of a bowstring twanging, leaping several dozen meters into the air. This was a terrifying display of agility. The two horned demons landed directly in front of the pike formation. Witnessing the fearsome creatures descending from above, many of the seemingly formidable pikemen could not suppress their frightened exclamations. However, those in the front ranks maintained their composure, leveling their pikes forward while issuing a deep, resonant shout. "Attention! Protect above!" The pikemen behind them snapped to attention, lowering their gleaming pikes at an angle to shield the formation overhead. Should the two demons attempt to dive into the pike formation, they would certainly be speared as though they were mere swine. However, the two demons had no intention of targeting the pike formation. The resounding howls echoed once more as they soared above it, aiming directly for the two wizards who had just emerged from the forest. The timing of their assault was impeccable. The wizards, positioned behind the pike formation, were initially safe, allowing the knights meant to protect them to charge forward with confidence, prepared to deliver a crushing blow to the demons. Yet, this left the vulnerable wizards to face the wrath of two ferocious demons descending from the sky without protection, as the howling horned demons prepared to strike the human wizards. Bipa's excitement surged. The glory of slaying wizards was immense. Even if he could not triumph over the human army afterward, he would still earn the favor of a demon lord for orchestrating such a successful ambush. Once that moment came, the wizard who merely cowered behind the lines would no longer dare to challenge Lord Bipa. Grutch's attention was drawn to the leaping demons, but unlike Bipa, whose heart swelled with anticipation, the Hellfire demon seethed with malice, uttering vile curses. Much like Bipa, he understood the consequences of the two human wizards' demise. As the commander of the assault, Bipa would undoubtedly be rewarded by the demon lord, while Grutch, as the commander of the entire demon force, had but one option left: to obliterate the human army in a desperate bid for equal recognition. But how easy would it be to annihilate this elite human force? What perplexed Grutch, however, was that the two wizards showed no signs of panic. Instead, they stood their ground, calmly observing the descending horned demons. "Come forth," shouted the more robust of the wizards, his voice booming like that of a warrior. With his shout, he raised his hand, gesturing at the charging horned demon. Divine Strike, Steel Thunder. With the tall wizard's incantation, 5 violet beams of light erupted from his outstretched fingers, slicing through the air with unerring precision to strike the two howling horned demons mid-flight. A series of low, rumbling explosions followed as the demons' bodies quaked, emitting piercing cries that now betrayed their sheer terror. "This is arcane missile, and 5 of them at once." Grutch gasped in astonishment, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as the crimson hue drained from them. To launch 5 arcane missiles simultaneously, this wizard must be at least level 9. Abyss below, he is a high-ranking mage. Grutch muttered to himself, beads of deep crimson sweat forming on his forehead, sizzling as they met the flame shield that surrounded him. What did the presence of a high-ranking mage signify? Certainly, it meant access to devastating area of effect spells such as Lightning Bolt, Ice Storm, and Fireball, as well as various game-changing support spells like Mass Terror and Haste. Grutch harbored no doubts about humanity's hatred for demons. That high-ranking mage would not hesitate to unleash his spells, and it was only a matter of moments before terrible magic would rain down upon the demons. With 2 resounding thuds, the howling horned demons plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, appearing utterly wretched. Yet, just as quickly, they began to howl, struggling to rise to their feet. While the howling horned demons were indeed slightly more slender than their common kin, they still stood around 2 meters tall, possessing a formidable physique of 150 pounds of muscle, even without the element of surprise from their leap. They remained far more resilient than the 2 wizards. The arcane missiles had blasted gaping wounds into their bodies, and while such injuries would likely incapacitate a human, these 2 fiends appeared only enraged, baring their teeth and emitting terrifying roars. Then, there was no further action. A deep crimson fireball erupted from the smaller wizard's hand, spinning through the air toward the 2 howling horned demons, trailing a long tail of flame that promised considerable power. The howling demons, however, did not seem overly concerned. The fireball approached at a moderate pace, and with their incredible agility, they could likely evade it. Yet, instead of dodging, the 2 demons merely raised their arms to shield their vital areas, bracing themselves to endure the explosion. Our kind thrives amidst the searing infernos of sulfur. The temperature of a fireball is nothing to us. Bipa bellowed with savage laughter, mercilessly mocking the wizard who had cast the fireball. Bipa was not entirely mistaken. Typically, human mages would avoid using fireballs against demons due to their considerable heat and area of effect. The reason for this was clear. Demons hailed from the terrifying abyss, where choking smoke and unquenchable flames of sulfur raged incessantly. Even the weakest demon possessed remarkable resistance to extreme heat, let alone the horned demons, who dwelled in the sulphurous inferno. Utilizing the fireball spell to assault these sluggish yet formidable behemoths yields scarcely any commendable outcomes. However, Refugee, stationed atop the hill, harbored a different perspective. The expression of the infernal flame demon was rather peculiar, seemingly tinged with a hint of regret, yet predominantly infused with a sense of nonchalance. "Fool, can't you discern the potency of that fireball?" Refugee muttered, subsequently projecting a mental command towards the nearby burners. This was a distinctive ability of the infernal flame demons, allowing them to command their kindred burners and the lesser fire throwers. "Withdraw immediately now." The directive conveyed through the mental command was unequivocal, despite feeling perplexed by the sudden order. The remaining burners, having endured the marksman's onslaught, complied without hesitation. These flame-wielding adept beings gradually descended the hillside until they could no longer perceive the terrifying archers, at which point they straightened up and fled desperately into the distance. A thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball struck the ground between two howling horned demons, unleashing a brilliant eruption of fiery clouds and a scorching wave that radiated outward. Yet, amidst the fire cloud, two high-pitched howls echoed, imbued with a tone of apparent pride. "Ha ha ha, splendid work. Horned demons, charge forth and slay them." The horned demon General Bipa spat a foul foam from the corners of its mouth, clenching its massive fists and waving them above its head. Its heart raced wildly. If only it could obliterate one of those two sorcerers. No, simply vanquishing one would suffice, and it would promptly retreat. Even at the cost of abandoning its entire legion, the triumph of eliminating a high-ranking sorcerer far outweighed the price of losing these subordinates. Moreover, should the demonic forces face complete annihilation, the greater culpability would fall upon that coward who toyed with fire. Contemplating this, Bipa turned its thick neck, eager to glimpse the disheveled expression of Lord Refugee atop the hill. However, all it could see were the red-black figures nearly vanishing on the distant horizon. Refugee had fled the battlefield. The implications of such an action were unfathomable. Unlike the horned demon General Bipa, Refugee, as the leader of this demonic army, abandoning its troops and escaping with a handful of loyalists would result in severe repercussions. At the very least, stripping it of all authority and reducing it to the rank of a common soldier. For demons, relinquishing power was no trivial matter. Indeed, some would rather forsake their very lives than surrender even an ounce of authority. Based on Bipa's understanding of Refugee, while the infernal flame demon valued its life somewhat more, power was undoubtedly the second most vital thing to it. Or perhaps Refugee sensed some life-threatening peril? The moment this thought flickered in Bipa's mind, it couldn't help but scoff at its own fanciful notions. Yet, almost immediately, a cacophony of wails pierced its ears. It was the howling horned demons. Their voices no longer carried any semblance of pride. Instead, they screamed in desperate agony, their bodies stumbling and rolling beneath the shroud of the fire cloud. Bipa recognized these too as its trusted horned demons, known for their brutal ferocity, even if their hearts were extracted and roasted. They would not emit such cries. This was a sound that could only emanate from the depths of despair and suffering, a final lamentation. The abyss below. What on earth have they encountered? The horned demon General Bipa felt an icy chill enveloping its body. Glancing at the two sorcerers, then at the advancing phalanx of spears, an overwhelming sensation of helplessness surged within. Another volley of arrows rained down upon them, and several lesser demons let out shrieks, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a silver flash erupted, and the head of a horned demon exploded, its molten brain matter spraying Bipa's torso. A tall, slender figure wielding a silver longbow appeared atop the hill. Behind this formidable archer, more figures clad in cloaks, armed with longbows, emerged, gathering in small clusters before drawing their bows in unison. In the ruins of the village to the right, the last batch of desperately resisting half-orcs fell to the ground, while the village defenders, though bloodied and appearing grievously wounded, were bolstered by a fervent battle spirit, roaring as they flanked the enemy. Retreat. Immediate retreat. The horned demon General Bipa emitted a strange cry, spinning around and fleeing with all its might at the swiftest pace it could muster. The demonic army, which had only held its formation due to Bipa's violent suppression, erupted into disarray, lesser demons flapping their wings and scattering wildly. hellhounds scurrying into the depths of the forest like lost dogs. While the slow, robust horned demons, after a moment of daze, finally remembered to pursue Bipa's fleeing figure, joining the retreat. Chapter 80. A hollow victory in essence. Demons are exceedingly selfish. If it were a human army retreating, there would invariably be those left behind to cover the retreat. Perhaps it would be a wounded veteran, a knight willing to die with sword in hand for the sake of honor, or a squire remaining in loyalty to their knight. However, upon the utterance of the retreat command by horned demon General Bipa, all demons turned and fled as if driven mad, entirely disregarding the peril of being ambushed from behind as their formation collapsed. In the minds of the vast majority of demons, the sole condition for ensuring their survival was to outrun those around them. Strangely, the elite human reinforcements did not fervently pursue, aside from the archers unleashing another 2 rounds of arrows. Taking down the last few scattered lesser demons, neither the mounted knights nor the phalanx of spears displayed any intention of trailing the retreating demons. The figures atop the hill, those wielding longbows, appeared to exhale in relief, several of them collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The 2 sorcerers at the rear hastened to catch up, joining the phalanx of spears, the taller of the 2 sorcerers. Upon stepping into the phalanx, couldn't help but burst into an exuberant laugh. Haha, Lord Liyue, your plan has succeeded splendidly. Those demons are fleeing with their tails between their legs. The shorter sorcerer gently shook his head, removing his hood to reveal the youthful face of Liyue, the night squire. Yet, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and given the current chilly weather, it was evident that it was not merely the weight of his robes causing such perspiration. Mr. Tongna, I sensed this plan was rather too perilous. Had the demons been more united, the risk posed by the burners atop the hill launching fireballs, or the advance of the horned demons and lesser demons, could have led to our ruin. Liyue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, expressing his unease. 3 mounted knights circled from another direction, converging with the phalanx of spears. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent why they lacked the desire to pursue the retreating demons. Although they appeared to be 3 fully armored knights, 2 of them were merely crusader swordsmen in disguise. These alchemical warriors were the undisputed kings of ground combat, requiring ropes to secure themselves to their saddles when masquerading as knights. Only the female knight, Miss Fleischer, possessed the requisite equestrian skills to gallop while engaging in swordplay. However, sending her alone to chase the retreating demons could easily arouse the suspicion of the cunning fiends, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. The figures atop the hill gradually descended, led by the lanky form of Sir Gress, the demon-slaying archer. In truth, the fearsome silver flashes emanating from this direction were solely his doing. To ensure a denser volley of arrows struck the demons head-on, Sir Gress had dispatched all alchemical warrior archers to support the phalanx of spears, forming a unit with the inadequately trained female scouts to intimidate the burners atop the hill. Had the commander of the burners not been the cunning and paranoid infernal flame demon Grookie, Sir Gress's audacious endeavor might have ended in a disastrous fate that a simultaneous volley of fireballs from the burners would surely overwhelm Sir Gress's silver fur longbow. While the phalanx of spears, aside from the front row of alchemical warrior spearmen, was comprised of militia clad in identical garb, encountering a fireball assault would spell catastrophic losses and lead to an immediate collapse of their formation. If an elite unit could not withstand a single onslaught, such a scenario would undoubtedly raise the demon's suspicions, thereby completely undermining Liyue's plan. Should that occur, rescuing the mining village would naturally become an unattainable task, and the safety of Liyue and his companions would be gravely jeopardized. Following Liyue's admonition, several individuals, having grasped this reality, displayed expressions of trepidation. The previous plan had harbored numerous oversights and vulnerabilities. Any single flaw discovered could lead to the entire scheme's failure. Fortunately, the demons had erred even more significantly. The infernal flame demon Grookie, as the overall commander, misjudged the situation and fled first, while the howling horned demons, as a means of assault, miscalculated their target, initially being struck down by Tongna's magical ring from the sky, and subsequently incinerated into charred corpses beneath Liyue's fireball spell. The reason for the formidable fire resistance of the howling horned demon proving ineffective lies largely in the fact that the fireball spell cast by Liyue diverges from conventional magical flames. This alchemy-driven fireball does not merely constitute a pure aggregation of fire elements, rather, it is infused with a trace of divine power. This revelation prompted the Hellfire demon Grookie to choose an immediate retreat upon sensing it. Perceiving Liyue, dressed in the guise of a mage, as a hidden identity of a sorcerer, generally speaking. Only when a mage transcends the formidable barrier of level 11 and comprehends the essence of magic can they intermingle a thread of primordial power into their spells, thereby manifesting a uniquely potent form of magic. At this juncture, the mage is deemed a sorcerer. The moment the Hellfire demon realized it might encounter a sorcerer, the fact that it did not cower in terror was already remarkable. After all, this is a being so fearsome that even the Lord of Demon Lords would not dare to claim victory, as the retreating demon army gradually vanished into the dense forest. The guards of Mine Pit Village halted their pursuit. These warriors, having fought valiantly for days, were utterly fatigued, swaying unsteadily at the moment they came to a stop, with several collapsing to the ground. A man clad in a crimson cloak approached unsteadily, and as Li Wei drew nearer, he discerned that this was no ordinary red, but rather the hue of blood soaked through his armor. The man appeared relatively youthful, yet exhaustion rendered him nearly incapable of standing. Nevertheless, he stood tall before Li Wei and the others, thumping his chest with his fist, proclaiming loudly, "I am Gillard, the current captain of the defense team for Mine Pit Village. At your service, my lords. May I be so bold as to inquire if you are the reinforcements sent by Baron Lyon's castle?" "Gillard, is that you?" "This armor should belong to Miss Fleischer," dismounted her steed, her voice trembling suddenly, as if gripped by an ominous premonition. Gillard turned his head aside, not immediately answering Miss Fleischer's inquiry. That a brief silence enveloped the group like a dark cloud. Li Wei, Donna, and Grace remained silent, gazing at Fleischer's face etched with sorrow. "Sir Gryphus, shortly after your breakthrough, the demon army launched a particularly fierce assault. In addition to the frontline cannon fodder, the demon army dispatched elite troops for a surprise attack from the rear. The defense line at the back of the village could not hold, and it was only with Sir Martin leading a counterattack that the demon army was driven out once more. The Lord fought valiantly, personally slaying no less than 10 demons, but the treacherous demons had set an ambush with several howling horned demons for a sneak attack." Gillard paused, bowing to Li Wei and Donna before continuing. "It was those very monsters that were slain by the 2 esteemed mages. They pounced from the air, catching Lord Martin off guard, and he sustained grave injuries on the spot." Chapter 81. The Old Knight's Charge, Part 1. It is difficult to encapsulate the expression on Miss Fleischer's face in that moment. If one were to employ a somewhat inappropriate metaphor, it could be said that her entire countenance illuminated with intensity. The female knight abruptly reached out, grasping Li Wei's arm, and in an urgent tone inquired, "Gillard, please tell me, where is Lord Martin?" Gillard gestured towards the largest building in the village, his voice tinged with sorrow. "The Lord is there, Sir Gryphus. Please accept my condolences." A whirlwind surged past Gillard, prompting the village captain to close his mouth in astonishment as he gazed in slight daze at the composed female knight, who, hand in hand with a stranger, charged towards the house where Sir Martin resided. A half-orc's corpse lay face up before the entrance of that house, and as Fleischer pulled Li Wei along, hastily attempting to circumvent it, she caught a glimpse of the half-orc's chest out of the corner of her eye, causing her entire body to shudder and come to a halt. "It is Chief Fatsi of the Blood Valley tribe." Fleischer's voice trembled. "This creature is quite fearsome. Although he has not comprehended the seed of fighting spirit, he has nonetheless attained the level of a warrior through the superior physique of a half-orc. How could he have fallen here? Is there anyone in the village capable of slaying him?" Li Wei's gaze flickered towards Chief Vatsi's corpse. The half-orc appeared exceedingly corpulent and robust, his yellow-green, coarse skin riddled with protruding flesh lumps, and his 2 yellowed tusks jutted out from thick lips, rendering him a truly fearsome and grotesque sight. Li Wei could almost envision the terror of this half-orc as he bellowed wildly with his mouth agape. Yet now, he lay still on the ground, transformed into a lifeless husk devoid of any vitality. A sword wound cleaved through the heavy black armor worn by the half-orc, deeply etched into his chest. Beyond this, Li Wei discerned no other injuries. Tio fell a level 7 warrior, and a half-orc warrior at that, with a single strike. Although half-orcs are not particularly known for their intelligence, their physicality far surpasses that of humans at the same level, endowing them with a tenacity for life. As Li Wei traversed the path, he observed many half-orcs slain by the village guards, some still twitching with their necks half severed, struggling for breath. What sort of power could accomplish such a feat? Filled with reverence for the unknown warrior within the house, Li Wei took a couple of steps towards the slightly ajar door, only to realize that Fleischer had not followed, remaining dazed and rooted beside the half-orc's corpse. "Miss Fleischer, what troubles you?" Li Wei inquired with concern. In Mine Pit Village, there is absolutely no one capable of slaying Chief Fatsi with a single sword strike. This sword, Lord Martin, have you resorted to that? The female knight covered her face with her hands, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Gryphus, is that you? A weary, aged voice echoed from within the partially opened door, causing the female knight to tremble violently before she looked up, a mixture of surprise and joy illuminating her face as she gazed towards the door. I am Gryphus. No, Fleischer, Lord Martin, are you unharmed? Fleischer responded affirmatively, then hurriedly rushed into the doorway. Lyon followed closely behind her, entering the room that held an air of mystery for him. The interior was dimly lit, and as soon as he stepped inside, a potent stench of blood assaulted his senses, mingling with the heavy odor of half-orc body odor, prompting Lyon to wrinkle his brow. In the murky light, several half-orc corpses lay sprawled across the floor, each possessing only a singular wound, with congealed crimson clots of blood forming around the injuries. From both their positions and depths, these did not seem particularly fatal, yet those robust half-orc warriors had succumbed to what appeared to be minor wounds. Their breath completely extinguished, Lyon felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and then a flash of realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, causing him to halt abruptly. Fighting spirit celestial splendor. The young squire uttered this term with awe, gazing at the fallen half-orcs, feeling an inexplicable sense of reverence. Like mages, knights too could only attain the ability to perceive primordial power upon ascending to level 11, subsequently integrating this power into their fighting spirit seed, thus elevating their fighting spirit from mere scattering to celestial splendor, the highest realm of fighting spirit beneath the legendary tier. Legendary figures are so named because their numbers are exceedingly scarce, each representing a series of seemingly miraculous tales. In contrast to legendary figures, knights who have mastered celestial splendor or sorcerers imbued with primordial power appear somewhat more tangible. As a squire, Lyon harbored deep admiration for the power of knights. Now, on the verge of witnessing a knight of celestial splendor, his heart raced with excitement, and he felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Stepping past the half-orc corpses, he spotted an elderly man clad in a gray linen shirt seated at the far end of the room, tenderly stroking Fleischer's head as he spoke softly. Is this Sir Martin? Lyon's heart quivered slightly. The elder bore an imposing countenance, a deep scar bisecting his face and causing the right corner of his mouth to droop ever so slightly. Exuding an air of perpetual arrogance, white whiskers framed the elder's cheeks, and his hair, of the same hue, encircled his head, as if bestowing upon him a halo of silvery light. The seemingly ordinary longsword lay upon the wooden table beside him, its blade stained crimson, still dripping blood, unmistakably the weapon that had felled several half-orc warriors. As the elder spoke in hushed tones, his other hand rested upon the sword's hilt, as if prepared to strike at a moment's notice, ready to vanquish a formidable foe. Lyon, come here. Fleischer, having heard the elder's words, turned pale with alarm, and without a moment for pleasantries, she called out anxiously to Lyon. Her tone was imbued with urgency, prompting Lyon to quicken his pace, approaching the elder and executing a perfectly formal knightly salute. Esteemed Sir Martin, my name is Lyon, and I am the squire of the Honorable Sir Stutton, the Viscount of Ryan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Sir Stutton. Ah, young man, so you are the squire of that old fellow. A glimmer of light seemed to briefly flash in the elder's eyes, yet his stern visage remained unchanged. This blunt address caused Lyon's complexion to shift slightly. The young man raised his head, his sharp gaze locking onto the elder. Esteemed sir, I implore you, do not tarnish the honor of Sir Stutton, for if you do, though I am aware of my inferiority, I shall challenge you to a duel. Chapter 82, The Old Knight's Bequest, Part 2. Upon hearing the young man's clear voice, laced with a hint of anger, the elder's lips curled slightly upward, and his demeanor softened considerably. Ah, my apologies. My words have led to a misunderstanding. Sir Stutton and I have been old friends for many years, and calling him an old fellow is merely a whimsical quirk of mine. The elder spoke with a tone of nostalgia, the upward curve of his lips and the relaxation of his wrinkles rendering his once imposing face much more benevolent. To meet the squire of an old friend before one's demise. Perhaps that is a stroke of luck. Young man, how fares the knight you serve? The elder's inquiry rendered Lyon momentarily silent, before the young squire replied in a somber tone, Sir Stutton fell in battle a month ago, slain by the demons during the siege. Is that so, Stutton? It seems you have indeed gone ahead of this old fellow. Upon receiving this news, The elder let out a gentle sigh, leaning back against the chair. A faint smile unexpectedly gracing his features. Sir, Li Wei ventured cautiously, while Fraser furrowed her brow in concern. However, the elder waved his hand dismissively, as if he had cast aside all burdens. Do not address me as sir. I am still a ways from that esteemed title. Though mere moments ago, I felt as if I had grasped the doorknob to that realm. Now I am weary, and pushing open that door is no easy task. The elder clasped his hands over his chest, smiling at Li Wei as he spoke. Young man, since you are the squire of that old fellow Stutton, surely there will come a day when you inherit his armor and sword. Indeed, that has been my steadfast ambition, Li Wei responded earnestly. Then, it seems I may leave you a token to aid you in swiftly achieving that wish. As the elder spoke, a glimmer of silver light began to emanate from where his hands were clasped. A warmth radiating from it, devoid of the coldness typically associated with metal, instead possessing a gentle quality that seemed to pulse as if alive. No, Master Martin, your injuries are grave. The transfer of your fighting spirit could cost you your life, Fraser exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. I am well aware of my own condition. Even without the transfer, I have little time left. Griffith. Oh, no, Miss Fraser, can you bear to see my fighting spirit extinguished? The elder's once imposing demeanor had faded entirely, leaving only a benevolent smile. As the silver light of fighting spirit appeared, the vitality that once brimmed within him began to wane, a pallor swiftly washing over his face. Li Wei, save him, I beg you, Fraser shouted, her voice quavering with emotion. Startled by the elder's sudden decline, Li Wei felt a rush of surprise. Moments prior, he had perceived no visible wounds on the elder. Instead, the vitality emanating from him had felt almost unreal, as if he possessed the vigor of a man in his 20s. Now, however, the elder's demeanor appeared exceedingly frail, the aura of age enveloping him. A soft, ethereal white light emanated from Li Wei's hand, illuminating the dim room. The elder's once bright eyes flickered with newfound astonishment, his body leaning slightly forward in reaction. Young man, are you a favorite of some deity? The elder's voice carried a unique gravitas, nearly causing Li Wei to falter in his breath. No, Sir Martin, while I do revere the valiant god of war, Baldur, I am not a favorite of his. The ability to wield healing arts is my secret, and I must beg your understanding in not disclosing all. Li Wei's explanation brought a look of relief to the elder's countenance. Any favorite of a deity would never deny their identity, for to do so could lead to the withdrawal of divine favor. The elder nodded slowly, then shook his head, stating, Young man, regardless of the source of your healing powers, for an old fellow like me, it is of little use now. Save your strength. No, Master Martin, Li Wei's healing art is exceptionally potent, truly on par with that of a regional bishop. This I have personally experienced, Fraser pleaded, her voice thick with emotion. You will recover. Allow him a chance. The elder's smile was tinged with resignation as he nodded at Li Wei, speaking in a feeble tone. Very well, young man. You may attempt to use your healing arts on me, and we shall see what transpires. What shall transpire? Li Wei pondered. Yet seeing the elder's complexion rapidly deteriorating, he understood he could not afford to delay further. He promptly directed the orb of light forward, casting it toward the elder's chest. The orb shimmered with a gentle white glow, gliding through the air, entering the elder's form, and then, to Fraser's eager gaze, it seemingly passed through without effect. What is happening? Why did the healing art not work? Fraser exclaimed in astonishment. Li Wei's surprise matched hers. He nearly rubbed his eyes to ensure he had not misperceived, though the white orb had traversed through the elder's body. It seemed to leave a trace of vitality behind, as the pallor of the elder's face receded slightly, and his voice grew a touch clearer. A formidable healing art indeed. It appears to have coalesced a fragment of primal energy. Miss Fraser, you were correct. This healing art has indeed reached the level of a regional bishop. The elder breathed softly, glancing at the sword resting on the table beside him. Alas, for one such as me, who has exhausted the last vestiges of vitality, no healing art can be of use. Li Wei, unwilling to concede, summoned his mental energy to activate the healing runes in his mind, conjuring another orb of white light. However, he also felt a slight pain in his head, a warning that his magical energy was nearly depleted. Observing Li Wei's efforts, the elder gently shook his head, saying, Young man, do not waste your efforts. My time is exceedingly precious now. Take my hand and accept this transfer of fighting spirit. Sir Martin, I cannot accept such a precious gift from you. Li Wei contemplated earnestly, choosing to decline with politeness yet directness. This is not a gift. It is merely an inheritance that an old fellow is unwilling to take with him. The elder replied with a smile, as Stutton's squire. Were I to have more time, I would impart the methods of mastering this fighting spirit to you just as I did for Miss Fraser. With your talents, you could certainly elevate this fighting spirit to greater depths. As the elder spoke, his voice suddenly faltered. Liwei swiftly directed the white orb into the elder's body. Although the orb, like before, passed through the elder's nearly withered form, it appeared to restore a modicum of his spirit. But I have no time left, so I can only choose to pass on this fighting spirit to prevent it from fading into oblivion. After finishing, the elder extended his trembling hands toward Li Wei. The silver fighting spirit dancing within his palms, radiating an enchanting glow. Sir Martin, has not Miss Fraser already received your teachings? How could this lead to the fading of your fighting spirit? Li Wei hesitated, still reluctant to grasp the elder's hands. Miss Fraser, due to her limitations, cannot truly attain the pinnacle of fighting spirit. Thus she is unable to receive my complete teachings. Moreover, I do not wish for her to expend her last reserves of strength. The elder's voice once more dwindled, and gazing into the flames of hope burning in his eyes, Li Wei finally nodded, taking a step forward and kneeling before the elder. In the name of Master Martin von Dyersland, Grand Knight of the Swordsmanship Academy of the Saver family, I beseech you to pass on your fighting spirit, your sword, and your family name to the one before you. This wish shall be fulfilled. Though the elder's hands possessed little strength, they remained dry and steadied. As the elder spoke, Li Wei felt a surge of warmth emanating from those hands, akin to two torrents of heat coursing into his palm and ascending his arm. As the searing heat passed through, a sensation akin to agony enveloped Li Wei, who gritted his teeth in endurance. The muscles in his arms twitched slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the heat surged to Li Wei's shoulders before swiftly cascading downward, igniting his entire body in a feverish blaze. An uncontrollable impulse compelled Li Wei to open his mouth and let out a tremendous cry. As if he were immersed in molten lava, with every bone and tendon thirsting to absorb this scorching power. Amidst this overwhelming amalgamation of pain and pleasure, Li Wei's senses seemed to momentarily falter, leaving him surrounded by an astonishingly radiant silver light. The air was filled with the deafening roars of countless voices, yet no matter how hard he concentrated, he could not discern their words. Just as a flicker of anxiety arose within him, the elderly man's voice, though hoarse and weary, rang in his ears with unwavering resolve. Young man, everything about this village is entrusted to you. Remember this, we are knights. And our creed is, to eradicate darkness, to show mercy to the weak, and to fear nothing. Li Wei murmured, and before him, the elder's dignified visage briefly illuminated with a warm smile before fading away. Suddenly, the silver light and the tumultuous noise vanished, leaving Li Wei in a daze as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he still knelt on one knee. Sir Martin sat quietly before him, his smile still warm, though the last vestiges of life had departed from him. Chapter 83, The Decision to Move, Part 1. As Li Wei and Fleischer emerged from the dwelling, it was nearly noon. Fleischer's eyes bore remnants of sorrow, yet her expression had regained the resolute demeanor of a knight. An unremarkable longsword hung at her waist, its hilt wrapped in linen that had darkened with frequent handling. The villagers of Mine Pit trudged through the ruins, their faces caked with dirt and blood, displaying an almost numbed expression. This countenance rendered them akin to a horde of specters, scarcely distinguishable from the corpses strewn across the clearing. Regardless of how prosperous this place once was, or the happiness it once harbored, all had turned to mere echoes of memory in the wake of the demonic calamity. The deceased were perhaps the fortunate ones, lying in quiet repose, free from sorrow and worry, leaving behind only endless grief and uncertainty for their surviving kin. The guards of Mine Pit displayed slightly better resilience than the common villagers, although most were battered and exhausted. The female archers brought by Sir Grey were perhaps lacking in combat training, yet their basic skills in bandaging and medical care proved remarkably proficient. Observing the guards awkwardly tending to each other's wounds, they swiftly produced linen bandages and first aid supplies to assist in the treatment. Captain Gillard, too, bore significant injuries. Days of relentless combat had drained the last remnants of strength from the young man. Nevertheless, he persisted until the final guard's wounds were cleaned and bandaged before collapsing against the wall. Unconscious, upon exiting the largest building, Li Wei and Fleischer were met with this somber scene. The loss of Sir Martin struck Fleischer profoundly. The female knight gazed vacantly at the surrounding ruins, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Li Wei's heart was heavy as well. This was not the first village ravaged by demons that he had witnessed, yet each time, it felt as though a fire ignited within his chest. Although both had suffered breaches in their defenses, the devastation wrought upon Mine Pit was evidently far greater than that of the refugee camp. The sturdy wooden walls and fences had been reduced to ash, with charred remnants littering the ground. Over 100 militia had toiled throughout the afternoon to clear the bodies scattered across the village, ultimately gathering those belonging to half-orcs, goblins, and demons into a pile and igniting a great conflagration. The flames cast a crimson glow upon the villagers' faces, gradually rousing them from despair as they stumbled toward the clearing, identifying the bodies one by one, the sounds of their anguished cries punctuating the air. The majority of Mine Pit's inhabitants were families of retired soldiers, meaning that every man was no stranger to swords and blades that in defense of their homeland. Each able-bodied man took up arms. Yet most now lay eternally in this soil, leaving behind only their kin's mourning and a profound enmity toward the demons. As darkness descended, thick fog encircled the village like a sinister specter. Numerous bonfires blazed, serving both to dispel the chilling dampness of the night and to provide shelter, as most structures had been destroyed by the demon army. Those that remained standing were perilously close to collapse. Residing in such dilapidated buildings was not an act of bravery, but rather folly. After arranging for the elderly, women, children, and the injured to take refuge in the few surviving houses, Li Wei and the others resolved to camp by the bonfire. The successful defeat of the demon army during the day had instilled a sense of exhilaration in the young militia, who huddled around the flames, wrapped in blankets and whispering amongst themselves. As the militia leader, Donald stood and called for attention several times, but to no avail, which only fueled his irritation, were it not for the fear of disturbing the elderly and frail who had finally drifted into slumber. He would have unleashed his renowned roar. All right, Mr. Donald. Let them converse for a while. Since yesterday they have been on the march, and after a long day today, once the excitement wanes, they'll surely sleep like the dead. Li Wei chuckled, restraining Donald, then turned to those seated by the bonfire. So, it seems the village of Mine Pit can hardly hold on any longer. Those seated with Li Wei included Donald, Sir Grey, Miss Fleischer, Captain Gillard, and a gaunt man wearing monocles. This man was of indeterminate age, appearing between middle-aged and elderly, dressed in a seemingly respectable manner, with sparse hair meticulously combed back, exuding an air of peculiar distinction. The sensation was not unfamiliar to Li Wei, though different. It brought to mind the old steward Tryon from the castle of Viscount Ryan. Both were genteel and well-dressed, yet Tryon appeared considerably more reserved. Indeed, Lord Li Wei, you have witnessed the village's plight. The losses are catastrophic. The gaunt man cleared his throat somewhat uneasily, retrieving a notebook from his pocket to read. The specifics are as follows. Over 70% of the houses have collapsed, while another 20% are in precarious condition, requiring extensive repairs before they can be utilized again. Lord Oro and his appointed successor, Sir Martin, have both perished, with a total of 182 fatalities and 56 serious injuries in the village. In addition, a significant number of livestock and grain have been destroyed. Aside from the injured, there are currently 270 villagers, the vast majority being the elderly, weak, or infirm. The weight of the gaunt man's voice extinguished any remnants of joy from Li Wei and the others. Li Wei's brow furrowed. He had certainly witnessed the devastation in Mine Pit, yet he had not anticipated the situation to be this dire. This gentleman. Lord Li Wei, please do not stand on ceremony. You are the designated successor of Sir Martin, so you may simply call me Steward Bart. The middle-aged man hastily waved his hands. Very well, Steward Bart. Please estimate how many resources would be required to rebuild Mine Pit. Li Wei queried without further ado. A flicker of barely perceptible excitement crossed Bart's gaunt face as he buried his head in the notebook, muttering calculations. Lord Li Wei, if this were before the calamity, at least 10,000 silver coins would be necessary. However, now, Bart sighed, closing the notebook with a wry smile. It is impossible to calculate. The prices of all materials have surged dramatically, while villagers can be persuaded to venture into the mountains for timber and stone. Items such as ironware and grain are simply unattainable, regardless of wealth. Chapter 84. The Decision to Move, Part 2. Ironware and grain can be procured through various means, yet this place is already in disarray. Even if we commence repairs immediately, it will take at least a dozen days to achieve any semblance of progress. Li Wei rubbed his forehead, feeling the heat radiating from it and sensing the gravity of the situation. A dozen days. That simply won't do. We must return to the camp at once. Sir Grey interjected in a hushed tone. This rescue operation has mobilized 90% of the manpower from the camp. Currently, there are only a handful of trained guards left. Were it not for Master Breeb's involvement with those strong blacksmith apprentices, we would have never managed to bring out this many people. Grace is correct. The camp is exceedingly desolate. Not to mention the potential for demon attacks. Even the passage of time could incite the presence of unstable elements, leading to a possible uprising, said Donna, his expression grave. Are we truly left with no choice but to abandon the village of the mine? Levi murmured. The captain of the guard, Gillard, who sat across the campfire, stood up in a fit of anger, exclaiming, I vehemently disagree. Sit down. A somewhat slender hand grasped Gillard's arm and pulled him down. Surprisingly, the seemingly robust Gillard could not resist the strength of that hand and plopped back into his original position. Although Fleischer appeared quite delicate and even somewhat fragile, her ability to don full metal armor and charge through the demon army's relentless barriers revealed that her strength vastly surpassed her outward appearance. Gillard, despite being a competent level 5 warrior, had yet to comprehend the seed of combat energy, making it commonplace for him to be subdued by Fleischer. Sir Knight Grievers, how can you? Gillard's face flushed crimson. His anger was not merely a result of being overpowered but stemmed from a deep sense of confusion. This is your master's domain, the territory of Sir Knight Martin. It now belongs to Lord Levi. Miss Fleischer replied coldly, the flickering firelight casting dancing shadows across her striking visage, making her expression appear somewhat mercurial. I refuse to accept this. The village of the mine was valiantly defended by Sir Knight Martin. If anyone is to inherit it, it should be you, Sir Grievers. On what grounds? Gillard argued vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Levi, who sat opposite him. On the basis of what I heard with my own ears, Master Martin's dying wish. Fleischer interrupted without hesitation, her azure eyes seemingly ablaze with some inner fire. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, Gillard felt an overwhelming chill descend upon him, rendering his intended words mere silent murmurs. Fleischer's fiery gaze then turned to the gaunt butler, Bart, who quickly raised his hands in a gesture of earnestness, exclaiming, Sir Grievers, I wholeheartedly support Lord Levi's decision. Moreover, abandoning the village of the mine is practically inevitable. Since this is Lord Levi's territory, we can take all necessary evidence with us, and when the demon calamity subsides, we shall certainly be able to reclaim it. The knight took a deep breath, the icy glint in her eyes softening slightly. She looked at Levi and, with a somewhat strained tone, said, Lord Levi, the distance to your village is indeed too great. Given our current strength, we cannot adequately attend to both locations. Thus, we must temporarily relinquish this place. As she reached the end of her statement, her voice choked with emotion. She abruptly raised her head, attempting to conceal the tears shimmering in her eyes. Yet unbeknownst to her, a few hot droplets had already traced their way through the air, falling at Levi's feet. Levi wished to comfort the seemingly fragile knight by placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. However, as he reached out, a sense of disquiet washed over him, prompting him to respond with silence. Instead, a chill breeze swept through, causing the campfire to flicker and crackle, embers swirling into the night sky. Creating a dazzling display, the fatigue of the day finally overwhelmed the militia, their initial excitement waning, replaced by the sound of continuous snores. Although Donna and Sir Grace were considerably strong, their exhaustion exceeded that of the average militiaman, and they both succumbed to sleep. Gillard had taken a brief rest in the afternoon, but a mere few hours were insufficient to restore his strength, and he too found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Only Miss Fleischer remained alert, bolstered by her combat energy. Levi and Butler Bart also refrained from slumber. The former, due to the recent acquisition of combat energy, was filled with excitement and hardly felt the need for sleep, while the latter, lacking the capacity to engage in battle, had spent the past few days hiding in the safety of the cellar, his demeanor somewhat listless yet still manageable. The three of them huddled together, conversing softly in the glow of the campfire. Bart produced a feather quill from his pocket, sharing the intelligence he possessed while diligently recording the discussions between Levi and Fleischer in his notebook. Following the onset of the demon calamity, vast expanses of land had been shrouded in dense fog, only dispersing during the peak of midday sunlight, providing a fleeting moment of clarity. With the drastic reduction in sunlight, numerous plant and animal species underwent mutations. The more vulnerable herbivores faced extinction, while the ferocious carnivores became increasingly cunning and ruthless. The refugee camp lay a half-day's walk from the village of the mine. With most of the paths carved through the dense forest, the villagers of the mine, primarily comprised of the elderly, women, children, and the injured, would take considerably longer than half a day to traverse this distance. Even before the calamity struck, relocating these hundreds of weak and wounded individuals to the refugee camp was a formidable challenge, let alone in the current circumstances. Levi and Fleischer strained their minds to devise various strategies with their limited forces. Yet the situation still felt rather constrained. The militia had not completed their combat training, rendering them little more than armed, ordinary villagers, while several competent warriors from the village of the mine had survived. Most bore severe injuries and would require more than half a month of rest and treatment to recover. Merely being able to walk was a considerable achievement, let alone defend themselves. The treacherous terrain, the cunning ferocity of wild beasts, and the lurking threat of demons could easily claim the lives of villagers during the migration. Even more perilous was the fact that, according to the passage of time, a slight deviation in their path could force them to spend a night within the forest, a potentially fatal situation. Additionally, Levi grappled with another thorny issue, the profound attachment of agrarian families to their land. At the onset of the calamity, Lord Ryan had contemplated organizing a mass migration, relocating several villages on the fringes of his territory, where defense was challenging, closer to the Viscount's castle. Regardless of the rightness of this notion, Lord Ryan wielded his authority, attempting to enforce it. Yet, the rustic folk, who typically trembled at the sight of even a lone knight, now stood resolute, vowing to defend their land, wielding scythes and pitchforks to courageously oppose the fully armed soldiers. Lord Ryan was undoubtedly furious, wishing to eliminate these peasants who dared defy his orders. However, with the demon calamity upon them and rogue demons appearing throughout the land, he could not afford to expend his limited forces on these obstinate villagers. Ultimately rescinding his orders and ceasing to concern himself with those villages. When Levi raised this possibility, Fleischer fell silent. The knight had traveled extensively with her mentor across the kingdom and was familiar with such situations. This was not a matter that could be resolved through mere persuasion or even violence. The crux of the issue was that Levi and his subordinates could no longer remain here. The following day marked their final deadline for departure. After all, the refugee camp was their foundation, and restoring the village of the mine's previous defensive strength would be inconceivable without at least half a month. Time was of the essence. The village of the mine had but one final night remaining. Chapter 85. A brief interlude on the journey. A patch of mottled fur gracefully leapt onto the treetop, emitting no sound louder than a breath, two eyes gleaming with a faint green light. Filled with hunger and greed, scanning the surroundings, this was a fully matured bobcat, the most formidable predator of the dense forest. Without exception, an adult bobcat possesses 200 pounds of muscle and the corresponding formidable strength, yet this massive beast could approach its prey with near-silent movements, its spotted coat augmenting its stealth, making it exceedingly difficult to detect within the thickets. However, this bobcat was not in optimal condition. Its once lustrous fur now appeared dull, and its abdomen was deeply sunken. The dense fog that accompanied the calamity had wreaked havoc on the ecosystem of the forest. Many weaker herbivores had perished helplessly, leaving only the strongest species to survive, which were often the most elusive to hunt. Though the bobcat was fierce, it would still hesitate when confronted by an enraged wild boar weighing 500 pounds, having gone several days without a proper meal. The fire in the bobcat's belly burned fiercely. As an experienced predator, it was all too familiar with this sensation, but it understood that this was a perilous signal. If it could not find sustenance before the fire consumed all its strength, it would face a long and cruel death by starvation. Anxiety flickered in its green eyes, yet the bobcat remained perched in its hiding spot among the branches. The forest had become unfamiliar to it, and erratic movements would only hasten its exhaustion. Faintly, the distant clamor reverberated through the air, causing the lynx's fluffy ears to tremble slightly as its keen gaze shifted towards the source of the sound. The dense forest appeared unchanged, shrouded in a thick mist, with the shadows of trees swaying ominously and pale branches twisting like the arms of a malevolent specter. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the lynx's eyes. For its innate instincts detected an unusual disturbance amidst the foliage. A medium-sized prey was traversing less than 150 meters ahead, in substantial numbers. The lynx suppressed the hunger gnawing at its belly, leaping down from the treetop like a wraith, seamlessly merging into the shadows of the underbrush, stealthily advancing towards the sound. The lynx's instincts were not mistaken. Approximately 150 meters to its right, hundreds of villagers, old and young, were trudging through the dense forest. Their movements appeared sluggish and clumsy, with many wrapped in bandages stained with droplets of blood. These were the villagers migrating from the mining village. To Levi's surprise, when he declared the decision to relocate that morning, the villagers seemed to accept it with remarkable ease. rendering the myriad justifications he had pondered through the night utterly redundant. Watching the villagers hastily packing their belongings and preparing for the move, the young knight's squire found himself momentarily speechless. The answer to this perplexity came from the lean butler, Bart. Most of the villagers from the mining village were soldiers under Lord Oro, and discipline is ingrained in their very bones. Relocation is not a formidable task. As long as it is your decision, my Lord Levi, we shall endeavor to fulfill it. A peculiar sense of crisis surged within him. At the forefront of the procession, Levi raised his left hand, and the entire group halted immediately at his signal, displaying a discipline uncommon among ordinary villagers. Sir Grace galloped up from behind, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, though it quickly morphed into a look of concern. My Lord Levi, has something occurred? Levi did not respond immediately. Instead, his eyes shimmered with the light of a detection spell as he scrutinized the environment. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of any unusual sounds apart from the breaths of those nearby. As far as his vision extended, the mist swirled, and the dense thickets and shrubs morphed into grotesque shadows. Pale trunks stood sentinel around them, and the twisted branches bore leaves that had turned yellow and withered due to insufficient sunlight, exuding a chilling aura of lifelessness. The earlier sense of crisis had been so palpable that it could not be a mere illusion. Levi strained his gaze towards the horizon, where the trees emitted a faint gray glow, seemingly unchanged. However, a yellow dot, symbolizing danger, stealthily slinked closer, gradually encroaching upon the group. The distance diminished inch by inch, until it was within 20 meters. Yet, apart from the detection spell indicating the presence of hostile creatures, even the nearby Sir Grace wore a perplexed expression. 15 meters. Levi's pupils constricted as a flash of a mottled shadow flickered before his eyes. Yet he still could not discern what it was. Archers, prepare. The young knight's squire resolved to wait no longer. At his command, all archers, including Sir Grace, drew their longbows and nocked sharp arrows. The lynx trembled, halting its advance, for its instinct as a beast warned that taking another step would yield only death. A glimmer of reluctance shone in its emerald-hued eyes, but the prepared humans were not suitable prey. And thus the lynx retreated, seeking a different target. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The wind picked up. The forest was often stirred by sudden gusts, rustling branches and leaves, a phenomenon both man and beast had grown accustomed to. However, this particular breeze was fortuitous, parting the branches just enough to reveal Levi's figure upon his steed. The lynx froze. For a creature endowed with a remarkable memory, this young knight was not unfamiliar. The lynx vividly recalled the last time it had nearly starved, having lain in wait as this young man passed by beneath it. How had it survived that encounter? The lynx could no longer remember. But the sensation of lying in its den, on the brink of death from hunger, was one it wished never to experience again. The pitiful creature retracted its claws, involuntarily emitting a mournful whimper. This sudden sound alerted Levi and his companions. Damn it, that sound. It must be the lynx, exclaimed the seasoned Donovan in surprise. In this place, the lynx is the most perilous foe. We can scarcely catch sight of it. My Lord Levi, we must leave at once, or we risk casualties. My Lord Levi? Donovan's voice faltered, for at that moment, Levi had leapt from his horse and stepped into the thicket. It's dangerous. You cannot defeat a lynx in the forest. Donovan felt a shiver run through him as he shouted, brandishing his battle axe and rushing towards Levi. We must protect my Lord Levi, even at the cost of our lives. Donovan resolved, feeling a surge of relief when he caught sight of Sir Grace drawing his sword to follow suit. Clearly, the demon-hunting archers, having forsaken their advantage of ranged attacks, made the same choice as he. My Lord Levi, retreat back to the group. We will handle this. As the two reached Levi's side, the concealed beast in the underbrush had yet to launch an attack, which momentarily eased Donovan's tension. However, he soon grew anxious again. The absence of an attack did not guarantee safety. Mr. Donovan, Sir Grace, your haste to protect me is truly touching, but what exactly are you planning to confront? Levi inquired, blinking in curiosity. Certainly, the forest predator, the fearsome lynx. Donovan's words trailed off abruptly as he noticed Sir Grace tapping his shoulder and pointing at Levi's feet. There, a tuft of fur was wriggling submissively, its limbs raised skyward, revealing a patch of white fur on its belly. The fearsome predator, the king of the forest, lay at the young man's feet, adopting a posture well known to the seasoned duo. This was a sign of submission from the beast, a level of reliability comparable to a knight's oath of fealty, if not exceeding it. After all, while knights occasionally broke their vows, Tales of beasts turning on their masters post-submission were virtually non-existent as the two exchanged bewildered glances. Levi chuckled, scratching the lynx's soft neck furred. He had unwavering faith in the lynx's allegiance, for within the scope of the detection spell. The yellow aura had transformed into a bright green, clearly displaying the lynx's pertinent data. Name, lynx, species, beast, life, 80, danger level, moderately dangerous, special ability, forest assassin, gaining enhanced stealth, ambush, silent movement, and critical strike capabilities in forested terrains, relationship, loyal, Chapter 86. Acceptance and Camp Expansion, Part 1. As twilight descended, the mist thickened, and from the watchtower of the refugee camp, the distant horizon was barely illuminated by a lingering glow. Towering firs stood like sentinels amidst the dense forest. As the breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating an illusion of numerous fearsome beasts lurking within. Warren leaned against the makeshift hearth behind him, stretching his stiff limbs, rendered somewhat rigid by the damp chill of the evening breeze. This hearth, fashioned from an old iron barrel, blazed with a roaring fire, the heat palpable but devoid of excessive light. The old dwarf, Brebe, cradled his beloved silver alloy greatsword, nestled on the opposite side of the fire, his snores drowning out the howls of distant forest creatures, perhaps due to the prolonged gaze into the furnace's searing flames. The dwarf blacksmith found himself unable to see clearly by nightfall. This should have exempted him from the night watch, yet the stubborn old dwarf adamantly refused to acknowledge such reasoning, insisting on clutching his weapon and climbing the high watchtower, where he would slumber until dawn. Suddenly, flickering lights appeared in the distant forest, prompting Warren to become alert. He swiftly approached the low wall of the watchtower, gripping the railing, and leaned forward as far as he could. Warren's vision was notably sharp, perhaps slightly inferior to Sir Grace's, yet in the dense night fog, he could discern objects several dozen meters away. If it were firelight, the distance could even extend to 300 meters or more. In his sight, those lights danced and multiplied, gradually forming a river of flames advancing towards the refugee camp. Beneath the firelight, shadows of countless figures swayed, the precise number difficult to ascertain, but certainly numbering in the hundreds. Warren's heart raced with tension. In recent days, the refugee camp's defenses have become exceptionally vulnerable. Li has taken away all the alchemical warriors, along with the most well-trained portion of the militia within the camp. Now, fewer than 20 guards remain to protect the camp, and the majority of them are mere country folk who have only just exchanged their hoes for weapons, even with the addition of about 10 apprentices from the brave blacksmith shop. The armed guards that Warren can muster will not exceed 30. The thought of these individuals wielding weapons fills Warren with a profound sense of despair, rather than hoping that these farmers, who wield their spears with the same awkwardness as they did their hoes, can withstand the enemy. It would be more realistic to wish that they do not injure themselves in the process. Conversely, the blacksmith apprentices, having had more exposure and practice with weapons, exhibit a somewhat respectable demeanor in their training. The flames grew brighter, illuminating the scene. It became evident that the entire fiery river was composed of individuals brandishing torches. Upon witnessing this, Warren immediately roused the old dwarf Brave, and after a brief discussion, they seized the blacksmith's hammer and began to strike the anvil as a makeshift alarm. The camp erupted with a flurry of urgent hammering, and soon the houses echoed with a cacophony of commotion as lights flickered to life. Villagers emerged from their homes, anxiously murmuring amongst themselves. The militia guards, armed with weapons and torches, ascended the walls in an instant. A row of torch-bearing sentinels stood guard against the encroaching forest, creating an imposing facade of defense. Only Warren knew that these guards were largely a fade should an attack occur. This seemingly sturdy line would likely crumble in an instant. The fiery river wound its way from the dense forest to the wooden walls of the refugee camp, where a figure on horseback stood out prominently at the front of the procession. Warren lit a fire arrow, aimed it at the ground before the rider, and shouted, "Halt! This is private property. Strangers, declare your intentions." With a whoosh, the fire arrow flew through the air, leaving a brilliant red streak as it struck precisely in front of the knight's horse. Startled, the steed neighed loudly, rearing up and nearly throwing its rider off. What a fine shot! Brave's booming voice carried through the night, but before his words could settle, a louder voice erupted in frustration. "Warren, did you forget your eyes while on duty? That is lordly way." The familiar booming voice belonged to none other than the old dwarf Brave, and the ranger Warren exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "The roaring bear." Donald. Warren, clutching his head and wearing a mournful expression, cried out, "O merciful Father God, I just shot an arrow at Lord Li Wei." The ensuing events unfolded simply, with Li Wei and the others having returned. Warren relinquished the weight of responsibility from his shoulders and, along with Brabe and Marcia, stood at the entrance of the camp's wooden walls to welcome the returning party. Li Wei took considerable effort to calm his startled steed before leading it over. Donald, still fuming, chastised Warren, who nearly bowed his head to his chest in shame. Yet Li Wei, keenly observant, noted that despite Donald's severe demeanor, his gaze frequently wandered in his direction, evidently concerned that Li Wei might hold the reckless Warren accountable for the earlier incident. Amused, Li Wei approached and said, "Mr. Donald, Warren acted correctly. It was quite dark down there. An ordinary person would have struggled to see. His use of the fire arrow to alert us was a prudent choice. Had he not done so, I would have questioned his vigilance." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, both Donald and Warren sighed in relief, and the group gathered together, awaiting the gradual arrival of others into the camp. More than 300 villagers, many of whom were injured, had migrated from the mine pit village, and the long day of travel had nearly exhausted their strength. Li Wei instructed Warren and Marcia to assist Butler Bard in allocating these weary villagers to the vacant houses within the camp for rest. Simultaneously, he directed the kitchen to spring into action, preparing sufficient oatmeal porridge to distribute to everyone. After issuing these urgent orders, Li Wei felt both hungry and thirsty, his vision darkening as fatigue threatened to overwhelm him. Leaning against the small horse to catch his breath, he straightened up, revitalized, and led the horse towards his quarters. The original villagers of the refugee camp stood at their doorways, torches in hand, watching the newcomers with wary eyes. The flickering torchlight cast deep shadows on their faces, imparting a sense of cold detachment. Li Wei sighed silently, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Although he had anticipated such a situation, witnessing it firsthand brought forth the fragility of human nature. In the wake of the calamity, many once commonplace items had become exceedingly precious, especially food and resources. An increase in population meant a reduction in the resources available to each individual, making the original inhabitants' reluctance towards the newcomers quite understandable. Yet, what of kindness? This virtue, revered throughout history, had it been forsaken in the face of disaster? Li Wei could not find the answer. He could only walk forward silently until he reached his dwelling. With the arrival of over 300 villagers from the mine pit village, the once seemingly ample accommodations of the refugee camp became strained. Warren, alongside Butler Bard, organized the inhabitants into the empty rooms, prioritizing the injured, followed by the elderly, women, and children, and finally the able-bodied men. Still, the accommodations felt insufficient, necessitating the repurposing of several barracks to house families. Even the camp's leaders, including Donald and others, willingly vacated their own lodgings. As Li Wei arrived pensively at his quarters, he was met with a rather comical sight. The formidable roaring bear Donald, the demon-hunting archer Grace, master blacksmith Brabe, the knight Miss Fleischer, and the captain of the mine pit village, Gillard, stood there, huddled with their bedding and belongings, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Haha, we've given up our rooms, Lord Li Wei. Care to squeeze in together tonight?" Donald scratched his head, and though his words posed a question, his steadfast stance at the door made it clear he intended to stay. Li Wei's shoulders sagged. The prospect of a restful night seemed all but lost. Chapter 87. Acceptance and Expansion of the Camp, Part 2. Upon becoming the leader of the refugee camp, Li Wei chose not the largest or most spacious dwelling within the camp. Thus, with the addition of 5 more individuals, there was scarcely any room left for additional belongings. Li Wei and Donald collaborated to remove the long table from the living room, spreading all their belongings across the center of the room to create a makeshift sleeping area. As for the bedroom, that single bed was reserved for the only lady present, Miss Fleischer. No one was eager to rest immediately, despite the day's exhaustive journey weighing heavily upon them. Li Wei lit all the candles he could find, illuminating the living room brightly, while all the tables and chairs were pushed to the corners. The group sat on the floor, directing their attention towards the blueprints spread out before them. These blueprints were the ones Li Wei had initially designed for the reconstruction of the refugee camp, now expanded with numerous additions. Aside from Li Wei, no one knew when he had managed to create this document. In truth, the design of this blueprint was entirely entrusted to the old wizard, Mr. Dish. While Dish may not have been particularly gifted in architectural design, as the creator of the Castle Heart, he had indeed dedicated considerable time to studying architecture. In fact, compared to the average architect, the old wizard's knowledge might surpass theirs. The new blueprint depicted a more intricate camp layout. In terms of scale, it transcended the confines of a mere village or estate, resembling a small town. The original wooden walls were repurposed as a protective barrier for the town's central district, with residential areas entirely relocated to the periphery. In their place, an array of functional buildings emerged, some marked as blacksmith shops, carpentry workshops, and apothecaries, while others bore no labels at all. The relocated villagers' homes did not appear chaotic due to their increased area. Rather, they were even more meticulously arranged. On the blueprint, all residential structures were divided into neatly organized rectangular clusters, totaling 16, with each cluster comprising 20 identical two-story wooden houses. The lower levels of these houses could be utilized for raising poultry or livestock, while the upper levels were spacious enough to accommodate larger families. The topmost levels of each wooden house featured semi-enclosed lofts, clearly inspired by similar structures in Great Rock Village, allowing inhabitants to utilize bows and other ranged weapons for the defense of the camp. Furthermore, surrounding the periphery of all residential areas, there stands a formidable high wall constructed of solid timber, accompanied by defensive installations such as fences and caltrops, together with the watchtowers and guard towers situated within the confines of the wall. These fortifications form an exceedingly comprehensive defense system that Levi's vision evidently transcends the imagination of the masses. Such a grand architectural complex cannot be erected in a mere 10 days or months. It appears that hundreds of individuals would need to toil continuously for several months to yield any hope of realization. In the face of a demonic calamity, this scenario is almost unfathomable. The allocation of such a workforce towards construction would leave insufficient hands to gather the necessities for daily survival. Fleischer repeatedly opened her mouth, attempting to persuade Levi to adopt a more pragmatic approach, yet upon witnessing Grace, Donna, and Brebe, among Levi's loyal subordinates, fervently engaging in discussion, she could not help but fall into a stunned silence. Gillard, unlike Fleischer, harbored no such reservations. In fact, he bore a considerable degree of animosity toward Levi. The former captain of the guard scrutinized the blueprints meticulously, then raised his head, casting a scornful gaze upon the young knight attendant across from him. Enunciating each word with deliberate disdain, "Mr. Levi, I believe your proposal is utterly impractical, a mere fantasy." Gillard's demeanor and tone of speech had already crossed the threshold of offense. Donna immediately shot him a furious glare, while Sir Grace's reaction was even more extreme. The tall, lean demon hunter, with a tremor in his arm, summoned forth his fearsome silver fir longbow. The chilling silver armor-piercing arrow knocked and poised on the string in an instant. Sitting on the ground, drawing his bow, the posture appeared rather awkward, clearly incapable of unleashing its full lethal potential. However, it sufficed for the proximity of Gillard. Sir Grace's gaze was colder than the arrowhead itself, and there was no doubt that should Gillard dare utter another word of offense towards Levi, the armor-piercing arrow would create a gaping hole in his throat. Gillard's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his complexion a pallid shade of iron, veins bulging in his arm only to recede moments later. He dared not test whether the seemingly indifferent archer would loosen his grip should he draw his sword. Under the threat of the sharp arrow, goosebumps erupted upon Gillard's throat, and he felt as if a sharp dagger had pierced through. "I beg your pardon, Lord Levi. Please forgive Gillard for his unintentional offense." It seemed an eternity had passed before Fleischer's voice finally resonated, followed by Levi's intervention to halt Sir Grace. "Do not act thus, Sir Grace. Your archery is indeed formidable, but I hope it is directed more towards demons than comrades." Sir Grace promptly sheathed his longbow, yet his voice remained icy as he stated, "If you are truly Lord Levi's ally, my arrows shall never be aimed at you. As for you, Gillard, should I hear of any further affronts to Lord Levi, you shall no longer enjoy such leniency." Gillard wished to retort but found himself hoarse, having just escaped the clutches of death. His complexion shifted several times, ultimately resulting in silence. "Miss Fleischer, do you harbor similar doubts as Captain Gillard?" Levi inquired with a smile, gesturing towards the blueprints on the ground, beginning to elucidate in detail. As Fleischer absorbed Levi's explanation, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. The inner conflict within the female knight was profound. This young man, Levi, possessed an inscrutable air of mystery, seemingly akin to herself, both hailing from some ancient lineage. Yet, in observing Levi's demeanor, He appeared devoid of the inherent arrogance typically associated with the scions of noble blood. He treated everyone with utmost courtesy, displaying no hint of haughtiness in his interactions with his subordinates. All these elements piqued Fleischer's interest in Levi as an individual. The crux of her intrigue, however, stemmed from her mentor, Knight Martin. By the standards of knighthood. Knight Martin belonged to the rank of Grand Knight Commander, often referred to as a quasi-titled knight. His prowess in combat had reached the zenith of martial energy dispersion, mere inches from attaining the esteemed title of Your Excellency. However, it took Martin 2 decades to traverse that pivotal threshold, ultimately managing to breach it through the unique capabilities he had honed. The first and last display of Knight Martin's martial prowess resulted in the swift annihilation of all invading half-orc warriors within mere minutes, culminating in the slaying of the orc chieftain, Voss, a formidable foe of level 7. The brilliance of that moment came at the cost of Knight Martin's life. Even Levi's healing magic could do nothing for the elderly man, who had already expended his entire vitality. As he neared his demise, Knight Martin chose Levi as the recipient of his martial legacy, an act that stirred tumultuous waves within Fleischer's heart. As for Gillard's hostility towards Levi stemming from the inheritance of a village, it scarcely registered in Miss Fleischer's mind. It was merely an ordinary lord's estate. Even without the identity of an ancient family scion, Fleischer, having reached the threshold of a quasi-high-level knight, could secure territories equivalent to that estate by swearing fealty to any noble lord of Viscount rank. Chapter 88. The Secret Council of the Viscount's Castle, Part 1. On the very night that Levi and his companions deliberated the expansion of the refugee camp, in a conference room within the Viscount Ryan's castle, a dozen individuals were gathered around an elongated table, engaged in fervent discussion. Most of these individuals possessed notably robust physiques, their leather tunics bearing the imprints of prolonged wear, evident markers of those who had endured the ravages of war. Upon the table lay 2 rows of silver candlesticks, each adorned with 4 or 5 stout white candles, their flames coalescing to illuminate the chamber as brightly as day. Seated at the head of the table, Viscount Ryan listened intently to the discourse around him. Compared to a fortnight prior, the Viscount appeared considerably aged, his hair interspersed with strands of white, deep lines of fatigue etched upon his visage, and dark circles encircling his eyes, although his keen gaze remained as sharp as that of a hawk. To his right sat an elderly scholar clad in a red robe, adorned with an ornate metallic necklace, who reclined slightly, his eyes half closed, teetering between sleep and wakefulness. To the left of the Viscount, a robust knight was speaking. He appeared to be in the prime of his life, brimming with vitality, his chin adorned with a fine beard, though his features were rather gaunt. Unlike the other knights, this particular knight's leather tunic was cinched with a belt composed entirely of copper rings, prominently displaying a golden-crossed sword insignia, an emblem reserved for Grand Knight commanders. Hence, it was evident that this knight was none other than the renowned genius knight, Grand Knight Wilpus. His reputation within the Viscount Ryan's domain was formidable, hailing from humble origins as the second son of a peasant family. He had not even the right to inherit land. However, Wilpus was exceptionally robust from a young age, earning a reputation far and wide. At 12, he began serving as a shield-bearer to a wandering knight. A few years later, when the wandering knight perished in an adventure, Wilpus inherited his legacy, his sword, armor, and steed. Embarking on the path of a wandering knight himself, little is known of Wilpus's exploits as a wandering knight. But upon returning to the Viscount's domain at the age of 25, he had already attained the rank of a high-level knight with martial energy dispersion. Shortly after his return, he pledged his loyalty to Viscount Ryan, becoming one of the most capable aides under the Viscount's command, while the high-level knight serving under Viscount Ryan, aside from the esteemed Grand Knight Herbert, harbored a degree of envy towards this youthful knight. They eventually conceded that unless Grand Knight Herbert donned armor once more, it would be an impossible feat to best this young man in a fair duel. The conference room fell silent save for Wilpus's voice, which resonated with a gentle clarity, yet the gravity of his words cast a pall over every individual present. The entirety of the territory has been largely overrun by demons. Just last week, I led a few attendants northward, and the sights we encountered were utterly horrific, a shocking spectacle. Villages lay in ruins, consumed by flames, with only charred remnants standing in the devastated estates, and all arable land has been trampled and corrupted by demons, leaving livestock to meet a similar fate. A stream of refugees fleeing from Kono village and Zapadin town suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of demons mere days ago. The remains we witnessed were grotesque and decaying, their hues a sickly green. We drove away packs of wild dogs and vultures, yet there was no time to bury these unfortunate souls. Wilpus slowly recounted the experiences of his journey, sitting upright in his chair, appearing calm and gentle. However, the clenched fists resting on the table betrayed his agitation. Yet, my lord Wilpus, I have heard that there are still villages in the north that are holding their ground. A knight seated at the lower end of the table politely interjected as Wilpus concluded his narrative. Villages that are still holding out. Wilpus furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head. There should be none left. We rode north, reaching the Black River outpost, and the once thriving villages and towns along the way have been reduced to ruins, even leveled to the ground. The stench of sulfur from demons permeates the air. Unless you are referring to Dian Village. Dian Village, the place teeming with damned black market traders, rogues, and bandits, it is utterly beyond the governance of your lordship. Even if it has fallen to demons, it is hardly a loss. A knight with a neck nearly as thick as his head slammed his fist onto the conference table, roaring like thunder. Adorned with the insignia of a high-ranking knight's sword and shield on his chest, and a remarkably large broadsword hanging at his waist, he appeared to be a fiery and formidable warrior. Sir Dickway, please remain calm. This is merely my personal conjecture. I believe Sir Chester's intent was not to imply that, Wilpus said gently. Indeed, my lord Wilpus, Sir Dickway, the place I wish to mention is not Dian Village, but a refugee camp. Sir Chester, the knight, continued, though his expression was somewhat grim. Is it those hapless peasants, huddled together to form a camp? Don't be absurd. How could such a rabble withstand the onslaught of a demon army? Sir Dickway, the high-ranking knight, arrogantly raised his chin. If I were to hazard a guess, the only place in the north that might hold out is Lord Oro's territory, the place called Mine Pit Village, which I have visited, has robust defenses that rival those of any knightly castle. Mine Pit Village has fallen. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Wilpus stated calmly. However, it seems the demons gained little advantage, as I observed many fresh graves beside the ruins of the village. The residents of Mine Pit Village must have repelled at least one demon attack before ultimately abandoning it due to severe damage to their defenses and heavy casualties. Although Wilpus had not personally witnessed the battle at Mine Pit Village, his deductions proved to be largely accurate that in fact, he had discovered several signs of fierce burning near the village, one of which was particularly extensive, seemingly not caused by the great demon, the incinerator. As for ordinary flames, that was even less likely. In the center of the largest burn mark, Wilpus discovered two charred demon corpses. Regardless of the type of demon, their resistance to flames is notably high. And some demon bodies are not easily consumed by ordinary fire. Could it be that a powerful mage intervened in the battle at Mine Pit Village? For a brief moment, Wilpus entertained this thought. But he quickly dismissed it to produce such terrifying flames. That mage would undoubtedly have to be of a level exceeding 10, reaching the status of a magus. Such mages are not encountered casually. Even throughout Wilpus's decade-long adventuring career, he had only witnessed the prowess of a magus a handful of times. There indeed exists such a refugee camp, and it has repelled several demon assaults, each time resulting in complete annihilation for the demons. Sir Chester stood up, steadfast in his assertion. This time, even the Earl Ryan, seated at the head of the conference table, couldn't help but be slightly moved. Although Sir Chester was merely an ordinary knight, his honesty was undoubtedly credible. Since Sir Chester insisted on this, it seemed there truly was a refugee camp in the north that was bravely holding out against the demon onslaught. This is good news, Sir Chester. Please tell us how you came by this information. Earl Ryan leaned forward, intrigued. My lord, it is as follows. I have a few relatives near Dian Village. As Sir Chester began to speak, Sir Dickway, directly opposite, immediately narrowed his fierce eyes. This brash, high-ranking knight rose to his feet, mouth agape to shout, but was restrained by Wilpus, who fixed him with a calm gaze until the ferocity in Dickway's eyes gradually faded. Sir Dickway, please allow Sir Chester to continue. This information is of utmost importance, and we are all concerned. Wilpus's tone remained flat, yet Dickway's massive frame trembled slightly before he responded in a subdued voice. Yes, my lord Wilpus, I was too agitated. Sir Chester wiped the sweat from his brow and continued. The information I received from Dian Village is quite reliable. It clearly states that the refugee camp not only exists but has successfully repelled demon attacks multiple times. If it were merely minor demon skirmishes, it would not be difficult to repel them. A knight with a blood-red scar on his forehead interjected. No, it was not minor skirmishes. It was a genuine frontal assault, and one of those attacks was launched by that infamous demon slave cavalry, Sir Chester declared. The mention of the demon slave cavalry stirred a wave of anger among the knights, with several particularly agitated knights rising with hands resting on their sword hilts, voicing their furious cries. Demon slaves. Those traitors to human dignity. It was that damned Sir Roshar. Only Wilpus's expression turned grave, and he gestured for silence before solemnly asking, Sir Chester, are you saying that the refugee camp managed to withstand the attack of the demon slave cavalry? Not only that, they have eliminated most of the members of the demon slave cavalry, including Sir Roshar. The current demon slave cavalry is no longer a combat unit of the demon army. Sir Chester's response left all the knights dumbfounded. After a few seconds of silence, Dickway's voice thundered, shaking everyone to their core. Impossible. Although Sir Roshar is a traitor to humanity, he is also a high-ranking knight. How could a group of peasants possibly kill a fully armed high-ranking knight? Because they have a remarkably powerful leader. Sir Chester retorted, his fist clenched. That person is someone we have all seen before. The leader of that refugee camp we have all encountered. Earl Ryan furrowed his brow, struggling to recall when he had met such a formidable individual capable of slaying high-ranking knights. Of course, the two great knights in the castle, Wilpus and Herbert, were capable of such feats, yet apart from these two, Earl Ryan could think of no one else. Before his fall, Sir Roshar was a rather powerful high-ranking knight. While the choice of demonic transformation is undoubtedly a despicable one, it would certainly enhance his strength further, Wilpus reflected, then turned his gaze to Dickway. Sir Dickway, you once fought against Sir Roshar and gained the upper hand. But if it is he after his transformation, do you have confidence in your victory? I will sever his head. Dickway roared, then coughed awkwardly, adding, or perhaps he will sever mine. As a hot-tempered and proud high-ranking knight, Dickway's statement was tantamount to admitting he lacked the assurance to overcome the transformed knight Roshar, and that the likelihood of defeat might even be greater. Wilpus nodded, conceding that Dickway's words held truth, then turned to Sir Chester. You have heard what Sir Dickway has said. Now, you may reveal that person's name, the one capable of slaying Sir Roshar. All eyes converged on Sir Chester, causing him to feel an intense nervousness deep within. He struggled to compose himself, recalling the intelligence he had received, and then, gritting his teeth, he stood tall and declared a name aloud. That person is called Li Wei. Li Wei. Clearly, this name was not familiar to everyone, as at least half the knights displayed puzzled expressions, racking their brains to remember when they had encountered a powerful knight named Li Wei, including Wilpus and Dickway. However, a few individuals exhibited expressions of surprise, evidently recalling the name's owner. Earl Ryan was among them. The Earl's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression contorting into something resembling a snarl. Overwhelmed by shock, he instinctively pushed against the table, sending the silver platter before him crashing to the ground. The sound echoed far and wide as Earl Ryan rose, his gaze fixed intently on Sir Chester, his voice hoarse and menacing. Is the Li Wei you mentioned the derelict squire who once served Sir Stun? The reaction of Viscount Ryan was undeniably excessive. Sir Chester flinched under the Viscount's piercing gaze, involuntarily retreating half a step, his voice trembling as he replied, Indeed, it is he, the apprentice Squire Levi, the very same whom you, my lord, expelled from the castle a month ago under the pretext of losing a loyal knight. Upon receiving this confirmation from Sir Chester, Viscount Ryan's body trembled violently before he despondently sank back into his chair, the weariness etched on his face deepening significantly. Levi, I have seen that young man before. His aptitude can only be described as mediocre. Perhaps with time, he might grasp a rudimentary seed of combat aura and ascend to the rank of a formal knight. However, without the guidance of a higher-ranking knight or one of even greater stature, he would inevitably reach a plateau, Sir Wilpus remarked, shaking his head. When he departed from the castle, he was merely at the level of an elite soldier. To become a formidable adversary capable of slaying high-ranking knights in such a brief period, what a farcical notion. We are all knights here. Who could possibly believe such a tale? Indeed, Sir Wilpus speaks the truth. Each of us has undergone the arduous journey of comprehending the seed of combat aura. For some, it is a struggle, while for others, it is a mere trifle. Yet even the most gifted among us, like Sir Wilpus, required several years to progress from a level 2 warrior to a level 8 high-ranking knight, interjected a scarred knight, bowing slightly towards Sir Wilpus. To be precise, it took 11 years. Sir Wilpus nodded in acknowledgement. If even the prodigious knight, Sir Wilpus, needed 11 years, how could an ordinary squire, lacking exceptional talent, achieve such a feat in merely a month? The scarred knight exclaimed with exaggerated incredulity, leaning forward with hands pressed against the table, casting a menacing grin at Sir Chester. Sir Chester, Do you intend to deceive us all? Chapter 90. The Confidential Council of the Viscount's Castle, Part 2. Sir Chester's face drained of color as he sat in his chair. Leaning back, the intelligence clutched in his palm, now thoroughly soaked with sweat. Feeling the skeptical gazes of his fellow knights, particularly the disapproving stare from the Grand Knight Commander Wilpus, Sir Chester sensed the ground beneath him cracking open. An abyss from which demonic claws were reaching out, poised to ensnare his legs and drag him into the fiery inferno below. I am not lying, Sir Chester stammered weakly, his own words a blur. If it is not a lie, then what is it? Perhaps you wish to embarrass the Viscount. Admit that you erred in expelling apprentice Squire Levi, the scarred knight pressed relentlessly. Upon hearing this, even Viscount Ryan cast a dubious glance in Sir Chester's direction, causing the knight to tremble even more violently. He yearned to vociferously defend himself, but the chattering of his teeth silenced his thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. A sound distinct from the clattering of teeth echoed from outside the door. Momentarily diverting everyone's attention, Viscount Ryan huffed, reclining against the back of his chair before slowly stating, "Who is it? Did I not make it clear that unless there is a matter of utmost importance, I should not be disturbed? My Lord Viscount, this matter is urgent. I must report it to you." A soft, syrupy voice emerged from beyond the meeting room, among the knights seated at the conference table. At least a third furrowed their brows. The owner of this voice was none other than the castle's old steward, Treason. Due to his treacherous and avaricious nature, many knights harbored a strong dislike for him, often referring to him in hushed tones as a skunk in human guise. However, this did not prevent Treason from being one of Viscount Ryan's most trusted subordinates. For the Viscount, while loyalty from his knights was undoubtedly important, a steward capable of amassing wealth and maintaining order was of even greater value. "Ah, it is you, old fox. Do come in." Viscount Ryan recognized the voice and replied, his gloomy disposition slightly easing. The door swung open, revealing a well-dressed, balding elder who bowed respectfully, a sweet smile gracing his elongated face upon seeing the Viscount and the gathered knights. "It is a profound honor to serve Lord Ryan and all the valiant knights. Enough with the pleasantries. Treason. I am currently in discussion with my knights regarding our forthcoming war strategies. Time is of the essence, so please state your business," Viscount Ryan instructed, rubbing his throbbing temples. "Yes, my Lord Ryan." Treason hesitated briefly before cautiously approaching the Viscount, retrieving a thin roll of parchment from his outer garment and presenting it to the Viscount. "My Lord Ryan, this is a highly significant confidential report that I believe you should see at once." "Oh, is it indeed significant?" Viscount Ryan responded nonchalantly. In Treason's words, many matters were deemed very important, even the complaints of a minor lord or a village's tax resistance. As he casually took the parchment and placed it before him, a look of ease quickly evaporated from his face, replaced by mounting fury. Minutes later, with a sharp slap, he slammed the parchment onto the table, growling at Treason. "Treason, look at the fine mess you've made." Treason hastily bowed repeatedly, offering no defense. The Grand Knight Commander Wilpus, seated beside Viscount Ryan, felt a twinge of curiosity and reached out to take a glance at the parchment, only to have it snatched away by Viscount Ryan, who curtly remarked, "Grand Knight Commander Wilpus, this is a private matter I entrusted to Treason. It does not concern you." Though Wilpus refrained from pressing further upon hearing the Viscount's explanation, questions lingered in his mind. Then he heard the Viscount cough and address the knights around the table. "There is an urgent matter requiring my immediate attention concerning Treason. Thus, today's war council is adjourned." After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Ryan added, "The forthcoming war strategy will remain unchanged for now. All military forces shall continue to be divided into 2 divisions. Grand Knight Commander Wilpus will lead the elite warriors of the 1st and 2nd battalions, along with all militia, responsible for the castle's defense. Grand Knight Commander Herbert will command the remaining troops, continuing to patrol the vicinity of the castle, eradicating any small bands of demons that dare approach. Your orders shall be followed." The knights stood in unison, fists pounding against their chests. "Gentlemen, wield your swords and shields to combat the demons and defend the glory of the Arthur Kingdom. Long live the Arthur Kingdom," Viscount Ryan proclaimed, raising his fist high, his voice resounding. "Long live, long live, long live." The knights' rugged voices reverberated against the ceiling, dust cascading down. Amidst this triumphant chorus, Viscount Ryan hastily departed in the wake of Steward Treason as they observed the Viscount's retreating figure. Most knights engaged in conversation as they exited the meeting room, leaving only 4 behind. One was the silent old scholar in the red robe seated beside Viscount Ryan, while the other 3 were Grand Knight Commander Wilpus, High-ranking Knight Dequay, and and the still visibly distressed Sir Chester. "Very well, Sir Chester, I believe in your honesty, but some matters may not be as you perceive them," Grand Knight Commander Wilpus began, attempting to console the disheartened Sir Chester. "But, Sir Wilpus, there are no buts." "Silence," Dickway bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. Sir Chester's face flushed with rage, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword, itching to challenge this unreasonable man to a duel. However, after a moment's reflection, he suppressed this unwise impulse. Dickway was a high-ranking knight, with a record of having bested others of the same rank, while Chester was merely an ordinary knight who had recently grasped the seed of combat aura, though a duel would not endanger his life. It would only lead to his own humiliation. The red-robed old scholar suddenly sighed, drawing Wilpus's attention as he leaned in and whispered, "Master Sugard, do you have any directives?" "Wilpus, you are astute, but at times, intelligence can blind one's vision." The old scholar's voice was slow and unassuming. Several knights perked up, their expressions turning curious upon hearing the elder's initial criticism of Wilpus. The latter's expression was one of utmost embarrassment, as he offered a wry smile to the old scholar. "Master Sugard, is that truly what you wish to convey? In the presence of such wisdom as yours, how could I dare to claim any cleverness?" Sir Chester's information is not erroneous. The old scholar's subsequent statement struck like thunder, leaving both Wilpus and Dickway agape in astonishment. Without waiting for them to utter a word, the venerable scholar opened his eyes, which sparkled with the light of wisdom. "Just now, I discerned the innermost thoughts of His Excellency the Viscount. The contents inscribed on the parchment handed to him by Butler Tryon were precisely those articulated by Sir Chester moments ago. Perhaps there are minor discrepancies in the details, yet the overarching meaning remains unchanged." Chapter 91. Tryon's malicious scheme. Master Sugard's words were profoundly shocking, leaving Wilpus and Dickway in stunned silence, plunging the conference room into an eerie stillness. Master Sugard, still squinting, leaned back in his chair, appearing to be in a half-slumber state. Meanwhile, Sir Chester displayed little astonishment, having already been taken aback upon receiving the intelligence. However, seeing the somber expressions of Wilpus and Dickway, he too succumbed to a state of daze, staring blankly at the empty silver platter before him. After a prolonged silence, Wilpus let out a desolate sigh, shattering the stillness of the chamber. The renowned knight, known for his genius, instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his fingers caressing the golden twin sword emblem. "Master Sugard, if the intelligence holds true, does it not imply that the young man named Li Wei has, within a mere month, transformed from an ordinary level 2 warrior into an extraordinarily powerful high-tier knight?" Master Sugard shook his balding head, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Wilpus. "I do not share your belief. The young man named Li Wei indeed accomplished many astonishing feats after departing from the castle, yet the primary reason lies with the enigmatic warriors surrounding him. According to the intelligence, at least 2 of them have reached the threshold of quasi-high-tier knights." And Master Sugard paused, continuing in a serious tone. "The unique abilities granted by their fighting spirit are exceedingly formidable. Exceedingly formidable." Simultaneously, in the private chamber of Viscount Ryan, Butler Tryon spoke in a syrupy voice, echoing Master Sugard's sentiments. Seated in a high-backed chair, Viscount Ryan's countenance remained ashen, with a shattered ink bottle on the floor attesting to the impulsive nature of this powerful noble. He cast a cold glare at Tryon, suddenly finding the old face less agreeable. "It is not Li Wei's own capabilities, but rather those fierce knights at his side. So what? Tryon, were it not for your foolish son's knighthood, I would not have reluctantly banished Li Wei." Viscount Ryan spoke with agitation. Reluctantly. The corner of Tryon's eye twitched slightly, barely concealing his disdain. Having served the Ryan family for over 40 years and watched the Viscount grow, he had long since discerned his character. This Viscount was not only stubborn to the point of foolishness but also instinctively averse to assuming any responsibility, preferring to shift blame onto others. Yet this very trait endeared him to Tryon. With a mere flick of his honeyed tongue, he could sway the Viscount's heart. "Ah, my Lord Ryan, please refrain from further lamentations. Old Tryon's heart aches with sorrow." The elderly butler clasped his hands over his chest, feigning utmost despair while discreetly observing the Viscount's expression. As expected, Viscount Ryan was somewhat swayed. Seeing Tryon's appearance of remorse, his demeanor softened slightly, though traces of lingering anger remained. "Very well, Tryon, cease this charade. Because of your foolish son, my relationship with Li Wei has ruptured. That formidable power, which could have served as my ally, has vanished. How do you propose to compensate for this? My Lord Ryan, should reconciliation be achievable, I would gladly return the inheritance rights of the Stutton Knight. Tryon replied with a servile smile. He then leaned closer to Viscount Ryan, his voice turning conspiratorial. However, even if the inheritance rights were restored, I fear the rift between you and Li Wei may remain unbridgeable. Indeed, a fractured relationship is not easily mended. Restoring the inheritance rights is merely the beginning. I may need to relinquish several village territories to secure Li Wei's allegiance. Viscount Ryan sighed. Displaying a hint of despondency. As the lord of the Viscountcy, he cherished every parcel of land under his dominion, and to part with multiple villages felt akin to carving flesh from his own body. Yet this sacrifice seemed unavoidable. Though Viscount Ryan was greedy, he was not foolish. As a man of power, he understood the military strength of his territory. Currently, the forces within the Viscount's castle were more than adequate for defense, but lacked the capacity for a counteroffensive. The militia, having endured months of combat, had finally matured into competent warriors. While they could manage confrontations with demons at the castle, venturing into the woods or fields for an encounter would likely result in devastating losses. However, should he manage to augment his ranks with a cadre of elite warriors, the scenario would shift dramatically. The demonic forces had evolved from a siege on the castle to a hunt across the entire Viscountcy. This indicated that the demons no longer aimed for a swift breach of the castle, but rather sought to occupy the entire territory, using starvation and siege tactics to erode the will to resist within the castle's walls. Should the demons systematically destroy all villages and towns, even if the castle could withstand the calamity, a desolate wasteland would leave Viscount Ryan in tears. Yet the number of troops he could spare from the castle was painfully limited. Although Knights Herbert and Wilpus had led their respective forces to eliminate numerous scattered demons, the overall condition of the Viscountcy was rapidly deteriorating. In Viscount Ryan's view, the small faction Li Wei commanded, while far inferior to his own, was still capable of annihilating an army of over 100 demon riders and a demon knight of comparable strength to a high-tier knight, a formidable asset indeed. If he could enlist this power, not only would the pressing manpower issue within the castle be resolved, but the addition of 2 quasi-high-tier knights with fearsome abilities would significantly bolster the Viscount's combat prowess. As for the relatively substantial inheritance left by the Stutton Knight, it paled in comparison to his own safety. Thus, as Viscount Ryan's anger subsided, he began contemplating how to mend the fractured relationship with Li Wei. Had it not been for Tryon whispering in the Viscount's ear, perhaps fate would have taken a different course. Yet at this moment, neither Viscount Ryan nor the cunning old butler Tryon anticipated that the ultimate outcome would defy their expectations. My Lord Ryan, please consider this carefully. Restoring relations with Li Wei is no trivial matter. Tryon intoned slowly, allowing ample time for the Viscount to ponder. Moreover, why must we seek to curry favor with him? When Li Wei departed the castle, he was merely an apprentice squire. Within a month, even if he were a genius knight like Wilpus, he could at most attain the rank of a level 3 warrior. A level 3 warrior, my Lord Ryan, is far from uncommon among the castle's forces. Nonsense. I do not lack for level 3 warriors. What I lack are the 2 formidable knights at Li Wei's side. Of course, those elite soldiers are also an invaluable fighting force, Viscount Ryan retorted impatiently. Precisely, since Li Wei himself is of little use to us, why should we concern ourselves with pleasing him? Instead, let us focus on winning over those around him, transforming them into your direct subordinates. That would be a far superior choice, Tryon suggested with a sweet smile, his gentle tone betraying none of the malevolence guiding his machinations. Chapter 92, The Amnesty. Concealed peril directly courting those around Li Wei? Viscount Ryan pondered briefly before shaking his head. I fear that may not be feasible, Tryon. While I am not a knight, I possess some understanding of their code. Unless in extraordinarily exceptional circumstances, a knight will not abandon their sworn allegiance to serve another. Your proposal might entice some elite warriors to leave Li Wei, but for the high-end combat strength we desperately require, neither monetary inducements nor seductions will suffice. Tryon's smile grew even sweeter. My plan is, of course, far from simplistic. Noble knights are not swayed by money or allure, yet they possess a fatal weakness when it comes to the greater good. In this regard, my Lord Ryan, you hold the moral high ground. I possess the moral high ground. Pray, elaborate, Tryon. Viscount Ryan's eyes flickered with intrigue. evidently having been swayed by the butler's words. Had this been before the onset of the demonic calamity, convincing those knights would have posed significant challenges. But what is the current situation? The demonic disaster looms. Humanity faces annihilation. And at this critical juncture, you, my Lord Ryan, as the highest military authority in the Viscountcy, wield the most compelling moral weaponry. Tryon's tone rose in fervor, his voice imbued with a resonant strength. The knights adhere to their oaths, yet in the face of the noble cause of combating the demonic invasion, these vows seem diminutive by merely dispatching a silver-tongued messenger with an order of absolution for Levi's transgressions. One could easily gain access to the knights surrounding him at that juncture, invoking the name of righteousness to persuade them, coupled with sufficient monetary allure, would satisfy these noble knights' psychological needs, both in terms of reputation and tangible gain. And at that moment, no knight would remain by Levi's side. Baron Ryan slammed his thigh emphatically, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Tryon, you cunning old fox, how devious you are. Devious? Is that how you see it? This is all for the welfare of Lord Ryan and the entirety of our domain's populace, Tryon replied with righteous fervor, both master and servant sharing a knowing smile. The order of absolution for the apprentice Squire Levi would be delivered 3 days hence, one afternoon, by a messenger astride a gallant steed to the refugee camp. Upon the messenger's arrival, the camp was bustling with construction. Robust men bore logs with pride. Girls with food baskets laughed as they leaped over the ditches. A tall, lean man perched on the half-wall of the lookout tower, peering down, his sharp gaze landing squarely on the messenger galloping forth from the dense woods. Stranger on horseback, halt there and clarify your purpose, the slender man drawled lazily. I come from Baron Ryan's castle, dispatched by the Baron himself to deliver this order of absolution for apprentice Squire Levi. Here is my identification, please inspect it, the messenger proclaimed from his mount, head held high, a hint of arrogance in his tone. He brandished a parchment scroll aloft, emblazoned with the sigil of a bougainvillea and shield, the very emblem of Baron Ryan's lineage, in the messenger's mind. Upon presenting this insignia of the Baron's highest authority, the refugee camp would undoubtedly swing wide its gates, welcoming him with the utmost ceremony. Even if these rustic folks struggled to muster proper decorum, the burdened messenger had already resolved to overlook their coarse manners. However, to his astonishment, the lean man atop the lookout tower regarded the parchment with disdain, yawning audibly. How dull. With just a piece of parchment, anyone can claim to be Baron Ryan's envoy. Should I simply find a rock to wear as a badge and declare myself Count Gregor of the demonic mountain family? The man's words nearly incensed the messenger, particularly the humiliation of being looked down upon. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and shouted threats into the air. You dirt-ridden peasants, inform your leader, Levi, that I am the envoy sent by Baron Ryan, bearing his order of absolution. Should you miss this opportunity, he shall never hope to shed the mantle of a sinner. A flash of fierce light sparked in the lean man's eyes, his shoulder twitching as a silver longbow materialized in his grasp. The messenger recoiled in shock. Just as he was about to question the man's intentions, the slender figure had already drawn back the bowstring, the glinting arrowhead aimed at the messenger's throat. What do you intend to do? The messenger, having traversed the dense forest to arrive here, was no ordinary clerk. In fact, he was one of the old steward Tryon's trusted confidants, and a level 5 rogue at that. Under normal circumstances, at this distance from the lookout tower, he would have been confident in evading any arrow. Yet, as the lean man aimed at his throat, the seasoned rogue was enveloped by an indescribable terror, rendering his typically agile body rigid. The messenger understood that this fear emanated from one source alone. The threat of death that to be targeted by the lean man's arrow at this distance meant certain demise. Experience led the messenger to conclude that this was an erroneous assumption. No archer could slay a seasoned rogue from such a distance. Yet his instincts insisted that this was an inevitable outcome. One wrong move, and he would die. The damp, mist-laden morning wind chilled him, but sweat soaked his body. Even the beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead tickled his eyes, yet he dared not lift a hand to wipe them, fearing it might provoke the fearsome marksman into a fatal shot. From the calm and indifferent gaze of his adversary, the messenger realized that the lean man would not hesitate to kill. Sir Grace, since he is Baron Ryan's envoy, let us tolerate this affront. A clear voice rang out from within the camp. The lean man's lips curled slightly, and he nodded, retracting his bow. The messenger exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he noticed the lean man gesture ominously toward his neck, adopting a fierce expression. The messenger promptly decided to silence his discontent, burying it deep within. Levi struck the messenger as particularly youthful, appearing no more than 16, radiating the vigor and passion of youth. Contemplating his mission, the messenger experienced a fleeting pang of reluctance to present the order of absolution. However, this was merely an instinctual guilt. As Tryon's confidant, he had long since committed unspeakable acts. Any residual guilt was swiftly suppressed as he allowed Levi to examine the wax seal on the parchment, deftly peeling it away. Apprentice Squire Levi, this is the order of absolution from the Baron, granting you pardon for all your misdeeds. Please accept it. The messenger spoke with solemnity, raising the parchment in both hands. Presenting it to Levi, Levi received the scroll, unfolding it before him. Its dimensions were modest, inscribed with heavy, flowing script. In the name of the highest military and political leader of Baron Lyon's domain, I absolve Apprentice Squire Levi of all transgressions committed during the calamity of demons, allowing him the right to once again wield arms in service of his lord. The document bore the Baron's signature. It appeared authentic, yet as Levi read each word, the term transgressions loomed before his eyes, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. Levi, what say you? This is Baron Lyon's grace. Why do you hesitate to accept it? The messenger's urging only deepened Levi's sense of unease. As he scrutinized the parchment's contents, a voice questioned him. Why not accept? Is this not what you longed for after being cast out from the Baron's castle? Yet another voice cautioned him. Young man, that order of absolution is inherently flawed. You must not accept it. Levi jolted awake. The voice urging him to accept the order resonated from within, while the cautionary tone was not his own. It was the old mage, Mr. Dish. Chapter 93. Refusal of the Order of Absolution. Levi felt a mix of surprise and confusion, casting a glance at the increasingly impatient messenger, then lowering his head as if deep in thought. Silently inquiring, Mr. Dish, I have perused this Order of Absolution several times. It appears devoid of any textual traps. Why do you assert that it is fundamentally flawed? The old mage's voice echoed in Levi's ear, this time tinged with evident irritation, lacking the usual warmth, replaced instead by a cold, steely edge. Young one, it seems that Baron Lyon has developed unsavory intentions regarding your current achievements. The Order of Absolution. It sounds magnanimous, but have you considered what accepting it implies? All my sins would be absolved. Levi's words trailed off, abruptly caught in his throat. Sins absolved? Did this not imply that he was indeed guilty? The youthful squire was not dim-witted. He simply had not contemplated this aspect until Mr. Dish's reminder jolted him into awareness. A surge of indignation ignited within Levi's chest, his grip on the parchment tightening. In his fury, he overlooked a crucial detail. While the parchment was indeed resilient, having inherited the martial spirit from Knight Martin, Levi's professional level might not have risen, yet a seed of martial energy had firmly taken root within him. The strength bestowed by this martial energy was not something a mere piece of parchment could withstand. A faint silvery glow enveloped Levi's hands, and to the messenger's astonishment, the parchment bearing Baron Lyon's emblem suddenly crumpled and splintered, exploding into countless fragments that cascaded from Levi's grasp. You, how dare you? The envoy rose to his feet, ready to issue a reprimand. But he quickly conceived another possibility. His body trembled suddenly, and he resolutely shut his mouth. Since Li Wei had already destroyed the letter of amnesty from Viscount Lyon, it implied that he did not regard the Viscount's authority with any respect. This young man was surrounded by numerous formidable knights. Not to mention that terrifying archer. If he were to provoke Li Wei, might he not be slain on the spot? Although Li Wei and the envoy were meeting privately in his residence, the envoy had never entertained the thought of assassinating this young man. The envoy was a level 5 rogue, possessing considerable combat prowess. Both Viscount Lyon and Butler Tryon had appointed him as the envoy, not devoid of the notion of seizing an opportunity to eliminate Li Wei. However, ever since the envoy had glimpsed the silvery aura of fighting spirit emanating from Li Wei, such thoughts had evaporated from his mind. An assassin confronting a knight who had comprehended the seed of fighting spirit would inevitably suffer a deadly backlash, if not death or injury. The envoy certainly wished to avoid such a fate. Although he was a rogue traversing the shadows, he did not yearn to plunge into the eternal abyss of slumber. Thus, when Li Wei's countenance grew grim and he cast the remnants of the scroll before him, the envoy refrained from displaying any dissatisfaction. He merely picked up the shattered pieces of parchment and carefully wrapped them in a cloth, placing them inside his cloak. Immer.Lyway, if this is your response, I shall convey it in full to His Excellency. The Viscount Ryan. After stowing away the remnants of the scroll, the envoy rose from his seat, casting one last penetrating gaze at Lyway before turning to exit the room. The envoy's footsteps did not carry him far. Two knights clad in full metal armor and wearing full-face helmets stood at the doorway. Shoulder to shoulder, effectively blocking the path. The envoy halted, scrutinizing the two knights who wielded great swords, their blades glimmering ominously, causing a pang of unease to surge within him. Mr.Lyway, is this how you choose to welcome the envoy of the Viscount? The envoy paused momentarily before turning back to address the door. If the envoy bore friendly flowers, he would, of course, be met with sweetmeat. However, should he conceal a poisoned dagger within his sleeve, I can only respond with sword and spear. The voice emanating from within the room was remarkably calm, yet it bore tremendous psychological pressure upon the envoy. Upon hearing Lyway's words, the envoy's wrist, concealed within his sleeve, trembled slightly, nearly causing the dagger bound to his wrist to slip free. Mr.Lyway, you possess no evidence to substantiate that I am an assassin. The envoy endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, yet when the two Crusader knights approached him, the muscles in his arms involuntarily tensed. To confront two knights armed with great swords using a poisoned dagger, the envoy was not foolish enough to attempt such folly, so he stood his ground until the two Crusaders brushed past him. The envoy of the Viscount may now take his leave. Please convey my response in full to His Excellency, the Viscount Ryan. Lyway's figure emerged from the doorway, his visage betraying disappointment and indignation, yet his tone remained polite and composed. I, Lyway, the apprentice squire loyal to Knightstun, have never committed any transgressions against anyone or anything. Thus I require no amnesty. If His Excellency the Viscount truly wishes to convey an apology for the expulsion, I request the return of the sword, armor, and steed I am entitled to inherit, along with the most crucial, the name of Knightstun. The envoy awkwardly shielded his face with his sleeve, feeling the weight of his mission's failure pressing upon him, while simultaneously grappling with the genuine fear instilled by the sudden surge of silvery, fighting spirit emanating from Lyway. This young man, seemingly no older than 16, was poised to become a high-tier knight on the verge of achieving the realm of dissipated fighting spirit. Such a milestone signified that the knight could advance without hindrance, crossing the barrier of level 11 without issue at AS for reaching the subsequent stage, the realm of heavenly fighting spirit. It was merely a distant dream for many knights. Yet, a prospective high-tier knight under the age of 16 was destined to step into that dream, becoming one of the kingdom's most esteemed sword-bearing nobles. The envoy stumbled out of the camp, his mind rife with apprehension for the future, until his fingers brushed against the reins of his mount, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Behind him stood the elderly butler Treason and Viscount Ryan. Formidable allies indeed, yet if his opponent was destined to be a sword-bearing noble, their support felt less secure. Not even a powerful Viscount, let alone an influential earl, could easily contend with a sword-bearing noble. For in this world, formidable martial prowess was the strongest guarantee of noble status. He needed to relay this information to Lord Treason without delay. The envoy's thoughts raced, urgency gripping him as he mounted his steed and galloped swiftly toward the Viscount's castle, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 94. The inevitable sacrifice in his quest to deliver the intelligence to the Viscount's castle ahead of time. The envoy paid a hefty price. Deprived of proper rest, his mount, after departing the refugee camp that morning, stumbled over a tree root, breaking both forelegs instantaneously. The envoy was left with no choice but to put down his lamenting steed. Relying solely on his own legs to navigate the arduous terrain of the forest. At last, just before nightfall, he beheld the towering spire atop the Viscount's castle. By this time, evening was approaching, the forest ahead thinning, shrouded in a mist that enveloped the desolate expanse. Cautiously, the envoy peeked from behind a fir tree, yet despite his keen eyes, he could discern no sign of life nearby, not even a whisper of movement in the darkened underbrush. The envoy exhaled softly, like a specter emerging from the thicket, sprinting toward the Viscount's castle. The fog thickened, rendering the castle hazy as the twilight dimmed the sky and ground alike. Anxiously, the envoy pressed on, hoping to reach the castle's high walls before the night fully descended. Alas, this hopeful notion remained unfulfilled. The onset of night was alarmingly swift, having traversed only half the distance across the desolate land. He found himself enveloped in darkness, the damp, cold mist wrapping around him. Seeking to siphon away every ounce of warmth from his body, a stone suddenly appeared at his feet, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Gasping, the envoy regained his footing, realizing that he could not continue in this manner. He must ignite a torch for illumination, although lighting a torch in the wilderness could attract various dangers. He was now close to the Viscount's castle, with only half an hour's journey remaining, thus ensuring a measure of safety. This envoy, adept at surviving in the wild even after losing his mount, was no novice. He rummaged through his jacket pocket for a fire starter and flint, then retrieved a specially designed torch wrapped in oilcloth from his satchel. The sparks from the fire starter struck against the flint, and soon he held a warm flame aloft. The thick mist swirled around him, reluctant to yield, but it could not withstand the torch's brilliance, gradually parting to reveal a clearer view ahead. The vicinity of the Viscount's castle had once been dotted with thriving villages. Yet after the calamity, although the demon army had not breached the castle, they had reduced these villages to ruins. It was estimated that thousands of villagers had perished at the hands of the demon army. Some of their corpses consumed, while many more lay abandoned amidst the rubble. Soldiers stationed at the Viscount's castle often spoke of how the souls of those slain villagers lingered, refusing to depart their homeland. As night fell, their spirits would manifest, wailing around the ruins. Solo travelers were particularly wary of encountering these phantoms, as the spirits would encircle them, reenacting the scenes of their tragic demise, until the unfortunate traveler was drained of all sanity. Succumbing to a pitiful death amidst terror and cold, the castle's high-ranking priests had once led prayers for the repose of those souls, but the results seemed lackluster, for the ghosts continued to wander the wilderness, their mournful cries echoing intermittently. Within the dense fog, many shapes morphed. A solitary tree might be perceived as a malevolent specter reaching out to snatch its prey, while a crumbling wall could be mistaken for a lurking beast. The envoy, trembling with fear, navigated through the debris, his poisoned dagger clutched tightly in hand, sweat soaking his back, rendering him uncomfortably damp and cold. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed towards him, startling the envoy into instinctively halting his steps. Crouching behind a crumbling wall as he peered in the direction of the sound, as he crouched, he extinguished the torch he had been holding, pressing it against the ground. First, the envoy saw nothing. But soon, through the thick fog before him, he discerned the silhouettes of several horsemen, all cloaked in hooded capes that obscured their faces completely, resembling a sinister band of reapers. Only the leader among them did not shroud his visage, revealing a somewhat brutish and menacing countenance, marked by a dark red scar on his forehead that lent him an aura of ferocity. Upon glimpsing this fearsome face, a flicker of excitement ignited in the envoy's eyes. He rose from his concealment behind the ruins and called out loudly, "Lord Tamberton, I am here." Seeing the figure emerge from the wreckage, the scarred knight swiftly turned, drawing half of his long sword from its sheath, only to recognize the envoy's identity and return the sword to its resting place. "Oh, it is you. I thought I was facing a reckless specter." The envoy, shaking off the numbness in his feet, stepped out from behind the low wall. "Lord Tamberton, why do you lead your men out at this late hour? Are you on patrol?" "Patrol? No. It is the esteemed Viscount Lyon who has sent me. His Excellency has grown increasingly anxious, having awaited your report well into the night. It be by the way, has the pardon been delivered to that fellow named Lyon?" What was his reaction? As the scarred knight spoke, he gestured to the men behind him, who dismounted and encircled the envoy, forming a tight protective ring around him. The envoy offered a somewhat forced smile before responding glumly. It was unavoidable, the young man. Lyon displayed remarkable composure and showed no inclination to accept the pardon. In fact, he saw through my concealed identity. Had I attempted any covert maneuvers within the camp, I would likely have lost my head before I could even reach his subordinates. "So, your mission has failed?" the scarred knight inquired, a peculiar smile creeping across his thin lips. "Indeed, the task of instigation has been utterly thwarted. By the way, Lord Tamberton, how has Viscount Lyon been faring these past few days? Will my report provoke his wrath? How could he possibly be in good spirits? Reports of demons rampaging abound, and the envoy sent to negotiate with that little squire he expelled from the castle has also failed in his mission." The envoy felt a flush creeping across his face, opening his mouth to defend his failure when suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. A sharp dagger plunged deep into his side, the force of it so great that the blade disappeared entirely within him, leaving only the hilt protruding in a cross shape. The scarred knight leaned closer to the envoy, whose expression was one of disbelief, and whispered softly in his ear, and he was ruthlessly slain. You! The envoy screamed frantically, lashing out with his right hand, a glint of cold steel flashing at the tip of his fingers. The poisoned dagger nearly grazed the knight's throat, but a powerful hand seized his wrist, rendering him unable to advance even the slightest bit. Tamberton's iron grip held fast to the envoy's wrist, and he felt a surge of fear upon seeing the blue-hued poisoned dagger in the envoy's grasp. The dagger's venom was exceedingly potent. Had Tamberton not been prepared, he would have surely suffered a wound. Unless a high-level divine spell was employed immediately, the only antidote available would be in the hands of Butler Tryon. Damn it. You almost turned the tables on me, Tamberton sneered, twisting the envoy's arm with brutal force, eliciting a dreadful cracking sound from the joints and bones. The unbearable pain caused the envoy's mouth to open wide in a wretched howl. The poisoned dagger slipped from his fingers, and at that moment, the others drew their short blades, mercilessly striking at the envoy's neck, abdomen, and back. Initially, he struggled to fend them off, but soon collapsed to the ground, convulsing, blood gushing from numerous wounds. Butler Tryon does not wish to see Li Wei return to the Viscount's castle, so whether your mission succeeded or failed, you are fated not to present yourself alive before His Excellency the Viscount. The scarred knight squatted beside the dying envoy, watching as he spasmed and blood froth trickled from his lips, his eyes wide open in death. Those lifeless orbs gazed skyward, seemingly filled with profound agony and resentment. Tamberton silently chuckled, then withdrew the dagger from the envoy's side and viciously plunged it between his eyes. Let us return and await the discovery of this corpse by others. You lot remain nearby. Ensure that no beasts desecrate the body. Tamberton rose, sheathing his dagger, and quietly instructed his companions. If, by noon tomorrow, the body remains undiscovered, you shall act as the finders and carry him to the Viscount's castle. Remember, you must proclaim this as a shameful, inhumane crime, the perpetrator being none other than Li Wei, who rejected the Viscount's pardon. Chapter 95. Undercurrents in the Camp, Part 1. After the departure of the Viscount's envoy, Li Wei convened a meeting with several prominent figures of the refugee camp. The meeting was brief, yet these individuals hurried away to implement their plans, significantly accelerating the camp's expansion efforts. The refugee camp now housed nearly 900 villagers, comprising nearly 500 original inhabitants and over 300 newcomers who had migrated from the mining village. Following the influx of villagers from the mining community, the camp found itself in a precarious situation regarding food distribution and living conditions, leading to a somewhat strained relationship between these two groups. However, the militia members were not included in this tension. Under the leadership of Donna and Gillard, they divided into two teams, taking turns to shoulder the crucial tasks of the camp's expansion. Working tirelessly day and night, utterly exhausted and devoid of any idle thoughts. Furthermore, the militia members received an extra ration of food, ensuring their sustenance was secure, leaving them with no grounds for dissatisfaction. The remaining villagers were not idle either. Due to the hastened pace of the camp's expansion, the stockpile of logs and other materials had been swiftly depleted. After discussions with others, Li Wei decided that, aside from those serving as apprentices in the blacksmiths and carpenter shops, the daily rations for the remaining villagers would be halved, with the remaining portion contingent upon their participation in various tasks to receive the full allocation. The original distribution of food was sufficient to sustain an adult, but having it rendered it inadequate, meaning that those who did not work would surely face hunger. This change sparked discontent among a segment of the villagers who had grown accustomed to receiving ample provisions without effort. Most of these individuals had been idlers even before the calamity struck, and the pangs of hunger were not easily borne. However, the toil required for work was not something they were willing to undertake. Some managed to endure a few days before lamenting their plight and retreating home, refusing to return. Many others did not even complete a single day of labor, subsisting on the meager daily rations. Living in a cycle of hunger and occasional satiety, it is easy to imagine how resentment began to fester among these individuals, stirring up a significant undercurrent within the camp that in every shadowy corner of the refugee camp. One could observe these figures huddled together in secrecy, grumbling, lamenting, and cursing, hurling every vile epithet like torrents of filth upon Li Wei and his associates. Some even darkly suggested that they should simply leave and seek their fortune at the Viscount's castle. Yet, deep down, they understood that a place capable of distributing free provisions had never existed, even prior to the calamity, let alone now, when demons roamed freely and fog enveloped the land. While the Viscount's castle was reputed to be a bastion of wealth and invulnerability, it was evidently a realm for the nobility, likely to be even more arduous for these idle souls. Thus, they were left to continue their lamentations and curses, tightening their belts to stave off the discomfort of their hollow bellies. Dallas was one such idler, perhaps even the epitome of all any-do-wells.it28, the prime of a man's life. Dallas possessed a robust physique, with bulging muscles in his arms capable of besting two men in a brawl. Yet, the moment the thought of work crossed his mind, his strength seemed to dissipate. He had once enlisted in the militia and was among the first chosen, but as soon as rigorous training and arduous labor commenced, he promptly withdrew, returning to his languid existence. However, even this lifestyle began to falter. The daily rations he received had dwindled from a large loaf of black bread and several handfuls of oats to a mere fraction. A small piece of black bread and a handful of oats. A reduction of more than half. If it were in the past, Dallas would have effortlessly borrowed food from his neighbors, his fists serving as a deterrent that ensured their generosity without a thought of repayment. However, that was no longer the case. Levi appointed Sir Grace as the camp's constable, who led a cadre of archers and pikemen, patrolling the encampment day and night. Should such an incident arise, a squad of fully armed soldiers could arrive within minutes at the cry of any villager threatened by Dallas. While he was not intimidated by a few rustic folk, challenging those well-trained soldiers would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Dallas was acutely aware of this reality, and thus he could only scrape by on his meager rations each day. Until one fateful night, when several shadowy, gaunt figures stealthily infiltrated his dwelling. Just a week after the departure of the envoy from Viscount Lyon, rumors began to circulate within the refugee camp, initially confined to the idle rascals. The whispers soon reached even the ordinary residents. They began to inquire amongst themselves about the nature of the conversation between the stranger who had been expelled and Levi, pondering the depth of his ominous background. The rumors quickly found their way to Sir Grace's ears, prompting him to personally investigate. Yet, after thorough scrutiny, the origins of these rumors remained obscure, seemingly having spread without cause. Only Dallas and a few other ruffians were privy to the true source of these stories, and they were currently gathered in Dallas's abode, plotting their next scheme. Dallas's dwelling was hardly tidy. In fact, it could be deemed the most dilapidated structure in the camp. The floor was strewn with a chaotic array of items, and several clay pots were haphazardly piled in a corner, one of which was open, exuding the pungent aroma of poor-quality spirits. The assembly in Dallas's home consisted entirely of scoundrels, most of whom were inebriated, each toying with a dagger or similar weapon. "Hey, Dallas, what a thrilling time we've been having. Just seeing Sir Grace's knife-edged face turn pale gives me immense satisfaction," cackled a bald man, grinning broadly with his yellowed teeth. "What shall we do next? Spread more rumors? No, we shall embark on something far more significant than mere rumor-mongering," Dallas whispered from the center of the crowd, his appearance seeming a touch gaunter than a week prior, though the glint of red in his eyes shone like a ghostly flame. "Sinister and mysterious. Something greater? Speak, Dallas, we are all ears," urged another man, who was picking his teeth with a dagger, his impatience palpable. The others chimed in, their voices a cacophony, for in recent days, they had received spirits and jerky from Dallas as compensation for spreading rumors. Though the liquor bore the taste of spoiled grain and the jerky seemed far from fresh, the quantity was ample enough to excite these famished men. "Now, listen closely, everyone. This evening, we shall spread our last rumor. And this one is of utmost importance. We must ensure that the news of Viscount Lyon's impending army reaches the ears of every villager." Dallas's voice was chillingly cold, silencing the raucous rascals and causing them to exchange wary glances. Soon, however, a new uproar erupted that threatened to tear the roof off. "The army of Viscount Lyon is coming. Is this news true or false? Dallas, where did you hear this? A great battle is imminent. If Viscount Lyon triumphs, will he not slay us all as rabble?" The ruffians muttered in panic, stamping their feet and tugging at their hair and beards. They harbored discontent towards Levi, yet the thought of returning under Viscount Lyon's rule filled them with dread. After all, Viscount Lyon was far from a benevolent lord, and life under his dominion would be even more arduous. The cruel smile crept across Dallas's face, devoid of warmth, radiating a chilling malice. "No, the army of Viscount Lyon is yet unaware of our whereabouts. It is we who shall strike first, tonight." Chapter 96, The Undercurrents in the Camp, Part 2. Dallas's proclamation was staggering, plunging the rascals into a deathly silence. Their eyes, filled with trepidation, turned towards Dallas. But upon meeting his blood-red gaze, they instinctively averted their stares. The outermost ruffians began to inch toward the door, and soon all were following suit, creating a wider circle around Dallas. He folded his arms, coldly observing the ruffians, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Dallas, what you are doing is courting death. Do you understand? Shouted the bald ruffian, wiping his shiny forehead. Lord Levi has thwarted the demon's attacks time and again. You've seen it yourself. His warriors are exceptionally skilled, far beyond our capabilities to withstand. Indeed, we cannot stand against him. Dallas, your fanciful notions will find no support, the toothpick-wielding ruffian exclaimed, his hand trembling as the sharp dagger nicked his gums, causing blood to flow. I'm out. I quit. Me too. Dallas, you're a madman. I won't die alongside a lunatic. With the lead voice of dissent, chaos erupted once more, but this time the clamor was one of retreat. Each ruffian eager to escape the clutches of Dallas, whose ambition had evidently clouded his judgment. But gentlemen, do you not think it a tad late to contemplate withdrawal? You have all partaken of my liquor and meat, and the guilt of spreading rumors rests upon each of you. Dallas grinned, his voice taking on a slightly shrill quality. The bald ruffian, poised to leave, halted in his tracks, turning back to Dallas with a malevolent grin. Ah, indeed, Dallas. You have reminded me we have all spread rumors, and the culpability is considerable. However, if we were to capture the source of these rumors and deliver him to Sir Grace, surely that sin could be absolved. The bald ruffian's words elicited gleeful expressions from the others, their wicked laughter rising as they re-encircled Dallas. The bald ruffian leisurely drew a dagger from his sleeve, gripping it in a reverse hold. Dallas, I know you are a formidable fighter, but we are many. It would be wise not to resist. Otherwise, you might find yourself injured. He had hoped to witness fear on Dallas's face, yet surrounded as he was, Dallas showed no signs of panic. Instead, he regarded the encroaching crowd with disdain, idly toying with a small metallic whistle in his palm. How foolish you are. Did you think the jerky and liquor were freely given? Silly fools, heed the sound and awaken the beast within your hearts. Dallas uttered cryptic words before bringing the whistle to his lips and blowing forcefully. No sound seemed to emerge, yet the advancing crowd halted abruptly, hands clasping their ears in anguished cries. The shrieks were piercing, enough to compel any sane person to cover their ears. Dallas, however, squinted in apparent enjoyment, as if he were listening to the most exquisite symphony the world had to offer. The bald ruffian, closest to Dallas and thus most affected by the sound, finally lowered his hands, blood trickling from his ears, and in a desperate bid to escape the torment, he ruptured his eardrums. What a pity. Had you not been so rash, you could have made a fine subordinate, Dallas lamented, shaking his head in mock sorrow. He then bowed his head, producing a sharp, piercing note from the whistle. This sound was shrill, akin to two finely honed swords scraping together, grating on the senses. The now deafened bald ruffian exhibited confusion, unable to comprehend Dallas's actions. Yet, gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the dagger and stepped closer to Dallas. You are doomed. Dallas. The ruffian's voice, rendered strange by his deafness, nevertheless conveyed palpable hatred. Dallas watched as the dagger lunged toward his shoulder, standing steadfast without raising a defense. Suddenly, a furry paw clamped onto the ruffian's wrist from behind. A powerful grip that caused the ruffian's heart to plummet. His body bent instinctively, and he head-butt backward with force. With a sharp crack, a repulsive sound echoed, reminiscent of something grotesquely shattered. The claw of the bald rogue was released, revealing a creature cloaked in gray fur, clutching its blood-soaked visage and retreating unsteadily while emitting a wretched scream. Freed from his grasp, the bald rogue turned to pursue his advantage, but upon witnessing the scene behind him, his countenance paled to the hue of parchment. Instead of the dozen comrades he expected to stand united against a common foe, he was confronted by a horde of enormous, clothing-clad rodents standing upright on their hind legs. The rogue's gaze fell upon the garments adorning the monstrous mice, and despair gripped his heart with the ferocity of a Talon. Those garments were disturbingly familiar. They once belonged to his own companions. With eyes wide in horror, the rogue let out a chilling, frenzied cry, but amidst his wails, the colossal mice surged forward, their furry claws clawing mercilessly. His screams morphed into agonized moans as warm blood splattered across the scene, with a drop landing squarely on Dallas's face. Extending a long, slender tongue, Dallas deftly licked away the blood, the metallic scent igniting a primal nerve within him. He tilted his head back and let out a shrill howl that pierced the air. He tore open the fabric of his chest, watching as the hair on his skin thickened and elongated, forming clusters of gray fur enveloping his body. Dallas's fingers twitched and clawed at his chest, the intense itch within bringing him unbearable torment, akin to his initial transformation. Yet, before long, that peculiar itch transmuted into a thrilling exhilaration. His body trembled as the excitement radiated from his chest, his mouth protruding his long, coarse whiskers sprouted forth. Steadying himself, a pink tail emerged from his left pant leg, and he found himself transformed into a bipedal rodent, akin to the unfortunate rogue. A shrill whistle escaped Dallas's mouth, causing the giant mice to scatter, revealing the mangled remains of the bald rogue. A grotesque sight. One of his eyes had been gouged from its socket, hanging limply by a few blood vessels. His chest and abdomen were shredded, exposing the writhing innards beneath. In such a dire state, the rogue clung to his last breath, yet he strained to widen his remaining eye, mumbling incoherently through a mouth frothing with blood. Dallas leaned closer, eager to catch the rogue's final words. But even as the rogue's eye widened in death, Dallas remained oblivious to their meaning. A cat? A big cat will eat you? The newly transformed Dallas echoed, kicking the rogue's corpse in frustration. Did you really think of me as just an ordinary mouse? Any cat that dares approach will find itself on the menu for a fresh meal. Chapter 97. Rumors, spreading panic as dusk approached. New rumors began to circulate within the refugee camp, with anxious yet vivid accounts of hearsay spreading like wildfire, growing increasingly absurd with each retelling. The messenger, previously dismissed by Levi, morphed into a harbinger of doom from Count Ryan, instilling genuine fear in the hearts of the villagers as it was said that Count Ryan was set to lead an army to annihilate everyone here. The Lord Count Ryan is coming. He will lead hundreds, even thousands of knights, their dust clouds blotting out the sun. Countless banners will flutter around him, more numerous than the stars in the sky, and the wind will rush before him. Lamenting, a ragged vagabond seated on a bench spoke fervently, froth gathering at his mouth, before he abruptly ceased, shaking his head with a sigh. Quickly, tell us, what will happen when Count Ryan arrives? The villagers urged impatiently. Of course. He will drown this camp in a sea of blood. What is the wind limit? It mourns for your fate. I cannot divulge more, for I have traveled many miles today, and my throat is parched. Here, fine oat wine, to warm you and quench your thirst, an elderly man with a white beard offered, unfastening a leather flask from his waist. The vagabond accepted the flask, gulping several mouthfuls and savoring the taste before continuing. Good-hearted people, consider this land. Whose is it? It belongs to Lord Count Ryan, the old man muttered. Indeed, it is Lord Count Ryan's domain. This land is his, the water is his, the air is his. But now, who is the leader you follow? Lord Levi is a great hero who vanquishes demons. With dozens of valiant soldiers under his command, undefeated in battle, a youthful voice chimed in. Oh, dozens of soldiers, quite a formidable number, but do you know how many Lord Count Ryan brings? The villagers shook their heads, fear evident in their eyes. Hundreds, even thousands, all riding mighty steeds, slaughtering you country folk as easily as slicing through vegetables. Just like you, little one. One swipe of a knight's great sword, and your head will disappear. The vagabond rose, gesturing dramatically, his tone growing ominous. The young man felt a chill run down his spine under the vagabond's gaze, shrinking back into silence, satisfied. The vagabond resumed his seat, taking another sip of oat wine. Consider this. If Levi and Lord Count Ryan were to clash, who would prevail? Lord Levi and Lord Count Ryan. The villagers exchanged panicked glances, murmuring among themselves. This was a scenario they had never contemplated. Many, having survived the battles against the burners in the demon slavery nights, believed Levi had the upper hand. However, the older villagers, who had witnessed the last cataclysmic event, were certain that Lord Count Ryan's army was unstoppable. Wise wanderer, we know you have traveled the world and possess great knowledge. Tell us, who will ultimately triumph, Lord Levi or Lord Count Ryan? The elderly man implored. Yes, yes, wise one, share your thoughts, the villagers urged in unison. Between Lord Levi and Lord Count Ryan, who is the mightier? Ah, Lord Levi is no match for Lord Count Ryan. I have been to Count Ryan's castle and witnessed this formidable lord firsthand. His presence is terrifying. A single roar from him can shake the castle towers. A stomp from his foot makes even the bravest knight kneel. He is the sovereign of this land, and none dare oppose him. Not even the king. Levi cannot contend with him, and he is soon to lead his army to deal with Levi, after which it will be your turn. The villagers' faces drained of color as they envisioned the count's army surging forth amidst blood and fire, trampling them into the blood-soaked earth. Oh, Father in heaven, have mercy. The old man with the white beard trembled. Wise one, advise us. How can we preserve our lives? Lord Levi will not lose. Do not forget that he led his troops to rescue Mine Pit Village. While Lord Count Ryan cowers in his fortified castle, too afraid to show his face, do you think that Lord will lead his army into battle? He must first have the courage to step outside his safe haven. The young man interjected once more, his voice rising. The villagers' expressions shifted, color returning to their faces. Indeed, since the onset of the demon calamity, who has heard of Lord Count Ryan leaving his castle? What use are more soldiers if they are merely for his own safety? If Lord Levi hadn't saved us on that burning night, we would have long since become fodder for demons. As the villagers' sentiments began to shift, the vagabond and the elderly man exchanged discreet glances. Both sensing a growing urgency. It seemed they had underestimated the esteem in which Levi was held among these simple folk. The vagabond cleared his throat and naturally redirected the conversation. Yes, the renown of Lord Levi is widespread. Even a vagabond like me has heard tales of him countless times. However, Lord Count Ryan's ranks include two fearsome lions, Lords Wilps and Herbert. I have heard their names, two renowned knights, the elderly man affirmed. If Lord Levi's forces were to engage Lord Count Ryan's, those two would undoubtedly join the fray, and blood would flow like rivers. The very moon above would turn crimson, like eyes weeping blood. The vagabond lowered his voice, his expression menacing as he intimidated the surrounding villagers. Good-hearted souls, hasten to beseech the mercy of the Father God. I perceive that many among you are ensnared by ominous auras, while the scythe of the eternal slumber guide, Kuxiang, whistles ominously above your heads. Oh, Father God in the heavens, bestow your compassion upon us. The elderly man with a gray beard raised his hands high, emitting a mournful wail that trembled through the night sky, sending a chill creeping into the hearts of those who listened. What this vagabond says bears truth. He speaks rightly. Should war erupt, this place shall surely transform into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. We cannot await our doom. We must flee from here. Flee from here. Outside lurk roving demons. Where shall we go? As the villagers began to whisper among themselves, a smirk of satisfaction flickered across the old man's face, only to be quickly replaced by a facade of sorrow as he shouted to the vagabond, "Come with me, wise wanderer, to my home, where I shall offer you black bread and steaming oatmeal, granting you a chance to rest well." After two figures departed the crowd, the villagers continued their hushed discussions, their faces pale and filled with unease, resembling a gathering of specters. After a while, still unable to reach any consensus, the villagers dispersed anxiously, embellishing the rumors they had heard before passing them on to others. The original villagers of the refugee camp began to panic. Yet the same rumors bore no effect on those who had migrated from Mine Village. These individuals regarded the spittle-flecked vagabond with cold, unyielding stares, devoid of any sympathy or wavering emotion. The vagabond, having met with disdain, departed in frustration, leaving behind a trail of venomous curses. A total of over 10 vagabonds weaved through the refugee camp, striving to disseminate the news of the imminent assault led by Count Ryan to every corner. By nightfall, the camp was rife with these rumors, some sounding alarmingly credible, prompting Sir Grace, responsible for maintaining order, to command his pikemen and archers to temporarily cease their patrols and investigate the origins of the tales. This was precisely the outcome the vagabonds had sought. Upon witnessing the soldiers mobilizing, they hastily exited the scene, slipping away along the half-constructed wooden walls, gathering within a dilapidated wooden shack. Chapter 98. The Plan. Dawn assassination. This very shack served as Dallas's abode. The filthy ground still stained with dark red blood, a potent stench capable of suffocating an ordinary person. Yet, Dallas and several other tall, gaunt figures sat upon the floor, displaying no sign of discomfort. Dallas had regained his human form, but the traits of a rodent appeared to have intensified within him. He gazed upward into the sky, shrouded in thick fog, unable to discern anything, yet his face shone with rapture. The moon shall soon rise, round and full, imbuing us with strength. Squeak. Tonight, many shall never awaken, and countless others shall join our ranks. Correct, Chief Kaka? Indeed, you speak truth. Squeak. The rat man seated in the corner nodded, fiddling with a massive crossbow, inserting a glimmering deep green poison bolt into the weapon-esque groove, raising it for inspection while emitting a satisfied, high-pitched laugh. Once this strikes that fellow Levi, this camp shall become our paradise. Let us hope your aim is true. The curse of rodentification is easily found in food, but much more challenging to procure in weaponry. This poison bolt cost me a staggering 150 gold coins, and be cautious not to slay Levi. The gray-bearded old man sat at the entrance, sharpening his curved dagger on a whetstone while scoffing. Chief Kaka's archery is undoubtedly precise. With this fine heavy crossbow, if he aims for the eye, he shall not hit the ear, rest assured. Puke. Just as the rat man uttered the name, the old man's face twisted with fury as he barked. Silence. Kaka, are you mad? My name must not be revealed. Otherwise, the master shall not spare you. Squeak. How could it be revealed? There are no others here, besides you. All are my kin. They are loyal fellows, ready to die for me at any moment. The Ratman leader, Kaka, placed the crossbow beside him. Speaking nonchalantly, the old man with the gray beard could hardly suppress his disdain. Loyalty? He understood the nature of Ratmen all too well, and such a noble term was utterly misplaced, even during fleeting moments of apparent loyalty. It was merely a deceptive tactic. These vile, despicable rodents held allegiance solely to themselves. Should they all perish, the old man would harbor no regrets. What vexed him was that, in the plans of Master Treason, these wretched beings were deemed indispensable. This was the primary task that had brought him, formerly the captain of the guard at Great Rock Village, to this camp, perhaps oblivious to the old man's contempt. Or perhaps intentionally so. The Ratman leader Kaka leaned closer, whispering, "Captain Puke, would you care to join us?" The gray-bearded man furrowed his brow, resting his hand on the hilt of a concealed dagger at his waist. His gaze icy as it fixed upon the large rodent head within arm's reach. Though he uttered no words, that chilling stare conveyed his refusal clearly. The self-satisfied Ratman leader Kaka chuckled nervously, then raised his hands and stepped back a couple of paces. "If you refuse, so be it." The Ratman leader sighed. "Kaka laments your choice. What a delectable flavor it is. The scent of death and blood is rich. Tonight will be a mesmerizing feast of demise. Go to hell with your feast." The gray-bearded man muttered softly. The Ratmen paid no mind to his grumbling. They were all agitated, fidgeting, and emitting high-pitched squeaks. The full moon's light was obscured by thick fog, rendering the sky devoid of illumination. Yet the moonlight's enchantment remained undiminished. The Ratmen waved their furry claws, baring their teeth, their long pink tails sweeping the ground. It is truly unbearable. The full moon's magic fills my body, a strength I have never experienced before. I feel I could rend a fully armored knight to shreds. Dallas turned from the window, his eyes suffused with a crimson glow, his body trembling as if a swarm of serpents writhed beneath his skin, appearing most fearsome. "That is but an illusion, Dallas, should you encounter a fully armored knight. Decapitation shall be your only fate," the gray-bearded man coldly retorted. "Now, step away from the window, or I shall twist your head off. Do not point at my kin." The Ratman leader Kaka appeared exceedingly agitated, suddenly raising the crossbow and shouting menacingly at the old man. "Kaka, think carefully. Do you wish to jeopardize Master Tryon's plan?" With the crossbow suddenly trained on his head, the old man's face revealed a flicker of anger, yet more so an overwhelming sense of panic. No one understood better than the gray-bearded man the crossbow's formidable power. Designed to target Levi from a distance, it was crafted using unique methods, qualifying as a piece of low-level magical equipment, boasting an astonishing range of 500 meters. The distance between the old man and the Ratman leader was merely a few steps. The bolt released from the crossbow would travel so swiftly it could scarcely be perceived. Despite his dark and cold demeanor, the old man felt a deep-seated terror in the face of such an almost insurmountable predicament. "To hell with Master Treason. That old fool is just as unwilling to join us. We Ratmen are the kin of the night. When endless darkness envelopes the world, it shall be our dominion. That moment is not far off." The Ratman leader Kaka's voice was fervent, his hands trembling as they gripped the heavy crossbow. "Damn this full moon. Has it driven these fools mad?" The gray-bearded man could not help but mutter a curse. Then he raised his head, speaking in the calmest voice he could muster to the Ratman leader. "Kaka, what do you intend to do against the forces of this camp? With merely the 20-odd Ratmen at your side, they likely could not even contend with the militia once Levi's elite troops arrive. We shall all be doomed." The Ratman leader panted heavily, the crimson glow in his eyes waning slightly. "I apologize." He lowered the crossbow, saying, "The full moon always ignites my passion. I was a bit impulsive just now. It would be wise for you to temper your fervor." The silver-bearded man exhaled deeply, his voice regaining its icy demeanor, laden with an air of menace. "Lord Tryon's plan will enable us to seize this camp in its entirety. Once we succeed, you may indulge your passions as you wish. However, prior to that, should your fervor jeopardize the entire operation, I suspect that Lord Tryon would not hesitate to strip you of your skin and immerse you in brine, allowing you to fully unleash your remaining passions." The Ratman leader, Kaka, narrowed his eyes dangerously. He yearned to command his kin to overwhelm and shred the silver-bearded man to pieces. Yet he swiftly quelled this impulse, restoring reason to his being. "I understand." The Ratman leader retreated to a corner. "Captain Puke, please reiterate tonight's plan, so we may solidify our understanding. Do not utter my name." The silver-bearded man gritted his teeth and hissed, then retrieved a rough piece of sheepskin from his coat, spreading it upon the ground. "Remember well with your impulsive minds. Observe closely. Once the clock strikes midnight, Half of the Ratmen will infiltrate the camp at various points, specifically here, and here, timing their ignitions perfectly. Then, amidst the ensuing chaos, the remaining Ratmen will strike, wounding as many villagers as possible to create further disorder. Above all, we must divert the attention of the camp's guards entirely. Given Levi's nature, he will certainly not bide his time in safety waiting for the turmoil to subside. Rather, he will lead his subordinates into the fray, attempting to quell the chaos before it escalates. The crux lies in the final step. Dallas and I will provide cover, while Leader Kaka lies in ambush atop the loft, launching crossbow bolts imbued with the ratification curse at Levi. Should the bolt find its mark, he will metamorphose into a Ratman within hours, thus falling under Kaka's control. Then we shall freely spread the curse throughout the camp, enticing more to join our ranks. Squeak squeak, Dallas said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Indeed, this is the reward promised to you by Lord Tryon, the silver-bearded man replied somewhat reluctantly, nodding towards the Ratman leader Kaka. Kaka, the tasks of launching the cursed bolts and controlling Levi are both yours. Therefore, you must restrain your bloodlust and ensure absolute precision. I comprehend. Squeak squeak. No problem. Squeak squeak. The Ratman leader scratched the floor with his claws while emitting a high-pitched sound. Very well. Then according to the first step of our plan, the initial Ratmen should have reached their designated locations, and the arson is to commence in mere minutes. The second wave of Ratmen should be dispatched immediately, once the fire ignites. They must bite as many as possible. As the silver-bearded man spoke, he suddenly paused, sensing an unsettling change that he noticed the Ratmen opposite him were restlessly twitching their noses, as if they had caught a whiff of something abhorrent. Kaka, what is amiss? The silver-bearded man inquired warily. A most disagreeable sensation, as though something strange approaches, something that fills me with dread. The Ratman leader exclaimed, emitting a series of urgent, high-pitched squeaks. There was no reply. Outside, an oppressive silence reigned. Perhaps it is merely nerves, Kaka? Dallas suggested, licking his lips as he edged closer. It sounds as though there is no unusual noise at all. Kaka shook his head, raising his crossbow towards the door, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, the silver-bearded man waved his hand, knocking the torches to the floor, lowering his body as he crawled towards the window, whispering, "It is precisely the absence of sound that is troubling. Where have the two sentinels gone?" Chapter 99, Operation Exterminate the Rodent Threat, Part 1. Each Ratman is an adept at silent movement, deftly navigating the confines of the room. Though their claws, transformed by the ratification curse, may lack the dexterity of human fingers, the sharp talons laced with toxic curse are far more perilous than ordinary daggers. Their teeth are even more fearsome, capable of severing wood as if it were mere biscuit, and even low-quality thick leather armor cannot withstand their bites. This is precisely what they did. Dallas's abode was but a crude wooden structure, never having undergone repairs since its construction, barely providing shelter from the elements. The Ratman's teeth soon breached the wooden barriers, allowing the damp, cold night mist to surge inside. "We must leave at once," the silver-bearded man signaled in preparation. And before his eyes, a gray shadow darted through the breach in the wall, a Ratman recklessly escaping. Squeak squeak. Almost as soon as the Ratman vanished through the opening, two faint cries echoed from outside. Had it not been for the Ratman's acute hearing, they might have missed the sounds entirely. Squeak squeak, did he die? There is an ambush outside. Do not jest. Who could possibly lie in wait for the night's kin in the dark? Ratman leader Kaka screeched in anger. Enough. Let us all succumb to frenzy and indulge in a slaughtering feast on this full moon night. The Ratmen erupted in cries, their bodies swelling as muscles expanded grotesquely, some first stretching to the point of rupture, exposing crimson flesh. Clearly, this transformation was a painful ordeal. Their shrieks resonated hauntingly through the quiet night. The silver-bearded man despondently covered his face, fully aware that the instant the two sentinels were silently dispatched, Lord Tryon's plan to seize the refugee camp had irrevocably failed. These damned large rats are truly more hindrance than help. He cursed through gritted teeth. He then observed the now-muscled Ratmen charge through the door. A cacophony of chaos erupting outside. It was evident that the assailants lurking beyond were numerous, as the Ratmen's shrieks echoed from every direction, indicating fierce combat. Strangely, the silver-bearded man noted, he heard the Ratmen's final wretched cries, their bodies colliding heavily against the walls, the sounds of bones snapping and breaking, yet despite straining to listen, he could discern no shouts from their adversaries, as if the Ratmen were contending with a legion of silent phantoms. Ratman leader Kaka did not follow his subordinates into the fray immediately. This cunning and formidable Ratman appeared unusually agitated on one hand. His muscles swelled as he gasped heavily. On the other, he struggled to suppress the urge for bloodshed, even the crimson glow in his eyes flickering with dread. What is happening? What transpires outside? The silver-bearded man pondered, moving closer to the Ratman leader, whispering in a hushed tone. Terrifying. Those fiends outside are dreadfully formidable. I sense my kin dwindling rapidly, and not a single one has managed to escape beyond 50 meters. Kaka's voice trembled, his hands gripping the crossbow as if it were his last bastion of hope. The silver-bearded man fell silent. While he despised the Ratman's vile nature, he did not underestimate their combat prowess. Though they appeared somewhat frail, their strength rivaled that of humans, and their movements were exceptionally agile. Darkness did not obscure the Ratman's vision. Rather, it afforded them concealment, rendering their nocturnal capabilities formidable that in daylight. Fighting on open plains, Ratmen might pose little threat. However, in the depths of night within narrow towns, their might was unleashed to its fullest extent, their cursed teeth and claws serving as terrifying weapons. Yet this time, the Ratmen had evidently encountered an even more fearsome foe. The shrieks soon dwindled into silence. The silver-bearded man and Ratman leader both understood that this silence did not signify the Ratman's escape, but rather their entry into the realm of death. A shadow suddenly surged through the gaping hole in the wooden wall. Kaka's finger twitched, and with a resounding click, the heavy crossbow released its bolt, striking the shadow with pinpoint accuracy. The force of the specially crafted bolt was tremendous, redirecting the shadow's trajectory as it crashed into the wall with a thud. A hit, the Ratman leader exclaimed in delight. But as his gaze fell upon the shadow, he was instantly rendered motionless. The extinguished torch cast the room into impenetrable darkness, yet Kaka's glowing red eyes discerned clearly. The shadow was no stranger to him. In fact, it was the very figure that had exited the room, now returning with only its legs intact. The visage of the Ratman, Dallas, was rapidly reverting, soon transforming into a countenance that belonged to humanity. His lips quivered as he murmured, his throat emitting a series of guttural sounds, until finally, after expelling a sanguine bubble, he managed to squeeze out a few words through his clenched teeth. "Cat, big cat. Kill me, big cat. What is that?" inquired Kaka, the Ratman leader, perplexed. Yet, Dallas had already exhaled his last breath. With his voice fading, his eyes became filled with a vacant, deathly stillness. Kaka, the leader, hastily retrieved a new crossbow bolt. Fumbling to load it onto the heavy crossbow, a task far from simple, the dread of death rendered Kaka's hands tremulous, making such delicate maneuvers exceedingly arduous, just as he was on the verge of success. The door was suddenly flung open by an unseen force. The old man with the gray beard, lacking the Ratman's ability to see clearly in the dark, perceived only two glowing green gems outside the door before Kaka let out a harrowing scream. Entangled in a struggle with an unknown entity, Kaka was no weakling. His prowess in battle was unparalleled among the Ratmen, a fact that had earned him his leadership. This night, coinciding with the full moon, augmented the Ratman's strength considerably. The old man had confidence in his swordsmanship, yet he would never be foolish enough to challenge Kaka on a night of such celestial potency. However, Kaka, the formidable Ratman leader, appeared to be in dire straits. He seemed to be grappling with a shadowy mass, punctuated by intermittent shrieks, yet the shadow remained eerily silent, merely gnawing and clawing, with warm Ratman blood splattering in all directions. As the confrontation continued, the sounds of struggle gradually diminished, Kaka's cries transforming into agonized gasps, which soon faded altogether. The old man strained his eyes, but the darkness obscured his vision, allowing him only a faint glimpse of Kaka standing, head drooping in a peculiar posture, rather than collapsing. Gritting his teeth, the old man retrieved a luminous crystal from his belt, a rudimentary magical artifact capable of emitting a soft, diffuse white light, useful for illumination at night. Albeit exorbitantly priced, affordable only to the wealthiest of families. Under the glow of the luminous crystal, the outcome of the struggle became starkly apparent. Kaka's already unappealing visage appeared even more grotesque. His body dangled above the ground, swaying at a height of over half a meter, while a bobcat, gripping Kaka's neck, hung from the ceiling with its hind paws, its emerald eyes devoid of emotion, fixated on the old man. The bobcat's maw gaped wide, and Kaka's body crumpled like a rag, blood oozing from countless wounds. Yet its sharp claws and teeth left no mark upon the bobcat's sleek fur. The old man's wealth of adventuring experience kicked in as the bobcat's form emerged. He swiftly drew a dagger, holding it defensively across his chest, bracing for any eventuality. He had prepared himself for any circumstance, yet upon witnessing the spotted beast, an uncontrollable astonishment overtook him. Damn it, that's a forest predator. A bobcat. His cry was steeped in despair. The bobcat gracefully leapt from the ceiling, its lithe form creating the illusion of floating through the air. Upon landing, its padded paws absorbed all sound, making it seem as if the creature was merely a figment of imagination. With the old man able to hear only his own labored breaths, few had ever heard the call of a bobcat, and those who had were seldom left alive. The old man felt his palms grow damp with sweat. The hilt of his dagger slick and elusive. This was a precarious situation. He recognized it as a manifestation of his waning confidence in victory. In his current mental state, an adversary he could have vanquished now appeared formidable. Despite this realization, he found himself unable to uplift his spirits or bolster his resolve. The appearance of the bobcat had utterly shattered his fighting spirit, leaving him consumed by a profound fear of death. He even contemplated kneeling in surrender, yet the foe before him was not one amenable to negotiation. The bobcat paid no heed to the old man's beseeching gaze, its hind legs slightly bent, its back arched like a drawn bow, preparing to launch an attack. In desperate defiance, the old man gripped his dagger tightly, ready to fight with all his might. His blade bore a faintly blue hue, a testament to its poison, capable of delivering lethal toxins even with the slightest scratch. However, even the most potent poison required time to take effect, and the old man doubted he could endure long enough in the presence of the bobcat. Cat. Wait, this man is mine, rang a clear voice from outside, followed by a flicker of fiery red light. A young man strode in, brandishing a torch, his iron blue knight's sword reflecting a ghostly gleam. Levi. It's you. The old man's pupils constricted as he beheld the fearsome beast obediently approach the young man, nuzzling against him, his astonishment now utterly unmasked. Are you surprised, Captain Puke of Dian Village? The young man stroked the bobcat's head, then turned his serious gaze toward the old man. After a moment of hesitation, the old man removed his disguise, revealing a significantly younger face, his narrow eyes glinting with cunning. It was indeed Puke, the captain of the guards who had once crossed paths with Levi at the gates of Dian Village. My disguise was flawless. How did you discern my identity? Captain Puke inquired, incredulous. It was the scent of alcohol emanating from you that betrayed you. The rations in the camp are uniformly distributed, and there are no shares for brewing, Levi replied calmly. Is that truly the reason? You have such faith in your subordinates. Could it not be that they pilfered some for themselves? Captain Puke could not suppress his outburst. I have absolute faith in them, Levi stated, silently adding, to embezzle, one must have something to steal, and that warehouse is merely a fade. The provisions are drawn directly from the heart of the castle each day. Captain Puke's expression fluctuated before he resolutely tossed aside his dagger. Lord Levi, spare my life, and I shall divulge all the insider information I possess. No need, Levi interrupted without hesitation, the torchlight casting a vivid red hue upon his youthful face, which bore an air of sternness that instilled a sense of dread in Captain Puke. Lord Levi, what are you saying? Puke questioned, incredulous. I said you need not surrender. I shall not accept it, Levi informed him calmly, raising his knight's sword slowly, the iron blue glint penetrating Puke's very heart, rendering him immobile. Why? I possess knowledge of many insider matters. For instance, Levi, do you not wish to know who has been scheming against you in the shadows? And who has been colluding with demons? Sweat beaded upon Captain Puke's forehead as he struggled to articulate, seeking a chance to save his life. As the captain of the guards, Puke was no slouch, an agile warrior of level 5. He had not yet grasped the essence of battle aura, yet he was on the cusp of knighthood. What truly terrified him was not Levi's glimmering sword, but rather the bobcat, poised and watchful beside him. What you speak of intrigues me, yet I cannot absolve you of your crimes. Captain Puke, should your scheme succeed, how many innocents would perish as a result? Levi's voice hardened with determination. Draw your weapon and prepare to meet your end. Captain Puke scoffed, slowly crouching to retrieve the dagger he had discarded. Levi, you truly are a knight, then meet your demise with your knightly creed. A flash of cold light shot forth from Puke's hand, as he suddenly lunged forward, attempting to seize Levi as a hostage. To ensure stealth, the throwing knives were crafted to be exceedingly light, while their razor-sharp edges could easily slice through flesh. Their lethality was somewhat diminished, requiring the application of paralyzing poison to enhance their effectiveness. A rippling magical barrier flickered around Levi, and several slender throwing knives clattered to the ground. A flicker of fear crossed Captain Puke's eyes as his forward momentum abruptly halted. Attempting to stop, however, his vision was suddenly filled with a silvery radiance, and he could not suppress a cry of anguish. Before the sound faded, a steel blue knight's sword pierced his chest, emerging from his back. How could this be possible? Lord Donner and Sir Grey stood side by side atop the watchtower, observing the battle unfolding within the refugee camp. Occasionally, a rat man would scurry by, pursued by a large bobcat. A throng of rat men had gathered in the central clearing of the camp, forming a defensive circle against several bobcats. The glint of swords flashed as they engaged in combat. The rat men displayed remarkable agility, wielding their daggers with considerable skill. The bobcats did not launch a direct assault, but instead circled around, darting from various directions and occasionally pouncing forward, extending their massive claws for a vicious swipe. In an instant, a rat man let out a shriek, ejected from the defensive formation by the force of the blow. The loyalty among the rat men was as fragile as the tip of a tail. Had they not felt cornered, they would not have huddled together in a desperate struggle. Ultimately, however, the rat men fell, one by one, to the attacks of these beasts with their mottled fur and gleaming teeth. How can there be so many bobcats? Donner gazed blankly at Sir Grace, asking, wasn't there only one cat with Lord Leeway? A faint smile flickered across Sir Grace's icy visage as he stroked the silver fur longbow resting on his shoulder. These are all reinforcements summoned by Lord Leeway's cat. Is there a more effective way to deal with rats than with these clawed specialists? Chapter 101. The Fury of Viscount Ryan. A meeting was convened in the conference room of Viscount Ryan's castle. The Viscount occupied the head seat, with the elderly scholar Master Sugard in a red robe to his left, while the young Grand Knight Wilps sat in a subordinate position beside the Viscount. Next to him was a dignified old man, his imposing demeanor evident in his countenance. This elder donned a silver chainmail shirt, exquisitely crafted from small silver rings that shimmered in the glow of the fireplace. An emblem of crossed swords adorned his right shoulder, from which several golden chains dangled, swaying slightly with his movements. Grand Knight Herbert had not attended the previous meeting, as he was leading his knights to purge the demon scouts and mercenaries from the vicinity of the Viscount's castle. Striving to thwart the impending onslaught of the demon organization, several other knights accompanying the old knight bore an air of exhaustion, clad in chainmail or leather armor, with most stained by deep crimson blood, evidently just returned from the battlefield. Among them were a swordsmanship instructor, the aspiring high-ranking knight Gale Joy, the physically formidable high-ranking knight Drakenson, and the renowned Grand Knight Lidwan of Green Fortress. The remaining knights and aspiring knights present bore solemn expressions, seemingly still tinged with the aura of battle. In contrast, the knights stationed within Viscount Ryan's castle appeared somewhat lesser. Grand Knight Wilps furrowed his brows, sitting gravely beside the old knight, while high-ranking Knight Dickway sat across with arms crossed, radiating a sense of discontent. Only Sir Tamberton, marked by a prominent scar on his forehead, seemed self-satisfied. Casting glances toward the end of the conference table, at the foot of the table lay the body of a man in a pitiful state, his face cleansed of bloodstains, revealing a corpse tinged with a bluish-gray hue. A sharp dagger was embedded deep in his brow, and the surrounding skin appeared severely burned and charred. The cause of this man's demise was not difficult to deduce, as his neck, chest, and abdomen bore numerous deep wounds, each sufficient to extinguish even the healthiest life instantly. With a crash, a silver cup was hurled to the ground, spilling deep red wine that blossomed like a dark flower upon the woolen carpet. Viscount Ryan stormed about his chair, teeth grinding in fury. That Bradley way is too overbearing, he bellowed at the knights seated behind the conference table. Some knights quickly adopted expressions of shared outrage, while others remained indifferent. Look at this. I graciously issued a pardon, absolving that brat of his initial crimes. But what does he do? He not only accepts my goodwill, but also brutally executes my envoy. This is a vile provocation against the honor of the Ryan family. I cannot tolerate it. The Viscount pressed his hands against the table, his complexion ashen, his expression terrifying. My lord, please issue the command. Just give me 100 soldiers, and I will drag that brat before you by his hair, at your mercy. Sir Tamberton sprang to his feet, his face flushed, the scar on his forehead looking as if it were about to bleed. It is not so simple. Sir Dio not make baseless claims before the Viscount. The dignified old knight, Grand Knight Herbert, intoned solemnly. Tamberton's expression shifted, as if he wished to retort, but under the old knight's authoritative gaze, he ultimately sank back into his seat. High-ranking Knight Dickway was just about to move when Herbert stood up first, saluting Viscount Ryan. My lord, regarding the murder of the envoy, I have a query for the soldiers who discovered the body. Grand Knight Herbert. What do you mean? Do you suspect my men would lie? Sir Tamberton, just seated, immediately sprang up, angrily questioning. This requires personal inquiry before I can ascertain, the old knight replied, unperturbed by Tamberton's ire. Since Grand Knight Herbert wishes to inquire personally. Butler Tryon, please bring in the soldiers who found the envoy's body, so we may all hear the account together. Viscount Ryan suppressed his fury, nodding to give the command. The balding elder, Butler Tryon, bowed deeply and exited the conference room with a few murmured instructions. Shortly thereafter, the old butler returned, a mysterious smile on his face, whispering into Viscount Ryan's ear, "My lord, the soldiers have been brought in." "Let them enter," the Viscount replied, reclining in his soft, thick chair. The door opened, and 3 men entered in single file, their equipment evidently of superior quality compared to typical soldiers. They wore hardened leather armor, cloaked in black half-capes. Their heads were adorned with half-masks that protected their noses, and their feet were clad in high leather boots reinforced with iron plates. They stood in a line at the end of the conference table, bowing deeply to Viscount Ryan. "My lord, we greet you." The men spoke awkwardly, unsure of where to place their hands, shifting them between front and back, resembling rustic bumpkins unaccustomed to the world. "Are you the ones who discovered the envoy's body?" Viscount Ryan inquired, hands clasped, chin resting upon them. His tone restrained. "Yes, my lord, that is us," the 3 replied, bowing repeatedly, their words tumbling out in a jumble. "This is Grand Knight Herbert, the highest military officer of the castle. He has questions for you, and you must answer truthfully." Or, Viscount Ryan's cold smile accompanied a slicing gesture of his hand. "No one can save your heads." Yes, my lord. We will answer truthfully, we promise." They stammered in unison. The silver chainmail clinked softly as Herbert rose. Approaching the 3 soldiers, in a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "In the name of the Almighty Father, you are to swear to answer the following questions truthfully." "Yes, in the name of the Almighty Father, we swear." "Was the envoy's body the first you discovered?" "Yes, my lord." "What was beside the body at that time?" "Nothing." "No, there were hoof prints, many of them." "Where do those hoof prints lead?" "Into the depths of the dense forest, my lord." Herbert nodded, seemingly satisfied, and turned to return to his seat. However, just as everyone assumed his inquiries were concluded, he suddenly whirled around, emanating a dazzling aura of combat energy, his voice booming like thunder from above. "You are lying. Speak. How many times did you stab the envoy?" Chapter 102. The old knight's doubt. The 3 soldiers were rendered speechless by Herbert's demeanor. The elder knight was enveloped in a radiant aura of combat energy, every strand of his white hair seemingly exuding an air of formidable authority. Before them stood Herbert, resembling a divine apparition, his voice resonating like a hammer, forcefully striking against their hearts. "3 blades," a soldier involuntarily uttered. And scarcely had the words escaped his lips when he felt a searing pain erupting from behind, followed by a gleaming gray sword piercing through his chest, the blade untainted by a drop of blood. The strength supporting the soldier suddenly waned, and he toppled forward, crashing heavily to the ground, his vision narrowing rapidly as blood gushed forth, in the fleeting moment before his consciousness sank into the abyss of darkness. He beheld his 2 companions following suit, collapsing to the ground, one to the left and one to the right. "Sir Tamberton, why have you resorted to such actions?" The aura of battle energy enveloping Herbert intensified, as the elder knight fixed a furious gaze upon Tamberton, who had just retrieved his sword from the last fallen soldier. "I deeply apologize, Lord Herbert. My actions were indeed impulsive. However, I trust you can comprehend the fury that arises from being betrayed by one's subordinates, compelling me to take such reckless measures." As Tamberton spoke, he sheathed his sword, the gray aura emanating from him dimming. He then knelt before the Earl Ryan, exclaiming, "My lord, it is a grave sin that such a rogue emerged among my soldiers. As a knight, I cannot absolve myself of this blame. I am willing to offer one of my estates and 100 gold coins to compensate the families of the victims." The recent turn of events left Earl Ryan in a state of shock. The thunderous roar of Herbert, Tamberton's sudden outburst, and the deaths of the 3 soldiers overwhelmed him. That it was only when Tamberton knelt and loudly expressed his guilt that the Earl's dazed thoughts began to regain their clarity. "Herbert, what is the meaning of this?" Earl Ryan disregarded Tamberton's apologies and directly inquired of the elder knight. "My lord, This is the very question I share, Herbert replied, the brilliant white light emanating from him gradually fading. His white hair settling still, he cast a cold glance at the kneeling Tamburton before bowing to Earl Ryan, stating, "The corpse of the envoy was discovered this morning by those 3 individuals. If their words hold true, then the envoy must have been slain prior to yesterday morning at the refugee camp. And what of it? Lord Herbert, it is entirely plausible that the envoy was murdered at the refugee camp, and his body subsequently transported by that scoundrel's subordinates, discarded in the wilderness near the castle." A young man seated at the far end of the conference table spoke rather rudely. Herbert's white brows shot forth sharp rays of light, causing the young man to shiver under the weight of the elder knight's gaze, hastily lowering his head. "Pammy, do you even know where you are? What right do you have to speak here? Silence yourself at once and remove yourself." The elderly steward, Tryon, standing behind Earl Ryan, lost his customary gentle smile and sternly admonished the young man. He then turned back to Herbert, displaying a sweet smile. "Lord Herbert, please continue your discourse. Pay no mind to that insufferable young wretch. Thanks to the Earl's grace, this is his first attendance at a meeting reserved solely for knights, and he is clearly overwhelmed with excitement. If that young scoundrel is indeed a wretch, then what does that make his father?" Knight Chester muttered to those nearby, inciting a quiet wave of suppressed laughter. Herbert's authoritative gaze swept over the assembly, silencing all mirth, as every knight straightened in their seats, attentively focused, embodying a solemn demeanor. What Sergeant Pammy just voiced may indeed reflect the questions many of you harbor. Allow me to elucidate. I have sworn allegiance to the Ryan family for 30 years. Witnessing countless bloodshed, injuries, and deaths, no one is more acutely aware of the passage of time since a person's demise than I. As Herbert spoke, he approached the wretched corpse of the envoy, drawing a dagger from his belt and lightly slicing across the wrist. A viscous, dark red fluid oozed forth. Several knights gasped softly, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Herbert, what is the purpose of this action?" Earl Ryan inquired, somewhat displeased that in truth, he detested being in close proximity to a corpse. And as Herbert sliced the skin, the scent of blood intensified, causing the Earl to furrow his brow in discomfort. "My lord, observe, if this man had indeed perished prior to yesterday morning, the viscosity and color of the blood would be peculiar. Far too fresh. Moreover, although the current temperature is not high, after a day and a half, the body would undoubtedly emit a strong odor of decay. Yet now, there is none whatsoever." The senior knight, Lidham, approached, taking a whiff near the corpse. "Alas, this fellow's scent is hardly pleasant, but Lord Herbert speaks the truth. There is indeed no stench of decay." A wave of murmurs erupted among the knights seated at the table, each seasoned warrior familiar with the scent of death. Prior to Herbert raising this suspicion, several more discerning knights had sensed something awry, yet for various reasons, had kept their doubts to themselves. "The envoy certainly met his end at the hands of my vile subordinates, and they have admitted as much. I express my sincerest apologies for this. However," Tamburton, still kneeling, once again raised his voice in contrition before shifting the focus. "Yet what shall we say regarding the torn and shredded pardon scroll found in the envoy's possession? None among my men possesses the understanding of the intricacies of battle energy." Herbert nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the parchment of the pardon scroll was shredded by a knight on the verge of mastering the art of battle energy. "And that energy is not of those present in this castle, for I am well acquainted with it. My lord, do you recall the great knight Martin who appeared in your territory a few months ago?" Earl Ryan paused, then nodded. "I remember. Of course, I wished to recruit him, but you dissuaded me, stating that his background was extraordinary and that I could not secure him." "That is correct. Sir Martin's background is indeed profound, and the battle energy he practices is of a peculiar kind, handed down from an ancient family whose name I cannot disclose." Herbert continued, pausing briefly before expressing his confusion. "The battle energy that shattered the pardon scroll is strikingly similar to that wielded by Sir Martin. Though at a slightly lower level, it remains in the nascent stage of battle energy, just a step away from achieving full mastery." Chapter 103. Tryon's second scheme. "What?" Earl Ryan exclaimed in surprise, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. "Lord Herbert, are you suggesting that the boy Levi is not the orphan we believed him to be, but rather possesses a significant background?" "I cannot assert this with certainty, but the energy that destroyed the pardon scroll undoubtedly belongs to Sir Martin," Herbert replied, stroking his graying beard. "Could it be possible that the one controlling the refugee camp is, in fact, Sir Martin?" I recall he was originally in hiding in Mine Village, which was recently attacked by the demon army, now reduced to ruins. The other senior knight, Wilpus, who had been deep in thought, finally broke his silence. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Yet according to our intelligence, the Demon Slaves Knight Brigade was annihilated at the refugee camp before Mine Village was assailed by the demons. At that time, Sir Martin should have still been stationed there. With no signs of departure, Herbert replied, his brow furrowed. It seemed the discussion had reached another impasse, with knights voicing their opinions, leading to conflicting views. Some grew enraged, pounding the table with shouts, while others, visibly furious, grasped their sword hilts, and some wore smirks laced with sarcasm as flashes of battle energy flickered in and out, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Enough. Let us cease this. Earl Ryan, feeling a headache coming on, abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, I called this meeting to devise a strategy to redeem the honor of the Ryan family, regarding the destruction of the pardon scroll and the envoy's murder. Not to incite personal feuds among you. The cacophony of voices vanished as if severed by a blade named Silence. Several knights, who had previously risen from their seats, glaring at one another, now returned to their chairs with expressions of reluctant acceptance. Earl Ryan tempered his frustration, casting a cold glance at the kneeling Tamburton at the far end of the table. Now that the matter of the envoy's murder has been clarified, Sir Tamburton, your punishment will be determined after the calamity has passed, to be balanced against your contributions in combating the demons, and will be announced thereafter. Indeed, my Lord Viscount, I shall valiantly fight for you and cleanse the stain upon our honor. Sir Tamburton exhaled in relief, bowing once more to Viscount Ryan before rising to return to his seat. As for the destruction of the pardon decree, this also brings shame upon the Ryan family. How shall we purge this disgrace? Do any of you have suggestions? Viscount Ryan reclined heavily in his chair, his hands clasped over his chest. Naturally, we should dispatch a great army to utterly crush that ungrateful wretch. Sir Tamburton was the first to leap up and shout, while several knights nearby nodded in agreement. It would be wiser to observe the situation, countered Sir Chester, his tone grave. The recent calamity caught our forces entirely unprepared, leading to significant losses. Should we divert troops to assault now? Regardless of the outcome, we would incur substantial casualties if the demon army attacks the castle again. What resources shall we have for defense? Chester, you are but a coward. The disgrace upon our lord the Viscount is a disgrace upon all of us loyal knights. To absolve this dishonor, a valiant knight must spare no effort. Sir Tamburton shouted back. You claim that Levi brought disgrace upon our lord, yet it was your subordinates who killed the Viscount's envoy. Who can truly verify whether it was Levi who tore up the pardon? If another is behind this act, would we not be playing into their hands by attacking the refugee camp? Sir Chester retorted without hesitation. My Lord Viscount, I propose this. I share a bond with Sir Martin, and I shall write a letter to be delivered to him at the refugee camp. I believe that, if only for the sake of knightly honor, Sir Martin will reveal the truth. Herbert suggested. My Lord Viscount and esteemed knights, there is no need for such complications, interjected the old steward Tryon, stepping forward with a rather saccharine smile. Whether we ignore the matter or deploy our forces, neither is an appropriate choice at this juncture. Regardless of Levi's stance, we are all part of the human realm, and in the face of disaster, we must unite beneath the banner of our Lord Viscount. Viscount Ryan lifted his head, annoyance evident in his voice. Damn that old fox. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Do not beat around the bush. If all you have are such cliches, do not waste our time. Of course, my Lord Viscount, the MY suggestion is quite simple. The number of refugees gathered within the castle is nearing 2,000. Although we have repeatedly lowered the rations, this vast number remains a significant problem. Viscount Ryan sighed. Tryon, how much longer can our stored provisions support us? At the current rate of consumption, we can last for approximately 3 months, at most not exceeding 4, Tryon replied, pulling out a notepad from his coat pocket and flipping through it. 4 months. This figure weighed heavily upon each knight's chest, inducing a sense of oppression among these brave men, regardless of how sharp their swords or how skilled their tactics. Without provisions, the castle's fall would be inevitable. 4 months. The longest recorded duration of a calamity is 2.5 years, and the shortest lasts over a year. We have just passed 7 months, even under the most optimistic scenario. We need to endure at least 5 more months. Master Sugard, seated beside Viscount Ryan, slowly articulated the grim conclusion. This is the crux of my argument, as you all now understand. Our food supplies are insufficient to last until the disaster's end. Moreover, to ensure the army's rations, the allotments for residents and refugees have been drastically reduced, barely maintaining a state where no one starves. Tryon spoke with a tone of profound sympathy, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Be they refugees or original inhabitants of the castle. Every soul is a subject of our Lord Viscount, and we cannot bear to abandon any of them. Yet, under the shroud of fog, no crops can grow, and we receive no food supplies. We must find a way out for at least some of them. Tryon, are you suggesting we cast the refugees out of the castle to fend for themselves? One knight rose, his expression grim as he questioned. Certainly not. To expel the refugees from the castle would be tantamount to condemning them to death. Such cruelty is beyond my capacity, the old steward countered passionately. There is a place that should still possess adequate provisions. You mean Dian Village? It is a den of unscrupulous black market merchants who would never allow refugees entry. Another knight cautioned. No, Dian Village certainly harbors some supplies, though it is evident they will show no mercy. Tryon's smile grew even sweeter. The place I refer to with provisions is the refugee camp. Chapter 104. Eroding loyalty. Steward Tryon's suggestion ignited fierce debate among the knights. Aside from the silent Master Sugard, nearly every knight voiced their opinions. While many opposed the idea of expelling refugees, perhaps due to the pressure of dwindling supplies, a greater number supported the proposal, albeit reluctantly. Thus, this suggestion morphed into a plan. When Viscount Ryan declared the meeting adjourned, at least a third of the knights remained seated, their expressions somber, lingering in silence. Master Sugard was among the first to leave the meeting room. As the elderly scholar in red robes entered his chamber atop the castle's tower, several figures awaited him. Two esteemed knights, along with Lord Dickway, Lord Deleganson, and Lord Lidwan. Your presence here is a great honor for this room. Master Sugard smiled, stroking his beard as he greeted each figure. Look, this old rascal is up to something again, the elder Herbert remarked, shaking his white-haired head in exasperation. Sugard, did you not signal us to meet here after the meeting? Oh, yes, indeed, Lord Herbert. You see, I am becoming forgetful in my old age. Master Sugard jested as he settled into his heavy rocking chair. He removed a weighty scholar's necklace and casually tossed it onto the nearby table, as if it were an ordinary trinket rather than a creation of countless treasures and precious metals. Ah, please, everyone take a seat. Observing the knight's weary smiles, Master Sugard's face lit up with a triumphant grin. He pointed to the small boxes beneath the table, saying, Lord Deleganson, you possess the greatest strength. Please assist me in retrieving these boxes and place one in front of each person. Honestly, having an old man like me perform physical labor is quite torturous. Deleganson extended his robust arms and pulled the boxes from beneath the table, expecting them to be heavy. However, upon a firm tug, he nearly stumbled, for the boxes were remarkably light. He even doubted whether they contained anything at all. Master Sugard, what are you planning? Wilpus inquired, perplexed as he gazed at the box before him. The elderly scholar in red robes smiled mysteriously, gesturing for them to open the boxes. Inside were an abundance of exquisitely small loaves of bread in clay pots, resembling toys a child might play with. Lidwan nudged Dickway and whispered, It seems this is Master Sugard's food reserve. Such delicate little items, I wouldn't dare partake. Dickway grumbled as he pinched a miniature loaf with his fingers. I could eat 100 of these in one sitting. The high-ranking knight's words abruptly halted, a choking sound escaping his throat as he nearly doubted his own eyes. The tiny loaf in his hand had astonishingly ballooned to the size of a large pillow. 100. By the Supreme Father God, Lord Dickway, your appetite is truly fearsome. Master Sugard chuckled heartily. Master Sugard, are these all? Wilpus also picked up a loaf, watching it swell in his hand, a flicker of joy rising within him. You are correct. Wilpus, each box contains provisions sufficient for 5,000 people in bread and clean water. The red-robed scholar's smile faded, and he straightened up in his rocking chair, solemnly locking eyes with each individual present. These are the gifts I leave for you. Tomorrow, I shall depart the castle for another location. What? Depart the castle? Master Sugard, the demons roam freely outside. It is far from safe. Where do you intend to go? Wilpus's smile vanished, replaced by a flurry of anxious inquiries. Of course. We must take a look and see if there is any way to put an end to the calamity ahead of schedule, Master Sugard remarked nonchalantly, spreading his hands. As for the matter of the envoy of Viscount Ryan being slain, have you all not uncovered any further discrepancies? Discrepancies? Are you suggesting that those 3 soldiers were not the masterminds behind the envoy's murder? Herbert furrowed his white brows and replied, "That is simply impossible." Master Sugard surveyed the room, lowering his voice. "Do you truly believe that 3 soldiers would stand a chance against a cunning assassin?" "Assassin!" Lyon and Dickway exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, an assassin," Master Sugard said, tapping the armrest of his chair with a hint of sardonic amusement. I examined the envoy's corpse meticulously, while his muscles were not particularly developed. They exhibited remarkable elasticity and explosive power. Such musculature could not be cultivated through mere martial training or physical labor. It is the hallmark of a thief or assassin who has undergone rigorous training. Master Sugard, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the envoy was once an ordinary thief, Welpus countered thoughtfully. The crux of the matter lies in the calluses on his hands, Master Sugard recalled, gesturing with his own hands. An ordinary thief would lack hardened calluses on their palms, as this would hinder their dexterity. Only an assassin, equally adept in silent movement and agility, would possess the resilient and thin calluses born from wielding throwing knives and daggers. "Is there a problem with the Viscount's envoy?" Welpus inquired, pointing to his own head in disbelief. To send an assassin as an envoy would utterly ruin his reputation once the truth is revealed. The Viscount's reputation was already tarnished the moment he expelled that apprentice squire from the castle. Delegons chuckled with a wry smile. "Though Sir Ston may be deceased, his 3 knights remain. Lord Herbert, had it not been for your authority, I dare say there would be quite the uproar by now." Upon hearing the news, those 3 would have charged forth with their spears, had I not intervened. "They likely would have attempted to assault the castle," Herbert said, stroking his grizzled beard. "The Viscount is likely unaware of the deployment of the assassin," Master Sugard asserted. "The steward, Treason, has concealed many matters from the Viscount. Our lord has always remained oblivious to such sordid affairs. He does not lack sight. Rather, he chooses not to see," Lyon scoffed. "Therefore, I have resolved to leave this place. The hope of ending the calamity no longer resides within the Viscount's castle." Master Sugard shook his head, somewhat melancholic. "Master Sugard, are you truly considering visiting that young squire's camp?" Welpus spread his hands in disapproval. "There are nearly 20 knights here. To assert that the hope of ending the calamity rests with a mere young squire is to underestimate our strength. The armor and swords of knights can only withstand frontal assaults, however. A lethal dagger often strikes from behind." Master Sugard did not respond directly, but sighed deeply. "Welpus, Herbert, and all of you, be wary of one individual. Treason, that old fox." A glint of sharpness flickered in Herbert's eyes. To regard Steward Treason merely as a cunning fox is to underestimate him. In truth, he is more akin to a treacherous and venomous serpent, Master Sugard proclaimed, rising and moving to the window of the tower. The knights followed, gazing down from the tower as the Viscount's castle descended into chaos. Armored soldiers swarmed the streets, shouting and driving ragged refugees away from the castle. The pitiful cries of the desperate echoed, as if the very castle trembled under the weight of their lamentations. A profound silence enveloped Master Sugard's chamber, leaving everyone speechless. This harrowing scene struck at the very souls of the knights, casting expressions of turmoil across their faces. After a long pause, Master Sugard forced a bitter smile and inquired, "Does anyone wish to dissuade me?" The response was a profound silence. Chapter 105. Uprising, bloodshed, forgiveness. The turmoil known as the rodent plague had subsided for several days. Order was restored in the refugee camp. In contrast to the calm demeanor of the new villagers who had migrated from Mine Pit Village. Many of the original residents felt shame and unease. The upheaval was not solely instigated by the rat men. That fateful night, the camp echoed with the sounds of battle, as some villagers, gripped by rumors, emerged from their homes, attempting to storm the warehouses of food and weapons. They were met by the militia, and the standoff did not last long. Some villagers, driven by a frenzy, shouted, "The Lord Viscount Ryan is upon us," as they charged forward with sticks and stones. With the majority of the opposing force being their own kin, the militia's resolve weakened. Some hesitated, losing their weapons and becoming swept up in the crowd, joining in the assault on the warehouse. The remaining militia had no choice but to retreat into the warehouse, shutting its doors tightly. In the darkness of night, the ratmen proved to be formidable adversaries, had it not been for the efforts of the lynx. The alchemical warriors in the camp might have taken hours to eradicate the troublesome ratmen. Cats are indeed the natural enemies of rats, and ratmen's combat prowess pales in comparison to that of ordinary rats. However, the disparity between lynxes and domestic cats is even greater. Within half an hour, The only place in the camp still resonating with chaos was the small area surrounding the warehouse, among the crowd assailing the warehouse. Some on the periphery noticed the unusual silence and, regaining their composure, quietly slipped home under the cover of darkness. Yet, many others, in their frenzy, remained oblivious to their surroundings, crashing against the warehouse doors with such fervor that the sturdy wooden entrance trembled violently. While the doors were crafted from thick timber, impervious to human force, the iron nails holding them together could not withstand the pressure. Some had already dislodged, and the wooden door began to show signs of instability. This evidently spurred the mob of villagers, now transformed into rioters, to unleash even more terrifying cries as they surged forward, trampling one another in their fervor. Weaker villagers stumbled and fell, their cries drowned out by the throng that either did not notice or could not help but trample on. Their voices gradually fading into silence. When Donner and Sir Grace arrived with the pikemen, they were met with a hellish scene. The villagers, teeth clenched and shouting wildly, resembled demons, trampling not only the earth but also the nearly unrecognizable bodies beneath their feet. The warehouse doors quivered under the relentless assault. Akin to the last leaf clinging to a branch in late autumn, the expressions on their faces turned ashen, especially when they recognized familiar faces among the crowd, members of the militia. Enough, cease this madness. Donner's roar echoed, and the title of Roaring Bear was not given lightly. Even Sir Grace felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The crowd momentarily froze, then erupted into an even greater cacophony, as some villagers attempted to retreat into the shadows, while others surged forward, intent on overwhelming Donner, Sir Grace, and their small contingent. Attention, prepare for a counter-assault. Sir Grace commanded in a hushed tone. Had this been the militia, even a timely order from Sir Grace would have met with deadly hesitation in the face of the advancing villagers. However, the alchemical warriors were different. Almost as soon as Sir Grace's command fell, the gleaming pikes transformed from an upright position to a horizontal formation, forming a sharp forest of steel before them. The villagers hesitated, many recalling the burning night when Levi led the pikemen, crushing through the ranks of the minor demons with ease. They began to tremble, their steps slowing until they stood frozen, vacillating in uncertainty. Do you even realize what you were doing just now? Donner's roar resounded once more. This is looting. You would destroy this place, our shared home. Every building here was constructed by our own hands. Every person is our friend, our kin. But now, look at what you have done. The night wind, having seemingly ceased, was replaced by a biting chill that enveloped the hearts of every villager involved in the riot. Their minds finally cleared. They began to comprehend the grave consequences of their actions. Lying before the warehouse door were no fewer than 5 villagers, their bodies smeared with dark red mud, contorted in grotesque positions that evoked a chilling sensation. Among them, 2 emitted faint groans, while the other 3 had succumbed to eternal silence. The air was filled with the sound of thud, thud, the noise of long guns and crude weapons, such as sticks and stones, falling to the ground after being wrested from the hands of the militia. That a mournful stillness enveloped these once unruly individuals, and the faint sound of sobbing could be heard. Sir Grace cast a troubled glance at Donald. Noticing a similar expression of hesitation etched upon Donald's face, faced with a group of unreasoning ruffians, they could have launched an unhesitating attack, regardless of their numbers. However, now that these individuals had regained their senses, determining an appropriate course of action became exceedingly complex. A complete extermination was evidently inappropriate. These villagers numbered nearly 100, representing more than a tenth of the camp's entire populace. Even if they could resolve to slay them all, it would inevitably instigate widespread panic within the camp, with consequences that could be dire. Conversely, to overlook their actions would also be unsuitable. Even the most merciful of leaders, when confronted with such insurrections, would shed any excess benevolence in favor of decisive measures wrought in blood and fired, in the face of a calamity, should the seeds of such turmoil be allowed to fester without a firm hand. It could very well evolve into an uncontrollable disaster during the next uprising. Donald and Sir Grace hesitated, and as seconds turned to minutes, the villagers involved in the riot began to murmur amongst themselves. Some among them had experienced similar events and understood that the methods of quelling such uprisings were invariably harsh. The best outcome would likely see them expelled from the refugee camp to fend for themselves in the wilderness. A consequence that, amidst their regret, ignited a desperate resolve in some. A few had already crouched down, searching for the weapons they had discarded moments earlier. By order of Lord Levi, a piercing voice shattered the silence, drawing the attention of both Donald and Sir Grace. as well as the villagers, who turned in unison to witness the stumbling figure approaching. The ranger Warren rushed forth, breathless, drawing in a deep breath before bellowing at the top of his lungs. By order of Lord Levi. Everyone return to your abodes and secure your doors. The turmoil of tonight was instigated by the rat folk, and tomorrow, Lord Levi shall personally preside over the funeral of the fallen. Chapter 106, The Cat's Name. A new dilemma. Levi's decree indeed absolved the events of the night. Donald secretly exhaled in relief, only to realize that in just a few minutes, the hand gripping the axe handle had grown clammy with sweat. In truth, the villagers he faced numbered less than 100, and he had a phalanx of 12 spearmen as support. Yet, it felt more arduous than confronting an equal number of demonic foes. After all, if demons were the adversaries, one would merely need to wield the battle axe with conviction. Upon hearing the order, the villagers were momentarily stunned, taken aback by the unimaginable mercy of the decision. Soon, a wave of cheers erupted amongst them, with many covering their faces and weeping, shedding tears of gratitude and shame. A cold snort emerged from beside him, causing Donald to glance quizzically at Sir Grace, who wore an even graver expression than before. What troubles you, Grace? Is there something amiss with Lord Levi's compassion? Certainly, compassion is a virtue, yet excessive mercy is akin to poison, Sir Grace replied with a firm tone. By acting this way, Lord Levi sends the message that the consequences of insurrection are minimal. Should new rumors or challenges arise, the scale of the next uprising may prove far greater. Donald offered a wry smile and nodded. Perhaps Lord Levi lacks experience in this regard. Viewing the situation from the perspective of a lord, however, look at how these individuals are weeping with gratitude. Surely they will not rebel again. Gratitude. How long can the villagers' fleeting emotions endure? If mercy could resolve all matters. Then the Tully family. Sir Grace's eyes ignited with a ghostly blue glow, seemingly recalling past events. Donald, Grace, it's good to see you both. Lord Levi is awaiting you at his residence, Warren announced, bending over to catch his breath. Clearly exhausted from the turmoil of the night. So, the rat folk have been dealt with. That is indeed splendid news, Donald replied, a hint of joy illuminating his face. Yes, the rodent hunt was entirely successful. All infiltrators within the camp have been captured, and Lord Levi personally dispatched the enemy's leader. Warren responded exuberantly. The meeting within the refugee camp was far from the formality of the castle of Viscount Ryan. It took place within Levi's quarters, which also served as the residence for several key figures due to the relocation of villagers from the mining village. When Donald and Sir Grace arrived, Levi and the others had been waiting for some time. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Mr. Donald, Sir Grace, Levi said, rising from beside the fire pit to greet them. The young knight attendant still bore traces of battle aura, clearly having fought not long prior. Lord Levi, you ventured into danger again. I repeatedly remind you that you are the cornerstone of this camp. We can handle matters, but you should strategize from a position of safety. Should you fall into peril, chaos will surely ensue, Sir Grace admonished, his tone somewhat audacious. It was no peril. It was hardly an adventure. The cat remained at a distance, and Miss Fleischer was not far off either. It would be quite difficult for anything untoward to occur, Levi replied, his response evidently failing to appease Sir Grace. Yet Donald intervened, drawing him to sit by the fire. This time, we should have thoroughly resolved the issue with the rat folk. Everyone has worked hard. Levi performed a knightly salute to all present, then smiled, saying, however, the greatest credit goes to the cat. A large bobcat lounged lazily on the other side of the fire pit, its glossy coat adorned with beautiful patterns. Upon hearing Levi's words, the clever beast raised a paw and waved, its air of self-satisfaction eliciting laughter from all. We ought to bestow a name upon it. It is now one of us, and referring to it simply as the cat feels rather disrespectful, Miss Fleischer suggested. Seated closest to the bobcat, her hands ceaselessly stroking its soft fur, her expression unexpectedly gentle. Indeed, that's a fair point. After all, it can be considered a leader in its own right, Levi concurred, nodding. Let us call it Sentinel. Shall we? I think Shadow is also a fitting name. It moves without a sound, as quiet as a shadow itself, Sir Grace mused, stroking his stubble thoughtfully. A magnificent creature such as this deserves a name that reflects its majesty, Donald asserted decisively. Bear is the most majestic of beasts. The name Giant Panda would suit it splendidly. How about Hammer? Hammer sounds good, suggested the old dwarf brave, his face still smudged with soot. It was encountered in the dense forest, so let us call it Meng Meng. Miss Fleischer exclaimed suddenly, her voice ringing out loud. Donald, reaching out to warm his hands by the fire, suddenly lurched forward, nearly toppling into the flames. Brabe sputtered and coughed, having sprayed water from his mouth. The others, though less dramatic, were equally startled. Turning to gaze at the knight. Miss Fleischer, what did you just say we should call it? Levi's voice quivered slightly. Ming Ming, what a lovely name. Don't you agree, Ming Ming? Miss Fleischer cooed gently as the drowsy bobcat raised its head, seemingly perplexed, and nodded. See, Ming Ming likes it. Miss Fleischer joyfully embraced the bobcat, burying her spirited face in its soft fur. Indeed, the thoughts of women are often difficult to comprehend. Even Miss Fleischer is no exception, Levi mused, patting his head in contemplation before calling out to the bobcat, Ming Ming. Meow. The sound boomed like that of an ordinary house cat, magnified several times as the bobcat, upon hearing Levi's voice, sprang to its feet, its emerald eyes sparkling with energy, banishing any trace of its previous lethargy. It actually responded. Brabe, finally catching his breath, nearly choked again at the bobcat's reaction. Seems it rather approves of the name, Levi said, scratching his head, prompting laughter from those gathered. After a moment of mirth, Levi's expression grew serious. The turmoil instigated by the rat folk has unveiled numerous issues within the camp, he stated. The original refugees and those relocated from the mining village are struggling to coexist, partly due to their unfamiliarity and lack of trust towards one another, but more critically due to the tightening supply of food. Indeed, my lordly way, I must express my sincerest apologies regarding this matter. The gaunt butler Bart remarked, the distribution of provisions has proven to be quite challenging. The injured from Mine Village are in dire need of nutritional replenishment. While the militia's rations must also be ensured, with the remaining supplies, it is difficult to guarantee that everyone is sufficiently fed. However, I have conferred with Marcia and arranged for a group of the elderly and infirm villagers to scour the nearby jungles for edible resources, which should alleviate some of the crisis by next week. Well done. Li Wei began to commend Bart, but just as he was about to continue, an urgent sound of footsteps resonated from outside the door, followed by a loud crash as the wooden door was flung open. A militia guard stumbled in, breathless. My lord Li Wei, there are so many people, please. Come quickly, a multitude of refugees has arrived outside the camp. Chapter 107. A terrifying tide of refugees. Li Wei rose from beside the fire pit, a contemplative expression crossing his youthful face. The devastation wrought by the calamity had resulted in numerous villages being destroyed, making the emergence of refugees a common occurrence. In fact, only days prior, the camp had welcomed a group of several dozen. Yet, it was precisely because this was not an unusual event that the panic etched upon the guard's face seemed all the more peculiar. What are you panicking about? Speak slowly, Donner chastised, visibly displeased. The militia guards, whom he had trained, usually displayed a level-headed demeanor, but their current agitation struck him as rather uncharacteristic. The guard took a moment to catch his breath, his voice finally steadying as he said, My lord Li Wei. Mr. Donner, you must come see for yourselves. The camp outside has descended into chaos. Captain Warren was the first to rush over to maintain order, but our numbers are simply insufficient. Insufficient numbers? Sir Gray squinted. There must be at least 50 personnel stationed at the lookout towers, plus those guarding the gates. Just how many refugees have arrived to render your 50 men inadequate? The guard swallowed hard, struggling to reply. I cannot count them all. Then it must be quite a multitude. Perhaps 100 or 2. The old dwarf Burib interjected with a grin. Let us cease this speculation and ascertain the truth for ourselves, Li Wei proposed, prompting a consensus among the group. They all rose from beside the fire pit and made their way toward the camp's gates. As they approached, even from a distance, Li Wei could hear a cacophony of voices, as if 100 throats were issuing lamentations, the despair and accusations woven into their cries sending a shiver down the young knight's spine. Upon their arrival, however, they found the camp's gates firmly shut, reinforced by 2 heavy wooden bars crossed behind them. Despite this, Ranger Warren paced anxiously before the door, casting restless glances outside. Warren, what is the matter? Why have you closed the gates? Did I not instruct you that the gates to the refugee camp should only be locked in the event of battle, and only after all villagers have retreated? Li Wei inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Ah, my lord Li Wei, it is truly fortuitous to see you. Please, summon the elite troops immediately. I fear that if we delay, these desperate refugees may force their way in. And the militia cannot withstand them, Warren exclaimed, his relief evident as he turned to face Li Wei. You still have not answered my question, Li Wei pressed, his tone firm. Why have you closed the gates? If you ascend the lookout tower, You will understand, Warren replied, evading a direct answer. The ranger held an almost devout respect for Li Wei, as evidenced by the strong thread of faith found within the old wizard Dish's insights, which included Warren's Li Wei's heart sank slightly as he sensed that the situation was likely more grave than it appeared. He tilted his head toward the lookout tower and noticed several armed militia members shivering slightly despite their gear. Minutes later, upon reaching the lookout tower, Li Wei finally comprehended Warren's reasons for sealing the camp's gates. Gazing out from the towering wooden walls of the refugee camp, he was struck by the sheer number of dark figures gathering outside. An endless sea of humanity stretching as far as the eye could see. The refugees appeared to number well over 2,000, each one ragged, weary, and caked in mud. Some had already reached the wooden walls of the camp, pounding against the tightly shut gates while emitting hoarse cries of anguish. Others were still emerging from the depths of the dense forest, supporting the elderly and young, their backs burdened with meager possessions. By the Father God, have mercy upon us, a frail voice cried out, prompting Li Wei to shudder as he turned to locate the source of the sound. There, among the refugees, stood a gaunt old man, his face etched with despair and resignation, arms outstretched toward the heavens like withered branches. By the hammer, how could there be so many? Where did all these refugees come from? The old dwarf Birib exclaimed, startled by the crowd outside. I fear it may be more than 2,000. Sir Gray's usually calm voice trembled slightly. This cannot simply be the refugees from a single village. Even the residents of a small town would not amount to this many. Could it be that Lord Lyon's castle has fallen to the demons? Donner's heavy voice emerged from behind, his countenance pale since ascending the lookout tower. Li Wei's gaze flickered as he shook his head. That cannot be the case. Given the military strength within Lord Lyon's castle, even 1,000 demons would not be able to breach it so swiftly. Let us not forget, only a week ago, the envoy from Lord Lyon departed from here. And aside from a select few, I doubt many are even aware of the location of this refugee camp, Sir Gray added. The throng of refugees continued to swell, as figures emerged from the distant forest like an endless tide. These weary souls, some bearing visible signs of injury, clearly had not traversed the woods unscathed. Indeed, had it not been for Meng Meng rallying the clans of the nearby mountain lions, the toll on the refugees would have been far greater. At least 100 lives would have been lost to navigate through the perilous wilderness. Regardless, the refugees regarded the camp as a sanctuary, and as they approached the tightly shut gates, a chorus of despair and fury erupted. We were cast out by our lord from the castle. Parched and starving, he said only this place could offer us refuge. O Supreme Father God, open your eyes and see. Have mercy upon us, let us in. The clamorous cries from beyond the wooden walls grew ever louder, their shouts crashing like relentless waves. Many refugees stretched out their emaciated arms, pounding desperately against the gates and wooden barriers. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but in that moment, Li Wei distinctly felt the lookout tower tremble beneath the weight of their cries. Chapter 108. A most difficult decision. My Lord Li Wei, what shall we do? The mood among the refugees is becoming increasingly volatile. Should anyone incite them, a genuine riot could erupt. Sir Gray's keen perception noted the deteriorating situation, his voice rife with anxiety. Can we not simply open the gates and allow them to rest inside? Miss Fleischer inquired, her expression one of confusion. We have done so in the past when refugees arrived. The circumstances are different now. Miss Fleischer, Sir Gray replied, unable to suppress an exasperated roll of his eyes at the naive question. This is not merely a matter of dozens of refugees, but over 2,000. More than the combined total of all the camp's residents. If we were to let them in, it would likely incite an even greater uproar. Without the wooden walls to contain them, 2,000 agitated refugees cannot be held back by merely 20 elite warriors. Is there truly no way to assist them? These refugees have nowhere else to turn. Must we simply watch them suffer? Miss Fleischer's voice took on a sorrowful tone. These refugees are beyond our capacity to accommodate. We lack both shelter and provisions, Sir Gray interjected coldly. The sounds from beyond the wooden walls had transformed from mere chatter and clamor into thunderous calls and shouts, an overwhelming cacophony that resonated like a cataclysmic roar. The solid wooden gates reverberated under countless hands striking against them, dust swirling from the vibrations, while the two crossed bars securing the gates creaked ominously, as if on the verge of splintering. Donner slammed his fist against the lookout's parapet, gritting his teeth. My Lord Li Wei, we can wait no longer. Issue your orders. What orders? Miss Fleischer nearly cried out in alarm. We must disperse them at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Sir Gray asserted, shifting his silver fur longbow from his shoulder to his hands. Not possible. Suddenly, Levi, who had been standing silently like a statue, emitted a strained voice, causing the expressions of Donner and Sir Grace to change drastically. "Bart, calculate how much food we still have in the camp," Levi commanded. A sheen of fine sweat appeared on Bart's gaunt face as he hesitated before pulling out his notebook to check, murmuring, "My lord Levi, if we combine all the warehouses, we can still muster 500 pounds of oats, 1,000 pounds of dark bread, and a few dozen pounds of other provisions. However, this is already our last reserve. If we allocate all of it to relieve these refugees, I fear the camp will soon run out of supplies. Take it all out. I will find a way to address the food issue later. For now, we must ensure the refugees can endure." Levi's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, clearly indicating that this decision was not easily made. "My lord Levi, please reconsider." Donner, Sir Grace, and Bart spoke in unison, all possessing considerable experience. However, when Levi turned to face them, they instinctively swallowed their words of persuasion. The young knight attendant's eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve, a conviction fully aware of the consequences yet steadfast in purpose. "Eradicate the darkness. Show compassion to the weak, and fear nothing," he pronounced deliberately, as if explaining to the people before him or persuading himself. "If we were to also drive these refugees away, how would we differ from the lofty lords within the Viscount's castle? My lord Levi, your mercy exceeds the necessary limits. It will lead to the demise of us all." A voice emerged from behind Miss Fraser, as the former captain of the mining village's guard, Gerard, approached, clad in gleaming metal armor, one hand cradling his helmet and the other gripping a shining longsword. "We must act decisively. Only through iron and blood can we calm these ruffians, or else it will spell disaster for the majority in the camp. If we open the gates now, no barrage of arrows or inferno will stop these refugees, for they are on the brink of madness from hunger and exhaustion," Gerard proclaimed loudly, his bright eyes scanning the faces atop the watchtower. Lingering a moment longer on Miss Fraser, Donner and Sir Grace's expressions darkened, revealing their uncertainty, while Bart nodded repeatedly. The old dwarf Brebe stood at the feet of the tall steward, stroking his beard. Straining to see over the edge, mumbling to himself, Miss Fraser cast him an annoyed glance, while Gerard puffed his chest in defiance of her gaze, wearing a proud expression. Indeed, they should be calmed. Opening the gates is not an option. Levi nodded in agreement. Just as Gerard's lips curled into a smile, he heard Levi continue. "Miss Fraser, no, Sir Grievous, could you assist me?" "Of course, my lord Levi, please command." Miss Fraser's demeanor transformed instantly into one of seriousness, as the name Grievous seemed to wield a magical influence, transforming her from a soft-hearted noblewoman into a decisive, iron-willed knight. "The refugees are primarily congregated at the front of the camp. This presents the perfect opportunity. With you, me, and 2 Crusader swordsmen, we will total 4 individuals who can unleash our aura of fighting spirit, which should provide a significant deterrent to the common folk. If we ascend the wooden wall and simultaneously invoke our spirit, we have a 90% chance of calming the refugees outside," Levi proposed, gazing at the sea of dark figures beyond the wooden wall. "That is an excellent idea. The presence of 4 knights would indeed intimidate these refugees without instilling excessive fear," Sir Grace remarked. "Then it is settled. Mr. Donner, you will gather all the militia to maintain order among the refugees. Sir Grace will lead the archers atop the watchtower to monitor for any troublemakers among the crowd and, if necessary, respond with arrows. Bart, you and Warren and Marcia will rally enough hands to prepare oatmeal porridge with something to eat. The refugees will feel much more at ease." Levi instructed, and those mentioned nodded in agreement, leaving only Gerard standing there, his face flushed with anger, feeling awkward as his suggestion had been disregarded by all, including Bart, who had previously shown approval. "The rest of you will join me on the wooden wall. Our time is running short. Let us move swiftly," Levi concluded, adjusting his leather armor and repositioning his sword for quick access. "At once, my lord Levi." The group responded loudly, swiftly descending the wooden ladder of the watchtower, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 109. Dissonant voices. The clamor outside the refugee camp surged like a tumultuous tide, crashing against the towering wooden walls before dissipating, gathering energy for the next wave of assault. Many older refugees raised their hands to the sky, emitting cries of despair, while others, younger and more vigorous, displayed less restraint. Clutching wooden clubs and stones, they clustered together, venting their discontent with furious shouts, cursing everyone from the exalted Father God down to the Viscount and the leaders of the camp. Despite their ignorance of the latter's name, a wave of women's wails surged forth, akin to an ominous wind sweeping through, igniting a frenzy within the hearts of all the refugees. "Break in, there is food inside. And beds to sleep on," a shrill voice suddenly cried, akin to droplets splashing into a hot oil pot, instantly causing the crowd to erupt. "For the Father God's sake, have mercy on us, kind-hearted people. May you live long. We were expelled from the Viscount Ryan's castle, having walked a day and a night, nearly dying of thirst and hunger. If you won't open the gates, at least give us something to eat and drink. There are many women and children here." An elderly voice trembled, resonating with such desolation and pain that even the previously enraged crowd paused momentarily, their fervor slightly abated, just as this voice echoed. 4 figures appeared atop the wooden wall, standing behind the parapet. 2 of them were imposing figures clad in full metal armor, while the slightly shorter 2 donned chainmail, all 4 brandishing swords across their chests. Their blades pointed at the brooding sky. "Look, the people in the camp have appeared. They are armed and intend to slay us all," the shrill voice cried again. Yet this time it lacked its previous potency. A few simple-minded villagers echoed the shout. But more began to quiet down. A dim green and silvery glow of fighting spirit emanated from the 4 figures on the wall, eliciting gasps of astonishment from outside the refugee camp. "Knights! It's the knights, my lords. For knights, we have just offended the knights, my lords." In the chaos, those near the wooden wall began to retreat, while others were pushed back by those behind them, instantly creating a tumultuous throng. Observing the disarray, Levi took a deep breath and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Do not panic." His voice, amplified by the fighting spirit, boomed like thunder, momentarily silencing the crowd. Seizing this rare opportunity, Levi raised his sword high above his head. "Step back from the front gate and gather according to each family, ensuring the safety of the elderly, women, and children. Clear the way. We will distribute food and hot water to everyone. So please do not rush. Injured individuals, gather to the left side near the gate. We will find ways to tend to you. We swear upon our honor as knights. These promises will be fulfilled. So please trust us. Step back." Too deep, gruff voices joined Levi's loud exhortations. "Step back. They're lying. We absolutely cannot retreat. If those knights charge out, we are doomed." The shrill voice re-emerged from the crowd. This time from a different location, Levi focused his gaze, and though the ordinary view revealed only a mass of heads, the vision granted by his probing technique illuminated several distinct yellow points among the sea of gray. 6 in total. A flicker of anger crossed Levi's mind. Clearly, these individuals had been placed among the refugees by Viscount Ryan or some other figure, intending to incite chaos and push the refugees to storm the camp. Should the guards' blades stain themselves with the blood of the refugees, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Levi was not concerned about the refugees breaching the camp. What had proven impossible for hundreds of demons would be even less feasible for a disorganized mob of refugees. Although the number of refugees is quite substantial, the elderly and the infirm constitute more than half of them. The able-bodied young refugees, weakened by fatigue and hunger, pose little threat to the camp. However, should a refugee perish within the confines of the camp, the situation would be altogether different. The extent to which Viscount Ryan might exploit such an incident is uncertain, yet Levi himself cannot reconcile this with his own beliefs. Those who would use the lives of refugees as leverage are truly unforgivable. A fire of indignation ignited in Levi's eyes as he swung his long sword downward. The brilliant silver light of his aura sliced through the dim sky, leaving a dazzling trail in its wake. Though the radiance of his aura was still a distance away from the throng beneath the wooden walls, the crowd immediately erupted in gasps and shouts. In the direction indicated by the sword's tip, people frantically scrambled aside, some pushing into the throng, others waving their arms and screaming in panic, while others collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. One individual, however, remained rooted to the spot, seemingly in a state of shock. "Who is this person? I've never seen him before." An elderly voice, somewhat familiar, emerged from the side, followed by the approach of a frail old man, leaning on a thick tree branch as a makeshift cane. Draped in a tattered and filthy robe, his hunched form barely revealed its original color. Not at all like a refugee. "Look, this fellow's face is positively glistening," the old man exclaimed, pointing at the motionless figure with his branch. Indeed, while the individual appeared ragged and filthy like the refugees, his physique was remarkably robust, and his exposed arms were far from emaciated. His mouth was slightly agape, as if he wished to shout something. Yet no sound emerged. A wave of furious cries erupted from among the refugees. Who is it? Who is it? Is he a lackey of Viscount Ryan? Damnable lackey! Countless arms reached out toward the person standing still, who seemed to awaken from a dream, letting out a terrible scream and twisting his body to break free from the grasping hands, swiftly knocking down several who had encircled him. That it was evident that this individual possessed exceptional skill, honed through rigorous hand-to-hand combat training. Despite the overwhelming number of untrained refugees, he effortlessly toppled them with astonishing strength. After dispatching a few more young refugees who approached, he charged like a frenzied bull towards the elderly man who had uncovered his identity. Old fool! Dare to disrupt my master's plan? You shall die. The old man, terrified by the fierce demeanor, stumbled backward a few steps, only to trip over his own branch and nearly fall. That a large hand seized the old man's shoulder, the frail frame creaking under the pressure, eliciting a pained groan from him, while the owner of that hand laughed maniacally. Die thud! An arrow shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, striking the mouth that had issued the dreadful laughter and piercing through. A spray of crimson blood erupted, splattering the old man's face and clothing with vivid droplets. The hand released its grip, and the individual who had sought to incite the refugees fell silent, lifeless upon the ground. The old man, still trembling from the ordeal, first clasped his pained shoulder and then glanced up at the wooden wall. Sir Grey stood there, one hand gripping a silver furlongbow, the other knocking another arrow onto the string. Instigators of rebellion, perish! A cold smile graced the lips of the demon archer, and his emotionless voice sent shivers down the spines of those with nefarious intentions.